The beginning land immortal, bound by the reborn empress. Chapter 1 Land immortal? It doesn't matter, I will take action. Great Feather God Dynasty. Imperial City. The scorching sun is high in the sky. Jor, I am afraid that my time is running out, but the Divine Dynasty is on the verge of collapse, and various forces are watching closely. The Divine Dynasty has been passed down for thousands of years, and it must not be destroyed in my hands. I have specially arranged a marriage for you. The other party is the eldest daughter of the Lu family's main line. Marrying her will undoubtedly form an alliance with the Lu family, which can be considered as an additional guarantee. Cough cough cough, Jor, do you have any objections? In the magnificent hall, the carved beams and painted rafters are grand and imposing. Emperor Wu of the Great Feather God Dynasty. At this time, he was sitting upright on the throne, coughing occasionally. This former person also used to look down on the world. The powerful figures who once roamed the world now speak with a tone of weakness, their breath intermittent. After saying a sentence, they need to rest for half a day. And standing in front of him, he is a handsome and elegant young man, wearing a blue silk robe embroidered with a map of mountains and rivers, exuding a majestic and noble air. His name is Ning Yi, the ninth son of the martial emperor, and also the youngest prince of the Great Feather God Dynasty. The reason why the marriage proposal was entrusted to him. It is because the other princes have already married their main wives, only Ning Yi is the most suitable. Emperor Wu has no choice. But marriage is essentially marrying someone without any emotional foundation, which is normal to have some resistance. Ning Yi, however, did not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction nor of sorrow or anger. He looked calmly at the martial emperor and bowed, saying, I understand, Father Emperor has the final say in the marriage. This stinky kid. Emperor Wu was secretly surprised. After all, this was not the Ning Yi he had in mind. Among the 9 princes, Ning Yi is the most rebellious, he never listens to anyone. I thought I would have to put in a lot of effort today to get through to him, but unexpectedly it was so easy. It seems the prince has grown up. Emperor Wu nodded with satisfaction and said softly, that's very good. I will need to seclude myself for healing in the coming days. The grand wedding will be held in 3 days, and your elder brother will preside over the ceremony for you. Your child will go back and prepare now. Ning Yi made another salute, turned around and walked out of the main hall calmly, with a strange smile on his face. After a moment, the martial emperor on the dragon throne took a deep breath. Then in an instant, the originally weak breath suddenly surged like a river and sea, and the dragon robe woven with golden threads fluttered with the surging vigor. The withered and shriveled skin and flesh have also become plump and full. The invisible pressure spread out, directly extinguishing the blazing candles on both sides. At this moment, Emperor Wu's body was no longer weak at all, and his overwhelming momentum was almost about to break through the dome of the palace. I, old. Practice diligently for a lifetime, step into the realm of earthly immortals. The true realm of the divine and human, yet I have never been able to grasp it. Emperor Wu's face was heavy, with deep eyes. Before he reached the age of 100, he was already a land immortal, but now that he is old, he has not made any progress at all. However, the emperor's eyes became sharp. Even if one cannot become a celestial being, outsiders should not harbor any thoughts of meddling with my divine dynasty. Unless I die. The weakness just now was, of course, deliberately disguised by the emperor. But there is not much time left, that is true. The land immortal, invincible in all directions, but now the end is near. The Emperor Wu has a premonition that he won't live much longer. The powerful and cunning Deyushan is watching from the outside. With his death, there will surely be a bloody storm. In order to eliminate these potential crises one by one before dying, Emperor Wu deliberately pretended to be on the verge of death in order to dispel the concerns of this group of people and lure them into action. I hope that this final move of mine will allow the prosperity of the divine dynasty to last forever. It's rare for this little nine to be so obedient, which pleases me greatly. Recalling Ning Yi's sensible appearance just now, the emperor's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. On the other hand, Ning Yi had already returned to the Qingyun Palace, which belonged to him as the 9th prince. His Highness is back. Ning Yi rested in a pavilion outside the hall. He had just sat down when a maid approached him joyfully and said, I have prepared the 6 gods' mist iced tea. I will bring it right away. The maid's name is Qingyao. She is a maid in the Qingyun Hall with a dignified appearance, 2 white and tender straight long legs that reflect light when walking, dazzling people's eyes. Before long, the iced tea was served, looking extremely appealing with a faint mist swirling around the rim of the cup. A sip of it made Ning Yi feel refreshed all over. He waved his hand gently, and Qingyao sensibly stepped back. Father pretends to be weak and helpless, who is he fooling? I can see through this little trick. while drinking tea and eating grapes, muttering quietly. In my mind, gradually recalling the past years. Ning Yi originally did not belong to this world, but was a time traveler. Strictly speaking, he is a fetus wearing. Now is the 18th year since he came into this world. Ning Yi's mother passed away shortly after giving birth to him due to illness. He also has a full-blooded older brother, who is the crown prince of the Great Yushin dynasty and the first son of the martial emperor. Due to the mother's passing, the eldest prince was especially fond of his younger brother. This also leads to a very good relationship between the two. After crossing, Ning Yi simply thought that this was just some feudal dynasty in the ancient Blue Star. But later he discovered that there are actually immortals in this world, and the situation is extremely common. In addition, demons are rampant and can be seen everywhere. I heard that there are immortals in the world who can move mountains and seas, and their words are followed by actions. Ning Yi felt extremely shocked, eager to one day be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with immortals, ride on clouds, and travel through the sky. As for the Great Feather God dynasty, it is the overlord of the Southern Phoenix domain in name. Long ago, he did indeed dominate the entire Southern Phoenix domain. Unfortunately, times have changed, and the Great Feather dynasty has gradually declined. Today, it is no longer the glorious empire it once was. However, even so, the Great Feather God dynasty still remains in a precarious situation. The powerful forces that once bowed down to the royal banner and pledged allegiance have now accumulated enough power to overthrow the divine dynasty. They are just waiting for an opportunity. Once the old Emperor Wu dies, it will be their chance to take over the Imperial city. Thinking of this, Ning Yi also guessed the Emperor's thoughts. Pretending that time is running out, tempting these ambitious foreign enemies to make a move? It's a good idea. Ning Yi smiled and nodded slightly. Actually, father need not worry so much. As long as I am here, no one can seize power. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Like most time travelers, Ning Yi also has a system, God-level system 2.0 version. According to the system introduction, this 2.0 version is the product of an upgrade, with much more perfect functionality, much stronger than the common systems that are all over the place. Simply put, there are three main functions, namely 1. AFK cultivation, no need to practice, just need to be alive, breathe, and automatically cultivate while AFK. Second, perfect deduction method, regardless of the level, no matter how incomplete or toxic the method is, as long as the points are sufficient, it can be directly deduced and perfected, and automatically practice offline. 3. Investment critical strike rebate, as long as the other party's luck reaches above 90, the host can invest in the other party and then receive a critical strike rebate. And this system is the source of Ning Yi's confidence. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Chapter 2 Fiancé hated by everyone? This is definitely the female lead. I have been traveling through time for 18 years. Ning Yi deeply understands that in such a world, one's own strength is crucial, so he started practicing cultivation from the moment he was in the womb, and has been doing so until now. Even I don't know what kind of realm it is now. After taking a sip of tea, he sighed softly. However, in Ning Yi's perception, he now feels invincible in the world of the divine dynasty. And this world. Cultivation, innate, spiritual sea, divine palace, master, grandmaster, imperial realm, terrestrial immortals. The realm division of cultivators is the realm division of cultivators. Father is too cautious, in fact, there is no need for it at all. With me here, the Great Feather God dynasty will not waver. Ning Yi shook his head, feeling that the emperor was a bit superfluous. But since the emperor wants to go fishing, he is naturally willing to accompany him to the end. Just go and take a look. How many fish will take the bait in the end? 9, brother. 9, brother. Just as Ning Yi was lost in thought, a sudden shout broke the silence. I saw a man with a tall and steady figure, wearing a black and gold python robe, hurriedly rushing into the hall. His expression revealed anxiety and worry, and he hurried forward when he saw Ning Yi. Upon seeing the situation, "Big brother." Ning Yi's face showed a smile. The person in front of him is his blood brother, the eldest prince of the Great Feather God dynasty. Due to being siblings, the relationship between the two is excellent, far beyond what other princes can compare to. "Qingyao, pour tea." Ning Yi chuckled and spoke. After Qingyao poured the tea, he pushed the teacup in front of the eldest prince and said leisurely, "Big brother, this tea is called Six Gods Brushing Mist Iced Tea. It has the effect of calming the mind and nourishing the spirit, try it." The crown prince saw Ning Yi lying flat and, feeling helpless, took a sip of tea and praised the good tea before asking, "Ninth brother, what did Father Emperor say to you, is it?" "Big brother, just as you suspected, Father intends for me to marry into the Lu family." Ning Yi nodded, without any concealment. The eldest prince frowned and said in a deep voice, "Who is from the Lu family?" The eldest daughter of the Lu family, Luluwali, will hold her wedding in 3 days, and at that time, it will be presided over by my eldest brother. Ning Yi truthfully said, then calmly took a sip of tea. The prince could have stood up all of a sudden, his face full of anger, and said angrily, "What? Why is it Luluwali? Father, how could the emperor treat you like this? This marriage cannot happen, I cannot agree to it, I must quickly go and tell the emperor." With that, he was about to turn and leave. Ning Yi shook his head and smiled, "Big brother should be happy for me, and I have already agreed to this marriage." "Ninth brother, you're confused." The eldest prince's face changed, and he slapped his thigh in anger. Deta sighed heavily and explained with a serious expression, "Ninth brother, you don't know this, the Lu family in Jiangzhou is indeed a dominant presence, a top family, and their family head is even at the peak of the Imperial realm. The eldest legitimate daughter of the Lu family is Luluwali, but she is not well received within the Lu family. Even if you marry Luluwali, you will not truly gain the support of the Lu family. I have learned that Luluwali did not grow up in the Lu family from childhood to adulthood, but has been wandering outside all the time, and was brought back to the Lu family 3 years ago. Before her, the Lu family had already adopted a foster daughter with outstanding talent, who was highly valued by the Lu family, and this foster daughter of the Lu family is the true heiress of the Lu family. Although she is an adopted daughter, she has received all the love and resources from the Lu family. Not only do her parents treat her as their own, showering her with extra love, but even the entire Lu family also shows her exceptional respect. Compared to Luluwali, the true eldest daughter, the adopted daughter is the one that the Lu family focuses on nurturing. After returning to the Lu family, Luluwali did not receive any attention, but instead was disliked by everyone. She was not loved by her father or mother, and was not welcomed at all in the Lu family. There was no improvement in her life, and even some of the Lu family's maidservants could point fingers at her and bully her in various ways. Marrying someone like this person will not benefit you in any way. After the explanation, Jody, no matter what, I will not agree to this marriage. I will go to Father Emperor right now to cancel it and find a new match for you. The crown prince couldn't bear it and was about to leave again with a stern face. However, wait. Ning Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened, and a touch of excitement appeared on his originally calm face. Biological, abandoned? 3 years ago, found? But father doesn't love mother, everyone hates? This ing. How come what the eldest brother said about Luluwali's background sounds more and more familiar? After thinking for a moment, Ning Yi was suddenly shocked and exclaimed in his heart, could it be that the script that Luluwali is holding is the perfect female version of a regretful drama, the perfect protagonist? Originally, he knew nothing about Luluwali, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Originally, the big brother didn't say anything, he wouldn't have cared too much, but now that it's been mentioned. Ning Yi stood up and immediately grabbed the crown prince, saying seriously, "Big brother, you don't need to go find Father Emperor. I will only marry this Luluwali." "Ninth brother, are you crazy?" The crown prince was dumbfounded, quickly reached out to touch Ning Yi's forehead, his face full of astonishment. "Not hot, how come Jody is so well behaved, but it seems like his brain is burnt? I have already made the drawbacks so clear. What nonsense is this kid talking about not marrying anyone other than Luluwali?" Ning Yi pushed away the hand of the crown prince, grinned and said, "Big brother, I'm not crazy, and I'm serious. Just rest assured, Luluwali, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, is not as simple as she appears on the surface. Even if she is disliked by many, she is still much better than the adopted daughter of the Lu family. Don't worry about, just focus on preparing well for my wedding 3 days later." The crown prince was dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine that the usually shrewd ninth prince would make such a decision. Jedi, that Luluwali really? Alright, big brother, hurry up and go. If the wedding is delayed, it will be you who will suffer if the emperor blames you. Ning Yi pushed the crown prince out of the hall, and only after seeing him off did he finally withdraw his gaze in satisfaction. Now, he was completely confident in his heart. Make sure that Luluwali is definitely the female lead. As for the opponent's luck value, it must be no less than 90. If you marry the eldest daughter of the Lu family who holds such a script. TSK tisk. Ning Yi's eyes lit up with excitement and his inner anticipation grew even stronger. "I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English." Chapter 3 The Empress is Reborn, what a bunch of nonsense family. At the same time, Jiangzhou, the commercial state within the territory of the Great Feather God dynasty, occupying nearly half of the city of Jiangzhou. The magnificent and solemn atmosphere of the Lu family ancestral hall. I was reborn. What is this? Hiss. Have I been reincarnated into another world? Luluwali opened her bewildered eyes, her head throbbing, and a look of pain appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. She struggled to sit up, the confusion in her eyes turning into astonishment. But as memories resurface, Yan Luoli's eyes gradually became gloomy, and her temperament underwent a drastic change. And she, in her previous life, was the empress of a great world. Once ruled over the vast lands, governed the 3,000 states, enjoyed the incense offerings of billions of people, and proved invincible on the great path. In an unprecedented turmoil, he led 3,000 soldiers to quell the unrest in Daozhou, but tragically suffered a backstab and was ultimately killed with resentment. But never thought. I actually reincarnated into this body, and only now, my memories have fully recovered. After integrating the memories, Lu Luoli revealed a deep and joyful expression. Although I have reincarnated into another world, at least I did not truly die. I still have the chance to rise up next time, and when the time comes, I will tear through space and return to my world. Those who betrayed me, all must die. Her face was full of killing intent, and she quickly sorted through the memories in her mind, her expression changing in an instant. After a moment, Lu Luoli frowned, her voice cold. It seems that my reincarnated body will not have an easy time in the first 18 years. In memory, she was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. The identity is extremely noble, and one should have lived a good life that countless people dream of, but never thought that due to the parents' experience of war at the time of birth, they had no time to take care of themselves, so they abandoned themselves. Only found it 3 years ago. Yan Luoli originally thought that returning to the Yin family would be the beginning of a good day, but she did not expect that everyone would despise her when she returned, and she often suffered various suppressions. Parents do not love or care, and even look down on various things. The adopted younger sister resents her parents. Other members of the Lu family, even the servants, do not regard her highly. Lu Luoli had black lines all over her head. After a moment of silence, she said coldly, "What's the use of having such family members come? Since my parents don't care, and everyone in the Lu family dislikes me, I'll just leave." She immediately made up her mind not to stay at the Lu family anymore. Now that she has been reborn in this life, her memories have returned, she can completely cut ties with such family members and set clear boundaries. In this way, it is actually much easier, and no one will interfere with their subsequent cultivation. Suddenly, "Yan Luoli, what are you staring at? Did you hear what I said earlier?" The host, Louis Chiron, sitting at the main seat, had an ugly expression on his face and sternly said, "I will take charge of this matter for you. The emperor has arranged a marriage for you. 3 days later, you will marry the 9th prince of the Great Feather God dynasty. This is the opportunity for the Lu family to connect with the Dayu divine dynasty. After this, the prestige of the Lu family will rise to a higher level you cannot refuse, and you are not allowed to make mistakes at the wedding. Over the years, you have been wandering outside. Even if you return to the Lu family, you are ultimately no different from an outsider. It is your honor to marry the 9th prince. In this way, everything in the Lu family has nothing to do with you anymore. It all belongs to your sister." Sudden commotion. Yan Luoli came to her senses and glanced around the scene. Ah! She sneered in her heart, thinking about which act it was at the moment. Not long ago, she was summoned to the ancestral hall, where her parents forced her to marry the 9th prince of the Great Feather God dynasty. Because she did not agree, she was directly slapped and fainted. It was also that slap that brought her memory back to life. Biological blood is not as good as an adopted daughter, who is the real daughter after all. Are the parents who think like this full of crap? Lu Luoli's eyes became even colder, and finally looked at Lu Chiron, who was glaring angrily, and said coldly, "Okay, I got it. In memory, there is information about the Great Feather God dynasty. As for the 9th prince being of similar age to oneself, isn't it just about getting married? She doesn't care. Anyway, before her own rebirth, she was an empress who could destroy a world with just a flick of her finger. Her future is destined to be extraordinary. It's better to leave the Lu family after getting married, and then it's not too late to destroy the Lu family." Yan Shuran was stunned when he saw Lu Luoli no longer resisting, but directly agreeing. "You know, that's fine. In that case, hurry back and get ready." He didn't think much anyway, the command of his parents was not to be resisted, so he waved his hand. Upon hearing this, a beautiful and elegant young girl with a charming demeanor walked up to Lu Luoli with graceful steps, covering her mouth and smiling lightly, saying, "Oh, I envy you, sister. The 9th prince has a noble status, he is a member of the royal family, the son of the martial emperor. Sister can join the royal family, and in the future, she might become a princess or even a crown princess." Jing Shu is truly envious. But if the 9th prince knew that his sister is not well received in the Lu family, would he have various prejudices against you? If the older sister is not doing well, the younger sister will often go to visit her. Yan Luoli looked at Lu Jia's adopted daughter in front of her, also her younger sister Lu Jingshu, with a slight frown on her forehead. Snap! To everyone's surprise, she did not hold back at all and slapped directly with full force. The speed is so fast that people can't react at all. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Lu Jingshu only felt a huge force land on her right cheek and immediately screamed in pain as she was slapped away, falling to the ground and spitting out blood from her mouth. You! How dare you hit me! She suddenly turned her head and looked at Luluwali, her hair flying as she screamed. At this moment, everyone's face changed drastically. Yan Shuran immediately angered his wife, who was the main mother of the Lu family. Yan Luwali, you are outrageous. How could you hit your younger sister? Is it wrong for her to envy you? The two of them were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They quickly held their adopted daughter up, feeling heartbroken. Lu Shuran's eyes were bloodshot, roaring, "Damn it, you little, how dare you hit so hard!" Between words, the cultivation of the great perfection of the Imperial realm bloomed, and he was about to take action to suppress it. Yan Luwali still didn't get used to it, her slender jade fingers placed on her fair and delicate face, and she sneered, "Old man, you can go ahead and try. As long as you take action, I will disfigure myself, and furthermore, I will end my own life. Let's see how you explain this to the royal family." You! Lu Shuran's face changed, but he had to restrain his pressure, feeling extremely angry but not daring to do anything more. At the moment, he only felt that this daughter had changed, becoming more calculating. Looking at the injured foster daughter. Roll, roll. Yan Shuran's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, roaring like crazy. Upon seeing the situation, "You old thing, don't even dare." Yan Luwali snorted coldly, turned around with a cold look in her eyes, and left the ancestral hall. After leaving the door, a strong smile hung on the corner of her mouth. This feeling, so cool. Just confused, this is a mess. Jingshu just expressed some admiration, but she actually resorted to such heavy-handed measures. She deserved to die for it, and should not have been brought back. At this moment, the parents are feeling sorry for their daughter, but at the same time, their anger is rising, almost making them want to vomit blood. Chapter 4: The Empress is defeated? Really want to marry Ning Yi? A family of idiots. Luluwali ignored the burst of angry curses coming from behind her, and with a cold smile, returned to the room that was out of place with the rest of the imposing building. It was more of a utility room than her room, which is very rudimentary. There was only an old wooden bed with a table, a bench, a few pieces of clothing, and nothing more. Looking at such a Spartan room, I really don't know how I've gotten through the last 3 years. The corners of Luluwali's mouth twitched as she inwardly sighed, feeling too unworthy. But the good thing is that nowadays, she is promised marriage. Marrying royalty for her. This was naturally a rare and good opportunity to be able to leave the Lu family and get away with it from now on. As for marrying? Are you kidding me? Luluwali snorted coldly, not looking at the marriage as important in the slightest. She was the Grand Empress of Huangtian, how could she marry so easily? What about the Great Feather God dynasty? What about the 9th prince? Who in this world is worthy of her? Anticipation surfaced in Luluwali's deep eyes, and the corners of her mouth hooked into a smile. Waiting for 3 days after the trip to the Imperial capital is my opportunity, when the road to escape, behind even when a casual cultivator, according to my previous life's experience in Kung Fu, is bound to be able to rise, and so grow up, and then turn back to destroy the Lu family. She murmured the words, more anticipation in her eyes. The reason why she had agreed so readily was that she knew deep down that she would still be in trouble if she just left the Ryu family. It would be better to pretend to agree and flee on the way out of the marriage, so as to still disgust the Lu family. Suddenly. Ding! Comparison system activated, binding successful. The system will select a comparison object for the host. After winning the comparison, the host will be rewarded. If the comparison is lost, the host will be punished. Ding! Comparison characters are being selected for the host. Characters selected. Characters for this comparison: the 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty and the host's fiancée Ning Yi. Does it begin to compare? A burst of cold mechanical sounds came from Luluwali's mind and immediately froze with it. Comparison system? Finding people to compare and get rewarded for winning, and this stuff? Her mind shook, not expecting the system to activate in the slightest. Based on the people and things she had encountered in her last life, she remembered that the system was the golden finger of a traveler, capable of assisting the host to rise quickly. When thinking about the many pieces of information about the system that, after I was reborn, I even activated the golden finger? Luluwali's deep eyes burst with divine splendor, revealing delight and inner excitement. She was already an empress, and now she has a golden finger that only travelers have to assist her. If you are not invincible yourself, who is invincible? This life. The self is bound to prove invincible again. However, the person I'm going to compare myself to this time is the fiancé of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, the 9th Prince Ning Yi. The corners of Luluwali's mouth couldn't help but spread a smile and even some disdain. In her previous life, as a brilliant sky empress, she had enough confidence that she would not lose to Ning Yi. Against an uninitiated prince who was nothing more than a prince, he was sure to win. Luoli's eyes brightened as she confidently said, "System, start comparing, I can't wait to get my reward." Ding! This comparison is between the host's strength and that of the ninth prince, Ning Yi. Inside his head, the system's voice rang out. After Luoli heard that it was comparing strengths, the confident glow in her eyes grew stronger. On the surface, I'm unpopular in the Lu family, being disliked by millions of people is a waste of space, but I have already broken through the Zhongshe realm not long ago, and even if Ning Yi is a member of the royal family, he's the youngest, and similar to me, so what's he going to compare himself to me with? She grunted arrogantly, already inwardly thinking about what kind of reward she would get for winning this comparison. After all, the impression that she knew that the ninth prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty had always been low profile and mysterious, and had always had the patronage of the Great Prince, so such a person would not be too strong. So there's no reason why one can't win. And the cultivation realms in this world are Chi cultivation, innate, spirit sea, divine palace, Zhongshe, Grand Master, Imperial realm, terrestrial deities, celestial beings. To be able to reach Zhongshe at the age of 18 was already a rare talent in the eyes of outsiders. Further up is the Grand Master realm. At that point, the whole person will qualitatively change. Ning Yi could only lose. Immediately following comparison begins. The system voice sounded. Suddenly, an illusory simulated battle platform was presented in front of Luoli. A figure that looked exactly like her appeared on the platform, while an illusory figure similarly appeared on the opposite side, none other than Ning Yi. Immediately, the two of them exchanged blows. Buzz. However, what made Luoli not expect was that it had only just been a hand-to-hand encounter. Ning Yi on the other side just made a sword. He himself directly collapsed, and his entire silhouette flew backwards, falling to the ground and choking on blood. With only one sword, the fight was over? The illusory Luoli was beaten into dots of crystal light? The initial comparison is over. The host has failed miserably. The host will receive the following penalties. The host marries into the royal family and becomes the wife of the ninth prince Ning Yi, and may not run away on the way. The system's voice rang out one after another, announcing the comparison results and penalties. Luoli's originally confident expression became dulled down. People are stupid. Lost? Lose it yourself? Boom! Luoli shuddered, her chest heaving as her mind went blank. At this moment in her mind, it set off waves of shock. What's the situation? What the hell is Ning Yi? Obviously the youngest prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, the same age as himself, but as a result, he was so much higher in terms of battle power? Luoli was dumbfounded, incredibly difficult to say, What exactly is his cultivation? An 18-year-old grandmaster. Realize that. In this world, to be able to reach Zhongshe at the age of 18 was already a rare heavenly pride. As for those who had reached Grand Master, they simply did not exist. The results are known through the system's previous simulated matchups. Ning Yi, the 18-year-old ninth prince, not only is his cultivation above himself, but he also killed himself in seconds? Even though Luoli was a certified invincible brilliant heavenly empress in her previous life, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat at this moment. How could this be? Ning Yi's talent is actually so terrifying that his strength would be far above mine. She still couldn't believe the system's comparison results and said with a dry mouth, "System, you're not mistaken, are you?" Even if she hadn't yet awakened her own physique awakening, she didn't think she could make it to Ning Yi's point. Right now, I just want to ask for clarification. This system is a professional, the host does not need to question it. Upon receiving a response from the system, Luoli's eyes widened and she suddenly took a few steps back and kept shaking her head. Can I not accept the punishment? The host cannot accept the punishment, but will be directly wiped out. Please make a choice. The system is quick to give an answer. Will Lori. At this moment, she just felt like the sky was falling. What the hell? You're going to be wiped out if you don't take your punishment? As a reborn person, Luoli of course knew the perversity of the golden finger, and also knew deep down that the system could do this. My hallowed Huangtian Empress, I'm really going to marry someone's wife. She was numb with grief and anger. Faced with the system's punishment, she had to accept it. After all, she hadn't gone back for revenge and killed all those guys who betrayed her. Chapter 5 Ning Yi's wedding, not worthy of a heavenly destiny. 3 days have flown by. The entire Great Feather God dynasty was boiling. For no other reason. Today is the wedding day of Emperor Wu's youngest prince, the ninth prince. And at this moment, the Imperial capital was bustling with unprecedented activity. Hanging red damasks and silks representing festivity, outside the Qingyun Hall with curtains and colors. How time flies, even the 9th prince has reached the age of starting a family. The 9th prince marrying Luluwali, the first daughter of the Lu family, the Great Feather royal family and the Lu family joining forces at this time. I'm afraid the truth behind this is only clear to the martial emperor. Some days ago there was news that the martial emperor is said to be getting old and getting worse by the year. Is it possible that he wants to take advantage of his last moments to pull in the major families? That being said, Emperor Wu has not set up a crown prince, the candidate for the crown prince is unknown, and even the 9 imperial sons have not been crowned. If you ask me, it's very likely that Emperor Wu will announce his choice for the crown prince right after the 9th prince's wedding, and give the other princes the title of king one after another. The 9th prince's big wedding, and the martial emperor is old and unwell. I'm afraid that this wedding is not that simple. Whether in the imperial capital or abroad, officials of all sizes and gentry arrived in an endless stream. Everyone was whispering and couldn't stop talking and speculating. Today is the big day, but everyone knows full well that I'm afraid it's not going to go so well. Meanwhile, the brightly lit dragon and phoenix tattooed Qingyun Hall. Ning Yi was dressed in red gold silk, showing off his honorable corseted royal gown, wearing a purple and gold crown on his head. His gaze was like a torch, he looked handsome, and his eyes were already ready for the marriage. Your Highness, you are so handsome today, when you are the most dazzling presence. Xingyao straightened Ning Yi's collar, her eyes glowing in awe. In the middle of the hall. Today, 9th brother's wedding is celebrated by all. 9th brother, congratulations. You've grown up in the blink of an eye, you kid, and you're going to grow up today, and we older brothers are happy for you. 9th brother, there is no hooking up today, we have come to congratulate you sincerely. The Grand Prince and the remaining 7 princes had already arrived, and when they saw the imposing Ning Yi, they all nodded their heads in succession, their mouths in admiration. Even if there's a grudge in your heart. But at least at this moment, they won't show it. Ning Yi nodded to the eldest prince, then said with a smile on his face as he looked at the other emperors, many thanks to all the royal brothers for coming to witness my wedding. Only not seeing his father, his eyes twinkled slightly. Today's big wedding, he knew deep down that it wouldn't be that simple. But he wasn't half worried, instead, anticipation rose in his heart. But, as the others had expected, the martial emperor was not present. And that's why. There were more speculations in the hearts of people from all forces. Just as the crowds are getting louder and louder. The bride has arrived. A loud cry rang out from outside the Green Cloud Hall. Shasta. Everyone stepped aside and looked behind them, amazement in their eyes. Just see the luxurious ceremonial chariot to open the way, followed by an array of royal guards before and after the escort, the middle of the red satin, golden-8 sedan chair into the eyes. In total silence. The guard of honor stopped, waiting for the colored sedan chair to land, and withdrew with the escort. Invite the bride. A female official walked up to the colorful sedan chair, shouted under her breath, and lifted the curtain. At the service of the maids of honor. Luluwali dressed in red gold silk smoke haze long dress down, posture dignified revealed a sense of inexplicable charm, green silk draped down, phoenix eyes brimming, lips as point cherry, attracting infinite reverie. And after she had carefully dressed up, her originally beautiful face looked shocking, making everyone present lose their minds. So beautiful. There is such a beauty in the world, I'm going to fall just by looking at it. That's the wife of the 9th prince, there's a possibility that she'll become the crown princess in the future, or at least all of them are royal concubines, so be careful what you say. There were sharp breaths and murmurs coming from the crowd. After everyone came back to their senses, their eyes were filled with shock and they couldn't stop marveling as they looked at Luluwali. Inside the Great Hall. The Grand Emperor who was in charge of presiding over the wedding also froze for a while the moment he saw Luluwali, and then sighed inwardly. It's just. He looked at Ning Yi behind him and muttered in his heart, although this first eldest daughter of the Lu family is not loved by the Lu family, it seems that it is not impossible for such a stunning woman to marry 9th brother. Beside him, one by one, the royal princes looked at him with straight eyes and envy in their hearts. Old 9 is notoriously colorful. I didn't expect this Lu family first daughter to be this stunning. They looked at the graceful and beautiful Luluwali with even more envy, and their eyes reddened when they looked at Ning Yi. This moment. It's not a bad wave. Ning Yi hadn't taken his eyes off of Luluwali since she had come down, and both were stunned for a moment, admiring in their hearts. Even if the other party wasn't someone who was burdened with great chi, it wouldn't matter half as much to him. But the next second. Ding! Destiny's Child detected. Name, Luluwali. Age, 18. Cultivation level, Grandmaster 2. Physique, heaven-swallowing sacred body. Luck value, 95. Hint: Luluwali is the reincarnation of a great power reborn. The previous life from the larger world of metaphysics does not belong to this world. The previous life for the proof of invincibility of the brilliant heavenly empress. The body contains the horror of swallowing the heavenly saintly body. Everything can be refined for their own use. The supreme creation of the Gongfu. Once the awakening of the rise of the momentum of the unstoppable. As Ning Yi watched in fascination, a system voice suddenly came from his mind. Empress. His heart shook as he looked at the information panel of Luluwali given by the system in front of him. It was just a guess before, but when he got the exact answer right now, he still set off shockwaves in his heart. It's true, it's worthy of being the heroine who took the script of Regret Man. With such a temperament and looks, how can she be an ordinary person? It's just that I didn't expect that Luluwali would be the reincarnation and rebirth of a female emperor, and that she has a hidden supreme physique. If the Lu family knew that the first daughter, who is disliked by all, has such a heaven-defying status, I'm afraid that her intestines would be green with remorse. Ning Yi muttered for a moment in his heart, then smiled in satisfaction, looking over at Luluwali with a bright smile. And at this point, Luluwali was similarly sizing up her husband whom she was meeting for the first time, and looking at Ning Yi, her eyes that seemed to be dotted with thousands of stars flickered with a hint of defiance. Damn, how could I lose to him? She gritted her teeth darkly, but there was nothing she could do. If she didn't accept the almost mandatory punishment of choosing to marry the ninth prince, Ning Yi, she would be wiped out by the system. She couldn't accept that she was going to die once just after her memories came back. But now, Luluwali still felt unable to accept that marrying into the royal family was undoubtedly a loss of freedom. Aha! She bit her lip in death, an inner frenzy gripping her. Chapter 6: The Chow family's worldly son comes to congratulate and challenge. If it weren't for the fact that I need to fulfill my punishment for losing in contrast, I would have left the great feathered divine dynasty long ago. Damn Ning Yi, he obviously has such high strength, but as a result, he still keeps such a low profile. What a sinister and cunning fellow. If I had known that he had such unfathomable strength, I wouldn't have compared them to death. That's all. What should be said is not said. Ning Yi, this ninth prince does look so handsome. To have the temperament has the temperament, to have the face has the face, the cultivation strength is above me. It seems that if I get married with him, I won't be at a disadvantage either. No, how can my Dao heart be shaken by this? Luluwali looked at Ning Yi, her mind churning with thoughts, all sorts of ideas surfacing. A moment later, a flash of dismay flashed in her eyes and she hurriedly shook her head, casting away all thoughts. But Luluwali noticed that Ning Yi had been staring at herself since the beginning, and while her heart couldn't help but feel pleased, on the surface, she glared past her in an unkind manner. See the situation. Ning Yi let out a light laugh, and immediately walked out of the great hall, standing beside Luluwali. The scene. What a groom and what a woman. The ninth prince and this first daughter of the Lu family standing together is simply a heavenly couple. It made those in attendance look lost in thought once again, a burst of praise. And after Ning Yi straightened his clothes, he held Luluwali's small hand without the slightest bit of rawness. At once, Luluwali trembled, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand, but Ning Yi's hand was a few points harder than before. Phew! With a deep breath, she didn't bother to resist. After all, this was the Imperial capital, but if anything went wrong, there was no way she could walk away. Not to mention, the Ning Yi beside him didn't know what strength he was yet. And in the presence of all parties, the next natural step is the wedding process. Ning Yi stepped into the main hall holding Luluwali. Seeing this scene, the Grand Prince no longer dwelled on Luluwali's unpopularity in the Lu family, and said aloud, about a heaven and earth. Ning Yi and Luluwali looked at each other and coincidentally turned around and bowed towards the sky. The eldest prince nodded his head and spoke again, second bowed a father. With these words, everyone's eyes glazed over. The expressions of the remaining 7 imperial princes had each changed as well. However, father was unable to be present during his seclusion, but since ancient times an elder brother is like a father. Ning Yi spoke with a light smile after he and Luluwali turned around. With everyone watching, Luluwali cast aside all her thoughts, and at this moment, she knelt 3 times and bowed 3 times towards Grand Imperial Prince Sixu. As for Ning Yi, he was kneeling 3 times. Relief appeared on the face of the Grand Prince, his mood was too much better, and he laughed. Couples worship each other. Until this moment, Ning Yi and Luluwali turned around at the same time, and once again, their gazes met. In the presence of a single gaze, both bowed and bowed their heads at the same time, taking the last step of the process. The Grand Prince had more smiles on his face, with relief and delight, and said aloud, rite of passage. From now on, you are officially husband and wife, and from now on you will spend the rest of your lives hand in hand. Ninth brother, ninth sister, father was unable to come because of his seclusion, but father asked me to preside over your wedding, and before his seclusion, he specially explained to me that I should convey on his behalf that the two of you should live a good life afterward, give birth to a son early, and that husband and wife are of one heart and one mind, so that together they can grow the great feather royal family. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. Luluoli was in a bit of a trance at a time like this, but she still came back to her senses and owed her head to nod. I just became someone else's wife. She murmured inwardly, not expecting this day at all. In his previous life, he was all alone until he was killed by a backstabbing attack, and he never had a partner. But in this life, the marriage came too soon. However, just as Ning Yi and Luluoli were planning to offer tea. The ninth prince's wedding seems to be a bit beautiful. Martial Emperor revitalization of the Great Yu royal family. The Great Yu divine dynasty is currently as the son, proud of the group, how the ninth prince into marriage as a human father. This Great Yu the lord of the world's martial emperor actually did not appear. In my opinion, the martial emperor's seclusion is a lie. It can't be that the martial emperor is really as old as the outside rumors, and is already on the verge of dying, right? Several untimely, sarcastic laughs that broke the atmosphere of the scene came out, followed by unruly words that fell into everyone's ears. Each sentence was full of energy and echoed between heaven and earth. In front of the royal family, in front of all the forces, directly said countless people. Heart speculation seems to be to shake the hearts of people, provoking the majesty of the royal family. Moment. Unbridled. The Grand Imperial Prince snapped, his eyes suddenly turning ice cold as he leapt to look beyond the great hall. One by one, the rest of the Imperial princes furrowed their brows, anger permeating their faces as they all looked in the direction the voice came from. The Grand Prince stepped forward and drank coldly. Today is my ninth brother's wedding. Who is so bold? Get out. As the words fell, a vast breath cultivation suddenly erupted. Instantly the entire hall roared. As everyone's faces changed. Snap. Applause. In the middle of the crowd, a group of people walked out with arrogant expressions. At the head of the group was a young man with a cold smile on his face, and behind him were several men who exuded the cultivation of a great master. Seeing their appearance, the crowd instantly clamored. Chao Yan, the young master of the Chao family, has already reached the seventh heaven of the sovereign at only 20 years of age. Dayu is currently one of the top families, no different from the Lu family, sitting in Tianyi Prefecture. It is the supreme hegemon that says it all. It's actually the Chao family. It's rumored that they've been getting very close to the sacred Flame Shen sect lately, and they're vaguely showing signs of rebelling. The Sacred Flame Shen sect is one of the top forces in the world, and if you add a top family like the Chao family, it's bound to cause chaos once it rebels. It must be that His Majesty the Martial Emperor is about to die, and seeing that His Majesty the Martial Emperor didn't show up for the ninth prince's wedding, the Chao family is going to be unable to hold back. In all directions, there were cries of alarm. Everyone looked at the young man who stepped out with the one powerful Chao clan member of the Grand Master realm, and murmured in an endless stream of shock. The Grand Prince listened to all these words in his ears. His face became more and more ugly as he said icily, Chao Yan, daring to cause trouble on my ninth brother's wedding day, you ought to find death. In a flash. Behind him, the 7 Imperial princes all had cold faces, and their bodies were permeated with a shocking aura. But at the questioning of the Grand Prince, the Grand Prince is overstating things. Chao Yan laughed coldly and shook his head, saying with a teasing face, on such a happy day as the ninth prince's wedding, we are only here to dabble in the festivities, so how could we cause trouble? I'm here on my father's orders, in order to congratulate the ninth prince on his marriage, and my Chao family has even prepared a great gift for the ninth prince. 1,000-year-old Zuanhuozi, 2 million extreme spirit stones, as well as a tea estate and a top-grade spirit mine in Tianyi Prefecture. I came with such sincerity, how can the Grand Imperial Prince call it a disturbance? Chapter 7, is this it? The son of the Chao family is nothing more than that. Come on man. Chao Yan clapped his hands and grinned. So in the back, another line of people came out carrying what was called a great gift. Upon seeing this scene, the people present were all shaken in their hearts, staring blankly at Chao Yan and the others, not realizing that the other party would really send such a big gift. Is the Chao family really that kind? The Grand Imperial Prince was equally incredulous and inwardly said. But he didn't wait for him to open his mouth. Chao Yan laughed once more and said meaningfully, I have long heard that each of the 9 sons of the martial emperor are not bad, and taking advantage of today's wedding of the ninth prince, I have the audacity to ask the ninth prince to give me advice. If the ninth prince wins, I'll take all these things behind me. If the ninth prince loses, then these things will be considered my victory goods, and I'll bring back every single one of them. After speaking, he looked toward Ning Yi in the middle of the great hall. This moment. Everyone present smelled something unusual, provocative to be exact. Chao Yan's real purpose is not to send gifts for the Chao family, but to really cause trouble. They all saw that Chao Yan's goal was not to give gifts at all, nor was it ninth Prince Ning Yi. Instead, they want to provoke and suppress the majesty of the royal family on this day. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty, which had caused the martial emperor to falter and was about to experience great chaos, had lost face. So-called gifts. Chao Diem pressed on with no intention of giving it away, or even taking it back with him. Moment. Other than Ning Yi, all the princes present were enraged. The Grand Prince's face was ugly to the extreme as he roared, "Chao Yan, you're simply looking for death. Not to mention the fact that you have to be older than my ninth brother and your cultivation has already reached the seventh heaven of the sovereign. My ninth brother has just turned 18 this year and is not a cultivation fanatic on weekdays. You're clearly bullying people too much. To put it nicely, you're asking for advice, but in reality, you're trying to slap my royal family's face. You already have a way to take your death." As the words fell, the Grand Emperor took a step out. Moment. There were amazing cultivation fluctuations rushing up in all directions. Apparently it was the strong people hidden around the royal family that were about to appear. The several great masters behind Chao Yan likewise had eyes like torches and did not have the slightest intention of retreating. At a time when the atmosphere was tense. "Chao Diem, your request is granted." Ning Yi slowly walked towards the outside of the hall and stood in front of the Grand Prince, condescendingly looking at Chao Yan as he blandly opened his mouth. In such a move, it made Lu Luoli, who was still planning to watch a good show, freeze. "Ning Yi, just how strong are you?" Her eyes danced as she remembered the fiasco she had suffered in the previous system simulation match. The Grand Imperial Prince froze as he did, looking at Ning Yi in front of him, his brows furrowed. What is ninth brother doing? His brow furrowed tighter, but a pang of doubt ran through his mind. From what he knew, ninth brother never did anything he wasn't sure of. Could it be that ninth brother is sure to suppress the troublemaker Chao Yan? The rest of the emperors were similarly puzzled, and their gazes fell on Ning Yi. All they saw was this youngest brother with a subdued face, not even a hint of emotion showing. Amidst the uproar of the scene, Chao Yan was stunned to see Ning Yi agree. However, he quickly came back to his senses, a cold smile gusting in his heart, not putting Ning Yi, the ninth prince, in his eyes. Prior to this, he had already learned that Ning Yi, the prince, was different from other princes, and that he usually liked to read and drink tea, so he didn't have half a mind to cultivate, and no one had even seen him cultivate. And that's exactly what happened. The so-called ninth prince became mysterious in the mouth of the world. But now, Ning Yi actually agreed to give instruction? Chao Yan could not help but be overjoyed and laughed aloud. Still, the ninth prince understands the way of hospitality, so very good ah. Rubbing his hands together, he could already imagine the image of trampling Ning Yi, the ninth prince, under his feet. It caused anticipation to spread across his face. The eldest prince's heart is full of worry, a tug on Ning Yi, his face ugly. Ninth brother, Chao Yan is already the seventh heaven of the Zongshi. You usually do not cultivate at all, almost daily reading and drinking tea. You. Big brother, don't worry. Ning Yi patted the Grand Imperial Prince's hand and spoke with a light smile. The Grand Imperial Prince was still about to say something when Ning Yi had already walked out of the Great Hall. Luluoli looked at Ning Yi outside with a strong curiosity in her eyes. Daring to respond to a battle with the sovereign's seventh heaven, just how strong is this guy? She was still haunted by the fact that Ning Yi had failed her miserably in her first comparison, and at the moment, she only wanted to see the results. With all eyes on me. The people at the scene all retreated to the sides in a sensible manner, vacating an empty space. Seeing Ning Yi walk out, Chao Yan sneered as he walked towards the front and said sarcastically, I didn't expect the ninth prince to be so generous, then naturally I won't stay my hand next. Ninth prince, don't worry, I won't show you any mercy if you even take the initiative to seek death. If I miss and kill you, the big deal is that I'll pay for your life and exchange my life for the life of a royal son. It's a good deal. Ning Yi was senseless and said with a bashful face, I've been listening to you chirping since the beginning, so much nonsense, have you finished? Ha! Chao Yan was on his feet. Ning Yi shook his head, unimpressed. If you've finished, then you can go to hell. With these words, Chao Yan's face instantly became ugly, and an undisguised coldness rose in his eyes. Even though you're the ninth prince, you're looking for death, let's see me trample you under my feet. Without any hesitation, he suddenly launched himself, charging towards Ning Yi as if he were a cannonball. The cultivation of the seventh heaven of the sovereign master did not hold anything back, and even more gusts of astral winds raged in his body. Ninth brother, be careful, that's the Chao family's heavenly deity technique, it can greatly increase battle power. The Grand Prince was well informed and immediately shouted out, his face filled with worry. Even Lu Luoli was subconsciously worried. She didn't want to become a widow on her wedding day. Under the silence of the whole room, Chao Yan approached Ning Yi with a swing, and with a fierce smile, he blasted out a fist with all his might. Ning Yi, I'll send you. He had full certainty that one blow would kill him, and the ninth prince would definitely die, and seeing Ning Yi similarly blasting out a punch, he was about to open his mouth with a face full of disdain. But immediately afterward, boom! Deafening booms resounded through the scene, and amazing aftershocks raged towards the surroundings. Xiao Yan did not see the scene of skin and flesh splitting, instead he saw that Ning Yi appeared to be extremely calm from the beginning to the end, and easily took the attack. Under the vibration of his body, he could not stop his body from falling back. As pairs of eyes gradually widened around them, That's it? Ning Yi shrugged his shoulders, seemingly shaking his head rather disappointedly. Previously, Xiao Yan's full-strength strike was like scratching an itch to him, not creating any threat at all. Chapter 8: A sword beheads a Zongshi, Ning Yi's strength. How is that possible? Xiao Yan stopped his stance and suddenly raised his head to look at Ning Yi, waves of shock rising in his heart. This ninth prince, who never cultivated, had actually caught his full force strike. Is this guy not weaker than himself? No way. When Xiao Yan saw Ning Yi's composure, his face became more and more hideous, the astral winds in his body became more and more violent, and he rushed out once again, his mouth roaring. Don't think that just because you have a magic treasure on your body given by the martial emperor that you can be unselfish. Let's see how many punches you can receive from me. Approaching Ning Yi once again, his hands had long been poised, and he blasted out a punch that was going to be even more terrifying than before. This punch made the space in front of him tremble, carrying an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, everyone held their breath. However, Ning Yi remained calm and collected, as if he was carelessly blasting out a punch. Bang! With another collision, he still didn't move a muscle. As for Xiao Yan, he only felt a huge force coming from his hand, his face showed pain, and his face was full of horror as he fell back again. Ning Yi withdrew his hand and shook his head. What sovereign seventh heaven, are you letting me off the hook? Impossible, this is impossible. How can a punk like you take 2 punches from me? Xiao Yan only felt humiliated like never before, his eyes were red and he roared with rage. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. At this moment, he had lost his mind and recklessly charged out again. Boom! 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 Xiao Yan left no stone unturned and frantically pushed his gung fu. Each punch was enough to make the sovereign 9 heavens fearful. Each punch carried undisguised killing intent. It seemed as if he could hardly vent his anger without blasting Ning Yi into a pulp. But the surrounding onlookers, their eyes widened once again, feeling more and more horrified. Didn't you eat? How did the Chow family give birth to such a loser like you? Look good but don't work. Just this? That's it? In their eyes, Ning Yi easily received Xiao Yan's furious attacks time and time again, and from the beginning to the end, he looked calm and unmoving, not even blinking his eyes. Such a scene made everyone's scalp tingle and their eyes become blank. Ninth Prince. Sure you don't practice at all, as rumored? And at this point, I thought you still had a few skills, but right now it seems that I have overestimated you. Ning Yi shook his head in boredom and spoke faintly. The words. You aren't without cultivation at all, but how can your strength be above mine? At once, Xiao Yan felt insulted in his personality, his face was blue with anger, panting and clenching his teeth in death. He couldn't believe the situation today, but Ning Yi was indeed unharmed. Instead, he himself had been weakened by one unrelenting strike. How is this possible? It was also at this moment that the entire room erupted. Ninth Prince, how could the Ninth Prince have this kind of strength? Could he already be in the Zongshi realm and still be above Xiao Yan? An 18-year-old sect master, the Ninth Prince is actually so demonic? To be able to defuse Xiao Yan's all-out strikes over and over again, the Ninth Prince is afraid that he's at least a grandmaster of the Ninth Heaven. Reaching the Zongshi realm at the age of 18 is already astounding. If the Ninth Prince has the strength of a Zongshi 9 heavens, that would undoubtedly be a complete pervert. What the hell is going on here? Rumor has it that the Ninth Prince doesn't like cultivation at all, reading and drinking tea is all he does on a daily basis, so how could he have such terrifying strength? All of the forces from all sides were shocked and appalled, all of them looked at Ning Yi with dull eyes and exclaimed in horror. Until now, they hadn't even seen the Ninth Prince strike in the true sense of the word. Every time he threw a punch, it seemed careless, yet every time, he was able to repel Xiao Yan, who was at the 7th level of the Sovereign Master. This caused everyone to stop speculating about Ning Yi's true strength. Under the gush of, "Big brother, lend me your sword." Ning Yi looked behind him at the Grand Prince and raised his hand, causing the sword at his waist to be sheathed. He gripped his long sword, looked back at Xiao Yan, and faintly said, "Next, it's my turn." Having heard what was said, Xiao Yan was shocked at the change in Ning Yi's temperament after holding the sword, but quickly calmed down and laughed fiercely. "Although I can't help you, you can't defeat me all the same." Only. In response, Ning Yi merely snorted, the long sword in his hand slowly raised, and a fierce wind rose. "You think too much." As the words fall. Buzz. The sword in his hand emitted a sword sound, and a terrifying sword intent erupted from within his body, rising up to the sky. Shasta. Windswept. The wind was howling in all directions, and it was as if the spiritual chi of heaven and earth were constantly converging at this moment. Bang bang bang. The heavens and the earth roared and the ground shook. Just the blink of an eye. The sword intent on Ning Yi's body had reached a point that made everyone move in a shocking manner. Nowadays, his sword intent was overwhelming, as if he was transformed into a sword immortal. No matter who it was, seeing the cold and sharp Ning Yi at that moment was a wild shock to the mind. Hiss. They sucked in a breath of cool air and felt a great oppression. Kill. And immediately after that, all that could be seen was that under Ning Yi's simple wave of his hand, that sword aura was like a rainbow, unstoppable. Directly stirred the surrounding world air have exploded in general. At this moment, all of the countless people around them changed their faces drastically and retreated. But Chao Diem took the brunt of the attack and could not retreat. He could only look on, his liver cracking as he looked at Ning Yi, whose aura shook the heavens and the earth, his soul trembling. No, no. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, and he could not stop trembling violently, being deadened and unable to move a single bit. Just for a moment. Ning Yi chopped down a sword. The sword's aura pierced the eyes, and sword chi rushed out in all directions. When one Chao clan powerhouse came back to his senses, it was too late. Put. The sword chi tore through space and directly penetrated the neck of the fear-filled Chao Yan, causing his head to be thrown up high. Blood spurted out like a column. A blood stained the ground. Knock, knock, knock. Chao Diem's head fell to the ground with fear and reluctance and rolled in front of the Chao family. And his headless body fell into a pool of blood, the pungent gore filling the air. The remnants of the sword intent still caused people's hearts to tremble, and the gazes of one looking at Ning Yi carried a shock that could not be wiped away. Quiet. Extreme quiet. When Ning Yi's sword fell, the entire heavens and earth seemed to fall silent. Everyone, who hadn't even reacted, was frozen already. Until a few moments later. Hiss. How is that possible? What a terrifying sword intent. Accompanied by Chao Yan's death, all the people present had their scalps exploded in horror, and one by one, all of them subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The sword intent that erupted from Ning Yi's body filled them with disbelief until this moment when their eyes wanted to crack, and in addition to being filled with horror, they were gasping for air with dry mouths. No matter who it was, their gazes and their expressions revealed horror and unparalleled shock. It's not like the ninth prince doesn't have the means to cultivate. His strength and cultivation is above Chao Yan. Chao Yan is a sovereign seventh heaven. To be able to behead Chao Yan so easily, I'm afraid that the ninth prince is at least a sovereign eighth heaven to start with. The ninth prince is astonishing. Who would have thought that the ninth prince, who is only 18 years old, would have this kind of strength? It's true that each of the 9 sons of the martial emperor is not bad. The ninth prince is even more terrifying than the remaining 8. So strong. Unable to remain calm any longer, they erupted into a burst of exclamations, plunged into unprecedented shock and horror. In this battle, they had seen how terrifying Ning Yi was, and had seen the stunningly terrifying talent of this ninth prince. Chapter 9 Accounting? I'll give you an account. 9 brothers. The Grand Imperial Prince looked stupefied, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Ning Yi, and he deeply sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Another look at Chao Diem's headless body made him shiver. His own ninth brother, his brother from the same mother, in front of so many people, decapitated his own sure seventh heaven with a single sword. The Grand Imperial Prince had been dumbfounded, his scalp tingling and his breathing becoming more and more rapid. Ninth brother read all the books and came out a patriarch. His mouth was dry, and he guessed in disbelief. For this youngest brother, he had always been extremely concerned, but he had never seen his brother cultivate. Every time we meet we either read or drink tea. Results now. Facing Chao Yan, who was at the 7th level of the Sovereign Master, ninth brother had the upper hand, and afterward, he even displayed amazing strength and horrifying sword intent, killing him with a single strike. The eldest prince once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air, excitement and relief surfaced on his face, and secretly muttered, "Father is still worried that the ninth brother will be aggrieved at the big wedding. This worry seems to be redundant." The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as the images from earlier surfaced in his mind. Ninth brother is horrible. At the age of 18, he already possessed the strength to kill the 7th heaven of a patriarch with a single sword. This is going to be even more terrifying and frighteningly talented than his own year. Even father. All of them are far inferior to the current ninth brother. Except for the Grand Prince. The gazes of the remaining 7 emperors looking at Ning Yi at the moment were as if they had seen a ghost on a clear day. Is this still our ninth brother? When did ninth brother have such amazing strength? Didn't he always disliked cultivation? Could it be that Ninth Brother's dislike of cultivation is just an illusion? Ninth Brother has only shown us what he wanted to show the world, and has never displayed such a terrifying cultivation talent. I didn't realize that Ninth Brother had been hiding his clumsiness before. Now Ninth Brother is obviously showing his cards and doesn't intend to keep pretending? They were given the creeps and chills down their spines. The thought of the usually humble and gentle Ninth Brother suddenly being sharp and showing such terrifying strength at such a young age made their hearts shake wildly, unable to calm down. Ninth Brother is hiding really deep. The fourth prince with a thinner face looked at Ning Yi and sighed, a flash of scorn flashing across his eyes. When the rest of the Imperial princes heard this, they all fell silent, their expressions varying. Ning Yi's previous performance had given them all a sense of crisis. And in the rear of a group of royals, was that Ning Yi's true strength just now? Lu Luoli's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't stop speculating inwardly. But soon, she shook her head and her expression became grave. Because from the beginning to the end, she didn't feel that Ning Yi had used his full strength, and between facing Chao Yan and striking out, it was like an adult accompanying a small child to play. Thinking about the previous fiasco in the comparison. No, that's not right. Ning Yi's strength is definitely more than simply being a Zongshi. Is it possible that he has already reached the peak of Zongshi? Lu Luoli guessed again, feeling more and more that this was possible. Ning Yi's strength was by no means as simple as what he saw on the surface, it was definitely more than that. While everyone was in shock. Bang! Ning Yi lightly kicked away Chao Yan's headless body, letting it roll in front of those strong men of the Chao family, playing with the Grand Emperor's sword with interest. If it was just a young master of the Chao family, it would be a bit too boring in his opinion. Didn't think much of it. Ning Yi glanced around, his eyes sweeping over each individual, his face smiling gently. Aside from the Chao family, is there anyone else who wants to stir up trouble? I'll give you the chance to come out together. After all, it's my wedding day, so don't waste time. The words rang out. The scene became dead silent. And although Ning Yi's words were light, they were clearly audible to everyone, and the cold light of the sword in his hand was exceptionally dazzling. Seeing the current Ning Yi, anyone who was seen had their hearts shaken and hastily backed away. A single gaze, tinged with horror and awe. Today's ninth prince had directly refreshed their previous perceptions. No one dared to stand up and say something. But the several grandmaster powerhouses of the Chao clan had seen the corpse of Chao Yan, who had been kicked back by Ning Yi, and had come back from their shock, their eyes wanting to crack. Young lord! They looked sad and angry and cried out in a loud voice of sorrow. The young master, who had been pinned by the Chao family with high hopes and an unlimited future, had died right in front of their eyes. Even still, without them reacting. As a result, it was unacceptable to the Chao clan's strongest members present, and the death of the young lord was undoubtedly a major loss for the Chao clan. The young lord is dead. But all of their tasks of wanting to test the great feather royal family, trampling on the majesty of the royal family, and wanting to humiliate the ninth prince to force out the martial emperor had not been accomplished, and as a result, the young lord had died first. How is this acceptable? So, each and every Chao clan powerhouse had a look of grief and indignation on their faces, their eyes reddening as they stared at Ning Yi in death. Ninth prince, you've gone too far. No matter what, our Chao family is also one of the top families. The young lord was only trying to ask for lessons from you, yet you were so brutal that you actually killed him. If the great feather Imperial family is acting like this, could it be that they are trying to force us to rebel? No matter what, my Chao family's young master died in the Imperial capital. This matter, the great feather divine dynasty must give us an explanation. Their voices were hoarse and they roared with grief. The Grand Prince's brows furrowed and his voice was icy cold as he said, "You are unbridled." This matter was provoked by Chao Yan first, but anyone who has eyes can see that Chao Yan wants to lay a deadly hand on the ninth brother. You guys look for trouble first, and now you're still not convinced. Among them, an older Chao family powerhouse snorted coldly, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "The Grand Prince is wrong. My young master was merely trying to give the ninth prince enough respect, so he went all out. As a result, we came here with gifts and congratulations, but the ninth prince just killed the young lord without distinguishing between light and heavy. This is too ruthless. In this matter, if you don't give us an explanation, then the Chao family doesn't mind making the great feather divine dynasty regret it." These words were already a blatant threat. The implication is that without a reasonable explanation, the Chao family will rebel. The Grand Imperial Prince was furious and his face was ugly as he said in a cold voice, "The Chao family is really so powerful that they blatantly threatened the great feather divine dynasty. It's just a family, and it's too much of an offense at the moment. Father is only old, not dead. This Chao family, what a big dog's guts." In a fit of rage, the Grand Imperial Prince was so angry that he couldn't speak, his eyes filled with ice. The next second, however, Ning Yi let out a light laugh as he stepped forward, looking at those Chao clan powerhouses and nodded. You guys are right, very well said, this matter really needs to be given a satisfactory explanation for you. Chapter 10 This sword, but the one who chopped it was a great master. The 5 grandmaster powerhouses of the Chao family narrowed their eyes as they heard this. Humph. When they saw Ning Yi's gentle attitude, they all snorted coldly, thinking that the 9th prince had already gone soft. After all, the Chao family was not only one of the lineages, but also had the sacred Flame Shen sect behind them. Once you've created a bit of a mess. The martial emperor was already an old bone, and the Great Feather Divine Dynasty was bound to be unwilling to face such consequences. As long as they were able to make the royal family pay, then they weren't considered to have failed in their mission. It was just that the young master was dead, a loss that was difficult to make up for. But just as the Chao family's man was about to open his mouth, buzz! The long sword in Ning Yi's hand once again emitted a buzzing sound, and an even more terrifying, monstrous sword intent rose up into the sky, directly tearing the clouds from the canopy. Shocking sword chi fluctuations raged, instantly filling the entire Changyan hall. The scene was once again in an uproar. Everyone looked at Ning Yi, their gazes tinged with shock. What the 9th prince said about giving an account is that he's going to make a move against those people from the Chao family. But those people are all grand masters. Their scalps exploded and their hearts were horrified. The sword intent that covered the sky seemed to form a boundary that directly blocked off this heaven and earth. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. A cold smile spread across the corners of Ning Yi's mouth as he spoke quietly. For a split second, the sword intent on his body became more and more monstrous, like a dam breaking, as boundless sword intent tumbled out. Bursts of explosions emanated from the surrounding space. Under the dance of Ning Yi's long hair, he resembled a sword fairy and a cold-faced killing god. I hope you can bear my account. With a cold smile, he suddenly swung out a sword. Amazing sword chi containing terrifying sword intent rushed out, piercing through the void and instantly approaching the 5 grandmaster powerhouses of the Chao clan. See the situation. The face of the Chao clan's grandmaster powerhouse changed in shock as he looked at Ning Yi in disbelief, appalled at this outburst of sword intent. 9th prince, are you crazy? You actually took a shot at us? This is killing the young lord and trying to kill us all. Arrogant, is the grandmaster not something you can shake? Something's not right, this sword isn't right, it's actually causing me oppression. How is that possible? After they rebuked angrily, their pupils suddenly shrunk as they watched the sword chi sweeping towards them. This sword was extremely terrifying. The aura above them caused amazing oppression, and a strong sense of crisis involuntarily rose in their hearts. Bang! One of the Grand Masters leapt out, and the sword chi dissipated under the collision. His face suddenly flushed, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and he exclaimed, how is this possible? This sword has actually injured me. There's something odd about the 9th prince. But the words just fell out. Swish! Ning Yi once again dropped a sword. The sword intent did not diminish, but the sword momentum was even more astonishing. Another Chao family Grand Master powerhouse stepped in to try to block the sword, but he still spat out blood. No, how is that possible? He stared at Ning Yi dead on, panic surfacing on his face as he lost his voice. His strength is not below me, could it be that he is already a Grand Master? What? The other Chao clan powerhouse's face changed drastically. But without waiting for them to make a decision. Boom! Ning Yi swung his sword once again, and the raging sword chi swept out furiously, causing the sky dome to roar. Until this moment, the faces of the crowd of Chao clan powerhouses changed drastically, sensing that Ning Yi's third sword was far more powerful than before and smelling a great crisis. Not good. What is going on here? How can a little 18-year-old thing be so terrifying? Bad, he really wants to kill us. This sword is unstoppable. Escape! They felt the intent of destruction on this sword of Ning Yi's. Instantly their minds exploded and their livers cracked. The strength of this 9th prince was so unfathomable that it even struck fear into their hearts. An 18-year-old archon? Holy ing. The hearts and minds of the 5 great masters of the Chao family trembled, and their souls rose up in the air, about to flee. One of the gazes on the scene once again became blank, dumbfounded, and filled with shock. But immediately afterward, did I say you could leave? Ning Yi looked up at those grandmaster powerhouses of the Chao clan and spoke indifferently. As the words fell, heaven and earth exploded. A thunderbolt suddenly fell above the sky. A great terrifying pressure descended. Moment. All is silent. Everything in heaven and earth seemed to stand still at this moment. The 5 Chao family Grand Masters' hearts thumped, and their bodies, which were originally about to flee, gave a violent start, no longer able to move the slightest bit. No way, that's impossible. They were creeped out as they looked at Ning Yi's eyes surfaced with a thick color of fear and felt a bone-chilling coldness. Everyone's body was trembling uncontrollably, occupied by boundless fear. The ninth prince of the great feather god dynasty. One suppressed them all. Unable to resist, unable to escape. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be deadlocked under the other party's single thought. Ning Yi naturally did not want to listen to the nonsense, the long sword in his hand raised up and chopped out towards one of them. Put! Under the sword, the other party screamed in terror as the sword light flashed and the voice ended abruptly. Flesh and blood splattered. Snap! Pieces of broken flesh fell, and blood rained down. The corners of Ning Yi's mouth smiled even more as he swung out another sword. Poof! Poof! With this sword, two people were cut in a row. Moment! Their bodies exploded into blood mist, and they were blood-colored in mid-air. In all directions. Rapid breathing, heartbeats rising and falling one after another, were clearly audible. Ning Yi once again swung his sword calmly. Ka-ching! This sword directly cut off one of the two remaining people at the waist, and the two bodies were reduced to deadweight, falling straight down. As for the last person from the Chao clan, his complexion had long been taken over by fear, and he looked at Ning Yi with horror as he growled, No, you're not a grandmaster, you're a grandmaster. You're still an innate sword body. Rumor has it that the ninth prince only loves to read and never cultivates his all bull, how dare you hide it so deep? At this moment he was extremely unwilling, and he laughed miserably in grief and anger. The great feather divine dynasty had actually produced such a demonic to the core ninth prince as Ning Yi. But Ning Yi did not change his face as he swung out his last sword. The sword aura was 10,000 feet. Bang! Under this sword, the last person of the Chao clan completely transformed into countless drops of blood, spilling from the mid-air. Under Ning Yi's terrifying sword intent and strength. None of the Chao family members on this trip are alive. When the lower half of the sky had long since turned into a blood color, staining the entire upper part of the Qingyun Hall, reflecting the people and things below in blood red. This moment. Those present watched the horrifying scene in stupefaction, their souls trembling. Great! Grand Master! Under the blood spilling, they withdrew their gazes with great difficulty and lost their voices in shock as they looked at Ning Yi. They were dumbfounded and pale. The ninth prince of the great feather god dynasty. With only his own strength, he killed 5 great masters. Itself. Already a great master. Only an 18-year-old grandmaster. Chapter 11. The whole place is shocked. Ning Yi, he is a grandmaster? This is what I'm going to give them. Ning Yi raised the sword in his hand, looked calmly at the guests from all parties present, and calmly said, Continue. Is there anyone else here who wants to make trouble at my wedding, provoke the royal family or test the waters? If so, get it together. These words were spoken in a calm tone. But in everyone's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. All of their faces changed greatly, and they subconsciously retreated. The ninth prince is overstating the case. The Wu family came here to heartily congratulate the ninth prince and witness the ninth prince's marriage, and for no other purpose. That's right, the Zhang family is loyal to the great feather divine dynasty and will never provoke the majesty of the Imperial family like the Chao family did. Ninth prince, we have truly come purely to congratulate you, and we have no ulterior motives whatsoever. The great feather divine dynasty will be immortal for 10,000 years with a supreme demon like the ninth prince. I really didn't expect that the ninth prince is still a grandmaster, an 18-year-old grandmaster, something that has never been seen before in all of history. The great feather divine dynasty has been thriving since it was 10,000 years. 10,000 years, the ninth prince carries an innate sword body and is unique, the youngest grandmaster. It's truly stunning. To be able to see the ninth prince strike with our own eyes, we have the honor and privilege of 3 lifetimes. They looked at the broken limbs and pieces of the Chao family's people, their faces were horrified, and the scorn in their eyes could not be concealed at all. At that moment, all of them shouted, and each of them appeared extremely respectful, not daring to be half-hearted. Especially complimentary words, whoever it was lowered their stance and didn't even dare to breathe. Just thinking about the images they had seen earlier, all of them felt a pang of fear and were shocked. In the face of the attitude expressed by the crowd, Ning Yi was quite satisfied and nodded. Qingyao, just accept the gift that the Chao family sent from a long distance, don't let them down. He twisted his head to look at Qingyao, whose eyes had long been filled with shock and adoration, and lightly smiled as he commanded a sentence. Words were spoken especially naturally, as if what had happened before had never happened. Ning Yi's current demeanor was quite like he was going to treat the Chao family well. Upon seeing Qingyao skillfully ordering her subordinates to pack the generous gifts prepared by the Chao family, the ninth prince, the corners of the mouths of those present all twitched and a tingle ran through their scalps. You're the one who killed them all, and now you're talking about this? They only felt more and more terrified of this usually low-profile and mysterious ninth prince, who was now acting like nothing was wrong. After a good while, the ninth brother, you. The Grand Prince snapped out of his shock and looked at Ning Yi, who had re-entered the Great Hall, and said with a face full of surprise, "Your boy is actually already in the realm of a zongsure? That is to say, you've read up a great master all these years? You're only 18 this year, an 18-year-old grandmaster, not to mention the current world, even from ancient times there hasn't been one. Ninth brother, no wonder you're so calm, it really surprises me." The Grand Prince stared straight at Ning Yi, his eyes glowing, and he opened his mouth with incomparable relief and exhilaration. Ninth brother grew up and is now a family man. Originally, he had been worried that Ning Yi would suffer in the future if he did not focus his mind on cultivation. But it never occurred to him that his brother, whom he had taken great pains to try to protect, had already become the youngest grandmaster in the ancient world. How could this not be a surprise? Ning Yi looked at his excited and good big brother and blinked. "Big brother, actually I'm not a great master, You kids still pretend? So many people have seen it. How did you kill Chao Yan if you weren't a grandmaster? How did you kill those 5 Chao family grandmasters? Don't even think about hiding." The Grand Prince glared grudgingly, then cracked a smile. "We are saying that there is a possibility that my strength has long been above that of a grandmaster?" Ning Yi couldn't help but lose his smile as he looked at the delighted Grand Prince, muttering in his heart. In actuality, he really just wasn't a great master. This realm was too low, he had already reached it 5 years ago. Now I'm afraid I've already been invincible in the world. Hey! Ning Yi let out a somewhat melancholy dark sigh. If he were to tell the truth, he was afraid that no one would believe him. Solely without much thought, his gaze fell on Lu Luoli and he slowly walked over. Ning Yi looked at the stunning woman in front of him and softly said, "It didn't scare the lady, did it?" Lu Luoli raised her eyes to gaze into Ning Yi's eyes, only to feel like she was gazing into an abyss, and after a long while she nodded her head slightly and said, "I, indeed, have been frightened." The reason why he said this was not because he was frightened by Ning Yi's murder. Rather, they were frightened by Ning Yi's unfathomably terrifying strength, as well as that terrifying sword intent and innate sword body. Isn't this just a small world? How could such a terrifying, peerless demon like Ning Yi appear? It's just too unreasonable, isn't it? Lu Luoli, as a reborn person, inevitably exclaimed in her heart, still feeling too shocked. Previously, he thought that Ning Yi was a sect master, yet he killed sect masters like dogs. He thought that Ning Yi was a grandmaster, but when he faced 5 grandmasters, killing them was like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. At this point, Willow Lori had gone numb. Her own hallowed empress reincarnated and reborn, but she can't see through Ning Yi half. The Grand Imperial Prince noticed the bewilderment in Lu Luoli's expression and smiled slightly. "This younger sibling of mine is a pitiful person, but since she is married to ninth brother, she won't suffer half as much." He sighed softly inwardly, and under a good mood, he looked at the crowd of guests and said aloud, "It was just a small interlude before, and now the wedding banquet continues, so everyone can drink to their heart's content." "Yes." The whole room of guests smiled with them instantly and chanted in unison. Everyone resettled their seats, and between the pushing of cups and exchanging of glasses, a single gaze, if anything, looked towards Ning Yi, who was leading Lu Luoli in a constant stream of toasts. The way they looked at this ninth prince had long since become different. Whoever, from whichever side of the force, would not dare to be half as contemptuous after what happened to the Chao family. Instead, fear and awe filled the gazes of these people. Even if the martial emperor was injured and old and decaying, the great feathered divine dynasty hadn't fallen yet, and the royal family was still the royal family after all. The ninth prince was already a grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements were unlimited. If he becomes the crown prince, it is not impossible to surpass Emperor Wu. Ninth brother has become so scary. As the thoughts of the various parties veered, the eyes of the crowd of princes looking at Ning Yi were just as full of scorn, the shock in their hearts not yet dispelled. The ninth brother, who had never seen any cultivation since he was a child, had actually shown the strength of a grandmaster at the wedding today, or an especially rare innate sword body, killing 5 grandmasters in a row as if it were a bag of tricks. This made them all feel threatened, and now they were even more jealous of Ning Yi. Because, compared to them, Ning Yi was young, an 18-year-old grandmaster and an innate sword body. Any one of them, it's better than them. And in the meantime, Ning Yi naturally noticed the repeated gazes cast by several of his royal brothers and directly chose to ignore them. Now he was bringing Lu Luoli to accept the congratulations of one guest after another, becoming the center of attention. Chapter 12, Taking down the reborn female emperor, the imperial capital boiled over. Nightfall. The wedding banquet finally ended and the guests dispersed one by one. Inside the brightly lit new house, Lu Luoli was tense and uneasy by the bedside, her hands on her legs kept holding and releasing them, her mind was full of thoughts. I'm the brilliant heavenly empress, and the first major event of my reincarnation and rebirth is actually getting married to someone. The wedding has already taken place, and I have become the wife of the ninth prince. Will you obey or not obey later? If it is from, I have not experienced that kind of thing. If it is not from, but I have already consummated my marriage with him. She kept biting her lip, internally torn. You can't run for sure. It wasn't as if she hadn't thought about it. Just then. Crunch. There was a push on the door. Luluoli's body trembled, and there was more tension in her beautiful eyes. And at this point. Ma'am. After Ning Yi closed the door, he looked at Luluoli, who had long since returned to her room to wait, and walked over with a light smile. Luluoli's eyes kept flickering, lowered her head, and said in an extremely unnatural and thin voice, Husband. Husband. Is the lady nervous? Seeing this, Ning Yi sat down beside her, more smiles on his face. A reincarnated and reborn peerless empress as a wife, it made him a little nervous in his heart all the same. Only compared to Luluoli, he was a bit more natural. Luluoli glanced at Ning Yi and nodded her head undeniably. Is this guy knowingly or deliberately flirting with me? She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. After all, even though she had lived for too many years in her last life, she had never experienced such a thing after all. I've seen a lot, but when it comes to practice, I realize how difficult it is. Ning Yi paused for a moment, picking up the 2 cups of wine on the table and handing one of them to Luluoli. Ma'am, after drinking the cup of wine, our day will be complete. Well. Willow Lori ghostly answered. After drinking a cup of wine. The 2 men fell silent in unison. In the end. Ning Yi looked at Luluoli's overwhelming face, which was especially moving under the candlelight, and inhaled deeply. Madam, it's not early, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, let's rest early. With these words. Luluoli naturally knew what it meant, and her face suddenly became more and more red. Woo. Originally, she wanted to say something, accompanied by Ning Yi sticking it on, and could no longer say anything. The curtain drops and the 2 figures fall down. Imperial City. Although it is already night, usual time has long been silent, now because of the ninth prince and the big wedding performance and into the boiling middle. That said, on top of today's big wedding, the ever so low profile, mysterious ninth prince faced the troublemaking Chow family's young master and chopped off his head with a single sword, and along with it, all 5 Chow family grand masters were beheaded. Just ask, who would have thought that the youngest ninth prince would be unfathomable, having the realm of a grand master and himself being a congenital sword body, shocking the entire arena by virtue of his own strength. Outsiders say that the martial emperor is old and weak and has little time left, yet the ninth prince's actions today undoubtedly let the world know the horror of the royal family's underpinnings. On the busiest street in the past, there were even storytellers who were recounting what Ning Yi had done at the wedding today. Around this moment, there is a sea of people. These people, all the people of the city who were not able to go to the wedding, were all shocked when they heard Mr. Storyteller's description. What? The youngest ninth prince is actually a grandmaster. An extremely rare innate sword body. To kill the Chow family's young Lord Chow Yen with a single sword, and to kill 5 great masters with 1 person? An 18-year-old grandmaster. If the ninth prince can become the crown prince, I dare not imagine what kind of heyday the great Feather Divine dynasty will see afterward. Didn't they say that the ninth prince only likes to read and never cultivates? How could he be a great master? Who says reading isn't a form of cultivation? The ninth prince reads and reads out a grandmaster cultivation? Superficial. How can a reader not have a great master? The ninth prince is a model for our generation of readers. Everyone erupted in a gasp of surprise at the storyteller's narration. This night, the imperial capital city was abuzz with unprecedented sensation. This night, the city's readers were excited, straightened up and filled with yearning. And this night, the entire dynasty was also shocked, and returned from the wedding banquet with no desire to sleep. The ninth prince is actually an innate sword body, or a grand master. Since 10,000 years, there is only one such young grandmaster, only one. It's said that His Majesty the Martial Emperor's days are numbered, and that the current closure is only a life and death one, and with the ninth prince being so stunningly brilliant today, I'm afraid that he'll most likely become the crown prince. We are only afraid that we will have to choose again, or it will be too late once the ninth prince becomes the crown prince. Some of them were gathered together, either tossing and turning or torn, but none of them had recovered from the shock. This night in the Imperial City, countless people were discussing ninth prince Ning Yi, shocked at what had happened today. Meanwhile, Imperial City, the deepest part of the Imperial Palace, where the martial emperor was in seclusion, was a small cave to be exact. Surrounding it was a huge spirit pool, and in the center of the pool, a high platform made of spirit stone stood, filled with incomparably pure heaven and earth spirit chi. Although the martial emperor was in seclusion, he would know everything that was happening in the outside world every day through the Grand Master. At this point, by the spirit pool, Grandmaster Kongqing was waiting with a respectful face. His aged face was full of wrinkles, but his body revealed an incomparably thick aura. In a few moments, the martial emperor sitting on the high platform slowly opened his eyes, the cavernous sky roared, the spirit pool boiled, and the terrifying aura caused the void to distort. Nine's wedding is over, isn't it? He looked downwards, his deep eyes containing a terrifying imperial might as he let out a light sigh. He did not fall on the wedding day of the remaining 8 princes. Only this time. It was inevitable that the 9th son's wedding, which he himself was unable to attend in person due to his plans, would be a bit emotional. Kongqing nodded solemnly and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, yes. How was the 9th child's wedding? Can anyone come out to seek death?" The martial emperor inquired and then softly said, "For the consolidation and tranquility of the great feathered divine dynasty, I can only let Johor commit herself once. But no matter what, I don't know whether I'll succeed or fail in this retreat. Things have to go this way. Afterwards, I'll make it up to Johor as much as I can." At the end of his words, Emperor Wu sighed. That was supposed to be his plan. He deliberately shut down and released the news that he was seriously injured and his body was failing, and that his death was approaching, which would inevitably cause the forces of all the dark currents to surface one after another. 9th child's marriage would undoubtedly be a perfect opportunity to provoke the majesty of the royal family and test himself. So in the opinion of Emperor Wu, Ning Yi's wedding day was bound to be stirred up, and there would be no shortage of provocations and humiliations from some forces that must have been aggrieved. But there is no way. For the sake of the continuation and stability of the divine dynasty, he was going to fish. Chapter 13. Emperor Wu was shocked. "My son has the posture of a great emperor? Your Majesty." The Grand Master interrupted with a slightly embarrassed expression as he listened to Emperor Wu muttering, "Your 9th Highness is not aggrieved." "Ha?" The martial emperor, who was still somewhat emotional, looked over his shoulder at the Grand Master, and even the air became slowed down. "See the situation." The Grand Master took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, today at the 9th Highness's wedding, it is true that the Chao family of Tianyi Prefecture stood out to stir up trouble just as you expected. The young master of its Chao family entered the Imperial capital with 5 great masters to attend the wedding of His Highness the Ninth, provoking the majesty of the Imperial family under the banner of gift-giving, and even threatening to have His Highness the Ninth bestow his teachings." Wait a minute, the Chao family of Tianyi Prefecture? Emperor Wu frowned, coldly hummed, "Who knows that Johor never cultivates, and is addicted to reading books all day long? His cultivation goes to carry out the bestowal of teachings? If you should, the 9th child will be defeated. If not, the face of the royal family is damaged. At this time later, how? This fish, the portion is not small. But it was out of character, and he just wanted to see how things worked out later. How come Johor hasn't been wronged?" The Grand Master nodded and continued, "Your Majesty, at this time it was resolved by His Highness the Ninth. Your 9th Highness agreed to the young master of the Chao family's request, but behind that, your 9th Highness killed the young master of the Chao family with a single sword." What? Emperor Wu froze when he heard this. He had heard of that Chao family's young master, who was at the cultivation level of the 7th heaven of the sovereign master, and had been pinned with high hopes by the Chao family. But it turned out to be decapitated by 9? The Grand Master General was also interested at the moment, and said in an uplifting manner, "Your Majesty, even though His Highness the Ninth has never practiced, his strength is not simple. I'm afraid that the 9th Highness was hiding all of his clumsiness before, hiding so deeply that everyone didn't know that he had cultivation in him. After beheading the Chao family's young master, those Chao family's Grand Masters clamored for His Highness the Ninth to give them an explanation, and then His Highness the Ninth agreed to give them an explanation, so he struck out and killed them all. 5 great masters, who were no match for your Highness the Ninth alone, were all killed with a single sword. And the 9th Highness, carrying an innate sword body. Every sword is extremely stunning. The real power is actually a Grand Master, 18 years old Grand Master can be the wedding banquet on all sides of the guests to be scared. It was also with the Chao family's previous experience that made the entire wedding incredibly smooth, and no one dared to disrespect His Highness the Ninth or the royal family again until the end. The old slave was also shocked by the performance of your 9th Highness today. It's all too unbelievable." One sentence came out of the mouth of the Grand Master and fell into the ears of Emperor Wu. Boom! The martial emperor rose up with a start, his eyes full of majesty began to widen until finally, his breath followed. He stared blankly at the Grand Master, his mind reeling. 9 didn't suffer, but instead made a big splash? On top of the big wedding, one sword killed the young master of the Chao family and beheaded 5 great masters? The innate sword body? A message. Emperor Wu heard his mind roar and go blank, with huge waves in his heart. All of these things, all done by Johor? Shocking the guests from all 8 directions with his own power? His mouth was dry and he felt so incredulous that he couldn't even believe it was true. Knowing that the youngest son has never been seen practicing. Results. And now they were told that Jor had the cultivation of a grandmaster and an innate sword body. Exactly. The grandmaster nodded solemnly, a cheerful smile on his face. Suddenly, the martial emperor's pale face revealed horror as he trembled and lost his voice. Grandmaster, Jor is actually a grandmaster, an 18-year-old grandmaster. Until he came back to his senses, he inhaled fiercely, his complexion gradually became excited, and he laughed up to the sky. This, indeed, surprised him to the core. Originally, he had also planned to take advantage of this Jor's big wedding to remember those forces that wanted to test and provoke. I never thought that only one Chao family would jump out, and instead of things coming to a head, they were all killed by Jor. Ha ha ha. The martial emperor, who had been majestic for a lifetime, lost his temper and laughed wildly, exulting, I really didn't expect Jor to bring me such a great surprise. Good enough, this kid is hiding deep enough that he doesn't even notice me. No wonder this brat was given a marriage so decisively agreed to it, feelings he wanted to share for me, and so took advantage of the wedding to show their own cultivation and sword body, to deter those secretly coveted curiosity. Just think about this age also wait to hear among the son out of a youngest great master, or innate sword body. The martial emperor laughed and was doubly pleased, and immediately commanded, since that's the case, and Jor is already married, it's time for him to enter the world. For the 7-sect competition in the near future, let Jor participate as well. Take this opportunity to hone him, and it's also just the right time to let the world see how he, the 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, looks. The Grand Master respectfully led the order to leave. Emperor Wu retracted his gaze and couldn't help but look odd as he muttered, can Jor even read a great master? The Temple of the Red Sky. The palace belonging to the 4th prince. Inside the Great Hall today. Although it was already late at night, the 4th prince and the 8th prince had a sad face, and had been sitting without saying a word since they came back. And in their minds, images of Ning Yi's strike today kept surfacing. The two were frowning, and there were a few similarities if you looked closely. Like the Grand Prince and Ning Yi, they were also brothers from the same mother. Brother, how come 9th brother is suddenly a Grand Master? The 8th prince broke the silence and said in a million different ways, 9th brother's behavior today is too weird, inside so many brothers, he is the most low-key, but today is not his style of acting at all. The 4th prince nodded his head at the words and said in a depressed manner, I'm just wondering, I've never seen Xiaozhou cultivate, and all of a sudden he's a Grand Master, what the hell is this? Could it be that there are really people in this world who rely on reading to cultivate? Can reading become a great master with an innate sword body? The two men looked at each other, each with shock on their faces. Today's Ning Yi was too good. Besides, it's only 18 years old, so young to already be a Grand Master. This made them extremely uneasy in their hearts. Brother, do you think it's possible that 9th brother feels that father is dying of old age, so he wants to fight for the crown prince position as well? After the 8th prince was silent for a while, he suddenly let out a cry of alarm. The 4th prince's brow furrowed as he nodded, father has never had the intention of naming a crown prince, it may have been nothing before, but now I'm only afraid that all of the brothers are staring at the position of crown prince. Before, it was fine that Xiaozhou didn't have the strength of a grandmaster and didn't have an innate sword body, but now Xiaozhou will undoubtedly be a strong competitor. Towards the end, his gaze revealed scorn. Showing off his strength, Ning Yi of the innate sword body made him feel a great crisis that surpassed even a few of his older siblings along with the rest of his few younger brothers. Chapter 14, Acquiring the Chaotic Body Again, the Female Emperor's Surprise. Over the years, the most I've heard is that Xiaozhou likes to read, sometimes immersed in books all day long and can't get out of it, in which the majority of the words are books, but more still delve into those various kinds of kung fu. The 4th prince muttered, and immediately looked at the 8th prince, his eyes glowing, in that case, I do think we can start with Xiaozhou's preferences. It just so happens that I have a copy of the immortal execution sword technique in my hand, so I'll take the trick and give it to little 9. Brother, can you give away a merit law as well as a trick? Moreover, this merit law must be very unusual, wouldn't it be cheaper for 9th brother? The 8th prince scratched his head with a puzzled expression of disbelief. The 4th prince glared at him and grunted coldly, do you really think I'm that stupid? The immortal execution sword technique is indeed extraordinary, and it can be said that there are few in this world. This is one of the few heaven stage techniques that are extremely powerful in killing and destroying. Only that it is crippled and only has the upper chapter. As for the lower chapter, one don't know where it has been strayed to. I also searched for the introduction about this technique from the ancient books. It is said that the remnants are useless even if they are cultivated, but instead, their minds will be affected by the killing intent contained in them, and some people who do not have a strong heart will be devoured by the endless killing intent as soon as they try it, and will be reduced to monsters that are inhuman and not ghosts. Doesn't little 9 like to read? If I give him this kung fu, The corners of the fourth prince's mouth spread into a thick smile as he spoke. The eighth prince's eyes instantly glistened and he marveled, "Brother, this is a wonderful method of yours." The two men smiled at each other. Xiaojiao, don't blame fourth brother for being ruthless, blame it on the fact that you shouldn't have revealed your excellence so early. The fourth prince, on the other hand, was secretly muttering in his heart, and at this moment, there was more smirk on his face. This night, the wind is rising. Some people are happy and some people are sad. The already overburdened interior of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty had instantly become sensationalized due to Ning Yi's sharpness at the big wedding, triggering countless people to be shocked. The ninth prince is a grand master. The ninth prince has an innate sword body. Ninth prince beheads 5 great masters in a row like chopping melons and cutting vegetables on his wedding day. The news about Ning Yi began to spread to the forces within the Great Feather Divine Dynasty at an extremely rapid rate, as if it were a storm. Whether it was the major lineages, or the major clans, or even the borderlands, they had all gotten the news. Each and every power was deeply shocked and appalled. However, at this moment, in the Qingyun Palace, inside the bedchamber. Crunch, crunch. Ning Yi wouldn't care what kind of storm today's move would set off in the outside world, which was now turning over. All he knows is, tonight. It was his own wedding night. Tonight. It is the value of a spring night. In 2 lifetimes, he was still married for the first time, and the key other party was still a reborn empress, so how could he put his mind elsewhere? One night passed. Ning Yi had only slept for less than 3 hours before he had already woken up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Luoli, who had also opened her eyes. "It's beautiful," he blurted out, looking lost in thought. After last night's cloud and rain, today's Lu Luoli looked flushed and delicate, becoming more and more moving. Becoming a woman from a young girl has more than its share of other flavors. "Good morning. Good morning." Seeing Ning Yi's eyes, Lu Luoli tightened the covers and instantly hung her head. Seeing her in this petulant state, Ning Yi was happy and sat up contentedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying the reborn empress, gaining plus 100 points and obtaining the Xin Tian chaos body, which is far superior to ordinary physiques, and can absorb heaven and earth's aura into itself all the time, increasing the speed of cultivation, and summoning the chaos realm, within which, whether it be in cultivation or in the physical body, it will receive a huge increase. Will you receive the reward immediately? Without waiting for Ning Yi to open his mouth, the system's voice came from within his mind. Xin Tian chaotic body? He was astonished in his heart, and was overjoyed when he fully understood how powerful this physique was. I didn't realize that he would be rewarded for marrying the empress. So, claim it now. Ning Yi didn't care that Lu Luoli was still next to him and chose to receive the reward. Shasta. Along with the rewards being handed down, Ning Yi's body shook violently. Click. The breath in his body surged, his bones clicked, and a sound like a firecracker rattled from within his body. This sudden movement caused Lu Luoli to raise her head openly and look towards Ning Yi, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, her pupils suddenly shrinking. It is! Her expression shifted as she sensed what seemed to be an additional terrifying force within Ning Yi's body. The chi, blood, and flesh were all enhanced. Bang! Under Lu Luoli's gaze, an explosive sound emanated from the space next to Ning Yi, and the surrounding void distorted. The whole room began to grow dim. Thereafter, turned into chaos. The original joyous new house was gone, replaced by boundless chaos. Though the vision came and went so quickly that it could be said to have been an instant. But it was the very moment when the party. Lu Luoli sensed Ning Yi's terrifying presence and saw the boundless domain of chaos. Chaos? In addition to the innate sword body, this husband of mine, there's a chaos body? Her gaze became dulled down as she looked incredulously at Ning Yi, who was sitting upright, her mouth dry and trembling. This time, she felt more and more intimidated by Ning Yi. The two physiques coexist and are not mutually exclusive. This was appalling even in his own original world. As it turns out, in this little world, his own husband. Surprisingly, he was so unfathomable that he possessed 2 physiques at the same time. How is this possible? Lu Luoli was dumbfounded and her whole body was numb. Vaguely, she only felt that Ning Yi, her husband, didn't seem to be as simple as only being a great master. At this point, after Ning Yi had accepted the Xin Tian chaotic body, he felt his own strength refining once again, and was quite satisfied as he collected his body's aura. No offense, ma'am, there's nothing to be done now, so follow me and get up for breakfast. He turned around to look at the stunned Lu Luoli, and opened his mouth with a light smile, then he came forward to give a kiss on his smooth and rosy pretty face. After that, he pleasurably went forward to wash up. As for Lu Luoli, she still couldn't slow down nowadays. A few moments later. Ma'am? Ning Yi greeted once again after washing up. Having heard what was said, Luluoli just wanted to get up, but she immediately felt a pain in her back. Was this husband of mine a cow in his last life? She glanced grudgingly at Ning Yi and bit her lip. Husband, go out first, I'll be right behind you. Yes. Ning Yi agreed painfully and left the room in a refreshed state. At this moment, what is going on with this husband of mine? To become the youngest grandmaster in this world at such a young age, to be precise, I'm afraid it will be terrifying. Luluoli watched the door to the room close and withdrew her gaze before her mind was filled with thoughts. Thinking of the horrifying images she had seen earlier, even though she had been an empress in her previous life, she couldn't even begin to describe how mysterious and terrifying her husband, Ning Yi, was. Chapter 15. No. Who is it to call a grand master? After being reincarnated and reborn, I was still so young when I got married and became a woman in the true sense of the word. After Luluoli returned to her senses from the shock, she felt the discomfort on her body and thought of last night's craziness, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. Her own hall brilliant sky female emperor, but now has a husband, have to go to the Witch Mountain together in reality. And thinking about last night's madness. That flavor is really good. At once. Luluoli only felt a rolling heat on her face, delicately biting her lips as the color of sultry resentment surfaced in her eyes once again. This bad guy, he doesn't know how to show mercy at all. She grunted and sat up in a slightly distressed state. But the next second, she suddenly froze. Ha! Luluoli's two eyes gradually widened, and she hurriedly felt her body today. After passing through a night of clouds and rain, she had actually refined a lot more than before in all aspects, whether it was her physique or her strength. And the skin is finer and smoother, and all the cells of the body are pleasured. Especially the cultivation. It had actually reached the level of sovereign sixth heaven in a single night. Skyrocketed 4 small realms? Luluoli sucked in a mouthful of cool air, her proud chest heaving as waves of shock rippled within her. I'm with Ning Yi. Strength can actually have such a big increase? Her mind floated back to last night's exchange with Ning Yi, and her petite body trembled under her speculation. And once again, a blush appeared on her face, revealing her shyness. At this point, within the main hall. Xingyao, why did you put so many tonic substances into the porridge? Ning Yi froze for a moment as he looked at the nourishing medicinal kanji in front of him. Xingyao pouted and muttered in a low voice, Your Highness must have been very tired last night, but I was busy early in the morning working on this nourishing 10-whole tonic kanji, thinking of replenishing your Highness's body. You ninny, do I look like I'm vain? The corner of Ning Yi's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but glare. Seeing this, the Grand Prince laughed and said, I think Xingyao has a point, so just drink it. Ning Yi's head was full of black lines, but Xingyao's handiwork was really good, and she quickly drank all the porridge in the bowl. And at that moment, the sound of footsteps came from not far away. Luluoli combed and washed up, a long white dress like a dusty fairy walking. Only her pace seemed a little unnatural. As Luluoli walked up to Ning Yi, she owed a bow and said, Luoli greets big brother. No need to be polite, sister-in-law, from now on we're family. If Ning Yi dares to bully you, just tell big brother, I'll back you up. The Grand Imperial Prince smiled broadly and waved his hand without any stance. On the contrary, to this younger sibling, he could feel the aura of a patriarch on the other party, and had a change of heart. Luluoli nodded and sat down, her face flushed when she looked at Ning Yi next to her. I was bullied by this bad man last night. She just thought this in her mind, but didn't really say it out loud. Ning Yi laughed, sized up a bowl of porridge and pushed it in front of Luluoli, softly saying, Madam, let's have breakfast first. Subsequently, Big brother, you came over so early today, I'm sure you have something to tell me? Ning Yi looked towards the Grand Imperial Prince and inquired. The Grand Prince nodded his head and said seriously, Not bad, ninth brother, this matter is rather special, speaking of which, it's still because of your display of great master strength yesterday, the innate sword body. Oh? I wonder what? Ning Yi raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. The Grand Imperial Prince let out a light sigh and continued, Within the jurisdiction of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty there are 4 major sects, 2 major academies, and among them, there is also the Song Yuan Demon Cult, which I think you're well aware of. And every year will be held once the 7 clans' big competition, that is, the above told you that the 7 forces in the young talent together, each other than the test, show their own strength, in order to achieve good results on the big competition and let their own forces to enhance the prestige. In the past, the royal family will also be involved. Only in recent years, due to father's reasons, the royal family no longer participates in the 7-sect competition, especially since father has not recovered from his serious injuries and is already old. The news of his closed-door seclusion is already well known, and the majesty of the royal family has been deteriorating from year to year, dropping to the freezing point. This year's 7-sect competition will begin in a month's time, but those forces have specifically informed Father that they wish for the venue where this year's 7-sect competition will be held to be located in the Imperial capital, and at the same time, they wish for the Imperial family to rejoin. Speaking of which, Ka-ching! The Grand Prince's complexion became gloomy, his fists clenched to the point of clicking as he angrily said, "These 7 powers are trying to take the opportunity of this grand competition to converge on the Imperial capital, wanting to test whether or not the Imperial family can still hold out, and to test whether or not Father Emperor has truly reached his end. They want the royal family to rejoin, but they just want to slap our royal family's face. Damn, these dogs don't see so much unity at other times." Ning Yi nodded his head, and after a moment of contemplation, he queried, "Big brother is so angry, could it be that Father's side has agreed?" Nice. The Grand Prince sank his face, and then sighed. Father is the best at saving face. When he was young he swept across the 8 wastelands, and suppressed the 7 great powers, so even if he knew what those people had in mind, he wouldn't have refused, and so he agreed to do it. The Grand Master told me this morning that Father wants you to participate in this 7-sect competition as well. Just, Father promised to return to promise, but the royal family now 9 royal son, only I a royal realm, as for the rest of the several royal brother are like you are a great master, the 8th brother is still only a master realm today. And that 7 forces among the chief or the holy son, sequence, and so on, most of them have reached the emperor realm, they will certainly conspire together against the royal family this time, it's really difficult to resist. But hard as it is said that the rewards of this grand competition are still quite generous, surpassing any previous ones. There are 2 heavenly ranked techniques alone, not counting the others, but it's too hard for the royal family to get them. Speaking of which, the Grand Imperial Prince let out a long sigh, his brows revealing anxiety. However, the corners of Ning Yi's mouth twitched after hearing the Grand Imperial Prince's information. Big brother, scold who? I'm an archmage? Cursing is a bit dirty, huh? Who's calling who a Grand Master? He spat in his mind, but didn't bother to explain about it. Instead he said in disbelief, "Since Father has already agreed to it and wants me to participate, then I'll just participate." The Grand Prince did not expect Ning Yi to agree so quickly and frowned, but Ning Yi patted the Grand Prince's shoulder, an amazing aura was climbing, and laughed, "There's nothing but, big brother, just put your heart in your stomach. Since I will just add this 7-sect competition, no matter what plots and tricks are useless, don't those guys want to test it? Don't they want to slap the royal family in the face? It doesn't matter, I'll strike." Although he didn't act serious but rather somewhat casual, Ning Yi's every word was extremely confident, and his body was exuding an aura of invincibility. Chapter 16, The Empress also wants to participate, crippled feats. 9th brother, you. The Grand Imperial Prince looked at Ning Yi, whose eyes carried a look of disdain, and sucked in cool air in shock. The aura that was now emanating from his brother's body shocked him, and it was as if his entire being had been transported into another dimension. Seeing this, Ning Yi immediately coughed twice to collect his aura. After a while, the Grand Imperial Prince came back to his senses and looked at Ning Yi in astonishment, dumbfounded. Why does it feel like 9th brother is different again somewhere? He was puzzled in his heart, but he did not ask more questions and sighed lightly. 9th brother, since you have reached the great master realm at such a young age, your talent is bound to be that of a demon amongst demons. For the great competition of the 7 clans in a month's time, you do not need to fight too hard, just do your best. Ning Yi shrugged and bristled, "Got it, big brother." While the 2 of them were having a word with each other. The 7 clans competition? After finishing the breakfast meal, Luluoli has long been listening to a 7 or 8, after a certain understanding, the heart is considered to be eager to try. At this moment, Luluoli interrupted the 2 and looked at the Grand Prince, full of anticipation. "Grand Palace, that 7-sect competition, I want to participate, is that okay?" "Ha? Sibling, you're going to participate in the 7-sect competition?" The Grand Prince was stunned, but seeing the anticipation in Luluoli's eyes, he nodded his head and said, "It's possible, after all, you've already joined the royal family and become my 9th brother's wife, so you're already a member of the royal family in terms of status. Only, sister-in-law, your realm is only the sovereign realm, it's a bit too low. Your cultivation nowadays is going to participate in the 7-sect competition, even if you go, I'm afraid." Luluoli was immediately overjoyed after receiving that she could participate in the grand competition, and intense anticipation flooded her heart. "A month's time is enough for me to raise my own strength and realm." Confidence surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face as she glanced at Ning Yi beside her with her afterglow. Right now, all she could think about was being able to sweep everything at the 7-sect competition, and then go on to defeat Ning Yi as her husband. After all, she was an empress with her own pride, so how could she be willing to be a vase? Even if husband is a grandmaster, in a month's time, I'll be able to reach the grandmaster realm just the same or even higher. Luluoli muttered in her heart. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise just thinking about Ning Yi being defeated by herself. The Grand Prince did not continue speaking, but instead looked at Ning Yi and said, "Ninth brother, what do you think? What else is there to see?" After Ning Yi took a sip of tea, he glanced at Luluwali, whose moving face was filled with anticipation, and laughed. "Since my lady wants to go, there's no reason not to let her go. Big brother doesn't know, but he knows everything. This lady of his own is not a vase, she is a reborn empress." Well, at least in his previous life, he was a female emperor who volunteered to participate in the 7-sex competition. Why do I get the feeling that something's not quite right? Ning Yi stared straight at Luluwali, always feeling a bit strange. Luluwali was made to feel weak by the look and hurriedly put away her small thoughts, saying in a fine voice, "Many thanks, husband, many thanks, your highness." For the next month, she must work hard to raise her cultivation, fighting to be able to defeat husband at the end of the 7-sect competition in the back, proving that she could still step onto the path of invincibility. In response, the Grand Imperial Prince shook his head helplessly and could only agree. "Since the matter has been clarified with ninth brother, then big brother will leave first. I still have to explain the importance of this matter to those brothers of yours." After he finished the tea in his cup, he whirled around and stepped away without further stopping. See the situation. Ning Yi looked at Luluwali and instantly felt a sense of inexhaustible energy in his body again, inquiring, "Ma'am, is the breakfast to your liking?" "Pretty good." "That's good. Since your ladyship has already had her breakfast and has nothing to do today, why don't you follow me back to my room for an in-depth discussion?" "Ha!" Originally, Luluwali hadn't reacted yet, but when she saw the impish smile on Ning Yi's face, she immediately shivered and hurriedly got up. "No time, I'm going to cultivate." After glaring at Ning Yi, she looked like a frightened rabbit and quickly left. This bad guy is really bad. I can't believe I'm still thinking about this kind of thing after what I put myself through last night. Although it is said to help their own cultivation, but it cannot be too frequent, even if they are the female emperor reborn cannot be After putting aside the jumble of thoughts, there's still a month to go. Luluwali walked quickly towards the backyard, her beautiful eyes surfacing with a refined aura. "I'm only at the Zhongshe realm now, there's still a huge gap between me and Ning Yi. I need to seize the time and raise my cultivation and strength as quickly as possible." She made a note to spend the vast majority of her time next on cultivation. As for feats, she didn't need them. Since he was reborn, he himself still had the unawakened heaven-swallowing sacred body, and there was no shortage of various feats in his memory. And on cultivation resources, how could one's own husband, the ninth prince Ning Yi, be lacking? Thinking like this, Luluwali's footsteps became even faster, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. I gave her a scare. Ning Yi froze, dumbfounded at Luluwali's falling away. However, thinking about it, even though the other party was a female emperor reborn, his cultivation was too much higher than the other parties, so he really couldn't come frequently. As he was getting up to go out for a spin, "Your Highness, the fourth prince has ordered a gift for you." Xingyao, who had left earlier, returned with an extra object in her hand. After Ning Yi heard that it was sent by the fourth prince, he was surprised and said, "What is it?" According to that person's explanation, this is a heavenly rank gongfu. Knowing that your highness likes to collect gongfu to delve into, the fourth prince specially gave it to your highness. Xingyao presented the gongfu in her hand and reported truthfully. Having heard what was said, "It's not right." Ning Yi raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly. That fourth brother of his was not on good terms with him, and it could even be said that there was little affection between them. For good reason, actually so willing to send himself a heavenly class level technique? If you're going to give it away, why didn't you give it away yesterday at the big wedding? Ning Yi took the gongfu in Xingyao's hands, and what met his eyes were the 4 large, dragon-flying characters of the immortal execution sword technique. "I accept this gift from fourth brother." He nodded and instructed, "Xingyao, why don't you step back and let the person sent by fourth brother go back to resume his orders?" "Yes." Xingyao owed a bow and turned to leave. Ning Yi unhurriedly arrived at the nearby gazebo and lazily said, "System, scan for feats." Scanning. Scanning successful. This book is divided into 2 chapters of the sword. The murderous killing technique contains a monstrous killing intent and sword intent. This is the upper part. The lower part is missing. If the host only cultivate the upper part, there is a huge hidden danger. The light will be killed by the killing intent and the sword intent to devour the mind. The heavy will die in a flash. Detected a defective gong method, currently perfecting it for the host. A series of system voices rang out, fully scanning the gongfu sent by the fourth prince and stating the hidden drawbacks of it. Chapter 17, Becoming a Grandmaster in a Month. This is the Empress? So true to my ruthless fourth brother. After Ning Yi was informed by the system, a cold smile spread across his face, and a cold aura surged in his eyes. Within his own brothers, the fourth brother acted thunderously, but his methods were particularly insidious, and he really didn't have any good intentions in sending the heavenly ranking technique. Fourth brother, those several people were not in a hurry. After I showed my strength, instead you sat down first? Ning Yi looked over to where the Red Sun Palace was and smiled coldly even more. Earlier, when he heard Qing Yao's report, especially after learning that this was an unattainable heaven-rank technique, he knew that fourth brother, who had never dealt with much, would not be so kind. The feeling was that there was a problem with the gong method, and as long as one cultivated the upper chapter alone, the consequences would be extremely serious. Just a pity. That self-righteous fourth brother didn't know about the existence of the system, didn't know that he was able to perfect his gongfu and even reach a point of perfection under the system's deduction. Ning Yi smiled and said leisurely, a heavenly ranked technique delivered to the door. Quite good, quite good. Picking up a bunch of grapes from the stone table, he put them to his mouth and ate them one by one as he waited for the system to perfect his feats. In a few moments, feats have been perfected. The gong method has been deduced to perfection. The immortal execution sword technique has been perfected to perfection, and there are no longer any drawbacks to its cultivation. On the basis of the original cultivation of a single immortal execution sword that can be condensed after its completion, it has been increased to 99 immortal execution swords containing the power of the heavenly Tao, and the 99 immortal execution swords complement each other to form an immortal execution sword formation in an instant. The system's voice sounded again. Ning Yi remained at ease and immediately commanded, since that's the case, let's hang up and cultivate. Is hanging up to cultivate the immortal execution sword technique. When the mind was flooded with information about the method of cultivating the sword skill and the method of casting it, the cultivation department is impossible to cultivate, between generations several are impossible to cultivate. Ning Yi leaned back on his recliner to bathe in the rising sun, squinting his eyes and muttering with a face of enjoyment. On his body, a wisp of sword intent continuously filled and surrounded him. Why do you have to do it when you can just hang out? Isn't that just plain cheap? Before crossing the country as a cow and horse for so long, after crossing the opening stood in Rome, and realized that lying down and enjoying is the right way of the world. Time flies. A month passed. On this day, the 7-sect competition has officially arrived. On this day, boom! In the large green cloud hall, a room located in the middle of a side hall suddenly emitted a loud boom. And this room was the room that Lu Luoli had specifically come to use as a room for purification. At this point, a peak grandmaster aura shot up into the sky and a terrifying pressure descended, shaking the entire green cloud hall and exploding the sky and earth. The winds were fierce at first, forming a terrifying storm in an instant and whistling incessantly. The heavens and the earth are occupied with visions. Inside the room, Luluali, who was meditating, was surrounded by a shocking weather field. Her long hair was flying, and her red dress seemed to be dancing. Bang bang bang. Under the explosion of space around her, she suddenly opened her eyes, bursting with a regal ethereal aura. At this moment, her temperament was even more outstanding, and her eyebrows vaguely revealed majesty. After Luluali consolidated her cultivation, she collected her body's breath and felt her own situation. After a month, my cultivation has finally risen to the peak of Grandmaster, and I have surpassed today's realm in terms of true strength. She exhaled a cloudy breath, tilted her head, and murmured. He must have surpassed Ning Yi himself. Now let alone 5 Great Masters, even if 10, 100 Great Masters. It can also be destroyed with the overhandness of the hand. Reaching the peak of Grandmaster from the 6th sky of Patriarch in a month's time, who in this world can do that besides me? Lu Luoli couldn't help but grunt in a good mood. But when she thought about the cultivation she had been doing for the past month, her heart could not help but ripple. Ning Yi treated her very well, not bothering her during the period, and answering her requests for whatever she wanted. Compared to the Ryu family, I don't know how many times this place is. To say it's a cave is an understatement. And Ning Yi, this cheap husband, after this period of contact, seems to be quite good, especially with him. Blah blah blah. Lu Luoli immediately blushed and hurriedly shook her head. She didn't belong to this world after all, and she would become a brilliant heavenly empress again afterward, so how could she possibly be trapped by male sex? No, that's definitely not okay. I have only one goal at hand, to defeat Ning Yi. Lu Luoli made up her mind in her heart and forced herself not to think nonsense. As long as she defeated Ning Yi, she would then dive into her cultivation until she was able to leave this world and re-emerge as the resolute and decisive brilliant heavenly empress who had witnessed invincibility in her previous life. Her eyes became more and more determined as she thought about it. Willow Lori took a deep breath as she got up. Qing Yao? She had just stepped out of her room when she saw Qing Yao walking towards her. Congratulations ma'am for breaking through to the peak of Grandmaster. Qing Yao bowed with a face full of shock, astonished. I didn't think that madam would break through from a Zongshire to a Grand Zongshire in a month. This kind of cultivation talent is too demonic, isn't it? This is enough to cause a huge sensation if it is told. It doesn't really count for much. Luluoli was secretly pleased, but on the surface, she nodded her head and said in an unimpressed manner. But it was true. If it wasn't for the fact that this world's heaven and earth aura was limited and it was different to cultivate, she might have been able to reach a higher realm. Xingyao blinked her bright big eyes, suddenly full of adoration. Madam, His Highness's guess is also too accurate. He said that you will reach at least the peak of Grand Master in a month's time. I didn't expect it to really give him the right guess. What? Luluoli's expression froze as she said in shock, you said that he knew that I could break through to the peak of Grandmaster. Yeah. Xingyao nodded her head rather seriously. At once. What the hell? Luluoli only felt the sky spinning, the joy in her heart before was swept away and replaced by shock. That cheap husband of Ning Yi, he already knew that he could break through to the peak of Grandmaster before. How did that guy know? Under the fine thought, Luluoli's mouth was dry and said, Xingyao, how did he know? Then it's still up to you, ma'am, to ask His Highness personally. By the way, His Highness sent me over to tell you to go over to the Moonwatch Pavilion, he's waiting for you there. Xingyao pouted and shook her head, pointing to the rear. Luluoli was speechless and seemed to have thought of something as she inquired, Xingyao, my husband has stayed at the Moon Viewing Pavilion for the past month and hasn't practiced? Xingyao's face showed surprise, scratching her head. Yes, I've been serving beside His Highness since I can remember, and since I've been living in the Green Cloud Palace, the place where His Highness stays the most is the Moon Viewing Pavilion, and sometimes it's just a whole day. And? Hasn't His Highness told you that, unlike everyone else, His Highness has never practiced? Luluoli listened to Xingyao's words and was dizzy for a moment, her wide-eyed eyes filled with shock. His own cheap husband never cultivated. Available at. How does that guy have the strength of a Grand Master without practicing? What's the deal? At this moment, Luluoli's worldview began to collapse, and all of a sudden, she became unsure of herself, becoming more and more unable to see through this husband. The day of the 7-sect competition has come and gone, and he's done nothing to cultivate. Her head was full of confusion, and the more she thought about it, the more she was thrown into a daze. Chapter 18 The 7-sect competition begins, gathering at the Imperial capital. Luluoli didn't stand around foolishly and quickly left with an inner shock. When she arrived at the Moonwatch Pavilion, she saw Ning Yi, who was leisurely sipping tea, and said with a bewildered expression, You. Madam is here. As Ning Yi put down his teacup, his gaze looked towards Luluoli and spoke with a light smile. Luluoli tried her best to calm her emotions, staring straight at Ning Yi as she inquired, How did you know that I could break through to the peak of Grandmaster? Of course it's a guess. Ning Yi replied without even thinking. Having heard what was said, Luluoli was almost about to go crazy. This guy in front of her was becoming more and more impenetrable. Even though she was already at the peak of Grandmaster, when looking at Ning Yi, she still felt like she was looking at a fog, unable to see anything at all. Congratulations, ma'am. Ning Yi looked Luluoli up and down, nodded his head in satisfaction, and said in relief, Not bad, a month's time and you're already at the peak of Grandmaster. My maiden's cultivation talent is really not bad, not to mention the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. It's a phoenix-like existence when looking at the entire southern Phoenix domain. But cultivators of my generation must not be complacent, they still need to work hard. When Luluoli heard these words and then looked at Ning Yi's gentle face with a smile, she was shocked even more inwardly. There's absolutely no way he's guessing. I went from Sovereign 6th Heaven to Grand Sovereign Peak in just a short month, but it just doesn't seem bad to him. The hand in her sleeve clenched tightly at the thought, a grit of teeth. Ning Yi was unwilling to say more, she had her own pride and didn't bother asking. But Ning Yi's words sounded strange. It was rather like an elder facing the younger generation and being patient and didactic. But you are a reincarnated and reborn empress. Luluoli's heart burst with pain just thinking about it, her cheeks puffed up in anger, and she said in dissatisfaction, Xingyao said you were looking for me, what's the matter? Father has summoned me, so naturally, the lady will come with me to the palace to face the saint. Seeing how Luluoli looked nowadays, Ning Yi lightly laughed and informed. Face the saint. Luluoli was shocked in her heart and immediately asked, When? Now. Ning Yi stretched his waist and got up until he was next to Luluoli, holding her soft jade hand. Luluoli was inwardly shocked and uncertain, and without resistance she followed Ning Yi out of the Moonwatch Pavilion. Could it be that the old emperor is dying? She made all sorts of guesses on the way, and thought that if Ning Yi could become the crown prince, it seemed like it would be fine if she became the crown princess herself. As if Ning Yi had read Luluoli's mind, he said, There's no need to think too much, father has summoned him this time for the matter of the 7-sect competition. Oh. Willow Lori skimmed her lips and turned her head away in anger. Right now, she only felt a wave of powerlessness. Obviously she was already at the peak of Grandmaster, but she actually still couldn't see through Ning Yi. Besides, the guy was so young, yet he managed to feel too steady to be a headache at times. At this point, the entire imperial capital had long been in turmoil. The news of the 7-sect competition had long been spreading, and it had been in full swing a month ago. Especially today. The day of the 7-sect competition had arrived. So much so that the crowd in the imperial capital reached a whole new peak of unprecedented activity. And in recent days, all the forces in the world gathered in the imperial capital, and the most precious treasures, spiritual beasts, and other behemoths that were usually hard to see flew into the sky, arriving with an amazing momentum. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening sound shook the sky. Under the roar of the heavens and earth, countless gazes looked towards the direction of the city gates. One could only see a dragon with a reddish-colored unicorn on top of its head, its body glowing with a greenish light, and its fierce aura roaming the void. On its back stood a solitary-looking cultivator. That's the royal void sacred sex sacred beast, the red-horned underworld fury Jiao. They've arrived. A gasp came from the crowd. Just then, boom! Another loud bang came. Only to see the sky, a huge beast that covered the sky and looked like a unicorn came into view, slowly coming with a shocking aura. In its wake, there were other forces of the 7 great powers all arriving one after another. Heavens, the only great wing of the sacred Confucian Academy, whose power is comparable to the peak of the imperial realm, they've arrived as well. The Qingyang Academy, which is on par with it, is also here. I didn't expect that this 7-sect competition would be held in the imperial capital, and that the imperial family, which hasn't participated for years, would rejoin and be the hosts of this competition. This isn't a good thing. All the 7 powers have requested to hold this year's 7-sect competition in the imperial capital, and they've also invited the imperial family to participate. Who knows if they have any other intentions? Yes, His Majesty is seriously injured, not to mention that he is in his twilight years. I'm afraid that this grand competition won't be peaceful. The 9th prince killed the Chao family's young master during his previous wedding and beheaded 5 of the Chao family's great masters. The sacred flame Shin clan that the Chao family climbed up to has arrived 2 days ago, so I'm afraid they'll make an issue out of this matter. Besides, the sacred flame Shin clan will send out their strongest combatant Zhu Yi for this competition, and it's rumored that he's already reached the 3rd sky of the imperial realm. Zhuge Dust, the Grand Mister of Qingyang Academy, and Mo Han, the Grand Mister of Xingru Academy, are both at the Imperial Realm cultivation level, and they are the strongest combatants of the 2 academies, so this grand competition is definitely going to be even more elusive than before. Xia Xingyi of the Royal Void Sacred Sect, Xiao Fengyan, this pair of twins have accomplished the Imperial Realm as well. They are bound to be the biggest dark horses in this grand competition. The Zhang Yuan demon cult arrived yesterday as well. After so many years of recuperation, their strength is likewise not to be underestimated, especially since they are the most at odds with the Great Feather Divine Dynasty amongst the 7 forces. I'm afraid that they won't let go of the opportunity of this grand competition to strike a blow at the imperial family. It is said that the demon son of the Zhang Yuan demon sect is already at the 4th level of the imperial realm. His battle power is astounding. Although the eldest prince is also at the imperial realm, the rest of the emperors are almost all at the grand master level. This grand competition is clearly unfavorable to the royal family. Although the 9th prince came out of nowhere and was stunning before, he is ultimately only a great master. Facing those strongest combatants of the 7 powers is simply not enough to look at. Countless people in the city looked at each of the forces that swept overhead one after another, and could not stop talking about them after a burst of exclamations. Speculations abound. Among them, the various forces that had come to the imperial capital intending to catch a glimpse of this year's 7-sect competition analyzed the best of the 7 forces, and there was an endless stream of exclamations. When the royal family was mentioned, many people shook their heads and talked about the inadequacy of the royal family in comparison to the 7 powers. Without exception, everyone thought that the royal family would be the weakest party in this 7-sect competition. But could it be that the royal family is destined to be the one to be struck down in this 7-sect competition? The people of the imperial capital who had their hearts set on the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, however, were all worried, and a gaze fell in the direction of the imperial palace from afar, carrying gloom and unwillingness. As the people of the imperial capital, they clearly knew that the royal family was gradually declining, and the reason for this was that His Majesty, the Emperor of Wu, had not yet recovered from his serious injuries and was already old and dying. In case something did go wrong, it would only cause the Great Feather Divine Dynasty to fall apart in an instant. Chapter 19, The Hegemony of the Zhang Yuan Demon Sect. Great Feather's Qi is done? The imperial capital's picking star restaurant. The vast majority of the repair to come to the imperial capital will choose the first choice of resting place. At this moment the restaurant is almost full. Everyone was talking about the upcoming 7-sect competition. The most talked about is that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty's royal family is getting weaker and weaker, but there are still a lot of people in the imperial capital who have their hearts set on the Great Prince. It was thought that the Grand Imperial Prince would be able to suppress the 8 parties at the grand competition. What kind of bull grand prince? Just by virtue of him, he's also worthy of suppressing the 8 directions and getting first place in the 7-sect competition? Among the several cultivators wearing black robes at a table, someone said sarcastically, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty has long since failed, and after all these years of decline, do you still want to deceive yourselves and others? This time in the 7-sect competition, the Imperial family will surely be defeated, and after that, it will fall flat on its face, and there will be no more revitalization of the situation. It won't be long before the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will come to an end and cease to exist. With these words, the rest of the black-robed men nodded their heads, and teasing laughter continued to ring out. That's right, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will be the clown of this 7-sect competition. So what if it's the Grand Prince? He can't possibly be a match for our eldest senior brother. Not to mention eldest senior brother, the strongest combatants from those other forces are afraid that they can make it difficult for him to cope, and he will be eliminated without eldest senior brother personally making a move. 9 emperors in the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, and as a result, there's only one imperial realm. How long can such a royal family exist? The face of the royal family, its majesty, will be wiped out after this great competition. Their gazes all looked towards the clean-cut youth sitting at the main seat, their words full of arrogance and wantonness, not putting the Great Feather Imperial family in their eyes. Every word is mocking, provocative. And this comment was immediately echoed by a number of people. But the people of the imperial capital in the middle of the restaurant, as well as some of the people who had their hearts set on the forces of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, showed displeasure on their faces. Among them, there was a middle-aged loose cultivator who snorted coldly and stood up to angrily question, "This is the imperial capital, under the feet of the Son of Heaven, you guys dare to be reckless? Who the hell are you people and where did you get the guts to speak out and taunt the Great Feather royal family? Looking for death?" The words fell. The youth sitting in the main seat picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go, a cold smile spreading from the corners of his mouth as he just shook his head slightly. In the meantime, he just put down his glass without making any extra movements. But the next, bang! The middle-aged loose cultivator who had originally opened his mouth to rebuke let out a miserable scream without any sign, spitting blood from his mouth as his body flew out backwards. And at this point, the youth again downed a glass of wine. As he set the wine glass down, he simply looked up at the middle-aged casual cultivator who was struggling to get up. Just this one glance. Put! The middle-aged cultivator spat out blood once again, his breath becoming disorganized. In an instant, he looked at the black-robed youth with a horrified expression on his face, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. "You are you?" The middle-aged loose cultivator lost his voice in horror, his soul flying away. A mere glance from the other side made him walk through life and death, without waiting for the people around us to react. The middle-aged loose cultivator's face became distorted, revealing a look of pain, as if he was enduring endless torture. Under the constant spitting of blood from his mouth, he was directly blasted out of the restaurant by a huge invisible force, and he fainted as if he was swimming in air. This moment. Hiss! Amidst the gusts of cool air, the gazes of everyone in the restaurant looked toward the black-robed youth, revealing thick shock. Under the appalled gaze of those around them, wow! The black-robed youth slowly stood up, and the black robe draped over his body fell off, revealing a blood-colored robe, and there was even a black skeleton totem on his chest. And the other black-robed men, likewise. See the situation. Song Yuan demon cult, they are from the demon cult. He thinks he is the demon son of the Song Yuan demon cult. The scene erupted in shock. At this moment, Gao Tian teasingly looked at the people present and sneered, "Are you still deceiving yourself and others when it comes down to it, and are unwilling to see the situation of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty nowadays? Do you really think that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty you admire is still the same supreme hegemon that dominated the southern Phoenix region in the past? Stupid, ridiculous." Hearing the words, those who had previously wanted to fight for the Great Feather Divine Dynasty became red in the face, but were speechless. After all, what the other guy said, that was the truth. Today's Great Feather Divine Dynasty was no longer the supreme, one-of-a-kind southern Phoenix domain overlord of yesteryear. Seeing the looks on the faces of these, with this great competition, the rule of the Great Feather Imperial family will come to an end, and the former overlord will fall. Gao Tian laughed recklessly and wildly, leading a group of demon sect disciples to stride out of the restaurant. Under the gazes of the large number of people converging on the streets, they instantly rose up into the air, looking straight in the direction where the palace was. Gao Tian will defeat all the people of the Imperial family at the 7-sect competition today. Astonishing demonic aura erupted with a roar, and Gao Tian's voice resounded through the heavens and earth, falling into the ears of countless people. His figure stood above the void, exuding a terrifying aura, and his words were extremely domineering and confident. In the Imperial city. The dean of the Sacred Confucian Academy also saw this scene and let out a sigh with complicated eyes. This son is truly extraordinary. Compared to the rise of the Tsong Yuan demon cult, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty is instead faltering awe. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze. At this point, Dean, do we really want to participate in this coming chaos? Behind him, a young man with an elegant face holding a feather fan looked at Gao Tian's figure and softly inquired. Gu Duan, who was the dean, turned to look at the strongest combatant of this generation of the Sacred Confucian Academy, more complexity on his aged face, shaking his head and saying, "Not really. This matter is not something that our academy wants to get involved in, but rather the general trend. What we are doing is merely following the fate of heaven. As for the Qingyang Academy, the same is true. Unless someone from the Great Feather Divine Dynasty is able to save the day in this 7-sect competition." Mo Han sniffed and was silent. Instead, Guduan laughed mockingly and said, "However, this is tantamount to a fool's dream. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty's chi has already declined, otherwise that martial emperor who values face more than anything wouldn't have allowed the people of the demon sect to act so recklessly in the imperial capital. A great prince is rare enough, how can there be anyone else who can save the day?" The words. It made Mohan and the rest of the students nod their heads. They knew, of course, what the dean meant by that. The results of this 7-sect competition were already self-evident. With just the Grand Prince alone, it was simply impossible to achieve decent results on behalf of the royal family, and there was even a great possibility that the royal family would be at the bottom of the list. Dean Guduan didn't bother to think about it any further and smiled. "Well, there's no need to dwell on this matter, we just need to follow the fate of heaven. Let's go, it's almost time for the great competition to begin, and there's still some distance to the Holy Imperial Tower." He looked toward a huge tower in the distance that was straight into the clouds and shining brightly, and continued to take steps. Chapter 20, Weakness of the Martial Emperor, Really Old? The Imperial Palace. The Temple of Heavenly Questions. The 100 officials gathered in the courtroom, all with anxious faces. All 8 princes, including the Grand Prince, also arrived and waited quietly. Now that everyone is here, why hasn't Ninth Brother arrived yet? From time to time, the Grand Imperial Prince looked out of the hall with doubts in his eyes. It's only logical that Ninth Brother should have arrived by now. However, when he thought of the peak Grandmaster aura that he had sensed from the Green Cloud Palace earlier, there was shock in his eyes. Others may not realize that. But the Great Prince, however, sensed that breath when he was on his way to the Green Cloud Hall, and at this moment, he secretly said inwardly, "I didn't expect the Ninth Brother to be so deeply hidden, and his talent is truly heaven-defying, and he is on the verge of breaking through to the Imperial realm in just a month's time." It was also at this moment that footsteps sounded outside the temple. As everyone turned around, Ning Yi had already brought Lu Luoli into the Grand Hall. Upon seeing Ning Yi, the 100 officials saluted, with respect in their eyes. As for the royals present, aside from the Grand Prince, the eyes of the rest of the emperors flashed with gravity. This youngest brother of theirs had displayed the strength of a grandmaster at the grand wedding, slaying 5 grandmasters in a row, and it was no longer possible to go unnoticed. However, seeing Lu Luoli beside Ning Yi, the faces of the 100 officials carried curiosity. As for the 7 princes other than the Grand Prince, their brows were slightly furrowed. The second prince's face was uncertain, then he laughed coldly. "Ninth Brother is treating the place of the pilgrimage as a family feast? Female dependents are not allowed to enter. You brought along your younger siblings, don't you know the rules at all?" Ning Yi ignored and skimmed the second prince, bringing Lu Luoli to stand beside the Grand Prince before he looked at the second prince again. "My rules are the rules. What, is second brother having a problem with that?" He spoke blandly and disliked him directly back, not giving him any face at all. When the second prince noticed Ning Yi's gaze, his eyes instantly glared and his face reddened. His heart was furious, but he endured it. Is it hard to believe that this guy is already at the peak of Grandmaster? The second prince was shaking with anger, gritting his teeth, but his heart was beyond appalled. Nowadays, Ning Yi, the youngest brother, he was unable to tell what realm Ning Yi was actually in even if he was a Grandmaster 9 heavens. The fourth prince, who was usually the best at making peace and smiling, rushed out and discouraged, "Second brother, Ninth Brother, don't hurt the peace between brothers. Ninth Brother has just been newly married, it's understandable to bring his younger siblings, so there's no need to quarrel over this small matter." Humph. The second prince's face sank, and with a cold snort, he stopped speaking. "See the situation." The fourth prince looked towards Ning Yi and cheerfully said, "Ninth Brother, this person, second brother, speaks rather straight, so don't take it to heart. How about the gung fu I had someone send over to you last time? How's the cultivation going? That's a big thank you to fourth brother." Ning Yi looked at the fourth prince, who was full of curiosity, and laughed coldly in his heart, but on his lips, he said with satisfaction, "The gongfu is a good gongfu, it's quite good to cultivate it, it's beneficial and harmless, and it's good to have more of it. Fourth brother, if there are any more similar feats, you can bring me more, I'll take as many as I can get." That's a true and honest statement. Even if the fourth prince were to send over some more hidden techniques, he would be able to accept them all just the same. Who made their system awesome? The fourth prince froze for a moment, then heard the deep meaning in Ning Yi's words. Could it be that this kid knows the problems that exist with that gong method? Right now this is mocking me? He was already paranoid, and he kept guessing at the moment. Or maybe Ning Yi didn't cultivate and didn't realize that there was something wrong with the gongfu, and only thought that it was a heavenly rank gong, and that's why he asked me for more? However, after thinking about it, he still wasn't sure if Ning Yi had cultivated the gongfu he had sent. The fourth prince looked at Ning Yi, whose expression did not change much, and without another word, he resentfully retreated back. Alright, it's just a small matter for ninth brother to bring his younger siblings here, there's no need to get on the bandwagon. The eldest prince glared at the second prince and the other princes, then turned his head to inquire about Ning Yi. The fourth brother gave you a gongfu, and you still accepted it? Ning Yi nodded. The grand prince frowned slightly and reminded, that guy isn't a good thing, would he give you feats for a good reason? That gong method may have problems. He also made a point of whether or not you have practiced, you have to have more eyes and be on guard. In response, Ning Yi nodded his head once again, and in his heart, he of course knew very well that his big brother would be so attached. Isn't it just a grand master, as far as that goes? He mentally spat, just feeling bored. Due to the strength he had shown earlier, not only the fourth brother, but the rest of the brothers who were barely attached to each other were scaring themselves. Even the civil and military officials present barely supported themselves. As for the forces under the rule of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, now that one by one, they were refacing under the Martial Emperor's fishing expedition, the seven forces were even trying to take advantage of this grand competition to bring the Great Feather Divine Dynasty to its destruction. But none of this counts for anything. Ning Yi wouldn't care about this kind of triviality either, and really didn't care. If you really want to piss yourself off, the big deal is to kill them all. He muttered in his heart that his own self was not as simple as a great master. I'm afraid that he was already invincible in the current world. That, in a nutshell, is his bottom line. With this thought, the invincible aura on his body was once again revealed. Even if this aura is only fleeting. What in the world is this husband of mine? Fang's aura, how could the aura be so terrifying? Even I was suppressed, besides this guy is still so young. However, it was still captured by Lu Luoli, and a heartbeat of shock followed him at that moment. But when she looked back, she bit her lip and was furious inside. Even. Could it be that if I raise my cultivation, he will follow suit, now that he's in the Imperial realm? Willow Lori ventured a guess and was taken aback again. It seemed that from the beginning to the end, she hadn't been able to compare herself to Ning Yi in any aspect, damn it. Half an hour later. Cough cough cough. As the crowd waited, a violent coughing fit rang out in the great hall. In the now solemn, attentive faces of all, the aged, skinny and bony Martial Emperor finally reappeared, now especially weak and not as domineering as he was back then. Ahem. Cough. He looked strained with every step, his face slightly pale and emanating a strong twilight aura. Walking and coughing at the same time, a normal person can ascend a god's seat in a moment, but it took him a long time to sit down with difficulty. When Emperor Wu sat on the Imperial throne, as if he had used a lot of energy before, at first glance he looked increasingly old and was panting. Father! Your Majesty! The Grand Prince and the other princes, civil and military officials all lost their voices and exclaimed in shock when they saw Emperor Wu, who was so weak that he seemed like he would collapse at any moment. Woody, really old. It's gotten so old that it's hard to walk, I can't take 2 steps without gasping for air, and I can't sit or stand still. Chapter 21. Emperor Wu was a good actor and fooled everyone. Father, in just a few years, how did you become like this? It's too fast, Father, you shouldn't have aged so quickly, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty needs you. Your Majesty, how could this be? What's going on? Your Majesty. Many emperors' faces were sad and full of disbelief, looking at the bone-thin Emperor Wu full of worry, seemingly unwilling to accept. But apart from the Grand Prince and Ning Yi, it was difficult to discern whether the words of the other princes were true or false. After all, being born in the royal family, especially when the crown prince is not yet established, there will always be someone to fight for. Instead, one minister after another was all grieved, and the concern in his words was genuine, and he kept asking with concern. After a while. No harm, no foul. The Martial Emperor's face eased a bit and waved his hand. Just as he opened his mouth, he coughed violently again. Actually coughed up blood. He frowned tightly and gasped for air, the weakness in his body hard to hide. Seeing this, Everyone's faces changed drastically, and they lost their voices in shock, the worry on their faces incomparably thick. The second prince, third prince, fourth prince, and the other princes were obviously flustered. The current situation was too unfavorable for the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, and once father spread his hands, even if he became the crown prince, he would not be able to pacify the current Great Feather Divine Dynasty. They really didn't want anything to happen to father at a time like this. The minister's eyelids jumped, and they were all scared to death by this appearance of Emperor Wu. But this ing. Ning Yi's mouth twitched as he looked at the martial emperor who couldn't stop coughing. Good acting. If it wasn't for the fact that he could clearly see that the martial emperor was burning a swollen, life-giving fire containing terrifying spiritual power within his body, he might have really believed this bad old man. As expected of a veteran actor, the acting is just great. If old Chang sees this, that's gonna be a shock for years. Pity. The bad old man can fool everyone else, but not himself. Even Ning Yi could also tell that the martial emperor was not as weak as he seemed, but instead was constantly building up his strength, a few points stronger than he had been a month ago, and at an absolute peak. So it seems. It was not true that the martial emperor was old, but the so-called news that he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries and was approaching the end of his life and so on were all false. The old man was really fishing. Ning Yi saw through it and didn't say anything, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. At this moment, Emperor Wu was coughing again, his eyes looking at the royal sons below, the grief and uneasiness revealed by the ministers. His heart was quite satisfied. Looks like they all bought it, no less. I'm old and wise. He was so pleased with himself that he could hardly help applauding himself after boasting. Suddenly, with a faintly unnoticeable gaze, the martial emperor saw Ning Yi, who was also looking at himself with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and was immediately startled. Laojiu, what's that look in Laojiu's eyes? His expression remained unchanged, but his heart set off waves of shock, secretly shocked. Can it be that this kid can see that I'm pretending? No, absolutely not. Emperor Wu hurriedly retracted his gaze and dismissed it outright. After all, even if Laojiu was gifted, he was only a Grand Master today, so how could he possibly see that he was pretending? This kid must have felt like marrying a stunning woman like the first daughter of the Lu family and wanted to thank himself. After the martial emperor saw Lu Luoli by Ning Yi's side, he felt in his heart that this was the case. No, if this boy Laojiu is a great master, why can't I see through him? When he thought to check Ning Yi's cultivation level, he was once again shocked by this youngest son. Because he realized that Ning Yi was like a bottomless pit, no matter how much he checked, he could not see this kid's cultivation. Moment. The martial emperor's mind roared, completely unable to believe that this situation had occurred. Hiss. He was inwardly shocked more than anything else, his thoughts were racing and he kept guessing. Eventually, he gave up. However, the most important thing at the moment was the 7-sect competition. Emperor Wu suppressed his shock and planned to get to know the youngest son better after he finished fishing. The 7-sect competition has arrived. Not only will it be held in the Imperial capital, but the Great Feather Imperial family will also participate in this competition. I'm sure you all know what it's because of. He feigned anger, full of rage, and spoke in a deep voice. With these words, the princes and ministers all nodded their heads, their faces hardened. The martial emperor seemed to have clenched his fists with all his strength as he said sadly, I didn't want to pay any attention to it, I didn't want to hold it in the imperial capital, I didn't want the imperial family to participate in this grand competition. However, the 7 powers bullied me too much, and they even joined forces to threaten me. They are just trying to test whether my old bones can still be tough. If I don't participate, they will definitely not rest, and their next move will even be bigger. So, I promise, and the royal family must participate in this year's 7-sect competition. I'll let them know that even if I'm old, as long as I'm not dead, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will not be shaken. These words immediately made the ministers' hearts tremble. Everyone looked moved with admiration in their eyes. Seeing this, the martial emperor was secretly pleased with himself and once again angrily rebuked. The 7 powers have been getting more and more reckless over the years, and are increasingly disregarding the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. Don't they know that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse? Especially the Song Yuan demon cult, it's simply audacious, and has recently secretly mutilated many people from the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. If I have the day to recover, I will definitely kill them all. Perhaps from the sheer excitement of it all, he coughed again. But these words from Emperor Wu gashed everyone's anger. Your Majesty is blessed with good fortune, surely you will be able to recover and lead the Great Feather Divine Dynasty back to the top. The Song Yuan demon cult deserves to be killed, even if 10,000 deaths are hard to vent their anger. Kill. 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 They are all in the same boat and keep chanting. Quite satisfied with the attitude of the crowd, the martial emperor nodded his head and said with a grave expression, overthrowing that Song Yuan demon cult is all an afterthought. The most pressing matter is that the 7-sect competition has arrived. This matter is of great importance, and it can even be said that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty has reached a life and death situation. That's why I hope that this time, those amongst the royal family who are participating in the great competition will go all out to let those foolish fellows know that the majesty of the royal family is not to be provoked by them, and that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty is not something that they can shake. The 7 powers want to suppress the majesty of the royal family and use all sorts of means to sap the Divine Dynasty's chi. The more they do this, the more we can't lose. No matter what, we must win first place in this 7-sect competition, and fight to bring out the royal elegance, the blood and majesty of the royal family. A crowd of imperial sons, civil and military officials listened to the words of Emperor Wu, although the blood boiled, but soon as if they were poured a pot of cold water, the face of a bitter smile. They all know. The difficulty of this 7-sect competition would be unprecedented. Take the first one. Undoubtedly it's a fool's errand. Unlike in the past when they fought with each other, the situation of this grand competition was that the 7 powers were clearly going to unite against them. Chapter 22. The Empress is also going to participate in the grand competition. The imperial capital is boiling over. It's too hard. That's what's on everyone's mind. However, at the sight of the frail martial emperor, they all nodded their heads without saying much else. The Woody coughed a few times and reached toward the Grand Master at his side. Your Majesty, this is the list of names of this royal family participating in the grand competition. The Grand Master respectfully presented a list. With the crowd watching, the martial emperor opened the list and after a long slow moment announced, First Prince Ning Xian, Second Prince Ning Hai, Third Prince Ning Yan, Fourth Prince Ning Zhe, Ninth Prince Ning Yi. And my daughter-in-law, Lu Luoli. When he saw the last name on the list, he couldn't help but pause and read it out without moving after glancing at Ning Yi. The ministers had no objections to the list announced by Emperor Wu. As for the 5th to 8th emperors were not on the list of dozens. The reason is simple. The imperial prince on the list and a group of young generals were all above them in strength. Ning Yi naturally didn't need to say much. To be able to kill 5 grand masters with his own strength, this was something that a prince who wasn't on the list wouldn't be able to do. But Luluoli, the 9th prince's new wife, was also going to participate in the 7-sect competition? Moreover, the martial emperor's gaze earlier had caused everyone to guess that perhaps it was Ning Yi's intention. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, everyone's gazes looked towards Ning Yi before landing on Luluoli. This is something they didn't expect. After all, who would have thought that Luluoli would be allowed to participate in the great competition, a woman's generation, on what grounds? It was well known that when she married into the royal family, this first daughter of the Lu family was still just a Zongshi. What the hell? To the dismay of the others, the 9th brother, you're still letting your 9th sister participate in the grand competition, knowing that your 5th brother and the others can't, letting a woman represent the royal family, and as far as I know she's only in the Zongshi realm. Isn't that a clear attempt to disgrace the royal family? Or do you have no one left under you? The second prince snorted coldly and sneered. Ning Yi looked at the second prince, his eyes extremely cold as he calmly said, I do hope that you can maintain such a stance when you meet my lady at the grand competition. Husband, if second brother encounters me, then I will show no mercy, and I will not be held responsible for broken arms or legs. Lu Luoli looked at the second prince with disdain in her eyes, and a cold smile spread across the corners of her mouth. Ning Yi is nothing more than that. What is the second prince of the district? Suppress yourself at will. Originally dissatisfied with Ning Yi's words, hearing Lu Luoli say this. You're too unbridled to dare to speak to me like that? The second prince was instantly furious, glaring at Ning Yi angrily. 9th brother, is this the lady you taught? Such disrespectful behavior, what kind of behavior is this? Ning Yi was unperturbed and said lightly, what, not convinced? What can you do to me? A hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, unforgiving. This so-called second brother, before can always with big brother explicitly and secretly do not deal with, he naturally will not give any good face, leave any face. Ning Yi, you. The second prince was so angry that his entire face swelled up red, his lungs were about to explode, but there was indeed nothing he could do about it. Ning Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore, and when he looked at Luluoli, he smiled even more. Oh Ning Hai, Laozi's wife is a reborn empress, and you're still trying to pick a fight with her? He muttered in his heart, anticipation rising for the upcoming great competition. The district is a prince in front of the female emperor who proved invincible in her previous life, counting a Kuan? People reached the peak of Grand Master from Zongshi in a month, and you're still looking down on them, saying they're just a woman? Ridiculously ridiculous. Just then. Enough. Emperor Wu sank his face and said angrily, "A great enemy is at hand, and you guys still have the heart to fight within yourselves. Don't you think it's not messy enough? Luoli is my daughter-in-law, a member of the great Yu royal family, and since Joer thinks it's okay, let her participate on behalf of the royal family. And I have only one request for you, make sure you aim to take first place in the grand competition and go all out." The second prince nodded through clenched teeth. Ning Yi and Luluali looked at each other and nodded seriously. A few moments later, the martial emperor got up with difficulty and walked outside the great hall one step at a time, saying weakly, "It's almost time, let's go." The words fell. The boom rang out, only to see streams of light coming straight towards the heavenly questioned palace from a palace hundreds of feet away. Look closely. It was actually 4 red flame Qilin stepping into the void, pulling the dragon carriage that glistened and symbolized imperial power and majesty. When it falls, the martial emperor walked onto the dragon carriage with the assistance of the grand chief executive, and the 4 red flame unicorns hissed up to the sky as they once again took to the air towards the outside of the palace. Ning Yi pulled Luluali right behind him. As for the crowd of royals and ministers, they did not slow down and followed at the first opportunity. Inside the imperial city. Boom! With a deafening roar, almost everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the palace. One could only see the red flame Qilin pulling the dragon carriage walking through the void, heading straight to where the Holy Emperor Tower was. Look around. Each red flame key was like a blazing sun, bright and dazzling. In the glittering dragon carriage, the martial emperor is seated. Although he is old and thin, his deep eyes seem to contain thousands of worlds. In the rear, the 9 emperors' auras were in full bloom, and the civil and military officials, a young general, accompanied them with an unrivaled aura. In the procession, the flag representing the Great Feather Divine Dynasty stood out. "Your Majesty, it's your Majesty, the Great Feather royal family has finally departed for the great competition site. Long live your Majesty, the Great Feather royal family will win, we will always support the Great Feather Divine Dynasty." The Grand Imperial Prince must shut up all those forces, letting them know that the royal family is not to be insulted, and that the royal family is not something they can easily suppress. "I implore all the emperors to protect the majesty of the Great Feather Imperial family. Regardless of how the Imperial family fares in this grand competition, we will always support the Imperial family." The countless people of the Imperial capital and the cultivators who stood in line for the Imperial family were thrilled, shouting at the top of their voices and spontaneously following the Imperial family's procession, shaking their voices and shouting. The entire Imperial capital city instantly became boiling. The void. The martial emperor in the dragon carriage listened to the voices of the people and looked at each of the people and cultivators who were blushing from excitement. His eyes were deep and flashed with a faintly undetectable sharp aura. There is no way back for the Great Feather royal family. It can only win. It must win. If the Great Feather royal family loses, there will be a great chaos thereafter, ushering in the blood and rain. At that time, where should the people of this world go? What will be the fate? He sighed softly, his eyes becoming extraordinarily complicated. This time, he was no longer pretending. Outside, the eldest prince heard the words and withdrew his gaze, his eyes firm and comforting. "Father, don't worry, my son will do his best no matter what, and strive to win in the grand competition." The sword refers to the first, and won't let the royal family fall and be disgraced. Chapter 23. Do you has me? That's enough. Boss, you still haven't seen it all. After withdrawing his gaze, Emperor Wu shook his head and sighed softly. "You don't understand. What he said before, it's not at all above the 7-sect competition, but rather the faltering situation of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. That's what worries him. In fact, the martial emperor didn't care about the results of the 7-sect competition. The Great Feather Imperial family was afraid of not having a good result. Even if they lost, it didn't have any effect. Because he's fishing. Taking the opportunity to catch a few more during this grand competition would be excellent for the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. Let me see just how many rebel forces there are in this world, and how many can withstand my wrath." The martial emperor murmured in his heart, his eyes surfacing with deep meaning. As for Ning Yi, he did not speak, his gaze looking downward at the imperial city, looking exceptionally calm. The Great Feather God Dynasty. Memories came to him in the middle of his mind. At its peak, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty was not only the overlord of the Southern Phoenix Domain, but also made the Southern Phoenix Domain the overlord of the world. As long as the people of the Divine Dynasty are living a good life. This is why nowadays, when the royal family is weak, there are still many people who are grateful to the Great Feather Divine Dynasty from the bottom of their hearts and support the royal family without any conditions. Even though the royal family has been gradually declining nowadays, there are still people who follow it spontaneously. Nothing else. Simply because in contrast to the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, other sects and forces do not treat the ordinary people as people in the slightest, and the people in their forces are all living a very miserable life. One more thing. That's what Dayu believes in. Everyone is like a dragon, everyone is a dragon, and they raise their dynasties to soar. And this concept of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty was diametrically opposed to what too many powers believed in, and there was a gulf in thought. Especially the Devil's Cult. Thus, between the royal family and the Tsong Yuan demon sect, too many conflicts had erupted over the years, and an extremely deep grudge had been formed. But even today, the beliefs of the Great Feather God Dynasty continue to this day. Still practicing the philosophy of letting all the enemies die, my heart remains unchanged. However, since Ning Yi had come to this world and become the 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, at that moment, unlike the others, he wasn't the least bit worried about what was to come. Father, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will not fall, the flag of Great Feather will stand forever in this world, and in the future, it will be planted all over every inch of the world, the mountains and rivers will be eternal, and the longevity will be the same as the heavens. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet but extraordinarily loud. Confidence. Bully. With these words, the Grand Prince froze. What did he say? One by one, the emperors stared blankly at Ning Yi. The civil and military officials, the young generals on the many lists were also, their minds roaring. Today's 9th prince made them unable to see through, but those words moved everyone. The martial emperor froze as he did, and then turned his head to look at Ning Yi outside the dragon carriage, his eyes growing deeper and deeper, as if he wanted to see all the way through the sun. Without waiting for him to speak. Because Ning Yi looked straight at martial emperor, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed softly. It's enough that I'm here. Boom. As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but look at them all sideways, their eyes stunned. Having heard what was said. This niner. The Woody's heart shook and made huge waves. At this moment, Joer was confident and domineering, and the aura on her body was mind-blowing. Why do you not want the Great Feather God Dynasty mountains and rivers to be eternal, and longevity to be the same as the sky, but thinking about the situation today. The martial emperor fell silent, his gaze gradually dimming. However, seeing Ning Yi's eyes full of confidence, he took a deep breath and nodded his head. Immediately following, appreciation appeared in Emperor Wu's eyes and he couldn't help but laugh so hard that he coughed up blood. Good, Joer, I am very pleased that you have this heart. Without a care in the world, he whirled around to look at the rest of the royal sons and said aloud, look at all of you, Joer is the youngest, but his aspirations and ambitions, you all need to learn from him. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty is no longer at its peak, but the backbone and bloodline of the royal family cannot be lost. Taking another deep look at Ning Yi, Emperor Wu truly did not expect this youngest son to surprise him time and time again. He was extraordinarily appreciative and heartily satisfied with that earlier remark. The Grand Emperor nodded seriously and said, Father, don't worry, what ninth brother said is also what my son wishes. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty will definitely be able to get through the trough and return to the peak. Seeing that, the rest of the emperors all agreed, but their eyes looked at Ning Yi with contempt, and they were speechless in their hearts. Look at him to be able to say big words who will not but this kind of impractical big words dare to say, but also really think of themselves as a character. In particular, the second prince and the fourth prince scoffed in their hearts. Luluwali once again felt the familiar aura on Ning Yi's body, and shock surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Invincible. Is he going to take the invincible way? She was naturally familiar with it, so she was inwardly shocked. Because her intuition told her that Ning Yi was not talking big in an instant, apart from being shocked, endless curiosity rose in her heart. So, husband, I heard Qing Yao say that you never cultivate, and that you haven't made any preparations for this month, are you so sure? Luluwali came to Ning Yi's ear and said with a puzzled expression, Husband, can you tell me what exactly is your current strength? Ning Yi glanced at Luluwali, and after some thought, shook his head. The specific strength is unclear, but I think I'm already invincible. Luluwali's face, which was still quite curious, turned into shock. The whole person was confused, opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. What the hell? Have you been invincible? Although it was said that this was a small world, how could it be so easy to be invincible? But seeing that Ning Yi didn't look like he was joking. Could it be that cheap husband is really invincible? Luluwali's heart set off shock waves, but she quickly dispelled the idea, not believing in something so outrageous. To be invincible at the age of 18, she asked herself that even if she had cultivated herself in her mother's womb, she would not be able to do so. Besides, husband hasn't practiced since he was born, how can he be invincible? Luluwali glared in anger and said in a bad mood, forget it if you don't say it. This bad guy is simply bad enough to not tell himself the truth. Seeing that Luluwali's eyes were full of grudges. Ning Yi bristled, helplessly spreading both his hands. How come the lady doesn't believe it? She is obviously telling the truth, there is nothing wrong with it. Meanwhile, the location of the Holy Emperor's Tower had long been crowded with people today. And this imperial capital in the highest, the largest holy emperor tower, divine light glittering, revealing the ancient, vicissitudes of the breath, the horror of the pressure permeates, as if all the time, and the warning of those who have mischief in mind. In fact, it was a huge magic weapon, a supreme divine weapon of the royal family to be exact. It was left by the first human emperor of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty and has stood here for generations, sheltering the imperial capital at all times. Containing the generations of Great Yu human emperor left behind, the luck, used to continue the Great Yu kingdom, is the royal family deterrence of the 8 sides of a card. Chapter 24, Encountering the Royal Family? Kill, leave no one behind. Outside the Tower of the Holy Emperor, there exists a huge platform that stretches for thousands of miles, the venue for this year's 7-sect competition. Nowadays, in addition to the various forces converging on the imperial capital on all sides: Sacred Flame Xin Sect, the Imperial Void Sacred Sect, Ling Shao Divine Sect, Taishang Taoist Sect, Xingyang Academy, Shangru Shuyuan, the Tsong Yuan Demon Cult. The highly anticipated 4 great sects, the 2 great academies and the Devil Sect had all arrived. And for once they are. That is, they sent out the pinnacle of combat power amongst each other, says the disciple. But in reality they are all already the next heads of each other's forces, the heirs. The purpose of every power bringing these people out was to be able to completely suppress the Great Feather Imperial family in the great competition, not giving the Great Feather Imperial family a chance, as long as the great competition ended with the Great Feather Imperial family at the bottom. The time has come. They would then completely overthrow the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. Within the 7 powers. Gentlemen, the Tsong Yuan Demon Sect master looked toward the 4 great sects and the 2 great academies and inquired with a cold smile, later on, when the great competition begins and you run into the people from the royal family, what do you plan to do? The Sacred Flame Shin Sect's patriarch's gaze flickered slightly as he laughed softly. Naturally, it's a good sparring match to see the strength of the Great Feather Imperial family, and at the same time, to see if there's a successor to the Imperial family that can take up a great responsibility after the martial emperor. Patriarch Xin Yuan is right, that's what we intend to do as well. The patriarch of the Royal Void Sacred Sect was an old man who was stroking his beard as he spoke indifferently. As for the other several powers, they all agreed. The Tsong Yuan Demon Sect master, Demon Yuanzi, heard the hypocritical words of the crowd and laughed coldly. You guys just have to say what you have to say, what's the point of speaking in such a grandiose manner? Each and every one of them can't wait for the Great Feather Divine Dynasty to be overthrown. What are they pretending at a time like this? I'll put it in front anyway, in the big competition later, the demon cult will not show any mercy. As long as they encounter someone from the royal family, shoot to kill. Someone from the royal family must die. If your disciples don't do so, then as long as the demon sect's disciples encounter them, they will be killed as usual. Every word carried ice coldness, directly speaking the minds of the several major powers. And Devil Yuanzi's meaning was clear enough. Since we are all trying to rebel against the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, we shouldn't hide it. The faces of the 4 great sects patriarchs and the deans of the 2 great academies all changed when they heard Demon Yuanzi's harsh words. Their purpose was naturally to want the Great Feather Divine Dynasty to be overthrown, but they weren't as direct as the demon sect, saying their words to death in front of so many people. But they can understand. After all, the Tsong Yuan Demon Sect has the worst relationship with the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, and has long accumulated grudges for many years, and in the past, it was even suppressed by the martial emperor in various ways, and it is normal to be so active at the moment. It's good to talk it out. In that case, there's no need for hypocrisy when we have the same goal. Not bad. Once encountered the royal family, directly under the death hand, the royal family people. Kill. The Royal Void Sacred Sect, the Sacred Flame Shin Sect's patriarch didn't hide anymore and immediately opened his mouth. As for the Ling Shao Divine Sect, the Taishang Dao Sect unified their opinions after a moment of silence. And when the 2 major academies saw this, the 2 deans both had complex expressions. So has been the general trend, although we do not participate in the strife, but this time, we can only comply with the will of heaven. They looked at each other's students and opened their mouths with a soft sigh. Suddenly, boom! A loud noise came from the sky. Purple energy came from the east, and heaven and earth roared. The sudden movement instantly caused the noisy scene to become dead silent as countless gazes looked over. Just see! The piercing divine light rapidly approached, and the 4 red flame qilin that looked like blazing suns stepped into the air, pulling the dragon carriage that symbolized imperial power and blossoming divine light with a great momentum. The imposing 9 emperors were located on either side. After that it was the civil and military officials, and a group of young generals all looked serious. With such a show of force. Amazing! The Great Feather royal family arrives. Under the gaze of countless eyes. The dragon carriage landed on the platform. Under the service of the Grand Chief Steward, the weak emperor will walk down, coughing as he walked towards the main seat. See the situation. Greetings to His Majesty the Martial Emperor. The seven powers and everyone present all rose, bowed, and shouted in unison. Even though they were harboring evil intentions, they were not too unrestrained in front of the Martial Emperor after all. After the Martial Emperor sat down, his eyes swept over the seven powers one by one, and with a majestic face, he waved his hand and said, "Exempt yourself from salutation." Until this moment. It was only then that the people from the seven great powers looked at the Martial Emperor anew, all of them trembling as their pupils suddenly contracted. Old, too old. Haven't seen you in 3 years, how did Martial Emperor age to this state? It seems that it's really as rumored, the Martial Emperor's days are numbered and his time is coming to an end. The Martial Emperor is obviously deliberately covering up weakness. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty has indeed reached its weakest point. The Martial Emperor will not live long. As long as he dies, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will surely fall apart if it doesn't have a suitable successor. This seven-sect competition is the opportunity. They were shocked at Martial Emperor's state, seeing that he was hiding his weakness, but they simply couldn't hide it, and they were shocked even more inwardly. After all, before this, they had only heard about it and hadn't seen the Martial Emperor's state with their own eyes. Now that they see it, they are all surprised and shocked. It was really Woody's thin appearance that startled them. Among the devils. His Majesty the Martial Emperor. WNZ got up, his shadowy eyes flickering as he tentatively inquired, "I heard that you failed to make a breakthrough and have not recovered from your serious injuries. Is there any improvement now? The Great Feather Divine Dynasty is in trouble both internally and externally. Nothing can happen to you." When the Martial Emperor heard this, his deep gaze fell on WNZ and he sneered, "WNZ, I am old, but not dead, and even if I die, overthrowing its Song Yuan demon cult is as easy as a slap. I advise you, don't make a fool of yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, he coughed uncontrollably until it took a few moments to stop. In the face of the Woody's words, the smile on WNZ's face froze, anger rising within him, but his heart rejoiced upon seeing the undisguised weakness of the Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor is still old after all. His breathing became rapid and he was overjoyed. The Martial Emperor was definitely being mouthy before, otherwise in the past, the Martial Emperor would never have chosen to move his mouth when he could have done so. But right now, knowing that he had other things on his mind, Woody could only blah 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 with his mouth. WNZ laughed and said meaningfully, "With His Majesty the Martial Emperor present, I naturally don't dare to be reckless, but in the great competition where life and death are at stake, I'm looking forward to the performance of the Imperial family." The Martial Emperor took a deep look at Demon Yuenzi, his eyes looked towards the other forces, and with a wave of his big hand, he slowly said, "Since everyone has arrived, then the seven-sect competition will begin." With these words, the people of the seven great powers all looked aghast, their eyes erupting with divine splendor among them. The next big competition. They're the main characters. As for the royal family, they would naturally be ruthlessly suppressed. Rumble. A loud noise came out. Under a gaze, 5 huge high platforms suddenly rose up on the platform and stood on top of it. Chapter 25 The Hunt Begins. 7 Sects Siege the Great Feather Royal Family? 5 Rings. All rise. The Grand Master who was arranged to preside over the matter stepped out and said aloud, "The 4 great sects, the 2 great academies as well as the Song Yuan demon cult and the Great Feather Royal Family who are participating in the grand competition will enter the ring through the drawing of lots. As in previous years, matches will be drawn by lot, with the winners advancing to the next round, and those still standing in the ring until the end of the grand competition will take first place and receive all the rewards. As for the losers, they are directly eliminated. In the ring, life or death, you can choose to surrender." After introducing the rules of this grand competition, the Grand Master retreated. In response, the 7 powers had no objections. The left Prime Minister, who was the referee, stepped out and ordered a wooden box to be delivered that had already been prepared. Since there are no problems, then the great competition is about to begin. He opened his mouth aloud and continued, "Next, I will conduct the drawing of lots to determine the candidates for the battle. Ring number 1 will be Sacred Flame Shen Sex Lin Yan vs Royal Void Sacred Sex Jin Yi. Ring number 2 is for the Tai Shang Dao Sex Feng Ju against the Song Yuan Demon Sex Yi Chen. Ring number 3 will be Shui Hai of the Ling Xiao Divine Sect vs Lu Tianyi of the Qingyang Academy. Ring number 4 will be Yin Ziyang of the Sacred Confucian Academy against Zhao Chuan of the Taishang Dao Sect. Ring number 5 will be Song Yuan Demon Sex Kong Xiu vs Great Feather Divine Dynasty's Wang Fan. With the first round of draws completed, a figure headed straight for the 5 rings. After they entered the ring, they didn't slow down a bit and directly exchanged blows. On the side of the Great Feather God Dynasty, a young man stepped out and entered the ring with a leap towards ring number 5. Wang Fan, a young general in the Great Feather Divine Dynasty's border garrison, loved by the Great Prince. Before serving the royal family, this person was already famous, and after that, he was solicited by the Grand Imperial Prince, which led him to join the Grand Imperial Prince's camp and serve the royal family. The Grand Prince looked at Wang Fan in the ring, knowing that the ninth brother was participating in the grand competition for the first time and didn't know much about it, and then he looked at Ning Yi beside him and explained, "Ninth brother, the people in the 5 rings nowadays can't be counted as the true heavenly pride of the 7 great powers. In this round of the draw, their peak combatants didn't appear, so the next matchups will all be on point, and won't come down to the wire right off the bat, etc." He introduced it to Ning Yi in great detail. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ning Yi. "Big brother, are you sure this isn't called laying down a death sentence?" Ning Yi looked at ring number 5, his eyes somewhat lowered as he spoke coldly. The Grand Imperial Prince sniffed, and his face sank when he saw the situation in ring number 5. At this time in ring 5, when he saw Wang Fan enter the ring, Kong Xiu of the Song Yuan demon sect grinned coldly and said, "Wang Fan? Have you thought about how to die?" Before the words were even finished, he had instantly struck out. Wang Fan's face was grave, knowing that the other party's strength was just as much at the peak of the Grand Master. He did not slack off. Bang! 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 Under one exchange of hands, roaring sounds continued to emanate. Soon, Wang Fan was then shocked. Each of the other party's strikes were extremely very spicy and deadly, obviously wanting his life. Kong Xiu laughed recklessly and sneered after forcing Wang Fan back. "Is it true that anyone can be a general in the Great Feather Divine Dynasty now? This kind of goods are also worthy of participating in the great competition?" With a cold snort, his body's demonic aura surged as he took a step. Just the blink of an eye, Kong Xiu had already approached Wang Fan and suddenly blasted out a punch, heading straight for Wang Fan's heart. Bang! Under another collision, Wang Fan stifled a grunt as blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth and his figure continued to retreat violently. Somehow, the other party's cultivation was clearly comparable to his own, yet he had difficulty responding to every strike. Damn! A strong sense of crisis rose within Wang Fan, and he roared without leaving any energy behind, frantically striking out to resist. But it was obvious to the naked eye that he was already gradually outmatched. After another collision, Wang Fan spat out blood from his mouth as his body flew out backwards, his breath becoming weaker. "It's so weak, it's no fun, so go to hell." Kong Xiu let out a sardonic smile and approached again, using his full strength to strive for a sure kill with each strike. A few rounds later, I admit defeat. With a miserable cry, Wang Fan's arm was torn off alive, and he let out a high cry in extreme pain. See the situation. The left Prime Minister's face was gloomy, and he sighed in his heart as he announced, "Ring number 5, Kong Xiu." But before he could finish his sentence, "Put!" Kong Xiu faced Wang Fan, who was no longer defending himself after admitting defeat, and directly punched through Wang Fan's body. With a heavy thud, Wang Fan's vitality was cut off and he fell heavily onto the ring, shocking blood spreading out. After all this, "Excuse me." Kong Xiu turned around with an innocent face and looked at the left Prime Minister and shrugged his shoulders and sneered, "Lord Prime Minister, you're speaking too slowly." "You." The left Prime Minister looked at Wang Fan, who died tragically in the ring, and became furious as his Emperor realm aura erupted toward Kong Xiu to suppress him. But the next second, in the Devil Cult, the great elder of the Devil Cult snorted coldly, similarly blossoming his cultivation to counteract the left Prime Minister's pressure, and coldly said, "What? Can't the Great Feather afford to lose? Life and death have their own destinies in the ring, but to make a fuss over the death of a general, the left Prime Minister is too narrow-minded. Or does it mean that today's Great Feather Divine Dynasty can't even withstand facing this kind of result and is going to play rogue?" His every word was a test and an attitude. If the left Prime Minister made a move, then he would do the same, and then the nature would be different. Having heard what was said, the left Prime Minister's face was blue, but there was nothing he could do but collect his breath. The next group in Ring 5. He announced the next group of sparring partners in a deep voice and said no more. And after Kong Xiu got out of the ring, he looked in the direction of the royal family and teased, "I'd love to run into you guys, and I look forward to you guys being able to avenge that punk." After saying that, he returned to the demon sex crowd with his head held high, seeing him in such an arrogant and domineering manner. Damn it, Wang Fan has obviously conceded defeat, but as a result, that Kong Xiu still wants to make a move. This is clearly intentional. The Song Yuan demon sect is trying to lay their hands on the Imperial family at the grand competition. Assholes, there's no one else in sight. The Song Yuan demon sect is too deceitful and unforgivable. Your Majesty, this matter must not be tolerated. Whether it was the princes or the ministers present, all of them were furious and roared. The practices of the devil cult made it completely unbearable for them. At this moment, everyone's gazes looked towards Martial Emperor, wanting to see what his attitude towards this matter was. But the next second, the crowd saw that Emperor Wu was leaning back in his seat, his head tilted back and his eyes squinted. It seems to have fallen asleep due to being too weak. See the situation. His Majesty is asleep. The scene is so noisy that His Majesty can actually sleep. Is it possible that Your Majesty is unwilling to face this kind of thing, or that Your Majesty has known for a long time that this would be the case? The princes, the ministers were all looking at each other with various speculations. Their faces became ugly. This situation now silenced them, helpless in the face of the demon sect's previous actions. Chapter 26 Kill until no one in the 7th sect dares to claim the title. At this moment, the royal crowd had only just stopped their thoughts, but after they looked at the ring again, their pupils suddenly contracted and their hearts shook wildly. At this time, each one of them had an ugly face, and there was anger inside them. Damn it, not only are the people of the demon sect going to lay down their deadly hands, the holy Yenxian sect is laying down their deadly hands. General Li is going to be unable to hold on. What's going on? Qingyang Academy, the sacred Confucian Academy, has always been cultivated. How could those students be so brutal, running to kill? So is the Royal Void Sacred Sect. The Ling Shao Divine Sect is going to kill us. That disciple of the Taishang Dao sect, even though the victory has been decided, he still hasn't stopped, whereas this point to point, they all want the life of the royal family. A few rings above today's. All of the people from the Great Feather Divine Dynasty were in the ring in the draw, but in the ring, every royal family was extremely struggling. In Ring 1, the young general named Zhang Zilong had already chosen to admit defeat after losing every step of the way against the Sacred Flame Xian sect's elder progenitor, who already had a gap in strength. However, admit defeat? How can a member of the royal family be so spineless? The Sacred Flame Shen sect's personal disciple sneered as he approached at an extremely fast speed with a cold flash. Put! Zhang Zilong's shock-filled head was thrown up high, blood splattering. The headless body fell heavily. Blood quickly stained the ring. That progenitor laughed sardonically, arched his hand in greeting toward the royal side, and said in a pretense of exasperation, "This kind of life-hungry generation is useless to live and a waste of resources, and the Great Feather Divine Dynasty doesn't think it needs this kind of coward. I'll kill it for you, no thanks." With that, he leapt out of the ring and returned to his original seat with a high hand. Ring 3. There was likewise a young general representing the royal family who was fighting a scholar from the Qingyang Academy. Only, he was still undefeated. Eventually, "I concede," the royal youth shouted out, sensing the killing intent in the other party's eyes, not daring to hesitate. But the young scholar didn't stop, spreading purple light all over his body, the purple chi outlining the formation directly covering the young general. Poof! Poof! An arcane rune condensed from purple chi penetrated the young general's body, bringing up several columns of blood. It was clear that there was no intention of letting him live. Roar! The young general's pupils suddenly contracted, and without the slightest reservation, he exploded his bottom card and shook the bizarre formation. After tearing open an opening, he didn't dare to be slow and rushed down to the ring as fast as he could. Bang! The young general fell heavily on top of the ground, covered in blood, with a dozen or so two-finger-sized, bloody wounds that penetrated his body. As he continued to spit blood out of his mouth, his head tilted and he fainted, his breath was like a gas. Seeing this, the young scholar from the Qingyang Academy let out a light sigh that seemed regretful and left the ring after shaking his head. On the other side, in Ring 4, the young man who had fought on behalf of the royal family was already seriously injured, and just as he was about to open his mouth to admit defeat, he was shocked to find that he was unable to speak. Across from him, the disciple from the Royal Void Sacred Sect who had gone to battle was revealing a wry smile, his body radiating sealing power. "That's right, it's not right to admit defeat." He spoke morosely and disappeared in the next instant. When he reappeared, he dropped suddenly with his hand as a sword. The youth's pupils instantly dilated, and his entire body almost split in two. Died of gaslighting. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Shocking blood splattered and landed on top of the ring, seemingly raining down. The scene was so bloody that it triggered gasps from the surrounding area. No one expects that. This time, the 7-sect competition would be so bloody and brutal. Precisely. Every single one of the people who fought on behalf of the royal family had an incomparably miserable end. The vast majority died in the ring. Only a small number of them managed to leave the ring, but without exception, all of them were seriously injured or missing arms and legs. A few of them were also invalidated. On the contrary, if people from the 7 powers came across each other, after they exchanged blows with each other, they were almost always point blank. It hasn't been long since the big competition started. The Great Feather Imperial family's side had already suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Asshole, they're clearly targeting our Great Feather Divine Dynasty. I can kind of see it. No wonder these dogs are like chicken blood when it comes to our people. They don't want to give our people any semblance of life at all. It's true that, as previously suspected, the people of the 7 great powers have already secretly joined forces to deliberately target the Great Feather Divine Dynasty this time around. No wonder they would repeatedly want to hold a great competition in the Imperial capital, to have the Imperial family participate. They're coming for us. How dare the 7 powers do this? They've gone too far. This is a complete lack of regard for the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. The civil and military officials, the people of the Imperial capital, and other people who had their hearts set on the Great Feather Divine Dynasty all watched the bloody, miserable scene taking place in one ring after another with their eyes cracking and their anger rising. They were roaring at the top of their voices, already seeing that the 7 powers had secretly joined forces. This big competition. It was clearly the situation of the 7 powers strangling the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. But even if you see it, there's nothing you can do about it. Everyone was clear that there was no way to stop it, and all of them panicked at that moment, not knowing what to do at all. After all, the situation was too bad with the 7 powers joining forces. If there was only that Song Yuan demon cult, the royal family would have a big deal to fight to the death with it. It's not like they don't have that ability. But right now, it was the 7 powers that were united, making it clear that they wanted the royal family to lose heavily in the grand competition, to be kicked out early, to trample on the dignity of the royal family. When everyone doesn't know what to do about it. Ninth brother, it seems that I was the one who thought it was simple. The 7 powers would actually join together to deal with the royal family. What's the best thing to do right now? The eyes of the Grand Imperial Prince were cracking. Excluding Wang Fan, a number of generals under his command had already died tragically in the ring, and he was now clenching his fists in deathly fury. However, he was not able to do anything about it. Seeing his elder brother and one of the ministers anxious and gradually panicking, what to do? Ning Yi swept a glance at the 5 rings above him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, simple, kill back. Under a stunned gaze, Ning Yi stood with his arms folded, looking toward the Grand Prince and the others who had yet to go to battle, his expression cold and arrogant as he commanded, whoever is going to go to battle next, treat it as if it's the last battle. No matter who the other guy is, there's only one thing you have to do, kill him. Either that, or you will die. Moment. Boom. The ministers present, the royal sons who had not fought, and the generals were all horrified and shocked as they looked at Ning Yi, their scalps exploding. Everyone's complexion became frozen and their mouths were wide open. This request from Ning Yi made them feel incredulous. In doing so, obviously it is extremely unfavorable to the royal family. Once it does, Ninth Prince, this is not right, I'm afraid? A minister sucked in a breath of cold air and inquired dolefully. Chapter 27 Deadly Battle. The Great Feather Imperial family fought to the death. Ninth brother. The second prince's expression was still a bit dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but ask back, you're not confused, are you? That's all 7 powers united together. If the Great Feather royal family does this, won't they all be offended? No, this will definitely not work. Speaking of which, the second prince kept shaking his head, not adopting this approach at all. The rest of the princes and ministers were silent. But Ning Yi looked at the second prince as if he were looking at an idiot and laughed coldly, idiot. People are already going to take advantage of this grand competition to deliberately target Great Feather. Once they don't choose to resist and just tolerate it, they're going to destroy the Great Feather Divine Dynasty next. You're concerned about offending them at a time like this? Even if they don't, people will just as easily kill anyone who comes on after them, stupid. There was much less opposition under these words. The second prince was even more dumbfounded by Ning Yi's words as his face swelled red. And at this point, just do as I say. Ning Yi didn't bother to talk nonsense with the second prince. His eyes showed sharpness as he commanded again, no matter who the opponent is, kill them all. The words fell. The hearts and minds of the people present shook once again. Luluwali looked towards Ning Yi, her beautiful eyes revealing appreciation. I didn't realize that this husband of mine had such vigor, not bad. She muttered darkly in her heart, naturally agreeing with Ning Yi's decision, and knowing full well that it was the right thing to do. Except for the eldest prince, she was filled with contempt for the other princes. The 7 powers are obviously going to make things worse, and as a result, these guys are still indecisive and afraid of offending people? The Grand Imperial Prince snapped out of his shock, and after glancing at Ning Yi, his expression became determined. Ninth brother is right, do as ninth brother says. He looked over his shoulder at the people present and solemnly said, "I'll support ninth brother, show the people of the seven great powers that the people of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty aren't cowards, and fight them to the death." Moment. Kill. Under the rendering of the Grand Prince's words, the eyes of those who had yet to go to battle let become firm, and their expressions exploded with solemnity. At this moment, their aura changed abruptly, and the battle intent in their eyes was sky high. During this time, unnoticed, the martial emperor's squinted eyes seemed to open, landing on Ning Yi and bursting with piercing essence. But upon closer inspection, he still looked asleep. It was as if no matter how loud or noisy the outside world moved, it couldn't wake him up. Half an hour has passed. The great race continues. Unlike previous years, this big competition was far more grueling compared to the past. Due to Ning Yi's previous command, every person who represented the royal family on the field was almost as if they were at home in death, bringing with them an unprecedented level of wariness. "Since you want to kill old me, then I'll do everything I can, even if I have to put my life on the line to drag you along with me. Kill. Old me fought for you, even if I die, I'll die rightfully, come and fight. Go on, come on, I'm not afraid of fighting for my life. Ha 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 ha. A hand is just a hand, killed a devilish dog, but also worth it. I hope I'll run into the demon cult scum next time, I haven't killed enough. So what if the seven powers are jointly targeting? To kill one is to earn, to kill two is to earn blood, come on. If you want to overthrow Great you are not qualified." One by one, the young generals representing the royal family, the heavenly prides, were all with fearlessness, constantly striking out in the ring, fighting to the death with bravery. Their bloodthirstiness was revealed at this moment, and no matter who their opponent was, they all carried the determination to kill them. Even in the face of death, no one will admit defeat again and fight until the last moment. At that moment, every ring had long since been strewn with blood, and it was no longer possible to tell the enemy from us. And the people of the seven great powers felt their hearts and minds shake in the face of this situation. "I didn't expect these guys to be so loyal to the royal family, so I'll have some fun with you. Following the Great Feather Imperial family is your biggest mistake, go to hell. For this grand competition, Great Feather is doomed to a defeat." However, after the shock had passed, their posture once again became arrogant, and what they said still didn't take to you seriously. In their opinion, it's just those in the royal family holding back. It's ultimately useless. And nowadays, the scene was long since not as simple as the seven sect competition. Instead, it was a battle between the royal family and the seven powers. Pft, pft. Boom. Bang bang bang. The engagements in each ring became more and more intense, and with multiple rounds of draws, whichever ring it had long been dyed red with blood. Look around. The ring was piled with corpses, and a steady stream of blood left along the edges, coloring the ground red and spreading in all directions. From time to time, there were miserable screams echoing, limbs, arms and heads flying up, incomparably tragic. Fear of the vault of heaven above. All of them were also stained red with blood. Touching. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, and everyone above the ring was killing red. And at that moment, outside the field, almost everyone was watching with chills and a wildly shaken heart. Damn it, this is not a big competition, it's clearly a killing game of the seven powers working together against the Great Feather royal family. They are clearly running to kill. These assholes, seeing that His Majesty the Martial Emperor is weak, they all jumped out. What can we do about this? If this continues, even if the royal family resists, the result will be defeat in the end, and it won't be long before they are all eliminated. Originally, there were only a few dozen people from the royal family to participate in the grand competition, and right now most of them have already died. Someone in the royal family will have to step up to the plate. The seven powers didn't care, it was harmless, but the vast majority of the onlookers were the people of the imperial capital, and those whose hearts were toward the Great Feather couldn't stop worrying. The current situation was extremely unfavorable to Yu. Especially after seeing a young general who represented the royal family in battle, the heavenly pride fell, they felt more pain in addition to anger. And with an angry rebuke and a cry of helplessness, in the main seat, Emperor Wu still had his eyes closed, and seemed to be sleeping so heavily that snoring was already coming out. It was as if his senses had closed. He knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. Seeing this, a crowd of imperial sons, ministers were helpless to the extreme, but no one dared to bother. Hey! Even though they were anxious about the situation at hand, there was nothing they could do but let out a long sigh in their hearts. The royal family's participants in the grand competition this time were almost killed by the seven powers, and as a result, His Majesty, the Martial Emperor, actually had no intention of paying attention to it from the very beginning, and directly slept through it. The Grand Prince's face did not look good as he walked over to Ning Yi and sighed, "Ninth brother, what do you think is going on with Father Emperor, that he can actually sleep at a time like this?" Could it be that father knew this would be the case and didn't want to see it, but even he couldn't do anything to stop it? Chapter 28 Ning Yi's debut, Demon Cult Yao Wansheng. The Grand Imperial Prince glanced at the 5 rings that had long been bloodied, and the anger on his face could no longer be concealed. Ninth brother, the people from the 7 powers did join forces. It was just a matter of point and click between their disciples, and they just laid their hands on the people from the royal family, causing as many as half of the people from the royal family who participated in the grand competition to be killed or injured. There was anger burning in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's good that ninth brother commanded quickly before. Even if those people from the royal family are still a bit miserable, they just as well didn't let each other's rivals and let the 7 powers have a good time. It's also because of your command, ninth brother, that whenever there was an encounter between people of the royal family in the back, the people of the 7 powers were also killed or injured quite a bit. But in this grand competition, the royal family is alone and facing a coalition of the 7 great powers, so much so that no matter what, the end result will end with the royal family losing more. And even if I were to make a move, I can't guarantee that I'll get first place, but I'll do my best to make them pay." At this moment, the great prince's eyes were red, the anger in his heart was about to be suppressed and would explode at any moment. But the next second, Ning Yi patted the eldest prince on the shoulder, his gaze deep and profound, not seeing any semblance of emotional fluctuations. "Big brother, no harm done." He still looked at the 5 rings where the battle was raging, and said quietly, "I told you before I came, everything is with me. After that, I'll make the 7 powers regret joining forces to target the royal family. They will only die more than the royal family, there will be no accidents." The words fell. Boom! The Grand Imperial Prince shivered violently, his face filled with astonishment as he stared blankly at Ning Yi beside him. Ninth brother's every word was calm, but there was composure and confidence revealed between the lines. Let the other powers regret joining forces against the royal family? Any of the 7 powers would have more people dead than the royal family? Diffuse the unfavorable situation the royal family is in today? Ninth brother wants to finish it alone. The Grand Prince's scalp was numb, these were too unbelievable. What on earth is going on? How come ninth brother's temperament changed so much after he got married? He just found it impossible and completely undoable. The 7 clans were bound to have full certainty when they joined forces, knowing that those peak combatants who had participated in the grand competition had yet to make an appearance. It is not comparable to the royal family. Surely this kid didn't want to see himself worry, so he said that to comfort himself? When the Grand Prince returned to his senses, his brow wrinkled slightly and he just wanted to inquire. The next group in ring number 1, Ning Yi, the 9th Prince of Greatju, versus Yao Wanqing of the Tsong Yuan Demon Sect. The left Prime Minister, who was acting as the referee, looked over at Ning Yi and announced in a loud voice. Moment. The whole scene became dead silent. 9th Prince Ning Yi. In particular, the people from the 7 major powers suddenly looked up, their gazes landing on Ning Yi in unison. Sharp intakes of breath emanated from among them. Because this was the first time since the grand competition had been going on for so long that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty finally had a royal son who was going to fight. With all eyes on me. It's finally my turn. Ning Yi had originally waited with some impatience, and at that moment, his eyes suddenly surged with a refined aura. So next, it's time for the offense and defense to change shape. Hardly overthinking it. Big brother, feel free to rest assured. Ning Yi patted the Grand Imperial Prince's shoulder and spoke with a light smile. Before he could do anything about it. Wait. After Luluwali called out Ning Yi, she was about to say something, but in the end, she couldn't help but say, "Those people are watching intently, be careful." Ning Yi grinned and teased, "Madam, your husband is no soft touch. On the contrary, if you go on the field and encounter one you can't beat, you can admit defeat, after which your husband will step in to avenge you." Having heard what was said, Luluwali grunted and blankly glanced at Ning Yi, unhappily saying, "I don't need your help, it's you who always talks big, remember to be careful." Well. Ning Yi didn't say much and nodded with a smile. When he turned around, his smile disappeared and his body rose into the air. Under a gaze, he gracefully took a step and instantly landed on ring number 1. Seeing this scene, it's said that this 9th prince chopped 5 grand masters by himself before, but to me, he's not enough to worry about. Yao Wanqing, who was one of the Devil Cult Grand Elder's personal disciples, had his eyes staring at Ning Yi, with killing intent bursting out of them. The Great Elder of the Devil Cult frowned slightly at his words. This isn't one of those shrimp soldiers, it's the 9th Prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, and since he was able to kill 5 Grand Masters, it's highly likely that his strength has already reached the peak of Grand Masters. He didn't ramble on as he had before, and whispered in admonition. Yao Wanqing's face was full of disdain as he laughed coldly, "Master, even if he's a peak Grandmaster, why wouldn't I be? What is there to fear?" But master, I'm curious, can this prince be killed? As he said that, he licked his lips, his eyes revealing a thirst for killing. The devil cult Grand Elder still looked at Ning Yi in the ring, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, if you can kill him, then kill him, and if you can't, make sure that he is severely injured. Disciple understands. Yao Wanqing's eyes brightened as he swept out in a flash, heading straight for ring number 1. See the situation. Devil Cult Grand Elder shook his head and sighed softly. It's a pity, this big competition, although the 7 powers reached a consensus to hang the people who participated in the big competition into you, other people killed on the kill, only those who are the royal sons, can't be killed. The people of the Devil Cult were all lamenting at the words. They naturally wished that they could make all of those Imperial princes lose their lives in the middle of the great competition as well, but that was impossible. After all, the martial emperor was present. People are just old, not dead. How is it possible to kill the emperor in front of Emperor Wu? A smile resurfaced on the face of the Devil Cult's Grand Elder, and he coldly said, but there's no harm in it, even if you can't kill them, it doesn't matter, it's okay to heavily create an instant, and to make the royal family lose big time in the grand competition, it's already achieved the desired purpose. After this grand competition, I'd like to see how long the martial emperor can hold out. While the people of the Devil's Cult were all revitalized. When Ning Yi stepped onto the stage, the left prime minister, with worry, reminded in a low voice, Ninth Prince, as the grand competition proceeds to this point, it is no longer a mere contest, but a battle of life and death. That Yao Wanqing is the personal heir of the Demon Cult's Grand Elder, his strength has reached the peak of Grand Master, the Ninth Prince must be careful. The Ninth Prince. Ning Yi didn't wait for the left prime minister to finish, shook his head and said in a breezy manner, the left prime minister doesn't need to be specially reminded, the one who should be careful is him. This. Seeing the confidence emanating from Ning Yi's body, the left prime minister froze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Immediately following, Yao Wanqing landed on ring number 1 with his feet in the void, stirring up gusts of wind as an amazing aura rose from his body. Yao Wanqing of the Tsong Yuan Demon Sect, the Grand Elder's personal disciple, I've long admired the Ninth Prince's great name, and I hope that in the encounter later on, the Ninth Prince won't disappoint me and will be able to hold on for longer. He stood opposite Ning Yi, his words humble at first, though they soon revealed mockery. Chapter 29 I'm not interested in bull with dead people. Does the Ninth Prince have nothing to say? Yao Wanqing saw that Ning Yi had no intention of speaking, and continued, if you have nothing to say, in case I am heavy-handed, won't you have no time to account for your last words, I'll see you. Ning Yi interrupted Yao Wanqing, who was about to continue saying something, and said with a pleasant expression, you can stop your nonsense, I have no interest in talking to dead people. With these words, the whole room was in an uproar. A gaze that looked at Ning Yi was tinged with shock. Yao Wanqing couldn't help but freeze, somewhat unable to believe what his ears were hearing. What did you say? His eyes glared, and he immediately said with great fury, calling you the Ninth Prince is really taking yourself seriously? Fine, for your attitude, I'd like to see how tough your mouth is. The left prime minister snorted coldly and said coldly, what's the point of wasting words, let's begin. Yao Wanqing's face was grim as his cultivation at the peak of Grand Master exploded, his entire body filled with raging demonic aura. Heavenly demon heart devouring palm. He shouted violently, his right hand transformed into a palm, all of his cultivation converging on top of his palm, blossoming with eye-catching ghostly light. As the entire ring trembled, he swept out unexpectedly. Yao Wanqing's eyes were tinged with violence, and after approaching Ning Yi, he suddenly laughed fiercely, Ning Yi, so what if you're a prince, you'll eventually become a dead soul under me. At this distance, not even a martial emperor can save you. Die. The space around his palm became distorted under the reckless maniacal laughter. A terrifying force erupted, and Hurricane completed his buildup. Vaguely. The aura fluctuation surpassed the peak of a grandmaster. The moment he struck, it was a supreme killing move. Ning Yi ignored it without the slightest change in his expression, always looking at Yao Wanqing, seemingly having forgotten to dodge. See the situation. Haha, if I kill Ning Yi in the ring, even Martial Emperor can't do anything to me. Yao Wanqing only thought that Ning Yi had been scared silly, and his heart snickered with joy. After all, the moment he struck was the strongest killing move, and what he wanted to do was to achieve a one-hit kill with the fastest speed. When the two were less than 3 feet apart. At the time when the people of the 7 great powers were all paying attention, and one after another, the people of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty exclaimed in horror. Ning Yi's calm and handsome face surfaced with regret, shaking his head rather spoiledly, slow, too slow, weak, too weak. An unimpressive and useless tactic, presuming to kill me? I thought that the so-called pro-transmission could be capable of anything, but now it seems to be nothing more than that, so you can die. Even during this time, he raised an eyebrow in comment, as if to express displeasure. Until the last word is spoken. Clank! Ning Yi drew his sword with such speed that no one could see it. But in the next second, he suddenly raised his hand and swept his sword across the sky amidst the roar of heaven and earth. Terrifying sword chi rose up to the sky, shaking the canopy. Bang bang bang. The entire ring actually had cracks spreading under the explosion of the void. The sword light pierced through the sky, and a sword shadow appeared under the radiance of heaven and earth, transforming into an eye-popping storm above his head. A sword chi that was hundreds of feet long crossed the ring, heading straight for Yao Wancheng. Ka-ching! The sword chi passed through, actually causing the void to collapse and shatter. The entire ring one set off a terrifying sword chi storm that raged wildly. Not only that, even the other 4 rings were affected, as the sword seemed to contain supreme greatness, causing heaven and earth to lose color. Under the gusts of horror-filled exclamations around the boom boom boom, Yao Wanqing, who was still laughing and fantasizing about decapitating Ning Yi, saw the sword chi that occupied the entire line of sight and triggered the heaven and earth's anomalies. His complexion became stagnant, and his mind went blank. Before the sword chi arrived, a terrifying sword intent descended with a roar, causing his speed to transform, and in the blink of an eye, he was unable to advance any further by the slightest bit. A distance of only less than 2 feet was now incredibly far away. Yao Wanqing's cold hairs stood up and his soul shuddered and screamed. He. Boundless fear grew in his heart, and his intuition told him that he was afraid that this sword would not be able to withstand even the Imperial realm. The arrogant and domineering stance on his face was taken over by panic, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably and violently. Everything around us disappears. Between heaven and earth, only Ning Yi's terrifying sword chi that obscured the line of sight remained. Outside. Put! The monstrous sword chi pierced through Yao Wanqing's throat and brought up an arc of blood in the ring, sweeping past the other 4 rings at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying force swept across, causing the hearts and minds of all those who were still exchanging blows in each ring to be wildly shaken. At this moment, Yao Wanqing trembled, his eyes filled with terror regaining a trace of clarity. You! He raised his hands tremblingly, covering his neck forcefully in fear, with blood constantly spilling from his mouth, and said vaguely, How is it possible? Almost under the blink of an eye, a large amount of blood soared out of his neck, instantly soaking his hands. In the midst of a horrified gaze, the bang! Yao Wanqing collapsed into the ring with horror and unwillingness, letting out a choked sob of incomparable pain. He convulsed violently for a few moments before dying of gas. Dead. He was killed by Ning Yi with a single sword strike. There was no chance to react, no chance of the slightest resistance. That's it. Dead. Ning Yi raised the sword in his hand and looked at the handsome face reflected in the sword body, slightly despondent. I heard about the rise of the devil's religion. Could it be that all of them are such unbearable waste? If there is no one who connects me with the sword in this 7-sect competition, wouldn't it be too meaningless? Go on, next. He shook his head inside, as if muttering. The remnants of the sword chi had not dispersed, and the gusts of wind that had been set off drove the hem of his coat, rather like a feeling of being in a high place. And seeing this scene. Boom! The patriarchs, deans, demon sect masters, and the many powerful men and disciples among the 7 great powers all rose up in unison, and their gazes filled with shock all landed on Ning Yi in the ring. Rough breathing rose and fell, and none of them looked away. How is it possible? Yao Wanqing just died. That sword from before, I can't even see it clearly. How in the world did this happen? What exactly is this Ning Yi's cultivation level? How could he be so strong? I've heard before that the 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty has never practiced cultivation since his great birth, but how could someone who doesn't practice cultivation have such terrifying strength? Impossible, this 9th prince actually killed a peak grandmaster with a single sword? Am I misreading this? It must be an illusion, right? No matter who it was, this moment's heart had set off waves of shock, reaching an unprecedented level of shock. The youngest 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty killed a peak grandmaster with a single sword. Still not an ordinary peak grandmaster, but a personal disciple of the great elder of the demon sect. There had been a proud battle record of not dying in a fight with an emperor realm first heaven, but instead getting away smoothly. Results. Yao Wanqing, however, was unable to last even a breath of time in Ning Yi's hands, and was directly killed by a sword in a second. 9th Prince Ning Yi. How can it be so horrible? Chapter 30, Out of the Ring, onward, next. Countless gazes carried shock as they stared intently at Ning Yi in ring number 1. But even more shocking, and most outrageous of all, when it comes to the demon cult crowd. Wanqing. The eyes of the devil cult's grand elder wanted to split, his standing body trembling violently, incomparably heartbroken as he looked at Yao Wanqing, who had collapsed in front of Ning Yi. Sect leader Demon Yuanzi was equally appalled, his pair of devilishly churning eyes staring at Ning Yi dead on, but unable to see through him. How on earth did this son manage to be able to kill Yao Wanqing in seconds? Waves of shock rippled within him, and at that moment, he was incomparably shocked as he guessed. It's hard not to. This ninth prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty had already reached the Imperial realm in cultivation? A man who never practiced. How is it possible to reach this point? And that sword before. Too fast. Too strong. Even for himself, it was difficult to capture Ning Yi's strike. A sword kills a peak Grand Master in a second. This son is still impenetrable, simply unfathomable. It shouldn't be like this. Wan Chang wouldn't be killed in seconds even if he were to face an Emperor Realm First Sky cultivator. Can it be that Ning Yi's cultivation is still above the Emperor Realm First Sky? The great elder of the demon sect hissed and growled under the shock and anger that filled his heart, hard to bear. Yao Wanqing was his personal disciple, bestowed with high expectations, and even the sect master praised him. But just as soon as he was on the field, he was killed in seconds. Seeing this, Wenzi frowned. Enough. Dead is dead. I don't believe that just one Ning Yi can make any waves. This time, the Imperial family is destined to lose face in the great competition. He snorted coldly, and there was also anger rising in his eyes. Regarding Ning Yi as a variable, he had previously heard of the matter of one person killing 5 Grandmasters, but he had never imagined that the other party could also kill a peak Grandmaster in a second with a single sword. While the Song Yuan demon sect was furious and unable to accept it, and the rest of the people were shocked. On the side of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, bursts of exclamations erupted. What a terrifying, stunning sword, well done for killing, the demon sect scum should be killed. Is this our ninth prince? It's too strong, the peak of a Grandmaster can be killed in a second with a single sword. Just what kind of level has the ninth prince's sword Dao reached? I'm more curious about the ninth prince's cultivation, a peak Grandmaster killing a peak Grandmaster in seconds. This kind of thing is unprecedented. It's so cool to watch. Those scumbags from the devil cult are going to be furious. Ha! Is this ing sure it's Lao Jiao? What's his situation? As we all know, Old Nine is least fond of cultivation, reading books is his hobby, but he hasn't had a single cultivation session in 18 years, and now he's actually killing a peak Grandmaster in seconds? Ninth brother, well done. That's the devil cult's heavenly pride. Ninth brother is giving us a breath of bad luck. Our ninth prince is really unfathomable, hiding for so long, a shot has such a powerful strength, that sword is really scary, reading a book can show such an amazing strength. Could the ninth prince be the legendary chosen one, opening up a different path of cultivation? They all looked towards Ning Yi with shocked gazes and uplifted hearts, cheering loudly. Even the group of princes, the ministers who were not optimistic about Ning Yi in the past and did not support him were equally overjoyed, letting out bursts of exclamations, their eyes full of shock and excitement. After all, nowadays, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty was the first time it had truly won a great victory. To be precise about this big competition, the royal family has reached a life and death situation. Ning Yi's crisp and clean sword kill was undoubtedly cheering up all the people of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, causing hope and confidence to rise in their hearts. No matter who it was, at that moment, as long as they were a member of the Great Feather, all of them were raising their arms and shouting up. Everyone had long been red with excitement. At this point, the Grand Prince was filled with dismay, and after returning to his senses, he looked at Ning Yi in the ring and exclaimed, "Ninth brother, good kill. The 7 powers have colluded to target the royal family, and all of their people deserve to be killed. Ninth brother, you're really giving the royal family a long face, ha!" At this moment, his previous suffocation was swept away, and he laughed openly and recklessly. This battle not only revitalized the demoralized royal family, but also let them out of a mouthful of bad breath, and immediately rekindled their hope and will to fight. I didn't realize this guy was stronger. Lu Luoli secretly sighed in relief, the shock still in her eyes. Earlier, she was still feeling worried for Ning Yi, but she never thought that the worry was superfluous. Thinking about the earlier tension. Why am I worried about him? Lu Luoli's face was hot and red. Had he really fallen in love, as the world calls it? At once. Lu Luoli shook her head repeatedly, trying her best to restrain her inner emotions, gritting her teeth. No. In the future, he and I are destined to be people from 2 worlds. A man will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. However, when she looked at Ning Yi in the ring and thought of that sword from before, her complexion gradually turned into a trance. Amidst exclamations of horror on all sides, the ring. Ning Yi was still standing upright and had no intention of wanting to step down. Now that he was calm and relaxed, killing Yao Wanqing in a second with a sword seemed to be just a trivial and insignificant matter, not enough to be taken seriously at all. After all, for him, no matter who you kill, you're just killing an ant. After the left prime minister recovered from his shock, he saw Ning Yi, who was still standing in the ring, and was filled with joy as he respectfully reminded, "Ninth prince, you've already won the battle, so you can go down and rest first." Just recover from your previous exertion and wait for another draw afterward. Having heard what was said, Ning Yi blandly swept a glance at the left Prime Minister and said in a cloudy manner, killing a devilish waste is just a matter of what can be consumed. There's no need to go to such trouble, I'll just stand here while the left Prime Minister continues to draw lots. Or if any of the 7 powers want to fight me, feel free to come up to the stage, I but seek defeat. But in my case, defeat, death. He raised the long sword in his hand and swept it towards the surroundings, without a single ripple in his eyes. In the calmest of tones, the most overbearing words were spoken. Boom! In an instant, a stone has risen to the surface. No matter which side of the force, no matter who it was, they only felt a thunderclap in their ears. But seeking a defeat. The whole room was shocked again. Countless people once again turned their gazes towards Ning Yi with unmatched horror. What did Ning Yi say? He's going to keep the ring. Arrogant. Could it be that he thinks he's invincible just because he chopped a peak grandmaster with one sword? No matter who challenges him, he can take it? Too arrogant. Does he really think that he alone can defeat all the disciples of the 7 great powers? Damn, loaded him up. This Ning Yi is too arrogant, he's no different from seeking death. Damn good guts, but also really stupid, who gave him that confidence? Ning Yi, don't be too unbridled, just killing a peak grandmaster makes you so inflated. Chapter 31, Loopholes, your sword is too bad. While the others were shocked, the asshole. After everyone from the 7 major forces came back to their senses, each one of them had anger spewing from their eyes, and they just sat down and stood up once again to continuously roar in anger. In their eyes, Ning Yi was undoubtedly provoking. Everyone's outraged. Ning Yi's words directly caused them to break their defenses, unable to endure this humiliation. Seeing that Ning Yi had caused the anger of the 7 powers, the left Prime Minister stared in shock and hurriedly said, Ninth Prince, this can't be allowed. If you still want to continue, I'll just continue to draw lots for you, there's no need to make it so that anyone can challenge you. He shivered, his heart vibrating. Ning Yi sniffed and nodded slightly, then the left Prime Minister doesn't need to waste too much time. Yes. The left Prime Minister did not dare to be half-hearted and started drawing lots again. He didn't want all the forces to challenge the 9 emperors, the peak combatants of those forces were not even on the field. Soon. The left Prime Minister took a breath and announced with slight difficulty, Ring number 1, Ning Yi, the 9th Prince of Great Feather, versus Song Huan, the Supreme Daosong. As his words fell, a single gaze instantly looked in the direction of the Taishang Dao sect. Same time. Among the people of the Taishang Dao sect, a youth carrying a large sword was closing his eyes as if he was in deep thought. When he heard the name announced by the left Prime Minister, his tightly closed eyes snapped open with a sharp look. Each and every disciple and elder of the Supreme Dao sect, and even the Patriarch, had anticipation in their eyes. Senior Brother Song is a half-step in the Imperial realm and one of the Patriarch's personal heirlooms, Ning Yi is bound to lose. That's right, Senior Brother Song is exceptionally gifted in the Tao of the Sword. At only 25 years of age, he is already at the half-step Imperial realm, and is expected to become an existence of a land god in the future. That Ning Yi, even if he is stronger, it's impossible for him to win against Senior Brother Song. Not long ago, Senior Brother Song fought with Daozi, and even though he lost, he gave Daozi an extreme headache. Daozi is at the 2nd heavenly cultivation level of the Imperial realm, so you can imagine how strong he is. Ning Yi was so arrogant and unimportant before, soon he will be defeated and end up either dead or injured. There was a fine look in their eyes and they were talking about it. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd of the Taishang Dao sect, Song Hong slowly got up, like an awakened beast, and his amazing aura roared and swept. Bang! He took a step in the air and walked directly towards ring number 1. Seeing this, Senior Brother Song, make sure to defeat that arrogant Ning Yi. That guy is simply too arrogant, we want to see him fall in a sorry state. Senior Brother Song is halfway to the Imperial realm, Ning Yi was definitely just lucky before, he's going to suffer this time. This disciple of the Taishang Dao sect cheered and shouted, his eyes filled with exhilaration. With Senior Brother Song in the battle, Ning Yi would surely be defeated. Even the Patriarch of the Supreme Dao sect was laughing coldly at the moment. Huaner is exceptionally gifted in the way of the sword, and although Ning Yi's previous sword was stunning, it is far inferior to Huaner's. So in this battle, Ning Yi will definitely lose. The Taishang Dao sect started with swords, and Huaner is the number 1 person under Daozi. That Ning Yi, even if he has a few talents in the Dao of the sword, he won't be Huaner's match. His sword Dao is broken in a single blow in front of Huaner. As long as we defeat Ning Yi, even if we can't kill him, then the morale of the royal family will be devastated, and after that, even if there is still a great prince, he won't be able to hold out for too long, and this time, the Great Feather royal family will only lose face. After coldly grunting, the Taishang Dao sect's patriarch glanced at the still dozing martial emperor, more cold smiles at the corners of his mouth. And to hear him say this, the rest of the 6 major forces looked forward to it, the anticipation in their eyes undisguised. They wanted to see Ning Yi fall, using this to directly suppress the royal family's morale, and after that, make the royal family eliminate as many people as possible at the fastest speed. Today, Song Huan took one step towards ring number 1, and with each step he took, the sword momentum on his body became more and more astonishing. Click! Until he landed on the ring, his sword power completely erupted, kicking up a storm that made the entire ring roar. At this moment, his posture became more and more upright, just like a sharp sword out of its sheath. But even so, Ning Yi looked at Song Huan, who was standing across from him, as if he were nothing, and looked out of place with the surrounding gusts of shock. The left prime minister had a hint of worry on his face, but nevertheless announced, "Begin." The words. Song Huan slowly raised his eyes, coldly and proudly looking at Ning Yi, slightly regretting, "Ninth prince, although I have no enmity with you, but the great feather has fallen so far and should be overthrown. Heaven's will cannot be violated. I hope the ninth prince understands this. Your strength is indeed strong, and your sword Dao is far beyond the ordinary, but when you meet me, you're doomed to lose. If I defeat you, I still hope." With a hint of impatience between his brows, Ning Yi directly interrupted him and slowly said, "I've said it before, there's no need for those who come up to this ring to say much. I have no interest in listening to dead people talk." There was no trace of mockery in these words, instead they seemed surprisingly calm. But in the ears of others, it fell like thunder, revealing boundless confidence. Especially in the ears of the people of the Taishang Dao sect, it seemed particularly harsh and arrogant. This son seeks death. The face of the Supreme Dao sect patriarch was unsightly to the extreme as he droned, "Really think he can win this one? In that case, even if Huaner killed him, it would still be his fault." Anger rose in his heart, and his face became more and more ugly. Inside his heart at the moment, he was only thinking that Song Huan, the pro-transmitter, would be able to decapitate Ning Yi in the ring. Everyone's gazes, almost all of them, looked towards ring number 1. "Ninth prince, I hope your tone is proportional to your strength." Song Huan let out a light laugh and whirled around, drawing the greatsword behind him. It was a thick, heavy sword that revealed itself to be thick and heavy, with a bright blade and a morose cold light on its edge. Holding his sword in his hand, the aura on Song Huan's body became more and more astonishing. "But I do think you're right, dead people really shouldn't talk too much, so?" His aura skyrocketed, seeming to merge with the sword in his hand as he suddenly rushed out and bellowed, "You go to hell." The speed was so fast that it pierced through the space separating it from Ning Yi. And behind Song Huan, the shadow of a great sword that pushed straight into the sky presented itself, containing a terrifying aura. "This sword of mine, which contains a hint of the heavenly Dao's aura, is my strongest sword, and it's the most suitable for killing you." He was no longer as cold and arrogant as before, and his face became hideous as he stayed close enough to viciously chop down his sword. Moment. The earth-shattering great sword shadow merged with the heavy sword in Song Huan's hand, blossoming into a brilliant sword aura, exuding the power to cut the sky and split the earth. But even so, it's full of holes, and with that, it's worthy of being called a sword? Ning Yi merely glanced blandly at Song Huan, who was near his eyes, and without a sword out, snorted, "As for you, you're also worthy of being called a sword Dao heavenly pride? Uninteresting, truly uninteresting. What kind of trash does the Taishang Dao sect take in?" Chapter 32. See clearly, this is only one sword second. When Song Huan saw that Ning Yi had no intention of making a move and was being critiqued in such a manner, his face instantly swelled red. "My sword doesn't deserve to be called a sword? My sword Dao talent is rare in the world. What qualifications do you have to critique me?" There was anger erupting in his eyes, and all of his cultivation was added to the heavy sword in his hand, pouring all of his strength into chopping down towards Ning Yi. The space in front of him was all opened up by this sword. It can be seen in its terrible power. Just look at. Ning Yi didn't retreat or evade, instead he took a step forward and said calmly, "This is the sword." As the words fell, the long sword in his hand buzzed. A supreme sword intent erupted from him, and the swords in the hands of those holding swords in all directions trembled. Heaven and earth changed color. The void exploded. At this point, Ning Yi's body had an additional indescribable, indefinable supreme momentum, seemingly united with heaven and earth. The momentum comes. He slowly opened his mouth, and his katana sword intent surged once again. With a deafening roar, anyone who held a sword, the sword in their hands became more and more uncontrollable, seemingly responding to Ning Yi's call to deliver a sword momentum. The dense sword forces shook the heavens and moved the earth, converging towards the sword in Ning Yi's hand. The naked eye. Ning Yi was standing less than a foot away from Song Huan, but he did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions, and his eyes were filled with calm. Buzz. As for the long sword in his hand, the sound of the sword chiming was getting faster and faster, and the amplitude of the trembling was also getting bigger and bigger. The entire heaven and earth, in the blink of an eye, became darkened. An earth-shattering momentum erupted, instantly causing the entire ring to be filled with an appalling turbulence of astral winds, isolating the perception from the outside world. The power of heaven and earth descends and, seemingly recognizing Ning Yi's sword, Dao caused the sword in his hand to flash with dazzling sword aura, tearing through nothingness. At this point, Song Hwan only felt that heaven and earth were frozen in time, clearly only one step away from Ning Yi, but the sword in his hand was never able to get any closer. What's going on here? His mind was shaken, his face changed in shock as he lost his voice in alarm, and his sweaty hair stood up all over his body. Today's Ning Yi brought him an unprecedented life and death crisis. Even facing his senior brother, who was in the Imperial realm, hadn't given him such a drastic sense of crisis. Knock, knock, knock. Song Hwan's heartbeat accelerated, and he let out a harsh roar under his exploding scalp, trying to chop down this sword with all his might. But the next second, ka-ching! Ning Yi moved, lightly swinging out a sword. Moment! The void in front of him was directly torn through a crack. The heavens and earth behind him were also driven, pouring towards Song Hwan along with the sword chi. Another sword. But this sword was even more terrifying compared to before. In the mere blink of an eye. No way! Song Hwan wailed, his face was miserable, and he couldn't stop trembling. Ning Yi's sword was like it came with the suppression of heaven and earth, causing the heavy sword in his hand to tremble and his sword intent to fall apart. The terror of the power was so great that he couldn't afford the thought of resisting. Put! Song Hwan's body shook as his internal organs rolled over, and his skin spilled blood in tingling pain. In an instant, a large number of wounds were added to his body under the ravages of the sword chi. Under the roar of his best efforts, he erupted with a strong desire to survive, swallowing pills and offering up a valuable piece of defensive magic treasure. But these... Bang bang bang! Under the sword wielded by Ning Yi, it could not even play a half-assed role. The entire space of the ring became distorted, and the terrifying turbulent winds were enough to make any peak grandmaster's soul fly away. Even Imperial realm powerhouses were appalled. Until Song Hwan's last magic treasure collapsed, it was still unable to block the sword chi that Ning Yi chopped out. Click! Click! The heavy sword in his hand emitted a crisp sound, and in the blink of an eye, dense cracks presented themselves. Didn't wait for him to react. The heavy sword exploded into pieces. The scene. It made Kei Chuanxiu, who was the patriarch of the Supreme Dao sect, look shocked and stand up with shortness of breath. This sword. Ning Yi is the great completion sword Dao. He was actually able to invoke the power of the heavens and earth to add to it, and chopped out this sword in the unity of heaven and man. His mind shook wildly, and his mouth went dry as he let out a gasp of surprise. Now, he's lost his mind like never before. The shock in his eyes could not be concealed. It was really Ning Yi's sword that was too appalling and unbelievable. Could it be that the previous rumor that Ning Yi had never cultivated was false? Otherwise, how could he have such a terrifying talent for sword Dao? 18, he's only 18. Kei Chuanxiu was incomparably appalled, and the shock on his face had long been unmatched. The elders and disciples present all looked dumbfounded and trembled in horror. Even. All that remained in their eyes was Ning Yi's sword. There was no room for anything else. Put! The sound of blood and flesh being opened up rang out. The ring. Song Hwan's body lurched as his pupils gradually dilated. You. His face was full of horror and his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say anything. In addition to the fear in his eyes, there was also an inability to believe and endless remorse. Before experiencing it firsthand, Song Hwan had never imagined that Ning Yi would have such terrifying strength, especially in the sword path where his attainments were indescribable. I'm afraid that even his senior brother, who was a Daoist son, had not reached such a point. If he had known that, he wouldn't have gone on stage and would have chosen to just admit defeat. He clearly had a bright future and had hoped to achieve the status of a land god. But he was directly buried in Ning Yi's hands. Song Hwan, however, was unable to speak again, and there were traces of blood gushing out from the sky's spirit cover downwards, with blood popping out. Bang! That was actually a shocking wound that carried out his entire body, causing his entire person to almost become two halves, and with a heart full of unwillingness and regret, he severed his vitality and planted himself heavily on top of the ring. Song Hwan, the body fell. Although he was already at the half-step emperor realm, he still could not withstand a single sword from Ning Yi. At this point in time, it was as if the world had lost its voice. Countless gazes with shock and stupefaction all focused on ring number 1. The large platform was silent. In the seat of the Taishan Taoist sect, From the patriarchal elders down to the disciples, one by one, they all stood up, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A sword, another sword, this one is even more terrifying than before. Elder brother Song, just like that. Song Hwan. No, that's not possible. No matter who it was, they all felt creeped out and their pupils shrunk to a tiny dot. The whole thing, too fast, too soon. So fast that it was too late for anyone to see exactly how Ning Yi had cut out that sword. But everyone saw. Even if Song Hwan is regarded as the second pride of the Taishan Taoist sect, and has the hope of accomplishing the land immortal, as the disciple of the Taishan Taoist sect's key cultivation. However, facing Ning Yi's sword, there was no way to fight. The blow that drove heaven and earth. Destroyed. The crowd of the Taishan Dao sect at that moment became stupefied down under the unparalleled shock. It was impossible to believe that Song Hwan had been killed by a sword. Chapter 33. Wudi is just old, not dead. Kei Chuanqiu moved, his face full of shock, unable to fade away. Song Hwan is my own biography. The talent on the sword road is one of the best when looking at the various forces, yet he was still killed by a sword. He was so bewildered and confused that his voice trembled. Even as the head of a clan, he could no longer control his emotions. Song Hwan's death has thrown him into a state of self-doubt. It was only because in Ning Yi, he saw a stunning and terrifying sword Dao talent. This ninth prince of the great feather god dynasty. Only 18 years old, yet showing such terrifying strength and sword Dao attainments. Such a demon. Unheard of and unseen. Senior brother Song He. He just lost? Dead. Senior brother Song is dead. Ning Yi still kills in seconds with one sword, again. How could he have such terrifying strength? Senior brother Song is a half-step Imperial realm. Could it be that he is also a half-step Imperial realm? One by one, the disciples and elders of the Supreme Dao sect turned pale as they once again erupted into exclamations of shock, their expressions filled with horror. Ning Yi. The ninth prince of the great feather god dynasty. It's horrible. It's not enough to kill a peak grandmaster with one sword. Now he had beheaded Song Hwan, who was at the half-step emperor realm, with a sword. Faced with this outcome. Aside from the Supreme Dao sect, the remaining 6 powers were unable to accept it. At that moment, almost all of them stood up, shocked as they looked at Ning Yi, who was calmly rubbing the longsword in his hand, and exclaimed in horrified disbelief. As the entire audience was once again startled by Ning Yi's sword, the Ring 3. A half-step Imperial realm heavenly pride of the devil cult did not feel the slightest bit happy even after winning, but instead looked towards ring number 1 with a gloomy expression. Ning Yi. Even though he was in a life and death battle before, he noticed the scene that happened in ring number 1. Now that he looked over, he happened to meet Ning Yi's gaze. He only felt his eyes sting, his scalp tingling as he withdrew his gaze and jumped out of the ring without looking back. And at this point, old Laojiu, what exactly is his strength? Defeated at the hands of that half-step Imperial realm, the second prince wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The unwillingness of defeat transformed into a heart full of shock as he looked towards ring number 1. Looking at Ning Yi, who was standing straight up in ring number 1, he looked stunned, his eyelids fluttering violently. Thinking back to the terrifying sword intent that he felt earlier, that heaven-destroying sword that hiss. The second prince sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and had long since lost sight of the injuries on his body, shivering one after another. That ninth brother, who was the youngest and not in the spotlight, faced the half-step emperor realm as usual and killed him with a sword. Song Hwan came from the Taishan Taoist sect, which started out with swords. On the contrary, he is too inferior to ninth brother in the sword path. From start to finish. This ninth brother of his own didn't show too much emotion no matter who he was dealing with, as if all those people were all 3-year-olds. 2 battles in all. Results. Both times it ended with a sword spike. That's a half-step Imperial realm, and this guy still kills in a second with a sword. When the second prince thought of the fact that he was still picking a fight with Ning Yi's face earlier, he couldn't help but shiver, his legs softened, and his heart was horrified. My ninth brother, who has never practiced cultivation before, is already terrifying to such an extent? Half-step Emperor realm can't even catch one of his swords. Wouldn't it be next that even the Emperor realm is going to be killed in a single sword second? Returning to his seat, he didn't even dare to look at Ning Yi, shivering uncontrollably. In the face of the second prince's return from defeat. The crowd of the Great Feather Imperial family didn't even bother to look at it, they all stared blankly at Ning Yi and ring number 1, who was panting heavily. The ninth prince. Won again. One sword, another sword killed Song Hwan of the half-step Emperor realm. Ninth prince, what kind of strength is it? Originally, I thought that the ninth prince becoming a peak grandmaster at the age of 18 was already scary enough, but now it seems like it's much more than that. The ninth prince is also too damn demonic. Will he meet the Imperial realm next and also be killed in a second with a sword? If I put it before I wouldn't believe something so ridiculous, but now, I always think it's possible. 1. Ha ha ha, the ninth prince won again. The ninth prince's strength is so powerful even if it's not. The sword Dao attainments are actually so shocking. The key is that the ninth prince is still so young. Doesn't it mean that he is destined to reach the land god immortal realm? Several elder brothers, is this still the ninth brother we know? The ministers erupted in a paroxysm of shock, and after slowing down, they instantly rose to their feet and cheered and laughed wantonly up to the sky. Even the other ministers from the prince's camp were looking at Ning Yi with shock and respect right now. The gap between the current ninth prince and the rest of the emperors was immediately obvious. His strength was unfathomable and his potential was bound to be terrifying. Under the ecstasy, the hearts of many ministers could not help but be shaken. Even the imperial princes, after their elation, looked at Ning Yi with even more scorn. Ninth brother is too scary. They were wildly shaken inside, especially the second prince, the fourth prince, and the eighth prince. This big competition made them feel like they were dreaming. Just as the people and the royal crowd on the side of the Great Feather God dynasty were pleasantly surprised. Boom! A terrifying aura fluctuation erupted from the direction of the Tai Shan Dao sex group. Patriarch Ke Chuanxiu rose up into the sky, his gaze filled with rage and murderous intent, locking onto Ning Yi in ring number 1 as he lost his temper and roared, "Ning Yi, how dare you kill my protege?" Song Huan's death made it impossible for him to keep his cool. Even though he had thought that Song Huan would lose before, he had secretly decided that he would not let him die. But it did not occur to him that Ning Yi was facing a half-step emperor realm, yet he still possessed the strength to kill in a second with a sword, and it was already too late to make another move. Ke Chuanxiu's rage was monstrous as he rolled his mighty pressure toward Ning Yi to suppress him, his killing intent boiling over. And his sudden move. It immediately caused the faces of the demon sect and the other 5 forces to change, and there was anticipation in their eyes. If Ke Chuanxiu kills Ning Yi, this was naturally the best, and there was no need for them to bear the wrath of the martial emperor. The faces of the royal family changed drastically. The left prime minister even furrowed his brows, looked at Ke Chuanxiu with cold eyes, and drank coldly. "Ke Chuanxiu, what do you want to do? The life of your own disciple is a life, but the life of someone from my royal family before is not a life? No one is allowed to intervene in the affairs of the ring except those who are fighting. Furthermore, Ning Yi is the ninth prince of our Great Feather Divine Dynasty, and with His Majesty, the martial emperor, if you dare to make a move, you will surely die." Although his strength was not enough to stop the crazy-eyed Ke Chuanxiu, he coldly warned. With these words, swish! Everyone's gazes looked in unison at the martial emperor, who seemed to always be sleeping, and they were all changed. So long. Woody had no voice after that, except for a word at the beginning, so that his presence dwindled. Now that they saw the martial emperor's presence, they all couldn't help but take a deep breath and put away their petty thoughts. Chapter 34 Slaughter. Ning Yi alone swept through the 7-sect competition. Martial Emperor. Ke Chuanxiu, who was almost overwhelmed by anger, heard the words of the left prime minister and suddenly came back to his senses, shivering violently. At this moment, when he looked at the closed-eyed martial emperor, his chest heaved. In the end, he gritted his teeth in death and held back the anger in his heart. Under the eyes of all the people with their hearts in the right place. "Ning Yi, I want to see how much longer you can be complacent." Ke Chuanxiu coldly looked at Ning Yi in ring number 1, and extremely reluctantly retreated back. See the situation. The left prime minister let out a cold snort before he collected his cultivation. But Ning Yi was not affected in the slightest, glancing at the corpse of Song Huan at his feet, breezily kicking it out of the ring and calmly saying, "Go on, you can go on to draw the next one." As the words fell out of his mouth, he looked at the left prime minister. Having heard what was said, the left prime minister took a deep breath, his heart changing from worry to anticipation. What exactly is the ninth prince's strength? His heart raced, and the more he felt that he couldn't see through the ninth prince. The rest of the various forces who had yet to make an appearance almost looked toward Ning Yi at the same time, and many of their gazes carried a strong sense of scorn. Ning Yi's outburst and the stance he had realized from the beginning to the end terrified them. Who knows? What level of strength had this ninth prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty reached? As the great race continues. The scene became lively once again, with murmurs rising and falling one after another. Until half an hour has passed. Among the people representing the royal family to participate in the grand competition, among the several princes, other than Ning Yi, who hadn't tasted a single defeat, and the grand prince, who was still on a winning streak, the rest of the princes were all defeated in the ring, and they were all injured quite a bit. Now the only person left who hadn't been drawn yet was Luluwali. But no one paid attention to whether or not Luluwali was on the field. Nor do they care what others do. The vast majority of the gazes, at the moment, were stuck on ring number 1. Just because. Inside half an hour, quite a number of people among the 7 powers were drawn to step onto ring number 1. But all of them lost. Shi Gingyun of Xingyang Academy, defeated by Ning Yi, the 9th prince, dies. Zhai Jing of the Sacred Confucian Academy, defeated by the 9th prince Ning Yi, die. Taishang Dao Sect Shou Yanhui, defeated by 9th prince Ning Yi, die. Lu Zhao of the Royal Void Sacred Sect, defeated by the 9th prince Ning Yi, die. Deng Rui of the Sacred Flame Xin Clan, defeated by 9th prince Ning Yi, die. Yu Hani of the Ling Shao Divine Sect, defeated by the 9th prince Ning Yi, die. Song Yuan Demon Sect's Jane Hiyang, defeated by 9th prince Ning Yi, die. In just half an hour, the 7 powers, 1 peak Grand Master and 1 half-step Imperial realm were all drawn, but no one could walk down alive. The Grand Elder kept announcing the results, his face already numb. Knock, knock, knock. He looked at Ning Yi, who was always standing in ring number 1, his mouth dry and the shock in his eyes unmatched. At this moment, he only felt creeped out. Even if he wasn't one of the 7 great powers, the 9th prince of today made his heart skip a beat with fear. Compared to the other rings. At this time, ring 1 appeared even bloodier and more shocking, having long been covered by a thick mist of blood. Only to see that opposite Ning Yi, a body that was either separated or mutilated was piled up all over the place, and more than that, there was still a large amount of broken flesh and bones spilling out all around. Blood is dripping. Thrilling. Looks like. Ring number 1, where Ning Yi was located, was like a forbidden place where anyone who stepped on it died without exception. Everyone, it doesn't end half as well. All of them were killed by Ning Yi with a single sword strike. Ring 1 had been transformed into a horrifying and appalling Shura, a Moroi purgatory. What? How is that possible? Of all the people, no one can take a sword from Ning Yi? Ning Yi is facing everyone in seconds, what the hell? Until now there have been dozens of deaths at the hands of Ning Yi, who is tireless and has inexhaustible spiritual energy in his body. Every attack is so terrifying, but how is it that Ning Yi acts like he hasn't consumed half of it? Just Ning Yi alone has caused the 7 powers to suffer heavy losses. Is this guy still human? Monster, I've never seen such a terrible monster. What's frightening is that Ning Yi is only 18 years old, and his strength has already reached such an unrivaled level. Wouldn't it be true that if we give him a few more years, it wouldn't matter if he reaches the land gods? Crazy, this guy is just crazy, he's addicted to killing. If this continues, I'm afraid that there aren't enough people from the 7 great powers for him to kill. Originally thought that the Great Feather royal family is more difficult to deal with just a big prince, but I didn't expect this Ning Yi to be even more terrifying. Maybe it's already an Imperial realm cultivation. Countless people looked at Ning Yi, who was now undefeated in ring number 1 and seemed to be in purgatory, and all of them gasped in horror. At this moment, they were creeped out, with huge waves inside. I thought this farce would be over quickly. But now it seems that everyone was wrong. No one ever thinks about. The 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty would have such a heaven-defying cultivation talent and would have such a terrifying strength. Among the 7 great powers, exclamations filled with horror continued to emanate, and the gazes that looked at Ning Yi were tinged with anger, and more than anything else, horror. Suddenly. No! A miserable scream came out from ring number 1, but it quickly came to an abrupt end, only to see a young man explode into a bloody mist under violent trembling. Again, it was spiked. It was even so fast that no one could react. The left prime minister's heart was pounding, and his mouth was dry as he shouted, Hui of the Song Yuan demon cult, defeated by the 9th prince Ning Yi, die. When the results were announced once more, he shivered, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Ning Yi and sucked in a breath of cool air. 9th prince. It's too much. As the scene roared to life again. Go on. Only Ning Yi looked as if nothing had happened as he opened his mouth indifferently. In response, everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Ning Yi as if they were looking at a monster, and they shuddered. The vast majority of them shivered, with fear in their eyes and their hearts beating violently. Looking at the left prime minister who was going to continue to draw lots, those from the 7 powers who hadn't been drawn, or those who had previously won their battles and were waiting for the next trap to be drawn were all tense to the extreme. They just want. Don't get smoked yourself. Now. No one wanted to touch Ning Yi anymore. In the end. A disciple of the Supreme Tao sect was filled with despair and trembling as he was drawn, unable to stop trembling as he looked at Ning Yi in ring number 1. I admit defeat. He didn't dare to have half a point, and almost as soon as the left prime minister's words fell, he screamed shrilly directly. So many people had died in Ning Yi's hands before, he didn't want to die. Even if he was spurned by the sect disciples and chastised by the sect master and elders, he did not want to die in the ring. Even if this would shatter the heart of the Tao, he had already forgotten about it in the midst of his fear and just wanted to live. After all, he was only a peak grandmaster, how could he fight Ning Yi who could kill the half-step emperor realm in seconds? Chapter 35. The whole place is shocked. Who dares to be the enemy? The scene erupted into gasps of surprise. Surrender before the war. One by one, the faces of the elders and patriarchs of the Supreme Tao sect were ugly to the extreme. They looked at the disciple who had conceded defeat and shuddered with anger. But there was nothing to be done. This was because in the eyes of the other disciples, they all saw the fear that these disciples had for Ning Yi. And when the Great Feather royal family saw this scene, they were all ecstatic. Scared, they finally know they're scared. The ninth prince has killed them until they're afraid. Some are starting to be afraid to fight. Wasn't it arrogant before? Didn't you unite against the royal family? How did you start acting like a shrinking violet? The ninth prince really took out a vicious breath for us. This feeling is so good. We still have the ninth prince and the grand prince. Even though they were targeted by the seven powers, they still managed to hold out until this time, and even the ninth prince has made those guys so afraid that they don't even dare to go to the ring. Cool, so cool, the ninth prince is mighty. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty has produced a supreme demon like the ninth prince. The future should be prosperous. Whether it is the people or the ministers, or even one of the royal princes, now they are all looking incredibly uplifted, and their morale is high. At this moment of great joy, they were chanting and completely boiling over. The hope of the royal family was left with the ninth prince and the grand prince, causing greater expectations to rise as they were excited. Perhaps with the ninth prince around. This time, even if the royal family was targeted by the seven powers and unable to win the first place, there was still a chance to go and get a good result. It's not the end of the line, so it's able to be accepted. Is this really our ninth brother? The second prince looked at Ning Yi with a face full of horror, his body shivering. The current Ning Yi made him feel more and more afraid. The rest of the emperors had more shock on their faces, more scorn in their eyes, and their scalps had long since exploded. The fifth prince breathed in sharply and said in horror, I didn't expect the ninth brother to be so terrifying. Even if I couldn't see through his strength, there wasn't a single one that wasn't killed by him in seconds when he faced those people from the seven great forces. Ninth brother is too strong. Apart from big brother, it's simply impossible for us to be his opponent. Ninth brother is merely 18 years old. Such a young ninth brother will definitely be favored by his father after this grand competition. If he wants to fight for the crown prince position, who can snatch it from him? That statement. It instantly made the second prince and several other princes tremble, and all of them had complex faces and sighed inwardly. Indeed. Apart from being older, these older brothers of theirs were simply hard to compare with Ning Yi in other places. Father is just old and not blind. Even if sleeping wasn't a pretense, when he woke up he would naturally learn about what ninth brother had done. This kind of demon, what are they going to compete with? And at this point, on ring number 3, the Grand Prince turned around expansively to look at Ning Yi on ring number 1, his face filled with a look of exhilaration. Ninth brother, well done. He laughed out loud and exclaimed without mincing words, Ninth brother, you have undoubtedly fought with the blood of the royal family and fought in your own style. See, those people are already afraid of you. If you can, go ahead and kill as much as you want, there's Big Brother to cover for you. The Grand Prince patted his chest, his eyes were full of battle spirit, but in reality, his heart was equally shocked. Because now, he had a vague feeling that Ninth Brother hadn't used his full strength in his previous strike. Thinking of what Ninth Brother had said earlier, he gulped and a flash of anticipation flashed in his eyes. At this point, this world, how could such a terrifying demon like Ning Yi be born? Luluwali, who had been watching Ning Yi all along, once again set off shock waves within her heart, refreshing her perception of Ning Yi. This husband of his appeared to be far from exhausted. Whoever it is, all of them were killed by a single sword. The 7 powers combined had already had more than 20 peak grandmasters and several half-step Imperial realms die in ring number 1. With a heart full of shock. It's hard to believe that even though I've reached the peak of grandmaster, I still can't beat him? Luluwali was even more surprised when she thought of her previous disastrous defeat in the simulated sparring match, and then thought of Ning Yi, who had never practiced but was able to display such a terrifying strength in the grand competition. If that was true, then she really didn't know what to say. In a small world like this, there was someone else who possessed even more terrifying cultivation talent and cultivation speed than her, a reborn empress? Even if you put it in your original world, this is an extremely explosive thing. But just then, ring number 5, Luluwali, wife of the 9th prince of the Great Feather royal family, versus Yun Bozhong of the Tsong Yuan demon cult. The left prime minister's voice rang out. Having heard what was said, it's finally my turn. Luluwali's thoughts instantly pulled back, and a look of excitement appeared in her eyes. After all this time, she had long been impatient and eager to try. After all, always watching her cheap husband in the limelight made her itchy. Without the slightest hesitation, Under the suspicious gaze of one of the royal family, Lu Luoli rose, her eyes revealing a sharp edge. In ring 3. Sibling, be careful, those people will surely be angry with you because of ninth brother. If you can't handle it, then admit defeat, there is still me and ninth brother afterward. The Grand Imperial Prince looked in the direction of where the royal family was and gave a solemn reminder. Having heard what was said, Lu Luoli didn't choose to go for a rebuttal but instead nodded. Take it out on me? Ha! I'd like to see how they're going to take their anger out on me. She laughed coldly in her heart, and with a clear and cold expression, she leapt up and landed on ring number 5 like a fairy. And her dumpy looks instantly drew a lot of attention. Who is this woman? To actually represent the royal family in a battle? It seems to be unfamiliar, and listening to what the Grand Prince said, it seems that the ninth prince has an unusual relationship with him? This woman is Ning Yi's new wife, the first eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Luoli. What? The wife of the ninth prince of Great Yu? A woman is actually participating in the grand competition as well, representing the royal family? Couples participating in the grand competition together, what do they want? Could it be that they want to utilize this competition to create momentum? Arrogant. This Lu Luoli is only a zongsher. Where did she get the confidence to participate in the grand competition? Ha! She's only a grandmaster? Isn't that looking for death? An exclamation of surprise instantly came out continuously from among the 7 powers, looking at Lu Luoli on the stage, no matter who was shocked and amazed. After all, in the past, when the royal family participated in the 7-sect competition, there had never been a situation where the royal son's wife would follow suit. Especially after learning that Lu Luoli was only at the cultivation level of a zongsher a month ago, the entire room was even more in an uproar, and everyone was even more shocked. A sovereign master going on the field was undoubtedly looking for death. The majority of the grand competition had passed, and the remaining people were all at least peak grandmasters among the 7 powers. A patriarchal woman dares to mount the ring. In addition to looking for death in the eyes of the 7 powers, it was more like a provocation and insult to them. Chapter 36 Mrs. Ning Yi, Lu Luoli, so strong too? Among the people of the devil's cult. Lu Luoli? Patriarch? Kei Chuanqiu looked coldly at Lu Luoli, both eyes glowing with a cold light, then he looked at Ning Yi in ring number 1 and gritted his teeth. This couple deserves to die. Bo Zhong, kill Lu Luoli. Since she only displayed her zongsher cultivation a month ago, even if she had some preparations, it would undoubtedly be too much for you, a peak grade zongsher. Kill him as a return gift from the devil cult to Ning Yi. Eyes cold and commanding, At this moment, Kei Chuanqiu had long since lost his earlier poise, and anger spewed from his eyes. Ning Yi had killed too many of the devil cult's heavenly pride. If there is no comeback, then wouldn't it be a joke? Yun Bozhong sniffed, looked at ring number 5 and nodded with a sardonic smile. Don't worry, sect leader, it's just a sect master, I can destroy it with a snap of my fingers. Later, I'll make Ning Yi watch his wife die in my hands. No longer speaking, he directly stepped into the air towards ring number 5. In the blink of an eye. Under the attention of all parties, Yun Bozhong arrived at ring number 5 and stood opposite Lu Luoli. See the situation. If there are no questions, let's begin. The left prime minister opened his mouth with worry in his eyes. The ninth prince's wife was only a zongsher after all, but she dared to participate in the grand competition, which made him puzzled and confused. Yun Bozhong stared straight at Lu Luoli and laughed coldly. It's a stunning color contained, it's just a pity that you married the wrong person. You were destined to die by my hand the moment you ascended the ring. If you want to blame me, you should blame Ning Yi. After saying that, he let out a low gulp, and his cultivation at the peak of Grandmaster blossomed. Without the slightest reservation. The wind is blowing hard. The entire ring roared. Lu Luoli's eyes were clear and cold, slightly raising her eyes to look at Yun Bozhong, saying, My husband has a saying that is right, I am just as uninterested in listening to dead people's nonsense. How dare a sect master speak to me like that? Yun Bozhong was furious. Suddenly his body's demonic chi tumbled and quickly swept out. His large hand slapped out fiercely towards Lu Luoli, forming an amazing storm that swept wildly. An all-out strike from a peak grandmaster. In the middle of the storm, it contained a shocking demonic aura. If an ordinary cultivator is stained, he will be eroded. Yun Bozhong laughed recklessly and said coldly, Don't blame me for destroying the flowers with my hot hands, you must die. As the words fell, he slapped out another palm without the slightest reservation. Not to mention that the other party was only a zongsher. Even if it was a grand zongsher, he was fully confident that he would be able to kill him with this strike. But the next second. Boom! Icy coldness filled Lu Luoli's face as a peak grandmaster's aura exploded. In an instant, the ring shook violently. The void beside her also roared. Just a blink of an eye. It was as if Luluwali had changed into a different person. Her temperament was superb, and her amazing aura swept away. An unimpressive peak grandmaster presuming to kill me? She opened her mouth coldly, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Her voice made the temperature drop with her. In a flash, she slowly raised her hand and pointed a finger towards Yunbojong, who was killing in the storm of demonic chi. This finger seemed to contain infinite power, directly causing the entire space of the ring to be fixed for it, isolating heaven and earth. A shocking cold aura erupted monstrously. A layer of frost surfaced. Even space is frozen. The sardonic smile on Yunbojong's face suddenly solidified, and then his face changed drastically as a violent life and death crisis suddenly rose in his heart. You are a peak Grand Master, he exclaimed in horror, his body trembling as if he was in the middle of an endless field of frost. In an instant, his cultivation solidified and even showed signs of regression. On his body, the same frost gradually covered it. See the situation. No, this can't be, you're actually not a sovereign. Yunbojong was horrified, his pupils contracted violently, and he used all his strength to try to resolve the crisis at hand. However, that finger of Lu Luoli's was simply nowhere to be found. He had the intention to resist, frantically pushing his cultivation, but he was unable to shake the frost on his body. The crisis is complete. Yunbojong could feel his body gradually stiffen, despair surfaced in his eyes, and he cried out in terror, Damn, how could this happen? Who the hell said she only has the cultivation of a zongsher? No matter how much he struggled, but he couldn't make the frost on his body fade away, and his body was no longer able to move. Until after the miserable scream, he turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture with remorse and despair in his eyes. Ka-ching! Under a shocked gaze, the ice sculpture that Yunbojong had transformed into appeared densely cracked. Eventually, it exploded. A large amount of ice fragments spilled out into the sky. Seeing this, Luluwali's fiery red long skirt danced with the wind, her face was ice cold as she slowly said, Left Prime Minister, continue to draw lots for the next one to come on stage. Hearing that, the left Prime Minister couldn't help but stare at Yunbojong, who was already dead and reduced to a large amount of ice. Yunbojong lost to Luluwali, the wife of the 9th prince of the Great Rain God dynasty. His mouth went dry as he made the announcement, the shock on his face impossible to hide. The wife of the 9th prince. Surprisingly, it's already a Grand Master? A month ago, he was a Grandmaster, and a month later, he was already at the peak of a Grandmaster. What the hell? And at this point, the people of the major forces present all broke out into exclamations of surprise, rising up in thick shock and disbelief, staring blankly at Luluwali on the 5th ring. This 9th prince's wife, with a powerful aura and a cultivation level that wasn't that of a Grandmaster, but a peak Grandmaster. Again, just one blow. Yunbojong was directly killed in seconds without any resistance. How is that possible? In the seats of the Song Yuan demon sect, all the people of the demon sect all stood up in shock and exclaimed in unison. Yunbojong. Dead? Dead in the blink of an eye? Peak Grandmaster, that Luluwali is actually a peak Grandmaster. Before, she was clearly only at the cultivation level of a zongsher, but in just a month's time, she reached the peak of a Grand Zongsher from a zongsher. How could she have such a fast cultivation speed? One Ning Yi even, now there's another Luluwali, same realm, but she was able to kill Yunbojong, who was also at the peak of Grandmaster. What the hell is going on here? It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be. This can't be right. Just now, what means did Luluwali use? Just by dropping a finger towards Yunbojong, she formed such a terrifying field and obliterated him. Even if she is a peak Grandmaster, Yunbojong shouldn't have no power to resist. The eyes of all the people in the devil cult were cracking and their voices were roaring. The results at hand are hard for them to accept. Especially with the strength displayed by Luluwali, everyone felt incomparably shocked, unable to believe that they could reach the peak of Grandmaster from Zongsher in just 1 month. In just a moment's effort, they had lost another heavenly pride that they had spent a lot of resources to cultivate. Together with those killed by Ning Yi before. The devil cult's loss was so great that it far exceeded expectations. Chapter 37. This husband and wife swept away everyone, fake it? The royal seat. The ministers and princes all stood dumbfounded, their faces full of stupefaction as they surveyed Luluwali, the shock in their eyes unmistakable. What's going on? 9th brother's sister is already at the peak of the Grand Master? A month ago she was still at the 4th level of the sovereign. How did she manage to improve that much in just a month? Even if 9th brother is so perverted, her wife is also so perverted. What's the situation? This couple is too weird and scary to see through. It turns out that the peak Grandmaster aura that appeared in the Green Cloud Palace earlier was not the 9th prince, but rather the 9th lady? The ninth brother never made a move before the wedding, and although Luluwali is the first eldest daughter of the Lu family, she is not treated well in the Lu family, yet they are also terrifying? Nowadays, even though no one from the royal family is on the stage anymore, there are the ninth prince, the ninth lady, and the grand prince standing in the ring, so as long as they don't lose, the royal family hasn't lost. They were wildly shocked inside, never expecting this to happen. In particular, the peak strength of a grandmaster displayed by Luluwali made everyone look dumbfounded. It's not just the royal family and the demon cult. The remaining 6 powers were each in a daze, and after the shock, their expressions became appalled. There are a total of 5 rings, and as a result, the royal family now occupies 3 of them, and that Luluwali doesn't look like she has any intention of coming down. They stared blankly at Ning Yi, Luluwali, and the Grand Imperial Prince in the ring, their hearts having long since set off waves of shock. Originally, they had thought that they had joined forces with the demon cult to target the royal family, and were able to eliminate all of the people of the royal family at the fastest speed possible. Results: Ning Yi's sudden appearance had swept away the vast majority of the heavenly prides of the 7 major powers, and all of them had been killed in seconds. Today, the strength displayed by Luluwali made them all feel shocked. Knock, knock, knock. The 7 powers were unable to maintain their previous composure as their hearts raced and their faces were filled with disbelief. They trembled, unable to believe the situation today. The party with the most to lose. It went from royalty to them. The left prime minister was breathing heavily, and after the shock, his face was filled with joy. 9. He was just about to open his mouth to let Luluwali take some rest. Only to be interrupted. Only to see Luluwali turn around and look at the left prime minister, her face unperturbed as she faintly said, "Left prime minister, continue drawing lots. I want to be the same as my husband, right here in the 5th ring, those who board the stage. Die." These words directly made the left prime minister dumbfounded. Like a heavy bomb. Boom! It exploded directly on the scene, deafening everyone. Among the royal family, the crowd of ministers and princes had long been dumbfounded and stupefied, their mouths wide open but unable to speak. However, the 7 powers instantly exploded when they heard the words. What did she say? This Luluwali is going to be just as arrogant as Ning Yi, simply arrogant to the extreme. Is this couple using this grand competition as a place for them to perform? Did they really think they were invincible? Damn it, 3 of the 5 rings were occupied by the royal family's people, making us lose a lot of money in that short amount of time. Killing so many heavenly prides, this grand competition was supposed to make the royal family the losers, but due to this variable, Ning Yi, the 7 powers have lost too many heavenly prides. Pissed off, whether it's Ning Yi or Luluwali, it's too overbearing, they're simply not putting the people of the 7 great powers in their eyes. A roar of fury roared up into the sky, and the entire scene completely roared and boiled. Their gazes were tinged with anger, and they were gnashing their teeth at every word. The words spoken by Luluwali made them feel incomparably stifled in addition to anger. Ning Yi had said so and done so before. As a result, not one of the so many heavenly prides of the 7 powers could catch one of his swords, and they were all killed in seconds. Not a single defeat so far. Now, Willow Lori intends to replicate it. How can this not make them angry about it? Keichuanshou, as the sovereign of the Supreme Dao sect, looked at Ning Yi and Luluwali dead on as he said in a deep voice, "What exactly do these 2 mean? Is this their intention to sweep everyone away? Arrogant, how dare you?" The patriarch of the Royal Void Sacred Sect was an old man with a head full of white hair and a thin yellow face, and at that moment, he also couldn't help but sneer. Courage is commendable, but it is absolutely impossible for the Imperial family to turn the tide against the wind. Their bottom line is only that they haven't encountered our peak battle power. After that, they will surely fall flat on their face and regret this move. On the main seat of the demon sect seat, Demon Yuanzi's face was filled with gloom as he looked at Ning Yi and Luluwali in the ring and gritted his teeth. "You 2 couples are still really unself-conscious. I hope that you'll still be able to remain like this in a little while." With that on his lips, his heart had long been burning with rage. In addition to them, the other several powers were just furious, and the so-called anger that there was, all of them were furious. And there was nothing they could do about it. The royal family is the host. And long before that, they had already shown their cards, aiming to target the royal family in the grand competition, causing the royal family to lose face. Today, it is they who have lost face. One by one, they're all getting impotent and raging. TSK, TSK, TSK. On the side of the royal family, the ministers and princes, and the people were all overjoyed after seeing the people of the 7 powers constantly roaring in anger and having all sorts of difficulty accepting it. The 9th prince, Ning Yi, had already put on his airs. Luluwali was again displaying her peak grandmaster cultivation, killing a peak grandmaster in a single strike, causing the royal family's aura to boil even more. And now, the royal family occupies 3 rings. Ning Yi, Luluwali, and the Grand Imperial Prince had all yet to taste a single defeat. This made the people of the royal family feel proud and hold their heads high after seeing the angry but helpless appearance of the seven powers. See the situation. The people of the seven great powers were even more furious, roaring madly in their hearts. Only Luluwali didn't pay the slightest attention and stood quietly in the ring, waiting for her next opponent to come on stage. Not far away, Ning Yi looked toward ring number 5, a flash of surprise in his eyes before the corners of his mouth rose. I wonder what else this empress of my family will do. He knew Luluwali's true identity, and right now, he naturally didn't half worry about it, but rather looked forward to it. This time, in the 7-sect competition, his wife was afraid that she would become famous in one fell swoop. I'm afraid that against those forces Imperial Realm demons, they might be able to fight with one of them as well. Even if Big Brother and Madam are defeated. Doesn't matter. He himself will cut down all those who dare to ascend the stage. After Ning Yi collected his thoughts, he turned to the left Prime Minister and commanded, "Continue, next." Yes. When the left Prime Minister saw that Ning Yi did not have the slightest intention of worrying about Luluwali, he was immediately overjoyed. This time he didn't bother worrying and droning on about anything, but continued the draw with anticipation. Chapter 38. The Martial Emperor couldn't see through Ning Yi, nor could he see through the female emperor. The left Prime Minister took a deep breath and continued to draw lots. Ring number 1, Ning Yi, the 9th Prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, versus Ji Outyan, the demon son of the Tsong Yuan demon sect. When the results of the draw were announced, he sucked in a breath of cold air and the smile on his face disappeared. But for now, we can only announce the rest of the ring one by one. Ring number 3, Great Yu Divine Dynasty Grand Imperial Prince Ning Xian versus Sacred Flame Shen Sect Sequence Xu Yi. A look of worry began to appear on the left Prime Minister's face, and after continuing to announce the candidate for ring number 4, his pupils suddenly shrunk and said, Ring number 5, Great Feather Divine Dynasty's Luluwali versus Royal Void Sacred Sect's Twin Star Xiexingyi. Now that the draw was over, he had long been anxious in his heart. The 9th Prince, the Great Prince, Luluwali's opponents this time, all of them were the strongest among the major powers. The left Prime Minister's face was bitter as he looked at Ning Yi, Luluwali, and the Grand Prince with apologies in his eyes. Damn it, I've got this hand. He gritted his teeth, almost about to break into a fit of rage. But since it's a lottery, there's so much uncertainty that there's nothing you can do about it, even if you're chagrined. At this time, the royal family members had long since changed their faces. This hand of the left Prime Minister. Finish the big egg. This time all three are each other's strongest people. This big competition, the royal family is afraid to be completely wiped out. The 9th Prince is facing the demon sect's demon son. I'm afraid it's up in the air now. That guy is in existence at the 4th level of the Imperial realm. The Grand Imperial Prince's opponent is the sequence of the Sacred Flame Shin clan. Both of them are in the 3rd heaven of the Imperial realm, but I've heard that Zhuge Yi cultivates an odd technique, so I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to cope with it. The 9th lady's opponent is the twin stars of the Royal Void Sacred Sect and one of the Holy Sons. That Xiexingyi is already in the 2nd heaven of the Imperial realm. Everyone's faces were ugly, their elation was gone, and their hearts were filled with worry. The results of this draw were undoubtedly one of the worst. The chances of winning are slim. There is no hope in sight. Moreover, the Grand Prince, the 9th Prince, and Luluwali were all on a winning streak before, and right now the strongest combatants of that great power were definitely going to fight tooth and nail to unleash their vengeance in the ring. Under the anxiety of the rest of the princes and ministers, the panic. What? I'm not still so? A voice filled with majesty and calmness rang out. Shasta. His Majesty the Martial Emperor. Father. The royals who were worried, and the ministers turned around when they heard the words. At this moment, they were shaken. Emperor Wu finally woke up. The sadness on the faces of the people was finally reduced a bit. The Martial Emperor's gaze was deep, looking at the 5 rings with interest, which was filled with astonishment. I did not expect the 9 children so many years to hide so deep. I looked away. He looked at Ning Yi in ring number 1, his face calm, but in his heart, he had already set off waves of terror. Before, he appeared to be in a deep sleep, but his divine sense was paying attention to everything that was happening at the scene at all times. Ning Yi's performance was too shocking. Even though I planned it all out, I didn't expect this to happen. Before coming, the Martial Emperor had already thought of the things that might happen, but he only didn't think that old 9 Ning Yi and Luluwali, his daughter-in-law, would become the biggest variables in this competition. What's going on? I actually cannot see through this daughter-in-law of mine? When he looked at Luluwali, his pupils shrunk slightly, and he was inwardly incomparably surprised. Can't see through it, not at all. An old 9 had made him wonder before, and now even his daughter-in-law couldn't see what was going on. A brilliant light appeared in the eyes of the Martial Emperor, and a smile appeared on his face for the first time. It seems that the lady I sought for Lao Jiao is not simple. He smiled more, and since he couldn't see through it, he simply stopped trying to figure it out. After all, Luluali was already his daughter-in-law, and even a member of the royal family. A few moments later. My ninth son, my daughter-in-law, you guys are really surprising me, being able to make the 7 powers hemorrhage money at this grand competition. He laughed coldly in his heart, with satisfaction in his eyes. Before he came, he was already prepared for the royal family to hemorrhage money, but he never expected that the ones who would hemorrhage money would instead become the 7 powers that had united against the royal family. With such a result, the martial emperor was satisfied to the extreme, and his heart was unbelievably happy. I am really curious as to how far you can go. The Grand Prince's place was no longer the focus of attention as he looked at Ning Yi and Luluali, murmuring a sentence in his heart. The same was true for the royal family present. However, the 7 powers were becoming excited. Among the seats of the devil's cult. Demon Son. The many elders and disciples of the devil cult were unprecedentedly excited, their faces flushed red as they chanted in unison, the light of excitement in their eyes incomparably bright. Meanwhile, Gao Tian, who was alone in the corner meditating and recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, the void around him roared, and his body's demonic aura rose up to the sky. Ka Ching. His eyes revealed indifference, and slowly, he actually caused space to appear unstable. A terrifying aura spread out from him, kicking up gusts of wind. The cultivation level of the 4th heaven of the Emperor realm was proud of the entire field. When they felt Gao Tian's aura, the rest of the 6 powers all revealed shock. So strong. They marveled inwardly and were even more scornful of the demon sect. Today's devil cult has indeed risen to prominence. Gao Tian didn't seem to be more than 25 years old, yet he was already in the 4th heaven of the Imperial realm. This was a terrifying demon who was bound to achieve the land god immortal. Devil Yuanzi directly ignored the scornful gazes cast around him, but his heart was bursting with smugness. Ao Tian. He didn't bother to pay attention to the compliments of the others and looked towards Jiao Qian, who stepped out step by step, his face grim as he said, "Kill Ning Yi. By whatever means, kill him." When Gao Tian heard this, he looked at Demon Yuanzi and said doubtfully, "Master, can I kill? The martial emperor has already awakened." The martial emperor is certainly terrifying, but after all, he is approaching the end of his days. If he is going to make a move to stop you, I will put everything I have into delaying it for you for a moment or two. Devil Yuanzi's eyes were filled with ice coldness as he said in a deep voice, "I just don't believe that he dares to really tear his face off here. The martial emperor is destined to die, but Ning Yi is different. I can't see through him. This son is too terrifying. The threat is already greater than the martial emperor. If we let him grow up smoothly, the demon sect will surely usher in the end because of this. So you have one mission, kill Ning Yi, at all costs." Hearing these words, Gao Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ning Yi and suddenly laughed coldly. "Don't worry, Master, killing him is but a breeze." Pride surfaced between his brows as he confidently said, "Even if Ning Yi is strong and can cut down half-steps of the Imperial realm, a true Imperial realm is not something he can contend with. What's more, his opponent is me." In response, Devil Yuanzi nodded his head with the utmost satisfaction and was in a good mood. One by one, the elders and disciples of the devil cult were excited, and intense anticipation appeared in their eyes. Gao Tian stopped talking and took a step out under the attention of all parties. Bang! This move of his caused the ground to shake, transforming into a ghostly light that headed straight for ring number 1, where Ning Yi was. Chapter 39. The Devil's Son's mind breaks down. How is it possible? Meanwhile, among the crowd of the Royal Void Sacred Sect, Xiexingyi, who was one of the Sacred Sons, slowly raised his head to look at Luluali on the 5th ring. "A mere peak grandmaster, and you dare to speak up?" He teasingly opened his mouth, his words full of indifference. Such an existence could be obliterated with a casual strike from him. His master, the Royal Void Sacred Sect's patriarch, shook his head as he sniffed and admonished, "Xingyi, that Luluali is just like Ning Yi. Both of them are impenetrable to my master. She was able to kill a peak grandmaster in seconds before, and she continues to stay in the ring as well as Ning Yi, so I guess she has quite a bit of backbone. Although your cultivation realm is above hers, do not be careless and act with caution. Of course, it would be best if we could kill her naturally." After the explanation, Void Dust's pale face was filled with anger. Because before that, Ning Yi had killed several peak grandmasters from several clans, as well as a half-step Imperial realm. So much so that the Royal Void Sacred Sect suffered heavy losses. Xiexingyi laughed coldly and shook his head, "Master, I think you're just worrying too much. A peak grandmaster is just a grandmaster. I can exterminate him with a casual strike. There's no way Luluali is my opponent. Wait until I kill him and avenge those junior brothers, and then after that, I'll properly watch Ning Yi die at the hands of Gao Tian." As the words fell, he rose up in the air and headed towards ring number 5 with a sly grin. Beyond that, In ring number 3, the Grand Emperor welcomed his strongest opponent since his debut. I hope nothing happens to ninth brother and his younger siblings. He didn't have much to worry about when facing Zhu Bei of the same realm, he was only more worried about Ning Yi and Luluali. However, after glancing at the direction where the martial emperor was, he didn't think much more about it. With father here, even if ninth brother and his younger siblings are not defeated, they will definitely be fine. And at this point, ring 1. Ning Yi had already stood opposite Gao Tian, looking straight at each other. As the left prime minister watched this scene, his expression was grave as he gritted his teeth and said, "This round of duels, begin." The words. Bang! Gao Tian's Emperor Realm 4th Heavenly Cultivation all exploded, and the entire ring shook violently and roared in all directions. On his body, boundless demonic chi surged out crazily, nearly obscuring the heavens and the earth. The terrifying aura covered the 8 directions, triggering a burst of shock in the surroundings. But the next second, Gao Tian's figure disappeared into thin air, his breath all for nothing. "You said you didn't like listening to dead people's crap, and coincidentally, neither do I." Under a shocked gaze, his voice carried an icy coldness as it ghostly came out. "So, Ning Yi, you won't have a chance to explain your last words. Die in peace." A monstrous demonic aura covered ring number 1, and it seemed as if a demonic domain had descended under the churning. When it reappears, Gao Tian had a sardonic smile on his face, and had already arrived in front of Ning Yi. Ka-ching! He raised his demonic aura-covered palm towards Ning Yi's heart and grabbed it fiercely, distorting space in a large area. This strike contained his full strength. Even if it wasn't an absolute kill, some of the remaining forces elders at the 5th level of the Imperial realm were moved by it. Below the 4th heaven of the Imperial realm, one must die. At this moment, there was actually explosive thunder coming from the canopy. It was as if Gao Tian's strike had shaken heaven and earth. "Ninth brother, be careful." On the 3rd ring, the pupils of the Grand Imperial Prince who was fighting with Zhu Bei contracted violently as he lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. Gao Tian's outburst caused him to be suppressed. And with the swiftness of the strike, ninth brother is in great danger. When the royal family saw this, all of them changed in color. So strong. Worthy of being the strongest devil son ever in the devil sect, this Gao Tian, even though his cultivation is at the 4th sky of the Emperor realm, he already possesses the strength of the 5th sky of the Emperor realm. Damn it, the 9th prince is in danger. It's over, the 9th prince, despite the fact that he has been winning continuously in front of him, he doesn't have a chance of winning against Gao Tian. Your Majesty, Gao Tian clearly wants to take the 9th prince's life, we must not let him succeed. Many ministers had already changed the prejudices in their hearts through Ning Yi's great competition, and now they were all in their throats, exclaiming in astonishment. No matter what, the 9th prince had allowed the royal family to save face. Moreover, in both public and private, the 9th prince represented the royal family and had a demonic talent, so of course they didn't want Ning Yi to die in the hands of a demon from the demon sect. However, noisy. Martial Emperor stared tightly at ring number 1 and let out a cold cry. Originally, he also wanted to make a move to stop him, intending to tell Ning Yi to back off, but after seeing Ning Yi, whose face did not change, he finally held back. After shutting everyone up, he couldn't help but stir up waves in his mind and give it his full attention. This kid has the confidence to fight Gao Tian? Emperor Wu was so shocked that his body couldn't help but sit up straight at the moment. With all eyes on us, Gao Tian has obtained the true teachings of the demon sect and is the strongest of all the generations of demon sons. Ning Yi will surely die. Devil Yuanzi swept a glance at the scene, listening to the bursts of exclamations as well as the tense worry on the royal family's side. His heart was incomparably satisfied. He had absolute confidence in Gao Tian, his disciple. If you say you can kill Ning Yi, you can definitely kill him. And just one hit. A few moments later, Ning Yi would have been destroyed in form and spirit. As for Emperor Wu, one does not give it a chance to interfere. There was more cold smiles at the corners of Devil Yuanzi's mouth as he secretly built up his strength, staring at the martial emperor's every move. Ning Yi is indeed a demon, and one that has never been seen before in all of history, but alas, he must die. He narrowed his eyes and grunted coldly in his mind. As long as the martial emperor made a move, he would stop it regardless. Suddenly, boom! Earth-shattering noises came out from ring number 1. Gao Tian's face was full of sardonic smiles, and the palm containing the power of terror landed on Ning Yi's heart. Ning Yi, I didn't expect you to be stupid to such an extent. Do you really think that I'm the same as those losers and can't help you? He laughed wantonly and wildly as monstrous demonic chi surged out along his arm. Even an elder of the 6th heavenly realm of the Emperor realm would only be instantly killed if he took his own strike like this. Upon seeing this scene, the All is silent. Countless gazes landed on Ning Yi with shock and disbelief. How dare this guy? Just let Gao Tian's attack fall on his body. Did they know there was no chance of winning, so they gave up resisting? Hiss. A burst of sounds of sucking in cool air came out. Everyone did not expect that Ning Yi would not dodge or avoid, and did not expect Gao Tian's terrifying strike would land on Ning Yi so easily. Is this kid crazy? Even the martial emperor's face changed in shock as he rose up. The current Ning Yi was infested with demonic qi all over his body. See the situation. Everyone was breathing heavily, only feeling that they would be able to see Ning Yi go up in smoke in the next second. Gao Tian on the ring sneered, "Ning Yi, dying in my hands, you can rest in peace." You. When he wanted to say something else, his face suddenly changed and his body trembled with it. Soon, his shaking became more and more violent and his pupils gradually contracted. In a split second. How is that possible? Gao Tian was shocked, incomparably shocked and appalled. You. He had a hell of a look on his face, a rare loss of composure. With his own all-out strike, coupled with the erosion of the demonic aura, Ning Yi should have been instantly killed and turned into flying ash. But Ning Yi moved without even driving a bit, his vitality was still abundant, his eyes didn't even blink, and since the beginning of time, he looked like an ancient well. At this moment, Gao Tian was able to see the color of disappointment that surfaced in Ning Yi's eyes. Boom! His mind shook wildly, and he felt the sky spinning and doubted his life. Chapter 40 Ning Yi Imperial Realm? The entire arena shook. No way, how can you be okay? Gao Tian's scalp was numb, the appearance of Ning Yi in front of him shattered the original confidence. His own full-force strike actually failed to shake Ning Yi by a single bit, and this guy was just like a nobody. Even if they were infested with demonic energy, they all kept quiet? Facing Gao Tian, who had messed up his mind. Is that all? The disappointment in Ning Yi's eyes became even more obvious as he shook his head. That's true, after all, I overestimated you guys. The so-called strongest is nothing more than that. Shaking his head again, he sighed softly and then raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that there was no interest at all. Ning Yi gazed calmly at Ji Aotian, who had a bewildered look on his face and began to gasp for air, and suddenly raised his hand and waved it. Bang! Steeply, Gao Tian's face changed once again as he felt a terrifying force coming at him. With a muffled grunt, he was directly shaken and flew backwards, almost falling off the ring. In the midst of the shocking waves in his heart, he raised his head violently, and immediately, there were endless thunderbolts exploding in unison in his mind. See only. Ning Yi brushed the spot where he had originally attacked, as if to brush away the dust that wasn't there in the first place. The demonic qi that had covered Ning Yi's entire body and unfolded its erosion even dissipated in an instant. Upon seeing this scene, the knock. The shock in Gao Tian's heart had reached an unprecedented level, his complexion became incomparably grave, and his heart beat wildly. At this moment, even if he was blind, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Ning Yi. It wasn't the peak of a great master, it wasn't the half-step Imperial realm. This damned fellow, he was already at least in the Imperial realm, and I'm afraid he wasn't even close to himself in terms of cultivation. Gao Tian completely put down his arrogance, his chest rose and fell violently, and his expression was particularly serious. No wonder you killed all those people before with a single sword, no wonder you weren't even afraid of facing me. With a burst of gnashing of teeth, his face began to turn ugly as he said in a deep voice, however, don't get complacent too early. Because today, I will kill you. Not only will you die, but your wife will die as well, and by then, this great competition will be over. Having heard what was said, Ning Yi thought for a moment, then expressed his approval, nodding slightly, you're right, after accompanying you guys for so long, it's almost time to end it now. As Gao Tian was stunned, he took a step. Moment. Heaven and earth are in turmoil. And seeing Ning Yi unharmed, and then hearing his words, countless people were dumbfounded. Under such a terrifying strike from Gao Tian, Ning Yi is actually fine. Demonic gas erosion has great damage both to the body and the divine soul, but he's not doing anything at all? Gao Tian is the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Ning Yi caught his full force strike alive. I'm not dreaming, am I? What does Ning Yi mean? Playing? He is saying that everything he did before was playing? Killing so many people, only to have Ning Yi say it's just for fun? Damn it, this gesture of Ning Yi's is so infuriating to watch, he's treating the 7 great powers' heavenly prides like toys? Ning Yi can't possibly be in the Imperial realm, there must be a protective treasure given by the martial emperor on his body in order to remain unharmed, he definitely can't withstand a second hit. Devil's son, kill him. Kill Ning Yi. Kill. Amidst the shocked and dumbfounded eyes of the royal family, the people of the 7 great powers all stared with wide-eyed fury after the shock had passed. Ning Yi said in play. This was clearly saying that the previous heavenly prides of each other's forces were treated like toys by him. This instantly caused the elders and disciples of the 7 powers to burst into a rage, and all of them now looked at Ning Yi and roared in anger, verbally attacking him. They felt an unprecedented humiliation. Especially the elders and disciples of the devil sect, their eyes were red and their voices roared madly. Even though they were shocked that Ning Yi was fine, their emotions were taken over by boundless anger. They only wanted to see Gao Tian decapitate him. What the hell is going on? However, the 4 patriarchs, 2 deans, and 1 demon sect master among the 7 powers were all highly shocked and their faces were grave to the extreme. Ning Yi's situation made them notice something extraordinary. Even smelled danger. Because at this very moment, boom! Ning Yi took another step, and the canopy shook and the ground trembled. And ring number 1. It actually started to dent. Not only that, Ning Yi didn't make too many moves, he just took one step out, yet a terrifying, monstrous aura rushed towards the sky on his body. Bang bang bang! A mind-numbing roar echoed across the heavens and earth, falling into the ears of countless people. Seeing this scene. Imperial realm. How is that possible? He actually does have an Imperial realm cultivation? No, how did a little scumbag who has never cultivated reach the Imperial realm? Damn it, such a young Imperial realm actually appeared in the Imperial family. The patriarchs, deans, and sect masters among the 7 great powers all had their faces changed greatly and couldn't stop roaring. Their eyes as they looked at Ning Yi had long been occupied by shock. Can't even say the words. An Imperial realm that was only 18 years old. The fact that the fallen royal family had produced such a terrifying demon was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for them. This matter. It's too scary. Compared to their favored disciple, the future heir, 9th Prince Ning Yi's age was simply too young, frighteningly young. To be at the Imperial realm at such an age was unprecedented. But it's just the way it is. Ning Yi is. In the future, he will surely achieve the status of a land god. Will they not accept it? Ning Yi was not arrogant before, but told the truth. Devil Yuanzi and the others realized afterward in shock, instantly panicking and disorganized. They looked at Ning Yi incredulously, reacting to the fact that the other party was really playing when they said they were playing before. And now, this creepy 9th Prince Ning Yi, getting serious. Thunder rolls in the sky here. The wind howls with fury. Gao Tian's face changed wildly and he couldn't stop trembling. He can actually make me feel threatened. With his mind shaken, he looked at Ning Yi in disbelief, but soon, strong killing intent surfaced in his eyes. With a shock in his heart, he intended to strike first and instantly rose into the air. The monstrous demonic chi rose again, especially furious. Gao Tian inhaled deeply and roared, "Demon burial." In an instant, almost his entire body merged with the devilish aura that covered the sky, condensing a terrifying black hole that was 1,000 feet in size, flickering with ghostly light and revealing a destructive aura. The void in a circle of hundreds of miles shook, actually causing space to explode. Without any hesitation, Gao Tian displayed the supreme killing move, which would surely bring death once it was performed. Ning Yi, this strike of mine can kill the 6th heavenly realm of the Emperor realm, go die. His complexion was distorted, his vitality drained away, and he actually exchanged his own vitality for the surefire strike. Chapter 41 Kill. The Devil's Son was executed on the spot. In the face of Gao Tian's madness, Ning Yi's entire body revealed the Imperial realm cultivation, no longer hiding it. Air break ban, seal. He only spoke faintly, and instantly the 8 directions were dead silent. In mid-air, Gao Tian's figure suddenly lurched, and the raging and monstrous demonic chi suddenly became frozen. What's going on? He had originally held out for the loss of his longevity to decapitate Ning Yi, but right now, he felt the deep malice that existed between heaven and earth. It made his killing move stop building up momentum at the moment. The sudden situation shocked Gao Tian, and after many failed attempts, he looked at Ning Yi with a face full of grimace and growled, "What have you done? What kind of gong method is this?" He had never seen such a bizarre gongfu that could actually interrupt his own spellcasting. No matter how much he urged the spiritual energy in his body, there was never any response. The demonic energy was flowing out, diminishing more and more. Even cultivation, at this moment, was gradually weakening. Gao Tian soon realized with horror that he had lost his own senses and even control of his body. This is impossible, how can he suppress me like this? He could no longer suppress his inner fear and suddenly said in shock, unless his cultivation is above me, but how is this possible? Just for a split second, he couldn't move a muscle, his eyes more horrified. At this time, Ning Yi In Gao Tian's eyes it was so terrifying, so irresistible. I don't believe it. His eyes cracked and he struggled frantically to get away. But the more he struggled, the more he could feel the closure of his cultivation and the clearer forbidden power between heaven and earth. Ning Yi raised his eyes and looked at Jiaotian, shook his head and said softly, "Your resistance is useless. Those who ascend the stage, the only way is death." Having heard what was said, the countless gazes looking at ring number 1 had revealed boundless shock. Gao Tian was even more creepy and bloodless. "No, you don't even cultivate. How can you have such terrifying strength?" He couldn't accept that he simply couldn't fight back after just one look. Not only was Ning Yi an Imperial realm, he was also an Imperial realm that made it impossible for him to resist. The life and death crisis is intense. Gao Tian's body was trembling with restraint, his face was in shock and his eyes were full of fear. "I am the strongest amongst the demon sect's successive demon sons. What makes you able to suppress me? What makes you?" His face gradually paled and his breath was weak, but he couldn't stop roaring in despair. "How could I lose to you? No, it's not true, it's not true." In the midst of despair, Gao Tian had long since gone insane, losing his mind as he kept roaring in rage, unable to accept the fact that he was being suppressed. Ka-ching! The crisp sound of bones being squeezed emanated from his body, and his face showed pain, completely devoid of blood color. Until now, he couldn't figure out why Ning Yi had such terrifying strength. With just a simple sentence, he lost his proud Imperial realm, 4th heavenly cultivation and his sense of the outside world. Even the strongest killing move, which sacrificed its life, collapsed in the twinkling of an eye. Put! Gao Tian suffered a backlash and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming more and more withered. Under Ning Yi's terrifying suppression, a desperate feeling of powerlessness rose within him. And around his body, the void had long been distorted, stripped of everything by an invisible force. Looking at Gao Tian, who was already weak to the core and in a state of shock and despair, Ning Yi didn't have too many emotional fluctuations on his face, as if he was just doing an insignificant little thing. "Break the airband, execute." At that moment, he spoke again. In a flash, booms came from all directions. The endless force of heaven and earth converges crazily and directly strangles Jiaotian, whose demonic chi has disappeared and whose cultivation has been sealed in the void. On the dome of the sky, endless thunder bloomed. Heaven and earth lose their colors. It's like trying to change the world. A suffocating aura of extinction descended with a bang, directly locking Gao Tian. Ning Yi, no. Gao Tian was actually more intense despair in his horrified eyes, and under his soul, he wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy. Since the beginning, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Ning Yi. Precisely. Not only him, countless people had underestimated Ning Yi. This 9th prince of the great feather god dynasty. It was horrible. Only Gao Tian was destined to not be able to know why this outcome would be the case, and before the words were spoken, his body violently trembled. Bang! 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 There was a black line that filled his body with a forbidden extinction aura that kept spreading all over his body. With the entire void trembling, his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make another half-assed sound, exploding apart inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, countless amounts of blood fell from the void like torrential rain, mixed with bones and broken flesh. Landed in ring 1. It fell among the many corpses and limbs. The original scarlet image, rendered again after Gao Tian's body fell, became more and more shocking. From the moment Ning Yi struck until the end, the whole thing was less than 10 breaths and still seconds. The strongest one of the demon sons of the Tsong Yuan demon sect. Death. The entire scene at this moment did not have half a sound coming out of it. Even on the remaining few rings, the figures exchanging blows stopped and looked at ring number 1 with terrified gazes. Gao Tian. Died. Just dead. Countless people under the field stood up, looking at the thrilling scene constantly trembling, their hearts and minds wildly shaken. The strongest combatant of the demon sect's young generation today died just like that. To everyone's surprise, Gao Tian was defeated. And Ning Yi still strikes in seconds. Until this moment. This. Ning Yi. Bursts of rapid breathing emanated out, no one's eyes could tolerate anything else anymore, only Ning Yi was left. They finally realized that what Ning Yi had said earlier was not half as arrogant. And this 9th prince of the great feather divine dynasty was truly too terrifying, every word was the truth. This 7-sect competition, the one with the strongest cultivation is Jiaotian, but even so, he was still killed by Ning Yi in seconds. Gao Tian is not even Ning Yi's opponent, so who else can be his opponent? Among the 7 powers, someone blurted out in horror, his voice trembling. The results now made them feel like they were dreaming. The previously unknown ninth prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty won the battle once again, beheading the demon son Gao Tian. The scene fell silent again. Because they all clearly knew that Gao Tian was defeated, and no one within the remaining people could kill Ning Yi anymore. No one. Even defeating Ning Yi had now become a luxury. Under the horrified gaze of countless people. Left Chancellor, keep drawing lots. Ning Yi did not estrange his body's aura and turned around to speak, as if what had happened before had not happened. But his comment caused the scene to blow right up. Does anyone else dare to come on stage? The eyes of the Dao Dao were filled with shock and awe. This time, the 7 clans competition. Ning Yi was already killing mad. Seconds to kill the peak of the Great Master, seconds to kill the half-step Emperor Realm, seconds to kill the Emperor Realm 4th Heaven Gao Tian. Anyone who boarded the stage all died at his hands. This ninth prince of the Great Feather God Dynasty. Already invincible. Chapter 42. The 7 sect unites, but loses heavily? Everyone present looked at ring number 1. And Ning Yi's words. Falling on the ears of those who participated in the grand competition and hadn't been eliminated yet was like a death charm, making people shudder. A group of elders and disciples of the Devil sect were grief-stricken after a thick shock. The Devil's son is really dead. Until this moment, they still couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Ao Tian. Wenzi hissed a sorrowful roar, his eyes trembling with desire. He was shaking his head frantically, unable to take it in. The demon sect's strongest ever, the demon son, who was bound to be a land god in the future, died. His own disciple, dead. The heir to the demon sect, dead. Like others. Dying at the hands of Ning Yi, and still being killed in seconds. Wenzi was grief-stricken, his eyes were streaked with blood, and his body erupted with a berserk aura. No! He roared up to the sky, just like a volcano about to erupt. The terrifying aura raged crazily. It took the scene by a monstrous storm. Wenzi was panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his entire person had gone insane. No, no! His mouth kept growling as his anger reached a critical point. The aura on his body grew more and more furious, causing the entire square to roar and explode. Everyone was startled by the terrifying aura and glanced sideways. Gao Tian, as the devil son of the Devil sect, with the 4th heavenly cultivation of the Emperor Realm, was deeply favored by the Wenzi, but he died in the hands of Ning Yi. It looks like Demon Wenzi won't stop and is going to strike. There was more shock in their hearts, and all of them crossed their fingers in anticipation at that moment. The people from the 7 great powers naturally hoped that Demon Wenzi would step in and behead Ning Yi. Because this ninth prince of the Great Feather God Dynasty. Its strength was so terrifying that it made them all fearful, and their hearts became uneasy. If we let Ning Yi grow up. The 7 powers were afraid that all of them would have to face extinction. But the next second. Holy Sun, no, don't. At the location of the Royal Void Sacred Sect, someone let out a wail of panic and despair that resounded through the sky. Immediately following. All of the people from the Royal Void Sacred Sect trembled for it, with terror and horror in their eyes. With a monstrous roar, whoever it was, they all gazed at it. Only to see its patriarch Void Dust's face change wildly as he rose up in the air underneath, rushing towards ring number 5 at an extremely fast speed. Gaia Koichi. His voice trembled as he directly appeared in the void, catching Xiexingyi, who was drenched in blood and whose vitality had been severed, with one hand. At this moment on his face, his expression was so sorrowful that his whole body could not stop trembling. When looking at this scene, boom! Countless people's minds roared, their faces changed drastically, and they sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. The fight in Ring 5 is over. Willow Lori. He actually killed Xiexingyi, who was one of the holy sons of the Royal Void Sacred Sect in the 2nd heaven of the Imperial realm. Ever since Ning Yi had killed Gao Tian, they had once again fallen into a state of uncontrollable shock. Ahem. Only Luluoli, which was not so easy, after coughing coldly said, the so-called Saint's son, the so-called Imperial realm is nothing more than that. Compared to Ning Yi's ease, she looked a bit lousy at the moment, her breath was a bit weak, and there were wounds on her arms and belly. But everyone else thought that Luluoli would lose, and that Xiexingyi would destroy everything, even decapitating these wives of the 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. But as a result, the one who wins is Luluoli, and the one who dies is Xiexingyi. The strength of a peak grandmaster, decapitating the 2nd heaven of the Imperial realm. Hearing the words coming out of Luluoli's mouth. A great peak grandmaster can cut down the 2nd heaven of the Imperial realm. One of the surrounding gazes turned from shock to stupefaction as their scalps exploded in disbelief. Luluoli ignored the explosions at the scene, her gaze looking towards Ning Yi in ring number 1, her chin raised with pride. Seems to say it didn't let you down. Not far away. Ning Yi noticed the gaze cast by Luluoli and nodded. Not bad, go down and rest first. Seeing the pride revealed between Luluoli's brows, he commented with a light smile. Having heard what was said, Luluoli's eyes widened violently as she clenched her teeth and finally blanked Ning Yi. What a guy! She pouted and grunted in her mind. Killing Xiexingyi, who is in the second heaven of the Emperor realm, and then my husband says it's not bad. Bad man. He himself crossed the ranks with his Grandmaster cultivation and even killed the other party, eh? Just nice? However, once he thought that Ning Yi had killed Ji Yaotian, who was at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, in seconds. After subconsciously comparing them, the corner of her mouth twitched and she fell silent. Okay. It seemed that compared to her husband, she did seem weaker and not strong enough. What an abomination! How on earth did husband Ning Yi do it? Just reading. Directly see the Imperial realm cultivation? How in heaven's name can there be such a sick person? The more Luluoli thought about it, the more confused and dumbfounded she became, and at that moment, she did not intend to remain in the ring. After all, I'm still too weak. She inwardly spat, even as she continued to stay in the ring, unable to continue her sparring. The rest, all of them, were the peak combatants of the major powers. But here and now, the scene has long since exploded. Xiexingyi actually lost to a peak grandmaster? Not only did Luluoli cross the ranks, but she also killed someone? How did she do that? Sure, she only has peak grandmaster cultivation. A grandmaster can actually kill the Imperial realm now, unprecedented. Crazy, this world is crazy. Won Ning Yi even, now there's an additional Luluoli? Ning Yi won even if he did, after all, he exposed his Emperor realm cultivation, but Luluoli also won, and it was a true battle of crossing over the ranks. There exists an insurmountable chasm between grandmasters and the Emperor realm, and as a result, she was able to kill someone? What the hell? How could this couple, Ning Yi and Luluoli, be so perverted? Are they human? Regardless of whether it was the royal family or the 7 great powers, or the people watching the battle, all of them lost their voices in shock and their scalps exploded. Everyone was trembling, eyes full of horror as they looked at Luluoli and every now and then at Ning Yi. This couple, they're so sick. The strength was so terrifying that one could not even imagine why such an existence existed in the world. A person who never cultivated but was able to display an Imperial realm cultivation. A person who had gone from a Zongshi to a peak Grand Zongshi in just a month, and had also decapitated Xiexingyi, who was in the second heaven of the Imperial realm. Either one was unheard of until then. But at this big competition, they had actually seen the birth of 2 supreme demons. Knock, knock, knock. In addition to gasps of surprise, there were even gusts of backward breaths and rapid heartbeats coming out of the scene. Nowadays, despite the fact that the great race has already accessed the end. But it turned out to be different from what everyone expected. The royal family, which was originally targeted by the 7 powers together, had not been eliminated until now. Instead, after Ning Yi took the stage, just by his own strength, he had caused the 7 powers to suffer heavy losses, creating a situation that they could not accept. Chapter 43, The Martial Emperor Strikes, When I'm Already Dead? The royal seat of the minister had long since become frozen down in one shocked, wide-eyed stare. The 9th lady actually won and even killed the holy son of the royal void sacred sect. In addition to the 9th prince, the 9th lady's strength is also so perverted. I'm not dreaming, am I? That is the Emperor realm, not the rotten cabbage on the street. The result is that the 9th prince kills one in seconds, and although the 9th lady is injured, she kills the Emperor realm with the cultivation of a great master. They couldn't stop shivering and looked like they were demented. Such a result, they couldn't even dare to think about before this. They were even ready for the outcome of the royal family being directly targeted by the 7 powers together and being the first to be eliminated. However now, the ones who lost the most were the 7 powers instead. The Grand Imperial Prince was in the middle of the crowd, with injuries on his body, but it was not good for Zhuye of the Sacred Flame Shen clan. 9th brother, 9th sister. He looked at Ning Yi and Luluoli in a daze, his scalp tingling, only feeling like he was dreaming. Before, he was defeated, and only felt that the royal family was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. But who would have thought? Whether it was the 9th brother or the 9th sister, all of them were the opponents who killed each other. There's quite a gap between people. After the Grand Imperial Prince returned to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh bitterly. He had been expected by the royal family, but now he could only watch from the stage. He didn't have too much on his mind, though there was only excitement and exhilaration at the moment, and he was soon laughing with delight. However, the rest of the emperors, one by one, had a look of horror on their faces. The 2nd prince was shivering, looking at Ning Yi and Luluoli in shock, thinking of the previous incident of targeting this younger sibling in public. Not only is ninth sister-in-law a peak grandmaster, but she can also kill the second heaven of the Imperial realm. He shuddered violently, and his mouth went dry as he sucked in a breath of cool air. Until now, he finally reacted to why this younger sibling dared to participate in the grand competition before. A proper perverted demon. But what's even more perverted is the ninth brother, Ning Yi. It was not only the second prince who was disturbed. Ninth brother. Ninth brother is actually in the Imperial realm. The fourth prince screamed bitterly in his heart, and next to the eighth prince, he cried without tears and said, "Brother, do you think Ning Yi already knows that there is something wrong with the gongfu that I sent him, but just didn't explicitly say so? If he's going to settle his score in the fall, what am I going to do?" After a moment of screaming, he instantly felt unlovable. Earlier, when he felt that Ning Yi had the cultivation of a grandmaster, he felt threatened himself and wanted to use questionable feats to reduce a competitor. But now, the youngest brother was actually at the Imperial realm cultivation level, and even the ninth sibling was at the peak of the Grand Master, capable of killing the Imperial realm. Those two are human. The fourth prince only felt that the sky had collapsed, and his worldview had long since shattered to the ground. He was dreaming. It's amazing that such a pervert can exist in the world. And at this point, in ring number 5, Luluwali was very dissatisfied with this performance. "I'm still too weak after all, killing a mere Imperial realm, and I'm actually injured," she muttered under her breath, spinning her head around to look at Ning Yi. Seeing that Ning Yi was still standing in ring number 1, having killed so many people, without any injuries or half blood on his body, even his breath was incomparably amazing, as if he would never have a moment of weakness. "Damn it, who the hell is the Reborn one? My dang Reborn Empress is injured, and as a result, he's always been so breezy?" Luluwali clenched her teeth in anger and felt a pang of suffocation in her heart. She paid a small price and was seriously injured before decapitating her opponent, but Ning Yi, however, displayed his Emperor realm cultivation without a word, and faced all of his opponents, all of whom were killed in seconds. It seems that wanting to sweep this grand competition is no longer doable, let alone defeating this cheap husband. The corners of Luluwali's mouth twitched and she could only let out a long sigh in her heart. Without further thought, she was about to leave the ring. Moment. "Killing my disciple, you seek death, how dare you?" A roar with boundless anger came out. A terrifying pressure descended. In the middle of the Royal Void Sacred Sect, Void Dust's face was incomparably grim, his anger was monstrous, and his gaze was deadlocked on Luluwali. Meanwhile, "Ning Yi, you've gone too far." In the middle of the Devil Sect, Devil Yuanzi shouted as violently as he did, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. Each other's best disciples. The two of them had long since lost their minds now, and it was clear that they were going to strike out and kill Ning Yi and Luluwali. The sudden change caused everyone's face to change. But before anyone could react, ahem! A coughing sound came from the direction where the royal family was. And with it, then heaven and earth exploded. The void twisted. A terrifying and extreme pressure suddenly descended upon this heaven and earth. Void Dust and Demon Yuanzi's expressions froze, and suddenly their faces changed drastically. Before they could react, they instantly felt a strong sense of crisis erupt and directly vomited blood. In everyone's eyes, the two men's airborne bodies were directly landed on by an invisible and terrifying force, and they were instantly slapped down and smashed on top of the ground. Looking up, whether it was Demon Yuanzi or Void Dust, both of them spat out blood once again, and their pupils suddenly contracted. Martial Emperor. They looked in the direction of the Imperial family and saw the Martial Emperor, who was looking icy cold and withdrawing his probing strike. The scene fell dead silent. The Martial Emperor looked at the two men with cold eyes and said quietly, "I'm not dead yet. If you meddle in the ring again, die." Just a simple sentence. But right now, heaven and earth were roaring once again. The terrifying and overwhelming pressure once again suppressed towards the Royal Void Sacred Sect, and everyone from the Tsong Yuan Demon Sect, causing each and every individual's face to change drastically and spit out blood in horror. Nowadays, the Martial Emperor's eyes were deep, and his wrinkled face revealed a supreme majesty that regaled the heart. Just a sweeping gaze. Countless people's hearts were pounding and they felt their souls were scattered. Martial Emperor, this is the Martial Emperor. Just a single strike, yet it managed to injure both Void Dust and Demon Yuanzi without any chance of resistance at all. Even though the Martial Emperor is already weak, but his strength is still so terrifying. They were inwardly horrified and lost their voices, even their souls were trembling. At this moment, everyone understood the truth that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Just by lifting his hand to suppress it, he was able to invoke the heaven and earth to cause such a terrifying blow. It was worthy of a peak existence that could make the Great Feather Divine Dynasty the hegemon of the southern Phoenix region. Except for Devil Yuanzi and Void Dust, who struggled to get up from their injuries. The deans of the other 2 academies and the 3 sect masters were all like enemies, their faces incomparably grave. Martial Emperor he can still make a move. The hearts of the crowd were pounding, feeling the pressure of heaven and earth, their minds shaking wildly. Even if the current martial emperors appeared pale, they were shaking uncontrollably as waves of shock rose within them. Even they were suspicious of the Is the news that Emperor Wudi is seriously injured and is approaching his end of life true or false? Chapter 44 Sweeping across the field, who dares to continue? Cough cough cough. While everyone was horrified, the martial emperor once again coughed violently, his majesty no longer present, and he looked extremely weak. He withdrew his gaze, breathing heavily, and sat down again with a pale face. It seemed that the previous outburst had depleted him too much and he could no longer afford to eat. Seeing this, everyone present was in disbelief and looked at each other in disbelief. However, the martial emperor didn't pay attention to how the bystanders looked, and after slowing down, he weakly opened his mouth. The great competition is not yet over, continue. With that said, he leaned back in his seat weakly, his eyes going a little slack. Seeing that nowadays, the martial emperor looked as if he would gulp his breath at any moment, the sovereigns of the 7 great powers and the others were all filled with black lines. Damn, what the hell is going on? Could it be that the previous martial emperor's strikes had consumed too much and couldn't withstand multiple strikes? They muttered inwardly, not knowing at all whether the martial emperor was truly weak or falsely weak. If Wudi is weak, the casual strike from before was so terrifying again. If it is said that the Vulcan emperor does not need, now it looks like it's going to die. Void Dust, WNZ, and the others' faces were cloudy, their hearts speechless to the extreme, but they didn't dampen their scruples because of it. While all the people on the scene were not saying a word, looks like this bad old man is addicted to acting, he's really a drama queen. Ning Yi was in ring number 1, and as he watched the martial emperor, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he spat in his mind. There was just one thing that the Wudi coincided with. The 7 powers have joined forces to try to target the royal family? Then, naturally, we can't let them leave easily. This big competition, there's no end to it. Ring number 1, where Ning Yi was located, had long been a mountain of corpses and blood, and after glancing around, he slowly said, "Since the grand competition is not yet over, Prime Minister Zhua, go ahead and draw lots." The voice rang out like a thunderclap. The hearts of all of the 7 powers shook wildly, shock once again appearing in their eyes. He wants to continue. Even the demon son of the 4th sky of the Imperial realm died at the hands of Ning Yi. Who else is his opponent? Now that Ning Yi is gaining momentum and his cultivation is not known at all, would it not be a death sentence to go up hastily? Damn it, how can this 9th prince be so weird? I've never heard of Ning Yi having cultivation in his body before and not practicing, but it turns out that he's already stepped into the Imperial realm. Could it be that the Imperial family did this on purpose and didn't disclose that they had a terrifying demon like Ning Yi? 18 years old at the Imperial realm, this is not only unprecedented, but there will be no one after it. One by one, all of the disciples of the 7 great powers who had not yet finished the great competition became terrified, and the scorn in their eyes could not be concealed. Ning Yi, too terrifying. The demon called Demon Sun was the strongest among them, yet he was killed by Ning Yi in seconds. And from start to finish, Ning Yi had been striking out, always in seconds, each time getting more and more terrifying. The results were never weak. All of this. Their confidence was battered, their self-confidence was gone, and they were only filled with fear at the moment. At this point, 9th Prince, I'll continue drawing lots. The left Prime Minister was full of excitement and smiled joyfully as he continued to start drawing lots. See the situation. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, all the disciples of the 7 great powers who had not been eliminated, which included the few strongest remaining combatants, also had their faces changed greatly and their heartbeats accelerated. There was no way to stop it, they could only keep praying in their minds that they wouldn't be drawn. After all, by now, no one dared to face Ning Yi anymore. A few moments later, the left Prime Minister was full of redness and no longer worried. Instead, he said aloud with a smile on his face, "The next match in ring number 1, the 9th Prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, Ning Yi, versus the Holy Son of the Royal Void Sacred Sect, Xiao Fengyan." With these words, the seats of the Royal Void Sacred Sect were in an uproar. Void Dust, who was the patriarch, even cackled in his heart. And due to Xie Xingyi's physical fall, Xiao Fengyan, who had become the only saint's son at that moment, was greatly changed, with despair on his face. "Master, no, I don't want to continue, I choose to admit defeat." His previous lofty stance was gone, only panic remained, wailing, "I am definitely not a match for Ning Yi. And I'm only at the 2nd level of the Imperial realm, Gao Tian was killed by him, if I go up there I'm bound to die. Master, I don't want to die. Xiao Fengyan, who was usually high and mighty, was already weak in the legs and feet at this moment. When the elders and disciples present saw this, they didn't have to despise it, but instead nodded their heads in agreement when looking at Void Dust. After all, they no longer have a saintly son. If Xiao Fengyan were to die again at the hands of Ning Yi, this kind of price could not be borne. Void Dust glanced at the cringing and desperate Xiao Fengyan and then at the remaining elders and disciples, his face incomparably gloomy. In the end, he let out a long sigh and arched his hand in the direction of ring number 1. The strength of the ninth prince is obvious to all. Fengyan is not your opponent, so we admit defeat. Other than that, all disciples of the Royal Void Sacred Sect who have not been eliminated today, all admit defeat. Having heard what was said, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone didn't expect Void Dust to make such a decision. The Royal Void Sacred Sect chose to admit defeat and exit the game early. Available at. Ning Yi stood in ring number 1 and shook his head in a wave, faintly saying, "Not enough." Void Dust's face changed again and his body began to tremble a little. "You." He gritted his teeth, but in the end, he could only hold his tongue and continued, "Since according to the past there is no precedent of admitting defeat without going on the field, then the Royal Void Sacred Sect is willing to cede half of the sect's spirit veins and offer them to the Great Feather Imperial family in exchange for the chance for our disciples to survive." Void Dust gave the promise with incomparable fleshiness, his body trembling with restraint. Because he knew very well that as long as Xiao Fengyan was on the stage, he would surely die. As for the other disciples, it was even more so. Ning Yi. It had already displayed a terrifying strength and an invincible posture. Earlier, he was able to kill Gao Tian, who was at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, in seconds, then facing the rest of the people, of course, it was no big deal. Everyone at the scene was shocked and sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing Void Dust's decision. They didn't expect that the Royal Void Sacred Sect would be so decisive. And paying that much. However, Void Dust is particularly clear that if half of the clan's spirit veins are exchanged for this particular selection of the clan's pride, it will undoubtedly be able to stop the losses in time, otherwise it is unthinkable. In the face of the Royal Void Sacred Sect's decision, Ning Yi skimmed over Void Dust and nodded slightly, agreeing to the request. Next, Ning Yi then looked in the direction of the Taishang Daoist sect, his gaze flickering slightly as he inquired, "What about you guys?" Upon hearing this, everyone present all looked towards the Taishang Dao sect seat because before that, a disciple of the Taishang Dao sect did not take the field and chose to concede defeat. Ning Yi was now, undoubtedly, settling scores. With everyone watching this, all of the people from the Supreme Dao sect's faces changed and shook inwardly, unable to believe that things would turn out like this. Chapter 45. The Devil Cult has no qualifications to surrender, kill. Amidst the clamor of the disciples and elders of the Taishang Dao sect, Ji Chuanxiu clenched his teeth for a while, but he eventually stood up and bowed. The remaining disciples of the Taishang Dao sect who have not been eliminated, all admit defeat. In exchange, the Taishang Dao sect is willing to cede an extremely high-grade spirit vein for 3 million top-grade spirit stones. Even if he was reluctant, there was nothing he could do about it. The Royal Void Sacred Sect had already conceded defeat, and the strongest demonic son of the demon sect who had participated in the grand competition had already been decapitated by Ning Yi. In response, Chuanxiu certainly didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Continuing any further would be tantamount to maximizing the damage. Upon receiving the decision of the Taishang Dao sect, Ning Yi retracted his gaze and looked at the remaining few powers one after another, sweeping through them one by one. Moment. Boom. In the face of Ning Yi's gaze, all of the remaining people from the several major powers were shocked and their mouths were dry. That gaze made them nervous. Today. All silent. Only. I don't have that much time to wait for you. Ning Yi played with the long sword in his hand and spoke carelessly. The words. Swish. The 2 patriarchs of the Sacred Flame Shen sect, the Lingxiao Divine sect, and the 2 deans of the Qingyang Academy and the Sacred Ru Academy rose up expansively. They looked at each other and made a decision in each other's minds. Along with the Royal Void Sacred Sect, the Taishang Dao sect's full admission of defeat, they were bound to face even greater losses if they chose to continue. The main thing. They didn't want to let each other's strongest combatants die in the ring, at the hands of Ning Yi. If they continued, those disciples would certainly not be alive. Because Ning Yi had said before, he who ascends to the ring, dies. Now, Ning Yi had long ago proved this statement to be true. Anyone who was drawn into ring number 1, not a single person would come down alive. The Sacred Flame Shen clan admits defeat and cedes 100 miles of the southwest mountain range to the Imperial family, presenting 100 copies of the Earth Core Flame. The Ling Shao divine sect admits defeat and offers 1 heavenly extreme divine fruit and 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Xingyang Academy admits defeat. Shengru Academy admits defeat. No one bothered to hesitate any longer and all chose to admit defeat. They no longer had any intention of continuing, knowing full well that this grand competition was all due to Ning Yi's appearance breaking the initial conception. At first everything was fine. But after Ning Yi came to power, the nature changed. If they continue any longer, their losses will not be comparable to these costs they are paying now. Upon seeing that the remaining 6 powers had all conceded defeat, intending to end this grand competition as soon as possible. Damn! Devil Yuanzi's face was incomparably ugly, and his lungs were about to explode with anger. Speak well of it. The remaining 6 powers were conceding defeat and paying the price. And actually, these guys were surrendering to Ning Yi, to the Great Feather God Dynasty. Devil Yuanzi had never imagined that this grand competition, under the joint efforts of the 7 powers, the Imperial family had not actually been eliminated altogether, but instead had ended up in such a situation. Why? He was upset and his heart was filled with rage. But the situation today is irreparable. With the 6 powers conceding defeat, even if one continued to insist, it would be useless. While Devil Yuanzi was in a state of anger, he suddenly felt a gaze fall on his body. The Tsan Yuan demon sect admits defeat. After seeing Ning Yi's deep eyes, he had no choice but to get up and grit his teeth. My demon sect is willing to use 10 million top-grade spirit stones and 2 extremely high-grade spirit veins in exchange for the remaining disciples to survive. With these words, Demon Yuanzi said something that was incomparably suffocating. But there's no way around it. Not admitting defeat. Then all of the remaining demonic cult Celestial Pride would face Ning Yi and thus die in the ring. But regarding the remaining 6 powers' admission of defeat, Ning Yi nodded his head, accepting it. As the Devil Yuanzi's words fell. The devil cult doesn't need to trade anything else for the survival of its disciples. Ning Yi shook his head and spoke softly. Having heard what was said, Devil Yuanzi was overjoyed in his heart, and a smile appeared on his gloomy face. This son must know that the power of the devil religion is not what it used to be, and is scrupulous. He couldn't help but grunt coldly in his heart, but he didn't show it. But when he's finished, Ning Yi continued to shake his head, slightly regretting, it's fine for other people to surrender, only the devil cult doesn't have the right to surrender. Either the remaining disciples of the demon sect all cut themselves, or go up to the stage and receive death. How you decide is up to you, but time is limited. These words fell into the ears of those present, like monstrous thunderbolts exploding wildly. Boom! Countless gazes looked toward Ning Yi with shock and bewilderment. No one could have imagined that Ning Yi would say something like this. Words to live by. Out of everyone's expectation. The devil's cult will either all cut themselves or come up to the stage and collect their deaths. Ning Yi won't accept the demon sect's admission of defeat. The demon sect promised such a great price, and, as a result, he doesn't want it. Hiss. A gust of backward breaths of cool air continued to rise and fall, and the scene directly exploded. Especially the 6 great powers, each of them was stunned and filled with emotion. They looked at Demon Yuanzi and then at Ning Yi, and immediately felt their scalps tingle. And at this point, in the face of Ning Yi's decision, Emperor Wu remained with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen asleep again. Could it be that the royal family had long since learned that the 7 powers had joined forces to target the royal family led by the devil cult? Dead Taoist friends don't die poor. But all of them were secretly relieved in their hearts. It was a good thing that Ning Yi accepted their admission of defeat without saying anything more. On the contrary, at the devil's sect. What's next? Moment. All gazes looked towards Demon Yuanzi, whose smile was frozen on his face, and couldn't stop the whispers. Meanwhile, what did you say? After Demon Yuanzi made sure that he hadn't heard wrongly, his face grimaced as he growled, Ning Yi, what do you mean? The demon sect admitting defeat is already giving you face. But you not only do not accept, but also let my magic sect not be eliminated all self-cancellation. You are not on behalf of the royal family and the magic sect to get a fish death net break it. As he spoke, his gaze looked in the direction of the martial emperor from time to time. But then he sank down. For Wodi, as if he had not heard, kept his eyes closed. The words he had spoken earlier were not only for Ning Yi to hear, but mainly for Emperor Wu to hear. But before Devil Yuanzi could think of something more to say, Ning Yi couldn't help but shake his head as he calmly looked at Demon Yuanzi and indifferently said, a mere devilish sect, what qualifications do they have to threaten fish deaths? And for the rest of those people, the only thing they have left to do is to die, and that's what they're destined to do. As for why this is so, I think you know very well that this is the price for messing with DU. Either cut yourself off or come up to the stage and collect your death, choose. I don't want to repeat myself. After that, he stopped talking. At this moment, he always looked at the incomparably ugly and already twisted face of Demon Yuanzi, quietly waiting for the other party's reply. And this time, the great competition can almost be over. Chapter 46, The Devil Cult Crowd? I will kill them with my own sword. When Devil Yuanzi heard Ning Yi's words, his body trembled with restraint. Are you seriously going to do this? He felt incomparably stifled in his heart as he looked at Ning Yi dead in the face and spoke angrily. But his inquiries. Ning Yi directly ignored it. See the situation. Devil Yuanzi's face became more and more ugly, holding more grievances inside. Ning Yi gave one of the two choices, and he didn't want to choose. Because no matter how he chose, the heavenly pride of the demon sect that he had specially selected to bring out this time would die. The many demon sect disciples behind Demon Yuanzi who had not been eliminated were all panicking, their hearts were restless, and their expressions of despair looked towards Ning Yi, and then at Demon Yuanzi. Bishop, we don't want to die. They were terrified and opened their mouths one after another, knowing full well that they were no match for Ning Yi. Devil Yuanzi's face showed a struggling expression as he heard this. The ninth prince. He took a deep breath and tried to negotiate further. Suddenly, Ning Yi's deep eyes flashed with sharpness as he said in a cold voice, "Since you don't choose, then I'll kill them all together." The words fell. Heaven and earth roared. Ning Yi didn't need Demon Yuanzi's choice, nor did he need the demon sect disciples to go up on stage again. Buzz. The long sword in his hand began to tremble, and a terrifying sword intent rose to the heavens. The innate sword body bloomed. Countless sword shadows containing shocking sword chi presented themselves from the void around the ring. Heaven and earth are twisting. Endless heavenly thunder rumbled and exploded, the canopy trembled, and the ground shook violently. In the midst of an exclamation of surprise, there was a ghostly light emerging from Ning Yi's eyes as he catalyzed the Xian heavenly chaotic body. Ka! Ka! With him as the center, a huge chaotic field suddenly formed. Terrifying chaos descends. It directly covers this heaven and earth. In a moment, Devil Yuanzi only felt his eyes go black, his heart shook furiously, and his scalp exploded. And those demon sect disciples behind him all had their faces changed drastically. Ning Yi is even more terrifying than the demon sun, how could this be? They only felt that they were deep in chaos and could no longer see anything other than the boundless and terrifying sword chi. Heaven and earth. It has been turned into chaos. Also at this time. Kill. An icy voice rang out. All the devil cult disciples could hear that it was Ning Yi's voice. Moment. Countless sword chi erupted in the midst of the chaos, sword shadows raging as they killed out towards each and every demon sect disciple. Put. Put. But. In the midst of the chaos, all the disciples of the devil sect didn't have time to react before several of them were already pierced through by the sword chi. The berserk sword chi raged crazily, directly leaving it dead. A mist of blood blossoms in the chaos of the. All the other disciples of the demon sect who saw this scene were horrified and rose in endless despair. Why is Ning Yi so strong? Bishop, save me. No. No, no, ah. Ninth Prince, spare your life. They kept begging for mercy and terror, but they all turned into whole miserable screams that echoed in heaven and earth. At this moment, in the middle of the chaos domain, the disciples of the devil sect were strangled by the sword chi one after another. Whoever it was, there was no resistance. Fleshly. Bang bang bang. One by one, the disciples of the demon sect exploded with despair under the ravages of the terrifying sword chi, transforming into a mass of demonic blood mist. The screams became the only melody in the midst of the chaos. Flesh and blood exploded and blood was thrown. Chaos bloomed with bloody images. It's just a few breaths. Blood is flowing. Bodies all over the place. The monstrous sword intent suppressed everything. And in the chaos realm, the terrifying sword chi was everywhere, killing the demonic sect disciples underneath, triggering a shocking aura of death. Such a chilling scene. No matter who it was, all of them were in the chaos at this moment and saw this image that was enough to make the soul tremble. Hiss. When the remaining 6 powers saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts shaking wildly. Placed in the midst of chaos, they were horrified. Good thing. Ning Yi killed the people of the demon sect, not them. Just what level of strength has Ninth Prince Ning Yi reached? This is actually a domain. Chaos realm? Could it be that he has a second physique? The Ninth Prince has another physique besides the innate sword body, this demon, this monster, so terrifying. There is still this kind of terrifying existence in the world. Can it be that Ning Yi's strength has already reached the 7th or 8th heavenly realm of the Emperor realm, or else how could he possibly have this kind of means? So many disciples of the demon sect didn't have any resistance in the face of Ning Yi's strikes. This is simply obliteration. Among the 6 great powers, everyone was heart-stoppingly shocked. Watching the tragedy of the demon sect disciples, their hearts were beating wildly, and their bursts of shock were endless. Ning Yi was so terrifying that he even made people feel that his strength was unfathomable. To be so young yet have such monstrous strength was simply astounding. They had never seen such a terrifying demon in their lives. In shock, except for one disciple who was already too stunned to speak. Whether it was the patriarchs or elders of the 6 great powers, all of them were wildly shaken in their hearts and minds, feeling that their previous decision to admit defeat was incomparably correct. It's a good thing we didn't offend the 9th prince to death, or else the demon cult's downfall would be our downfall. They felt thankful inside, breathing heavily. As for those disciples among the 6 powers, all of them were trembling with an expression of having been robbed of their lives. What the eye saw was too horrible. If they hadn't admitted defeat, then right now, they would have been slaughtered by Ning Yi just like those people from the demon sect. And in the midst of the chaos that covers the sky. Knock, knock, knock. On the royal side, the sound of rapid heartbeats continued to rise and fall. Whether it was the ministers or the princes, all of them were pale, horrified and shocked as they looked at the blood-colored images that were being presented in the direction of the demon sect, and their minds were blank. 9th prince, what kind of strength does he have? It's too terrifying. Those disciples of the demon sect don't have any ability to resist at all, they can only be killed. What a terrifying sword intent, and this chaos, how on earth did it form? Could it be that the 9th prince has 2 types of physique in his body? Under the heavens, there has never been such a person in existence. Just how terrifying is the 9th prince's qualification? How did things turn out like this, under the joint targeting of the 7 major forces, now that the 6 major forces have conceded defeat, and the disciples of the demon sect are being massacred by the 9 emperors? This is too unbelievable. Heavens, the 9th prince saved the day at the grand competition with his own strength, and also had to have all 6 powers admit defeat, and those remaining disciples of the demon sect who hadn't been eliminated yet were all killed. The 7 great powers have paid such a great price, so it seems that the royal family's previous losses are nothing. Ha! After each and every one of the ministers came back to their senses from the shock, bursts of exclamations of surprise emanated from them, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Ning Yi in ring number 1, who was still surrounded by chaos today. Even the sword intent and sword chi in it made them feel shocked. But after returning to their senses, all of them, after exclaiming in shock, all of them were excitedly murmuring and laughing up to the sky. Chapter 47, Martial Emperor is also stupid, Lao Jiao is so strong? At this moment, all of the ministers' gazes looked at Emperor Wu, who now no longer had his eyes closed, but had opened them. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty, the 9th prince is exceptionally gifted, his strength crowns the heavenly pride of all the major powers, sweeping across the 8 directions. This is the joy of the royal family, the joy of the great feather. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Not only did the 9th prince save the day this time, he even caused the 7 major forces to suffer heavy losses. Congratulations to His Majesty for obtaining a world-unrivaled Qilin son like the 9th prince. They were so excited that they couldn't stop congratulating and laughing. The situation of the moment. Undoubtedly, the great feather royal family won a great victory. So what if the 7 powers unite? And it wasn't diffused by the royal family? Precisely. It was broken by the 9th prince alone. Listening to the excited congratulations of the ministers, Emperor Wu coughed while laughing. Ha! Good reward, Lao Jiao set up this unearthly feat, when rewarded. Even though he looked weak before, right now, his face was flushed and he looked especially excited. That was true, except that he was just as shocked in his mind. From start to finish. The martial emperor had never imagined that Ning Yi, his youngest son, could actually make the situation of the great competition turn out like this. Just how much more has this old 9 kid hidden? As he looked around at the heaven and earth that had turned into chaos, and then at the boundless sword chi and the monstrous sword intent that had taken over the heaven and earth, there was even more shock in his heart. On the side. Seeing the killings on the demon sect's side, the great prince did not hide the joy on his face, looking around and laughing proudly. See, this is my 9th brother who still says he's accomplished nothing? My 9th brother, this is called not a sound, but a sound, ha ha ha. He felt immense pride in his heart, and at this moment, he proudly looked at the various forces present, seemingly making a solemn introduction. Not only that. Did Luluwali continue on stage after she got out of the ring earlier? Now she was equally shocked and appalled. What the hell is going on with this guy? Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment, and her body was trembling slightly. The current Ning Yi made her even more impenetrable. Precisely. Even though Ning Yi's target was those disciples of the demon sect, he had subjected himself to a staggering amount of suppression. Luluwali was breathing heavily, her beautiful eyes staring tightly at Ning Yi, and she couldn't help but marvel, how is this guy's strength strong when he encounters strength? What the hell is going on? Thinking about Ning Yi's previous performance, her person went numb. Especially now, she felt her eyes stinging just from looking at Ning Yi from afar. Until then, Luluwali still had the idea of sweeping the 8 heavenly prides in her mind and going on to defeat Ning Yi at the end of the grand competition. Now looking at Ning Yi, who seemed like the Lord of Chaos in ring number 1, she fell silent. Truly, in 2 lifetimes of reliving, she had never seen such a perverted guy. Every time he thought he had a chance to defeat him, he ended up realizing that his opponent's strength was always above his own. Meanwhile, Devil Yuanzi had witnessed all the disciples that the devil sect had brought out this time fall in a pool of blood. No! His eyes cracked and he hissed a growl. In his eyes, it contained monstrous killing intent. However, in the face of his disciples being slaughtered by Ning Yi, he could do nothing. Because from the beginning to the end, Demon Yuanzi can feel that there is a gaze has been tightly staring at himself, and once you do it will certainly lead to fire. Martial Emperor! He growled in his mind, knowing full well who his opponent was. Until now, he still couldn't believe that the royal family had already been routed, but Ning Yi alone was able to save the day. So much so that the 6 powers conceded defeat. The disciples that he had brought out all died in Ning Yi's hands. Despite the fury in his heart and the murderous intent boiling in his eyes. But Demon Yuanzi didn't dare to make a move, and his eyes could only stare at Ning Yi to death, and then landed on Emperor Wu, who was laughing and joking with the ministers. Click! His fists clenched and clicked, his teeth gritting. But he didn't dare to take a shot at Ning Yi. Wu Di is still around. Even if it looked like the martial emperor was weak, no one knew if the martial emperor who was at the end of his life would erupt in a fatal strike. If he dared to make a move, he was afraid that he would be ashes in the next second. Devil Yuanzi tried his best to restrain the anger in his heart, constantly trembling, the resentment in his eyes unable to be concealed. Damn, damn, damn. He kept growling in his mind that now that things were finalized, there was no point in doing anything more. The devils can only accept a heavy price at hand. At this point, the surrounding chaos, sword intent, and sword chi began to dissipate. In the limelight, Ning Yi leaped down into the ring. Thus the great competition has come to an end. The 6 powers conceded defeat, and the devil cult had no more disciples in stock. The first of the 7 sect competition. Naturally, it's not yourself. On the occasion of leaving the ring, the quality of the disciples from the demon sect participating in the grand competition this year is really too poor. Ning Yi turned around, his calm gaze falling in the direction of the demon sect, and shook his head, which revealed disappointment. And as far as he's concerned, it's true. But in the ears of others, it implied mockery. Especially the people in the devil cult, they suddenly had ugly faces and only felt a slap in the face. Ning Yi this not only killed all the devil disciples that came this time, but he also had to kill their hearts. Devil Yuanzi's chest rose and fell violently, trembling. His eyes were crimson, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, his face twisting in anger. Even if he was so slapped in the face by Ning Yi in the middle of it, what could he do? Kill Ning Yi? With Invincible around, that's just not realistic. Unite with 6 other forces to unveil it? This was someone's home turf, and doing so was undoubtedly looking for death. Moreover, all of those damn guys admitted defeat, indicating that they had long known that the plan to target the royal family in this grand competition had fallen through, and had been unable to continue, choosing to end it as soon as possible. Well done. Devil Yuanzi tried his best to restrain the monstrous rage within him, gritting his teeth in an incomparably gloomy manner. What a Ning Yi, what a great feather divine dynasty. I'll take note of what happened today. We'll see what comes after this. After coldly saying that, he turned around openly with the suffocation and grief in his heart and left with a heavy step. As for the elders of the devil cult, when they saw this, they could only lower their heads and follow closely behind in silence. Before coming, the devil's disciples are the most powerful. Time to go. Now none of the disciples survived, leaving behind a miserable mess. After leaving the scene, Devil Yuanzi couldn't hold back any longer, and once again a mouthful of blood sprayed out, his breath disorganized. See the situation. Godfather. The many elders of the devil sect's faces changed greatly, all of them were grief-stricken. This time, the devil sect suffered the heaviest losses in the great competition. Even though all of the remaining 6 powers had conceded defeat in advance, they had paid a great price. But they had all exchanged their resources for their disciples to survive, but the value of so many disciples of the devil cult, even the devil's son, dying in Ning Yi's hands was unmeasurable. Chapter 48, the 7-sect competition comes to an end. Great Feather is still number 1. Witnessing the misery and departure of the devil's religion. This big competition, it's over. The remaining 6 forces all had complex expressions, not even thinking that this would be the outcome. The royal family, who had been targeted by them, had the last laugh instead. Leaving aside the demon cult, which had suffered the heaviest losses, their losses were just as great, and that was with a timely stop. If you don't choose to admit defeat, then they would inevitably be like the demon cult, and all those disciples they brought would be killed by Ning Yi. Wanting to give the royal family a downward spiral, he was instead diffused by the royal family, or to be precise by the 9th prince Ning Yi alone, who had solved the targeting of the 7 major powers. Alone, he was able to save the day, causing the other forces to suffer heavy losses and pay a huge price. At this point, hiss! The gazes of the people of the 6 powers looking at Ning Yi were tinged with scorn as they sucked in cool air. Until now, they couldn't see through this youngest prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. 18 years old. Yet, he already had the strength to sweep the strongest heavenly pride among the 7 powers. After the deep shock of "Congratulations to His Majesty the Martial Emperor, this year's grand competition was won by the 9th Prince of the Great Feather. I really didn't expect that the glory of the royal family is still there, the elegance of the Martial Emperor is even more undiminished, and with a unicorn like the 9th Prince, the future of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty is bound to be on the peak again. Not bad. Despite the decline of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, it is not a force that can be countered by any party, now that the 9th Prince has come out of nowhere, so young to be able to display such a terrifying strength. Future achievements are not to be limited, it really makes my envy. The 2 patriarchs of the Sacred Flame Shen sect and the Royal Void Sacred sect stepped out with palpitations in their hearts and bowed towards Emperor Wu, unable to hold back their sighs. Although their mouths were saying this, they were sighing continuously in their hearts. The 7-sect competition was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to suppress the royal family, but right now it had already turned into a fizzle. These words from the 2 instantly caused the martial emperor to stifle his laughter. It's natural. He looked at the 2 with a red face, satisfied to the core. My Great Feather Divine Dynasty has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and even if it has fallen, how can its heritage be something you can imagine? This 7-sect competition is merely an eye-opener for you, you'll be surprised in the future. Left Chancellor still not announcing the results? At the end of his words, Emperor Wu looked at the left Prime Minister who was still in the midst of his joy and said, having heard what was said. It was only then that the left Prime Minister came back to his senses, nodding in surprise as he said aloud, first in this year's 7-sect competition, Ning Yi, the 9th Prince of the Great Feather Imperial family. His voice was like a flood bell, echoing between heaven and earth. In a flash, deafening cheers erupted from the crowd. This result was naturally a great joy for the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. Seeing this, hey! The 4 patriarchs and 2 deans amongst the 6 forces sighed longingly in their hearts, their gazes becoming dim. This targeting has certainly become a joke. Ning Yi alone had caused the 7 powers to suffer heavy losses, and even the disciples brought by the demon sect were all dead. Your Majesty the Martial Emperor, since the grand competition has ended, then the Royal Void Sacred sect will leave first. Sacred Flame Xin clan, go! The Ling Shao Divine sect retires. The people of the Tai Shang Dao sect retreat with me. Farewell, Xingyang Academy. The Sacred Confucian Academy leaves here, Your Majesty the Martial Emperor, farewell. They didn't bother to speak anymore, but left with their disciples under their doors, students full of complexity and shock. In those rings, all 7 powers had left behind the bodies of many disciples, students. And these, it will be the trophy and proof of the great victory of the Great Feather Royal Family. Until all 7 powers have left. Among the royal seats, all the ministers looked at the 5 rings drenched in blood, especially ring number 1, which had long since become a mountain of corpses and blood. The shock in their eyes was still there, but it didn't prevent them from rejoicing again. 1. This grand competition is won by the royal family, haha. What a surprise! Even if we are targeted by the 7 great powers, the first place is still ours. Your Majesty the Martial Emperor, the 9th Prince is too terrifying. The old minister really couldn't have imagined that it would be the 9th Prince who would save the day and win the first place in this grand competition. Congratulations to His Majesty the Martial Emperor. This time, the 9th Prince has not only broken the plans of the 7 powers against the royal family, but he has also made the Great Feather Royal Family, which originally suffered great losses, the party with the least losses. The ending is completely reversed. It never occurred to me that the 9th Prince who had no cultivation was already in the Imperial realm, and it's still the Imperial realm that can kill a demon son in seconds. This matter is truly a cause for celebration, the fortune of the royal family, and the fortune of the people. They were incomparably excited and lost their voices in laughter and uplifting congratulations, and they were even more unstinting in their praise of Ning Yi. It's clear to everyone that, with the union of the 7 powers this time around, the royal family was bound to suffer heavy losses. However, the 9th Prince, Ning Yi, was able to save the day and break the opposition's union, even making them all admit defeat. In the end, he was also able to kill the many heavenly pride that the demon sect had brought this time in front of the remaining 6 powers. This is unprecedented and unheard of. 9th Prince Ning Yi. It's the well-deserved first place in this big competition. Listening to the laughter of the ministers. Very much so, haha. The martial emperor laughed heartily, looking at Ning Yi, who had already returned and was standing beside Luluali. He was extremely satisfied as he surveyed the couple and complimented, "Joer really does have the shadow of me when I was young, too much like. I think I was also sweeping all the heavenly pride, only 9 children this time is better than blue ah. My heart is very pleased, very pleased. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty has a supreme pride like Joer, there is hope for great prosperity in the future, and there is hope for a return to the top." Another big laugh. Emperor Wu looked at Ning Yi. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him, and he only felt that he had really misjudged before, and had completely not expected that among his 9 sons, the most outstanding one would be the youngest son, Ning Yi. 9, well done, ha ha ha. He gave a thumbs up and laughed out loud without a hint of avoidance. Hearing Emperor Wu's undisguised, and distinctly meaningful, praise. Numerous ministers were of different minds in their great joy. And the Grand Prince did not react in the slightest, his face had more smiles, and there was relief and excitement in his eyes. However, the other emperors, all of them were greatly changed in color, horrified, and enviously looked towards Ning Yi. Boom! They had never been so appreciated by their father, and their minds roared and exploded. 9th brother, undoubtedly, has gained the father's regard. But even so, they had nothing to say, not even a reason to refute it. Everything that Ning Yi had done before, they could not do in any way and did not have that ability. The gazes of the several emperors looking at Ning Yi today revealed a strong envy and jealousy in their hearts, but they did not dare to show it out. Naturally, Emperor Wu noticed the change in the complexion of his several sons, but he did not pay any attention to it. Instead, he got up with the assistance of the Grand Master and reboarded the dragon carriage. On the way back to the palace. Since the 7-sect competition has ended and Joer has won first place. Emperor Wu was all smiles, his wrinkles stretching out as he said aloud, "Left Prime Minister, announce the results of this grand competition to the world. Pass on my decree of a general amnesty for all." All the ministers nodded their heads in uplifted agreement. Chapter 49. The Holy Land is shocked, the Great Feather's destiny has changed? The 7-sect competition ended too soon. So much so that the news has yet to be brought back to the Imperial City today. Countless people were all worried, even if some of the people who relied on farming for their livelihood were laboring on heaven and earth, but they could not hold back from looking in the direction where the Holy Emperor Tower was from time to time. Rumble. Almost the entire population of the imperial capital was worried about the outcome of the grand competition and worried about the imperial family when the canopy shook and a roar came from the sky. Countless people looked up and saw the figure of the left prime minister appear above the void. This year's 7-sect competition has ended, and the Great Feather Imperial family won big, with the 9th prince taking first place. With a smile on his face, he announced aloud as soon as he appeared, in this grand competition, the 7 powers wanted to join forces to target the royal family, only for their machinations to be broken by the 9th prince alone. The 9th prince swept away all the heavenly prides of the 7 great powers at the grand competition, and none of those who fought against him survived. In the end, the 4 major sects and the 2 major academies all chose to admit defeat. As for the devil cult, they likewise wanted to admit defeat, but they were dismissed by the 9th prince, who shot out to kill all the disciples that the devil cult had brought to participate in the grand competition, killing them all and leaving them dead and wounded. The majesty of the royal family cannot be provoked, and the 7 great powers ultimately chose to bow down without fail. In addition to informing of the royal family's great victory in the 7-sect competition, this minister also has a matter to inform the world of His Majesty's decree. Speaking of which, the entire imperial capital city had long been boiling with sensation. See the situation. The left prime minister's face smiled even more and said in an uplifting manner, "His Majesty has said that the world will be amnestied and the whole world will celebrate." His words, however, spread throughout the entire imperial capital, falling into the midst of countless people. Even hundreds of miles beyond the imperial capital city, these words could be clearly heard. The left prime minister wore a smile on his face, then he took a step and disappeared. Now that the news had been announced, he knew it wouldn't be long before it would spread throughout the world. At this point in time, the entire imperial capital instantly erupted in a paroxysm of shock, and clamor rushed up from all directions. What? This year's 7-sect competition, the royal family took first place, and the first place is still the 9th prince? No way? Is this news really true or not? Really, the news is true. I witnessed the entire grand competition with my own eyes. Ha! So those people who left the imperial capital earlier were from the 7 great powers? Originally, I thought that the fall of the royal family would have no good results if they participated in the grand competition again, but now the royal family is winning big, and the ninth prince is even killing people in all directions. Even the demon sex demon's son was killed by the ninth prince. This is too crazy. The ninth prince is mighty. The ninth prince is mighty. You guys are unaware of this. The ninth prince never practiced cultivation, but he actually has the emperor realm cultivation, killing the seven powers with his own strength until all of them admitted defeat, and no one dared to go on the stage. I've long heard that among the 9 emperors, only the 9th prince is the most mysterious. Today's sight is truly an eye-opener. The 9th prince is too strong, too terrifying. The 9th prince is truly like His Majesty the martial emperor in his youth. No, to be precise, the 9th prince is even more terrifying than His Majesty the martial emperor in his youth. I'm also the one who witnessed the whole process of the grand competition. The 9th prince is like an immortal descending to the earth, facing all the opponents are killed in a single blow. The sword way to the peak is just, the 9th prince actually has 2 kinds of physique, simply shocking. Countless people were shocked and incredulous after hearing the left prime minister make the announcement. But not much longer. When those who had returned from the grand competition site informed them that the matter was true and what Ning Yi had done, the entire imperial capital city completely exploded in an unprecedented frenzy. All the people exclaimed in horror and shock. And after the shock, they all felt invigorated and raised their arms, shouting as if they were venting. Upon hearing what Ning Yi had done, the people were once again plunged into uncontrollable shock, their scalps exploding. Because no one ever thought Ning Yi would be so terrifyingly strong and do something so unthinkable. Just as the city was filled with sensation and countless people were shouting and crying out. In the middle of the crowd, an old man with a kind face was filled with astonishment and looked around at the cheering people in a daze. Beside it stood the sweet-looking young girl in a long red dress with large watery eyes, just as wide-eyed. They came from the holy land of the clear wind. And any holy land, overriding the divine dynasty, and in the back were the major clan powers. As the head of a peak in the Qingfeng Holy Land, Pei Jiangnan is good at deducing the future and calculating Qinkuan with his trigrams, and before he came, he had already calculated that the fate of the Great Feather was over, and the entire Great Feather divine dynasty was surging with dark currents. So he specially came with his granddaughter, who had not yet entered the world, to go out and practice. But now, listening to the various exclamations and remarks of the people in the streets, Pei Jiangnan was dumbfounded, his pale face filled with incredulity. What is this situation? Wasn't it said that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty's destiny is over, and that this 7-sect competition shouldn't be disgraced under the targeting of the 7 major powers? How come it's the royal family's side that's going to win big? He murmured in puzzlement, more shock in his eyes. Having heard what was said, Pei Junwan twisted her head and looked at the old man, muttering, "Grandpa, are you sure you calculated it correctly?" Listening to my granddaughter. Pei Jiangnan's face changed and he couldn't speak for a long time. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. Soon, he immediately pinched his fingers and mouthed the words. It was only for a moment that he shuddered, and there was even more astonishment on his face. Pei Junwan's face was full of doubts and she inquired in confusion, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Looking at Pei Jiangnan, whose frown was getting tighter and tighter, she couldn't help but feel a sense of stupefaction as well. "You know, your own grandfather never miscalculated." Pei Jiangnan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Something's not right, there's been a change in Dayu's destiny, but I can't figure out why that is. It's like being cloaked in a mist. How did this happen?" This was the first time he had doubts about his deduction, and his heart shook. Pei Junwan's mouth opened wide as she listened, exclaiming, "Grandpa, there's actually something you can't figure out? The destiny has changed? That means Dayu won't perish just yet?" Pei Jianglan nodded and said, "That's the way it should be. But it's also possible that it's because I'm deducing too much, but regardless, let's temporarily stay in this imperial capital for some time and see what's going on here down the road." After 100 thoughts, he shook his head and didn't think any more about it. Instead, he took his granddaughter to find an inn, intending to stay in the middle of the imperial capital for a period of time later on, to see if there was a problem with his deduction or if there was some kind of existence that made the Great Feather's destiny change. Chapter 50. The Devil Cult is so angry that it vomits blood, and attacks the Great Feather in advance. The following day. A big win for the royal family. 9th Prince Ning Yi alone swept away the 7 powers. All sorts of news about the 7-sect competition was like a storm, sweeping across the world at an astonishing speed. Countless forces were shocked after learning the news. What? The one who won the 7-sect competition was the royal family? Even if the 7 powers were to jointly target them, the royal family still won. No way? The royal family was already in decline, and as a result, the 7 major forces targeting it couldn't even suppress it? Ninth Prince Ning Yi alone should fight against the heavenly pride among the 7 forces, which also includes the Devil's Son, and as a result, the Devil's Son with the highest cultivation among the 7 forces was directly killed by him in seconds? The Devil's Son is an Emperor Realm 4th Sky, but the 9th Prince Ning Yi never cultivates, so he actually managed to kill an Emperor Realm 4th Sky in seconds? Countless people knew that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty was on the verge of dying, but this grand competition had shown them that a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, and they hadn't thought that the royal family was still so terrifying. In particular, the 9th Prince, Ning Yi, caused countless people to feel appalled and feel the exaggeration of this news. At a time when all the major powers in the world are shaking. Located in the middle of a path in the extreme north of the Great Feather God Dynasty, the headquarters of the Tsong Yuan demon cult. Today. Morose, chilling in the huge palace. Bang! 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 Devil Yuanzi was frantically smashing the items in the Great Hall, roaring with rage. Great Feather Divine Dynasty, Martial Emperor, 9th Prince Ning Yi, the devil cult is not finished with you. Aotion, Master will definitely take revenge for you. His aura was raging, and his entire body looked incomparably maniacal, so much so that the demon sect elders in the Great Hall didn't dare to squeak. Originally, the 7-sect competition, according to the plan, was to make the Great Feather Divine Dynasty lose face, to make its reputation fall to the bottom, to let everyone in the world know that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty was no longer viable, and to let everyone in the world rise up against the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. No one expects that. It turned out to be the other way around, with the 7 powers losing face and losing to the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, directly causing the prestige of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty to skyrocket once again and deterring the powers of the world. After the outside world learned that the demon sect had suffered the heaviest losses, and that the sons and daughters brought to participate in the great competition had undoubtedly survived, and that the demon sons had all been decapitated by Ning Yi, they were all laughing at the demon sect. How can this not make people angry? Devil Yuanzi roared up to the sky, the anger in his eyes seemed to turn into substance and burn everything. Seeing that, the demon sect elders present were just as furious, no longer able to restrain the anger in their hearts. Sect leader, it's all because of that damned 9th Prince Ning Yi. If it weren't for him, Great Yu would have been defeated. That's right, that Ning Yi is too weird. He's the variable that will allow Great Yu to win this time. More than that, if we let him grow up smoothly, I'm afraid that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will realize another mid-revival and return to the top. They were full of anger with nowhere to vent it, and one by one, their faces were grim as they stormed out. Moment. The entire palace trembled. When Devil Yuanzi heard this, he once again gritted his teeth and couldn't stop trembling. Ning Yi indeed deserves to die, and he's too demonic. If he grows up, it's unimaginable how terrifying he'll be. To know that he's only 18 years old right now, so young in the Imperial realm, there's never been one in the ancient world under the heavens. His complexion was hideous, and after roaring in anger, he suddenly said, however, as long as we don't let Ning Yi grow up, then he's not much of a demon. What do you mean by that, sect leader? The faces of the many elders changed, and they were surprised and asked. Demon Yuanzi suddenly laughed, his body trembling as he said morosely with crimson eyes, we can't wait any longer, we mustn't give the Great Feather Divine Dynasty any more time, we can't let Ning Yi grow up. I have decided to attack the Imperial capital early. The words fell. The demon sect elders present stared in unison and shivered violently. Sect leader, this isn't right, is it? Attacking the Imperial capital? The Martial Emperor is still alive, there's absolutely no chance we'll be able to do anything halfway. The slightest mishap will bring the demon sect to ruin, this matter must not be allowed. All of them were shocked and hurriedly opened their mouths to dissuade them. But Devil Yuanzi snorted coldly and laughed fiercely, of course I know that the Martial Emperor isn't dead, but I'm doing this to force the Martial Emperor's hand. The devil cult elder's complexion changed again. This time, Devil Yuanzi didn't wait for them to open their mouths as he explained, the Martial Emperor won't live long, at his age he doesn't have much time left to live. As long as the Martial Emperor does it more times, then the time of his death will be advanced. Besides, do you guys think I would be so confused that I wouldn't prepare anything? I've already contacted one of the several Holy Lands. When we join forces to deal with the Martial Emperor, even if we can't take him, it's more than enough to bring havoc to the Imperial capital. By me leading the demon sect to start, and then having the support of a Holy Land, the rest of the 6 forces, and even all the forces in the world, who can't see that the Great Feather is at the end of its rope? At that time, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will inevitably fall apart, and the Devil Sect's heyday will be here. Speaking of which, Devil Yuanzi couldn't stop himself from laughing up to the sky, and the entire hall shook up. The roar was unrelenting. The many elders of the devil cult instantly trembled with great joy when they heard these words. So very good. The Godfather is wise. We'll congratulate the Tsong Yuan demon sect in advance for 1,000 years, and unify the southern Phoenix region in the near future. They opened their mouths in unison, their faces showing a look of ecstasy, even their voices trembling due to their overwhelming excitement. Jiangzhou. The Ryu family. The Imperial family won the 7-sect competition, causing the 7 great powers to fall in disarray and pay a heavy price. The fallen Great Feather Divine Dynasty actually defused the targeting of the 7 great powers. Ninth Prince Ning Yi saved the day, killing hundreds of heavenly pride from the 7 major forces, including the demon sect's demon son, all in a single strike. Luluolui is not a sect master, but a peak grand sect master, and with a peak grand sect master he killed Xie, who was at the 2nd level of the Imperial realm, in a single battle. How can this be? How can this be? In the middle of the Lu family's great hall, family head Lu Shuaran was frantically smashing and roaring with incredulous rage. Not only was he shocked at the horrors of the royal family, he was shocked that the 9th prince, Ning Yi, who had come out of nowhere, was able to save the day. Even more shocked among them about Luluoli. This daughter of his own. Isn't it just a waste? Isn't it just a waste in cultivation? But a month has passed. How is it that after marrying into the royal family she became a peak grandmaster directly? Moreover, he also crossed the ranks to fight with the Emperor Realm Second Sky, and was actually able to kill Xie, who was an Emperor Realm Second Sky and one of the holy sons of the Royal Void Sacred Sect, and thus made a name for himself in one fell swoop. A piece of news that came back from the imperial capital shocked Lu Shuaran, making it difficult to accept. Even at first, he thought all of this was nonsense. But nay, it was confirmed. Chapter 51 Willow Family's Shock. Willow Luoli is so demonic? Damn it! Lu Shuaran gritted his teeth and said grimly, I didn't expect that a mistake would still allow Luluoli to have such great luck. With a direct slap, he smashed the table beside him to smithereens as his chest heaved. In this regard, he didn't think that achieving the peak of Grandmaster in a month was Luluoli's talent. Rather, he thought that the royal family would support a loser at that great a cost. At this point, damn it, Luluoli is actually already at the peak of Grandmaster and even killed an Imperial realm? Lu Jingshu heard a pang of jealousy in her heart and clenched her hands tightly in her sleeves. She was valued by the Lu family and tilted with resources not even at the peak of the Grand Master, but as a result, she was surpassed by Luluoli. Moreover, it was rumored that the 9th prince, who had no cultivation, was actually in the Imperial realm, and his strength was so terrifying that he could kill the Devil's Son in seconds. This couldn't help but make intense jealousy rise up in her heart, secretly gnashing her teeth. Looking at the still angry Lashuran, the father, Lu Jingshu suddenly revealed a worried look and said in a delicate manner, Sister was forced into a marriage with the royal family and married the 9th prince whom she had never met, and now that her cultivation has suddenly skyrocketed, she must be harboring a grudge in her heart against the Lu family. Father, sister shouldn't have come back to take revenge on the Lu family, right? And the 9th prince is so scary and shocking, as my sister's husband, he will definitely not stand idly by. After all, the Lu family treated my sister so well before because of me. Father, why don't I just leave and let my sister come back? After all, I'm just an adopted daughter, and my sister is the true firstborn daughter of the Lu family. Father, without waiting for Lu Jingshu to finish. Jingshu, you don't need to worry. Lu Shuaran's brows furrowed and he quickly stopped, coldly saying, she still wants to take revenge on the Lu family? It won't be long before she has to defend herself, never. With these words, Lu Jingshu put on a look of incomprehension and inquired, Father, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? Lu Shuaran laughed coldly, explaining with a doting look in his eyes, Jingshu, just rest assured because the Great Feather Divine Dynasty won't last much longer. No matter how demonic the 9th prince's talent and strength is, it won't help, and as for the reason, it's simple. Whether it's the 7 great forces or the rest of the forces, after the 7-sect competition, it's absolutely impossible to give Ning Yi a chance to grow up. Moreover, the martial emperor's days are numbered, and it's impossible for him to shelter Great Yu. Therefore, the Great Feather must die. When Lu Jingshu heard these words, her heart was relieved and elated. Great! Damned Luluoli, so what if you're a peak grandmaster, so what if your husband, the 9th Imperial Prince Ning Yi, is a supreme demon that has never been seen before in the ancient world? Not only you guys, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will soon go up in smoke, and only when you die will I be the true first daughter of the Lu family. Luluoli, just go be a dead duck with Ning Yi. A sneer ran through her mind as the corners of her mouth lifted and a look of anticipation appeared in her eyes. The Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace, Heavenly Question Hall. At this moment, the whole court arrived one after another, and stepped into the great hall amidst great joy. Everyone looked red-faced and energized. Inside the great hall, Ning Yi, Luluoli's presence attracted everyone's attention. After the many ministers saw the two of them, shock once again surfaced on their faces, and their eyes couldn't help but show envy and even more respect. After all, prior to, no one expected the ninth prince and the ninth lady to be able to amaze everyone at the seventh sect competition. The second prince felt the gazes of those ministers towards Ning Yi and couldn't help but walk over to Ning Yi and whisper, "Ninth brother, congratulations are truly in order. After yesterday's seventh sect competition, you were a great contributor to your reputation and highlighting the majesty of the royal family." He said something enviously, and all he could feel was a sore nose, but there was nothing he could do about it. The truth is that today's ninth brother is not what he used to be, and his popularity is even more unparalleled. Not far away, when the fourth prince saw that the second prince had all run off to throw a smirk at Ning Yi, a moment of disbelief ran through his heart. Damn it! He looked at the scene and couldn't stop feeling puzzled inside. Could it be that the gongfu I sent to him was found to be faulty by him, so he didn't cultivate it? Otherwise, how come nothing happened at all? If that's really the case, if ninth brother retaliates, won't I be in for a disaster? At this point in time, the fourth prince was unable to calm his heart, filled with unease and apprehension. How can this guy, ninth brother, be so strong? He's simply not human. He had already set off waves of shock, and looking at Luluwali beside Ning Yi, he couldn't help but mutter darkly, "And this younger sibling of mine, in 1 month she went from being a zongshur to becoming the peak of a grand zongshur, and she also decimated the Imperial realm in the grand competition." The corners of his mouth twitched, and he could only feel the horror of the couple. It makes one feel scared, and at the same time, a sense of powerlessness rises in one's heart. As for the other princes, they were likewise envious. But just then, ha ha ha! Above the imperial throne, the smile on Emperor Wu's face never stopped, and was smiling broadly in relief. Only another violent coughing fit. A few moments later, the martial emperor slowed down for a while before he continued to look down at the grand hall and praised, "This year's seven sect competition is very wonderful, it is the most wonderful one in so many years. And those who participated in the great competition did very well, everyone fought with the momentum and bloodlust of the great feather. Rewards for all. In this matter, I will make a list, arranged by the Ministry of Ceremonies, and anyone who has participated in the great competition this time will be heavily rewarded. As for those who died in battle in the ring, I will likewise not treat them differently." Hearing the words, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is holy." No matter whether it was the ministers or the people who participated in the competition, they all spoke in unison. "See the situation." The martial emperor waved his hand, his gaze looking towards Ning Yi, and the more he looked, the more smiles grew on his face. Too much like, Jiwar simply looks like me when I was young." He laughed again, and after another fit of coughing, he continued to exclaim, "Jiwar, you fought well at the grand competition yesterday, you fought too well, that look is exactly the same as when I was young." Yeah. Incredibly pleased with the successive praise, his old face rare red light, undisguised expression of the heart open. Ning Yi smiled lightly as he heard this, father is overpraising. But, except that the grand prince was genuinely pleased that the other imperial princes were all envious to the extreme as they listened to Emperor Wu's simple words, clear about the gold content of these words. Father is doing this in front of everyone. Recognized Ning Yi. Emperor Wu signaled the crowd to be quiet, then his expression became solemn and he said aloud, "As I said before, Jiwar has fought for the glory of the royal family and deserves a heavy reward. So, I'll ask you, do you have any rewards you want?" He looked at Ning Yi and inquired rather seriously. Chapter 52, Seal the Holy King of Heavenly Policy and take charge of the Imperial capital's troops and horses. Father. Ning Yi looked at Emperor Wu, and after pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "My son does not have any desired reward." With these words, the ministers and princes on the scene were all frozen. Even Luluwali's gaze toward Ning Yi was tinged with disbelief. Only Emperor Wu laughed, then waved his hand and said, "That's just it, I've already expected you to say that, so the reward for you, I've already prepared." "Oh? I wonder what father has prepared for my son." It was Ning Yi's turn to be surprised for a moment and inquire. Having heard what was said, the martial emperor had more smiles on his face, his eyes full of appreciation as he said aloud, "I have decided to enthrone 9th Prince Ning Yi as the Holy King of Tianzi today, to take charge of the imperial capital's military and horses, to bestow one of the great feathers dragon veins, one of the finest spirit minds, to execute the seal of Tianzi, and to unite the millions of Tianzi troops. Are you satisfied with this reward from me?" he said, looking straight at Ning Yi with more smiles on his face. But the words fell. Boom! The entire court and the many princes were all roaring in their heads, full of shock. At that moment, he looked dumbfounded at the martial emperor, and then confusedly at Ning Yi. The Holy King of Tianzi. This king's title was the title under which Emperor Wu was enthroned when he was young. After ascending the throne, Emperor Wu then sealed the ban and stopped using it. But today, yet again, it is enabled. And the person who sealed this king's title would be the 9th prince, Ning Yi. Moreover, the Great Feather Dragon vein is 9 in the entire divine dynasty, which is the foundation of the Great Feather, and now it was even given to the 9th prince, Ning Yi. Even not only in charge of the imperial capital's troops and horses, but also in charge of the Tianzi seal, commanding the invincible Tianzi army of the millions of divine dynasties, which has already given extremely important rights. Never before this. What is this concept? This is clearly the rhythm of passing the throne to the 9th prince, Ning Yi. Your Majesty, this. The many ministers and princes present, all of their faces changed uncertainly, their hearts set off shocking waves, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Their gazes fell on Ning Yi with shock yet disbelief. This maneuver of the martial emperor directly left them dumbfounded, and now they were all speechless. Other than the excited Grand Prince, the rest of the princes were all envious and jealous, but no one dared to stand out and raise objections, and could only look at Ning Yi with bated breath. In the midst of all the stares. My son is satisfied, thank you, father. Ning Yi looked quite calm without too many waves, and after bowing, he inquired, however, Father, after thinking about it before, my son needs something else, I wonder if it's possible? Having heard what was said. Once again, the faces of everyone present changed. More? The martial emperor also both looked puzzled, then smiled and said, Naturally, I wonder what you want. Heavenly fire source stone, sacred silkworm divine elixir, cold ghost liquid, samsara dragon amazing. Ning Yi naturally wouldn't be polite and immediately stated what he needed. The others listened in confusion. However, after Luluwali, who was next to Ning Yi, heard these things, the shock in her eyes grew and shook her heart. Isn't this all the things I need and that can activate my physique? She looked at Ning Yi with a face full of doubt, her breathing becoming rapid. What is Ning Yi going to do now that he's asking the martial emperor for these things? Could it be used to help activate your physique? No, it can't be. Luluoli shook her head back and forth, dismissing the idea. Even if Ning Yi's cultivation was unfathomable and strong, how could he possibly see through her physique? It must just be a coincidence that the other side wants all this stuff now won. And after Ning Yi finished speaking, the martial emperor's face was odd, but he didn't think much about it, and immediately waved his hand and said, These things are rare, but since you want them, I can naturally prepare them for you, so I'll grant you two. Thank you, father. Ning Yi sniffed and thanked him softly. Thereafter, Emperor Wu looked to the rest of the royal son, another burst of violent coughing up, and weakly said, I would like to give you a few king, but my body is not feeling well, today this stops, retreat from the court. Seeing this, the civil and military officials respectfully retired. One by one, the faces of the remaining imperial princes changed, but they could only leave first. They had just walked out of the main hall, but they all stopped in their tracks one by one in unison. When Ning Yi pulled Luluwali out and, 9th brother, congratulations. Father's king was sealed to you first, and it's still the king's number from father's youth, it's clear that he sees you as the heir apparent. The 2nd prince, the 4th prince, and the others immediately came forward, full of smiles and congratulations. See the situation. Ning Yi swept his eyes over a few people and calmly said, All of you imperial brothers may as well speak directly if you have something to say. The imperial princes all looked at each other at once. In the end, the 2nd prince always had a smile on his face and appeared to be quite polite. 9th brother, father has enthroned you as the holy king of heavenly policy, and after discussing with them, I plan on organizing a feast of enthronement for you, to celebrate for you. Ning Yi looked at the 2nd prince and then at the other princes and shook his head. There's no need to celebrate such a small matter, right? If you really want to celebrate, a few royal brothers can wait for a while, and it won't be too late to celebrate after I overthrow the 7 great powers. After saying that, he had no interest in continuing to stay and pulled Luluwali, who was in a frozen state, away. The Grand Prince didn't linger and followed just the same. Only the 2nd prince and the other princes were left standing outside the grand hall, disorganized in the wind. When Ning Yi completely disappeared from sight. 2nd brother, Ning Yi simply disregards us too much. This kid is simply a bit too arrogant. I really didn't expect that father would give him a king first, and it's still the Tianzi king from father's youth, and father even gave him power. It's clear that he's planning to pave the way for him. What did I just hear? He said he wanted to overthrow the 7 great powers? Something that even father has failed to do, and as a result, he dares to say that? That's quite a mouthful. I really didn't think he'd be able to say something like that. Think the 7 great powers are paper mache? The faces of the 6 emperors instantly became gloomy, and anger surfaced among their eyes. What Ning Yi said made them feel even more like it was a mirage. But suddenly, the 2nd prince, who hadn't spoken since Ning Yi left, said quietly, You guys, what should we do if 9th brother really destroys the other forces? After all, we all witnessed Ninth Brother's performance at the grand competition. His strength is unfathomable, and now that he is the king of heavenly policy, not only is he in charge of the Imperial capital's troops and horses, but he also has the seal of heavenly policy, and is able to take charge of the heavenly policy army. Speaking of this, his eyes revealed an envy that he couldn't hide. When the rest of the Imperial princes heard these words, they all revealed expressions of sudden realization and shivered. If Ninth Brother really overthrows the 7 great powers, then doesn't that mean he has surpassed Father? If he really does this, then what the hell are we fighting him for? They sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but shiver, not daring to continue thinking about it. Chapter 53 Blitz Return. It's not a loss at all. 1 hour later. Green Cloud Palace. Ning Yi pulled Luluwali back. But along the way, Luluwali was all full of defiance, looking at Ning Yi with a puff of air, seemingly wanting to see through Ning Yi inside and out. Damn it! She gritted her teeth darkly, but realized how she couldn't see through it. Even the mind that demanded those items from the martial emperor earlier, she wasn't sure if she wanted them for herself. Until we get back to the Moon Pavilion. You've been looking at me the whole way here. What, is it that good? Only then did Ning Yi let go of his hand and lightly laughed as he flirted. Having heard what was said, Luluwali came back to her senses and looked at Ning Yi's gaze. Immediately her pretty face flushed red and snapped, "It's not." Seeing this, Ning Yi took out the storage pouch that the martial emperor had caused to be sent to him halfway earlier, and smiled. "There are a total of 2 copies of these items that I've asked for from Father for you, and it's enough to refine a 9/4 great diffusion pill to allow you to activate your heaven-swallowing sacred body." Looking at the storage bag Ning Yi handed out. "You?" Luluwali couldn't help but stare in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock and losing her voice. "These things, you really asked for them for me?" In this moment, she was moved by it. Ning Yi actually really could tell about his physique, and knew what was needed to activate it? She was struck by lightning and did not understand in the slightest why Ning Yi could tell. Even martial emperors couldn't tell, but Ning Yi could tell at a glance, and even made a point of asking for what he needed. Ning Yi stared at Luluwali and nodded. "Then otherwise, it's not like I need these things." But, how did you know that I am the heaven-swallowing saint body?" Luluwali was somewhat incoherent and shocked as she asked the doubts in her heart. Ning Yi laughed lightly and asked back, "I knew it the first time I saw you. Is it anything very difficult to tell what kind of physique you have?" He said this on his lips, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. After all, with the existence of the system, the lady in front of her who was a reborn empress had no secrets to hide. "More than a physique, I know what you are." Ning Yi didn't say this out loud, and naturally, he wouldn't reveal the existence of the system. But when Luluwali heard Ning Yi's words, she was utterly and completely shocked, her phoenix eyes widening as she looked at Ning Yi. "You knew I was the heaven-swallowing saint body the first time you saw me? How is this guy so terrifying?" She was puzzled, only feeling that the person in front of her was too terrifying, simply the demon of demons. Being an empress for so long in her previous life, she had read countless people. Nowadays, she could swear that she had never seen a guy as terrifying as Ning Yi. A word or deed that one simply cannot see through. It was horrible. Luluwali in shock became a bit of a trance. Reborn over the opening became Ning Yi's wife, but now it seems to be quite good. To be precise, I'm now the crown princess. Her pretty face flushed as she thought this. Watching Ning Yi raise his storage bag again, she took a deep breath as a warm current surged into her heart. Looking seriously at Ning Yi for the first time. "Thank you, husband." Luluwali only felt her heart warm and owed her body. "I do need these things, but don't worry, husband, I will double it in the future." Without bothering to pursue the matter or being polite, she took the storage bag. Ning Yi sniffed, picked up Luluwali's chin, stared straight at the beauty in front of him, and laughed softly. "Madam, you and I are a family, what do you say still? If the lady really wants to return it." Luluwali trembled and her face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. "Husband, I will go research how to activate the physique first." She clenched her hands in her sleeves nervously, as if she were a frightened rabbit, and turned away hastily. She couldn't stop suppressing her rapid heartbeat, and all she felt was a rolling sensation on her face. But now, excitement surfaced in her eyes, and it wouldn't be long before she could activate the heaven-swallowing sacred body. The magnificent empress of the previous world was about to descend in this world. However, Ning Yi slowly retracted his gaze as he looked at Luluwali's escape-like departure. "How can you think of giving it back to me?" He laughed and shook his head, muttering, "After all, if I give it to you, I get more." The words fell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 2 copies of the 9/4 Great Diffusion Pill ingredients and obtaining a Blitz return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Tai Ching Void God Dan, a divine elixir containing a strand of the power of the heavenly Tao, which can greatly enhance cultivation, break through the shackles of celestial beings, and is not limited by heaven and earth's great creation of the Dan. The system's voice rang in his head. When Ning Yi heard this, more smiles appeared on his face. Claim your reward. His eyes floated with an exquisite aura, and he directly took it in, his figure instantly disappearing. The following day. Under the Moonwatch Pavilion. Ning Yi had already swallowed the Tai Ching Void God pill and was absorbing it, exuding a shocking aura all over his body as the space around him twisted and turned. Boom! In an instant, a loud bang came from above the sky. The sky darkened for it. And at this moment, Ning Yi's body breath was as raging and furious as a torrent, and it began to climb at an astonishing rate. Bang bang bang! In the void beside him, gusts of explosions emanated, and the entire Moonwatch Pavilion shook. The lake outside, too, was bubbling, as if oiling. A lotus flower bloomed, the mist rose, and the entire Moonwatch Pavilion seemed to be transformed into a fairyland. Ning Yi suddenly opened his eyes, kicking up a fierce wind, and his white clothes hunted in the wind. It doesn't seem to be too hard to be a man in the sky. He muttered with his mouth. His body's temperament had long been very different with the breakthrough, and right now, he was like a true exiled immortal descending to the mortal world. Feeling the surging vastness of power within his body, his eyes flickered slightly and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. And after breaking through the celestial realm, he could clearly feel an unprecedented increase in strength, and it was as if there was no more half impediment to the sensation between heaven and earth. The slightest emanation of breath was enough to make the liver and gall below this realm split. However, Ning Yi, was unaware of the fact that if Emperor Wu had heard what he had said previously, he would have been drooling with envy. Breaking through the celestial realm was not a difficult task at all for Ning Yi, with the aid of the Tai Ching Void God pill that invested in the blast return and the system's hanging cultivation. When the vision dissipates. Your Majesty! Xingyao carried a fruit plate and trotted over with a happy face. When she saw Ning Yi, who was radiating smoothness all over her body, she exclaimed, Your Highness, you broke through again? I still like it when you call me Your Highness. Ning Yi nodded and said with a light smile. Xingyao put down the fruit plate and began to make tea, exulting. I didn't learn that His Highness was crowned by His Majesty as the sacred king of heavenly strategies, and thought of having a good time. But my Highness is just awesome. Even without cultivation, he is able to break through his cultivation level. By the way, Your Highness, yesterday and today, all the civil and military personnel in the court are all visiting the door with gifts, and it seems that they want to please Your Highness, and they all said that they hope that Your Highness can attend the wedding banquet that the second prince and the rest of the emperors have set up. She poured tea and reported back. Chapter 54. Comparing again. How did I lose again? A gift, a wedding feast? As Ning Yi listened to Qingyao's report, he shook his head in sudden disinterest and said, No go. But those people can take what they send. Qingyao sniffed and said obediently, Understood, Your Highness. By the way, how is it going on the princess's side? Ning Yi thought of Luluali and inquired. Xingyao handed over a bunch of grapes before saying, Your Highness, the crown princess went to the practicing room you prepared yesterday to retreat, and should still be in the middle of practicing today. In response, Ning Yi nodded and muttered, counting the time, I'm sure it's almost time for Madame's physique to activate, right? Just as he finished speaking, he looked up suddenly, his gaze falling in the direction of the side hall. The side hall. In the middle of one of the courtyards that came out separately. Boom! An earth-shattering roar came out. The entire side hall shook violently. And at this point in the room, Lulualui closed her eyes. Her body was emitting a monstrous aura. The void around her body was twisted and chaotic, like a huge black hole that was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom, and there was a huge suction force spreading out. Thumbs up. Impurities were constantly being flushed out from her body's surface, and a blazing fire was rising within her body. The activation of her physique caused her body to stop trembling, and the black hole behind her became more and more alarming. It's like an abyssal maw that wants to devour everything. If an ordinary person were to look at it more than once, he or she would be swallowed up into it and his or her corpse would not survive. Another boom rang out and Luluali violently opened her eyes, deep, like two deep abysses taking in the heart. Ka-ching! As she opened her eyes, the entire void of the room exploded. And in this instant, her cultivation directly broke through the peak of the Grand Master and reached the Imperial realm. But it's not over yet. It wasn't until his cultivation had skyrocketed to the third sky of the Imperial realm that he stopped. Lulualui felt the surge in her cultivation as well as the all-around improvement brought about by activating the heaven-swallowing sacred body, and her eyes blazed with essence. The heaven-swallowing sacred body has finally activated. Her stunningly beautiful face blossomed into a bright smile, her heart excited. The heaven-swallowing sacred body activated. This time, she would once again walk out of the invincible road of the world, by virtue of who could not stop her. She herself was a brilliant heavenly empress, and it wouldn't take long for her to be invincible in this world. Just thinking about it. Luluoli then couldn't help but be invigorated, and was instantly filled with energy and yearning. If husband hadn't wanted to come to these precious things, I would have needed quite a bit of time to prepare. Her eyes showed excitement as she said with a look of eagerness, now that I have activated the heaven-swallowing sacred body and I am already in the third sky of the Imperial realm, I will definitely be able to defeat him. Confidence flowed from her brow, and an ounce of battle spirit began to rise in her eyes. Luluoli took a deep breath and hurriedly communicated with the system, saying with anticipation, "System, I want to compare myself to Ning Yi." Ding! Accepting host request to allow comparison. If the host wins, he will receive a 10,000-year-old frost ghost cheese, which can be used to enhance his cultivation, improve his enlightenment, and reshape his roots and bones. If the host loses, he or she will need to accept the punishment of serving Tianzi King Ning Yi with tea and water, and pounding his or her legs and pinching his or her shoulders. The system's voice sounded one after another. The smile on Luluoli's face froze and she couldn't help but frown. No, why is this system of yours all messed up with punishments? I'm a reborn empress, you're asking me to serve tea and pour water for people, pounding their legs and pinching their shoulders, isn't that what maids are supposed to do? She gritted her teeth in anger and spat for a moment. Please ask the host to make a comparison. The system quickly came through with a prodding voice. Luluoli is to think carefully, anyway, with Ning Yi should do not do all do. Compare, but what am I comparing him to this time? She stomped her foot in exasperation, but eventually agreed instantly, her heart full of confidence. There was absolutely no way she could lose again. Now that he was just as much in the Imperial realm himself, in addition to having activated the heaven-swallowing sacred body, he was definitely not weaker than Ning Yi. Ding! Comparison in effect. This comparison swordsmanship. This comparison is regardless of each other's cultivation realm, regardless of each other's physique, and only compares sword skills so as to get a fair and just result. Comparison begins. As the system's voice dropped, the Luluoli's eyes instantly glowed, her heart overjoyed. Then swordplay? She couldn't help but laugh proudly, humming, think this emperor's previous life sword art is not unrivaled in the world, but no matter with my generation of pride, or those old undead have to avoid its sharpness, ranked among the top 3, even if Reborn is not back to the peak, but also inherited 78 or 88. Ning Yi, despite the good sword Dao talent he displayed at the 7-sect competition, but just like that, he could never be my opponent. I'm going to win this comparison. While Luluoli was floating around, an illusory platform came into view. Immediately following. In the same contrast as the first time, the two villains reappeared to face each other on top of the platform. A little blue man represents Ning Yi. As for Luluoli, she was a pink villain. Both villains were holding a sword in their hands, and there was a heavenly sword intent on each other, causing the entire virtual platform to vibrate violently and emit a roar. Seeing this scene. Beat him. An intense look emerged in Luluoli's eyes as she excitedly opened her mouth. And the pink villain representing her began to move, instantly approaching Ning Yi's villain and swinging the sword in her hand non-stop. Looking extremely horrible and scary. Yet it was as if it could never get close to Ning Yi. How? This guy. Just as Luluoli tried to say something in disbelief. The villain representing Ning Yi has finally made his move. Buzz. The sword in his hand kept trembling, bursting with extreme sword aura, and then he swung his sword out. This sword reflected the entire simulation platform. The terrifying sword intent even caused the surrounding space to roar as a devastating sword chi raged past, causing cracks to appear on the platform. Put! The pink-colored villain was flooded by the sword awnings, falling apart in the frantic strangulation of the berserk sword chi. Just one sword. Defeated. Comparison ends. The winner of this comparison, Ning Yi. The host has lost, please fulfill the punishment. The system's voice rang out directly. Luluoli watched the pink-colored villain belonging to herself on the platform was directly obliterated by a sword, her face twitching and her eyes had long since become dulled down. Gradually, her eyes floated in confusion. After that, it dissolved into consternation. And then the mind roars and... I lost? How could I be defeated, and by another move from Ning Yi? Luluoli trembled, her mouth wide open, her eyes staring like bronze bells, and she sat paralyzed with a bewildered expression. Chapter 55, The Empress accepts punishment, and the Grand Prince brings an imperial decree. I lost again. Unable to accept the results of this comparison, Luluoli stared dazedly at the simulation platform and kept shaking her head. Various emotions flashed across her face, eventually resolving into a face full of confusion. Putting aside cultivation and physique and only comparing sword skills, it turned out that he still lost? And lose as thoroughly as the first time? No, I can lose all this, on what grounds? Luluwali scratched her head in incomparable frenzy, depressed to the extreme. Obviously my swordsmanship is not weak, how can Ning Yi's swordsmanship be better than mine? And it only took one sword to defeat me, how is that possible? System, are you having problems? Please accept the host's punishment. The system made a reluctant noise. Having heard what was said, Luluwali's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with mist, her eyes were red, and she was incomparably frantic as she said, darn it, what kind of monster is Ning Yi? Not only is his strength inscrutable even, but he's stronger than me in the way of the sword, on what grounds? I lost to him again, Pervert, this bad guy is a pervert, could it be that even if I break through I won't be able to defeat him? After a moment of sputtering, she was so angry she stomped her feet and her worldview collapsed even more. In 2 comparisons, one loses. Every time, Ning Yi won and beat the kid like it was a child. I'm the rebirth of the brilliant heavenly empress, but I ended up being abused by this guy. The more Luluwali thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Even her predecessor had never had such a stifling moment when she had become the brilliant heavenly empress one step at a time. What kind of monster is Ning Yi? Even if you're not convinced in your heart. But the facts are right in front of us. Please accept the host's punishment. The system's voice sounded again. When Luluwali heard this, she was so angry that her body shivered, and she said hatefully, rush, you rush a fart. I'm still unable to afford to lose? It's just a small punishment, who says I can't afford to lose? After cursing the system a few times, she could only pout and get up and go out with a heart full of grievances. In a few moments. Moonwatch Pavilion. Ning Yi was squinting his eyes and leisurely lying on the recliner, humming a little song with his legs crossed. After Luluwali left the side hall, she came straight over. When she saw Ning Yi's appearance, the corners of her mouth twitched as she felt disbelief in her heart. It was too comfortable and cozy to beat your husband again, right? Realize that. Ever since she had married into the royal family, she had never seen Ning Yi cultivate. Even everyone in the royal family had never seen Ning Yi cultivate. But it's just the way it is. This guy's strength is that scary. How is that possible? Luluwali quickly set off waves of shock as her pupils suddenly shrunk. This was because at this moment, in Ning Yi's body, she sensed a fluctuation in her aura that made her own heart skip a beat. If there is, if there isn't. Yet it is real. Luluwali's scalp tingled as she exclaimed in her heart, did this guy break through again? Now her eyelids fluttered wildly and a shiver ran through her body. A man who never practiced. No matter how much he broke through his cultivation, even though he had activated the heaven-swallowing sacred body, he still couldn't see through it. Also smelled danger from this husband. Monster. This cheap husband is definitely an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Ning Yi noticed something and raised his eyes to see Luluwali, who was staring stupidly, getting up and stretching. Madam, it seems that your heaven-swallowing sacred body has been activated. Not bad, congratulations madam. He looked up and down and then whirled around with a light chuckle. Worthy of being a reborn empress, there was indeed nothing that could not be done as long as the conditions were met. Luluwali sniffed and nodded, aha. Shouldn't you be happy that you activated the heaven-swallowing sacred body? Why do you look preoccupied? When Ning Yi saw that Luluwali had a lifeless look, he couldn't help but be suspicious. The corners of Luluwali's mouth twitched, her heart speechless to the extreme. Who can be happy when they were quite happy but still lost so badly in comparison again? The key is that you guys don't need to practice at all. Every day you just lay here, the result is that your cultivation is rising. Yourself as a reborn female emperor still have to go through a lot of trouble to reach the 3 heavens of the Imperial realm. Solely. Luluwali was too lazy to pick up on Ning Yi's words, saving herself from being so angry that she spat out blood. Husband, please have some tea. Thinking of the punishment she would have to fulfill, she smiled as softly as she could and slowly stepped forward to re-pour a cup of tea, holding it in her hands as she owed it to speak. Seeing this. Ma'am, what are you doing? Ning Yi couldn't help but sit up straight, looking at Luluwali, who had a small woman's posture to reveal a puzzled look. Luluwali smiled sweetly and softly said, husband, I'm not doing anything, I just want to serve you. After all, people can activate the heaven-swallowing sacred body thanks to husband's help. Husband, you must be tired after lying down for so long, let me press your shoulders for you, okay? Before Ning Yi could reply. Husband, how strong is this? Luluwali walked behind Ning Yi and went straight to work, asking from time to time during the process. Ning Yi was confused. But immediately afterward. Husband, come, I'll squeeze your legs. Willow Lori sweetly squatted down again and her small hands began to pound her legs. At this point in time, Ning Yi looked at Luluwali, who was busy and uncharacteristically serving herself in all sorts of ways, and had even more suspicions in his heart. What the hell? Even though he had long since looked down on everything and was transcendent, he was still stupefied by the situation at hand. His own lady is a reborn empress. Why are you doing the maid's job? Could it be that? Being a high and mighty empress in a previous life and having this fetish in private? Strange, really strange. Or maybe the empress likes little flings like this? The more Ning Yi thought about it, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. That, ma'am. He was really a little confused and all over the place. But just as he was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted. Ninth brother. The Grand Imperial Prince's loud voice came out. A few breaths later, he appeared outside the gazebo with large strides. Just Saw was crouching on the ground, looking like a virtuous wife, and was holding the grapes to feed Ning Yi when. Heir. The eldest prince blinked and scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Did I come at a bad time? Should I come back later? With that, he was about to turn around and leave. The movements of Luluwali's hands froze, and she hurriedly got up and lowered her head with a reddened face. Ning Yi helplessly glanced at her, then looked at the Grand Prince and shook his head. Big brother, there's no harm in it, please sit down and speak. Look at Big brother, but he's looking for me for something? When the Grand Imperial Prince sat down, he opened the door and asked a direct question. Chapter 56 Dragon Vein Severed, Suspected Immortal Intervention? The Grand Imperial Prince originally looked at Luluwali with an odd expression, and when he heard the inquiry, his face suddenly became serious. Ninth brother, it's not a good thing that I came over to find you this time. He spoke solemnly and continued, this matter about the Dragon Vein. I have brought father's imperial decree, of which, specifically, you had better see for yourself. After the Grand Imperial Prince finished speaking, he took out an imperial decree and placed it in front of Ning Yi. See the situation. Ning Yi was surprised and inquired, Big brother, don't you want to take a look first? Ninth brother, what am I looking at the imperial decree father gave you for? It's not for me. The Grand Prince was filled with doubt. The corner of Ning Yi's mouth twitched. The pro-big brother in front of him was a little too straight after all, so he had to personally take the holy decree and read it. Emperor Feng Tian Chang Yun, Imperial Decree. 9 children, the 7 big competition, you let me very pleased. As for why you do not cultivate also can have the emperor realm cultivation, must be you got some kind of big chance. This matter, you both do not want to say, I will not ask. Before I can see that you look at my eyes are not right, I know you should be to see what, but remember that this matter cannot be said outside, no one cannot, and the reason why I do so, since there is my arrangement, this matter you will first for me to keep secret. To give you a decree, it is because I first gave you the title of king, and it is the title of the king when I was young. Considering those elder brothers of yours, the civil and military forces of the whole dynasty may have doubts. So, now that the Dragon Vein of Anling City, located 300 miles away from the imperial capital, has been broken and there is a demonic invasion, I intend to order you to go ahead and kill the demons and investigate the cause of it, so as to plug their mouths with this matter. Jor, this isn't the first Dragon Vein to be broken, but I'm relieved to leave this matter in your hands. After reading the imperial decree, the corner of Ning Yi's mouth jerked. Sure enough, that awful old man still saw it coming. He muttered a word in his mind about what Emperor Yu had explained in his imperial decree. Knowing that he could see that he was pretending, he made a point of explaining by way of a holy decree not to reveal it and speak of it to the bystanders. However, even if the martial emperor hadn't specifically explained it, Ning Yi had no intention of revealing it. Since father wants to act, I'll just quietly watch him act. He shook his head, not dwelling too much on the matter. As for the Dragon Vein, Ning Yi put the imperial decree away, and then whirled around to look at the eldest prince, calmly saying, Father means for me to deal with the broken Dragon Vein in Anling City. It's just as I expected. A brilliant aura flashed in the eyes of the Grand Prince, and he solemnly said, Father is again giving you the title of Holy King of Heavenly Policy, and giving you devolution of power. This is naturally to find something for you to do, to plug up other people's mouths. Then the recently severed Dragon Vein of Anling City is the best target. Ninth brother, now that 3 of the 9 dragon veins of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty have been severed, and without exception, all of them have been destroyed by demons, but demons can appear out of nowhere and happen to destroy the Great Feather's dragon veins, so there must be someone behind them to play tricks on them. Listening to what the Grand Prince said, Ning Yi nodded and asked, Big brother, who do you think secretly did this? Who else but those so-called immortals? The Grand Imperial Prince snorted coldly, then pointed to the sky. In response, Ning Yi's gaze flickered slightly. On this continent, the Great God Dynasty unified the world and governed the clans, lineages, academies, and other forces on each other's borders. However, the Divine Dynasty is not the supreme ruler. Above the Divine Dynasty, there was also a single immortal cultivation holy land with several forbidden zones. And those Holy Land and Forbidden Area above all the strength of the Supreme, and no matter the Holy Land or Forbidden Area of the cultivators are self-proclaimed immortal, high above. Today. The Grand Imperial Prince obviously just suspected that the dragon veins had been broken one after another either by the Holy Land or related to the Forbidden Zone. Seeing Ning Yi pondering, the Grand Prince's face was grave, solemnly exhorting, "Ninth brother, father letting you go investigate is also considered a kind of training for you. I won't stop you, but you must be careful at all times, and mustn't be careless. After all, we're in the light and those guys are in the dark." Ning Yi looked at the worried-looking Grand Prince, smiled, and calmly said, "Big brother, I understand, since someone is behind this, then I'll just go there and uncover them." Seeing Ning Yi's breezy manner of speaking, the Grand Imperial Prince was about to say something, but nodded after thinking of Ning Yi's performance at the 7-sect competition. "Good, if you run into something you can't solve, feel free to send me a message." He nodded and gave another explanation, then got up and said, "I'll leave you couple alone, you go on, go on." After a hearty laugh, the Grand Prince left with a big stride. Lu Luoli heard the flirting intent and blushed once again. Immortals? However, she was coming to be interested in what the Grand Prince had said earlier. Ning Yi glanced at Lu Luoli, his fingers tapping on the stone table as he whirled around and said, "Madam, I will leave for a few days afterward to deal with the matters explained by Father Emperor regarding the broken dragon vein. During my absence, I think the Imperial capital will not be peaceful. At that time, if anything happens, I would ask you to make a proper contribution if needed." While saying that, he took out the military talisman that could command the Imperial capital's soldiers and horses as well as the Tian Cecile that mobilized the Tiansu army and handed it to Lu Luoli. "See the situation." Lu Luoli was surprised and couldn't help but frown slightly. "Husband, do you mean that Anling City's dragon vein happened to be broken, of which perhaps it could be that there are people who are tuning the tiger away from the mountain, wanting to make a move against the Imperial capital, or taking advantage of you going out, thus making a move against you?" "Not bad, ma'am, just thoughtful." Ning Yi nodded. In fact, the greatest possibility was the latter. And naturally, Lu Luoli also thought of it, and could not help but be a little worried. "Since this is the case, isn't it just that husband doesn't go? Father shouldn't have demanded that you have to go, right? Is the lady worried about me?" Ning Yi smiled as he noticed the flash of worry on Lu Luoli's face. Having heard what was said, "Get to the point," Lu Luoli ranted. Ning Yi smiled once again, seemingly not taking it to heart in the slightest, and said pleasantly, "Whether the other party's target is the Imperial capital or me, if I don't go, how can I make those guys hiding in the shadows jump out? Ma'am, you're worrying unnecessarily. As far as I'm concerned, any intrigue is nothing more than a floating cloud, because I am invincible when I sweep the world." As he spoke, Ning Yi rose to his feet, an invincible aura rising straight up into the sky, his eyes calm, as if countless stars were shining. The entire Moonwatch pavilion shook violently under the last sentence. A roaring sound came out from between heaven and earth. Seems to be an agreement. Looking at Ning Yi's eyes that seemed to be looking down on all living beings, feeling the invincible aura of Ning Yi that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Hiss. Lu Luoli was lost in thought as she looked on, sucking in a mouthful of cool air, no longer able to speak. What's the deal with the husband these days? This tone, this aura, how is it more like a reborn than yourself? Halfway through the day. Loaded him to the hilt, what an abomination. Only then did Lu Luoli shiver, biting her lips tightly and spitting in her heart. Chapter 57, Plan? No need, just chop it up. 3 days later. Outside the Imperial capital. A luxurious carriage left the Imperial capital under the escort of hundreds of guards in front and behind, and headed towards Anling City with great vigor. In the middle of the carriage, Ning Yi sat with a calm expression. Beside Xingyao's face was full of exhilaration, with curiosity in her eyes. "Your Highness." She fed a grape into Ning Yi's mouth and looked outside, excitedly saying, "In half a day, we'll be able to reach Anling City. Your Highness will be able to quickly find out the cause and return to the Imperial capital to resume his duties." Ning Yi sniffed and nodded. Anling City was not too far away from the Imperial capital, and could be reached in less than a day. After all, the place where the dragon vein was located would not be too far from the Imperial capital. At this time, outside the city gates, the city lord and the others had already been waiting here for a long time. At the head of the group was an old man with a face full of majesty and a thick aura. It was none other than the city lord of Anling City, Su Haotian. Beyond that, Su Haotian was also the right-hand man of Emperor Wu when he had once conquered the 8 directions. Only, in the midst of waiting with the crowd, Su Haotian was quite troubled. As for the reason, it's simple. During this period of time, he had been busy with the broken dragon vein and the demonic invasion. The bystander saw Su Haotian's anxiety and inquired, Lord City Lord, didn't His Majesty send the 9th prince? Nope, now he should be called the Tianzi King to come and deal with the matter of the dragon vein. Why are you still so troubled? Su Haotian sniffed and glared. What the hell do you know? Not to mention that the dragon vein was broken. Those demons came in a strange way, and it's highly likely that one of them is related to the immortals. If His Majesty the Martial Emperor had come, he might have been able to solve it, but His Majesty sent the Tianzi King over. I'm just afraid he can't handle it. He sighed, the worry and unease on his face not hidden. Only His Majesty has enthroned the 9th prince as the Holy King of Heavenly Policy and sent him over. Su Haotian naturally knew that it was impossible to punch the Tianzi King in the face, so he had to immediately arrange for someone to come to the city gates to greet him the first time he received the news. If the king arrives later, watch your words. He looked at the crowd behind him and gave a solemn explanation. Also at this time, the sound of footsteps came. As it became clearer and clearer, a luxurious carriage came into view. When Su Haotian and the others saw this, their expressions instantly became respectful. We welcome King Tianzi to Anling City. They spoke in unison and gave a great respectful salute. Everyone's gazes were tinged with curiosity, wanting to see with their own eyes what this never-before-seen 9th prince, and also the present-day Saint King of Tianzi, actually looked like. With everyone watching. Your Highness, it's here. Xinyao was the first to get out of the carriage and uncovered the curtain. Ning Yi got up and walked off the carriage. And he just came down. Boom! Su Haotian and the others stared unanimously, sucking in a breath of cool air as their hearts and minds shook. There was more curiosity in their eyes, while none of them revealed awe. But in the hearts and minds of all. More still, it's a shocker. No one knew about Ning Yi's one-man sweep of the 7 powers at the 7-sect competition nowadays. This need not be questioned. But what they were wondering about was whether or not Tianzi King Ning Yi could resolve the matter of the dragon vein this time around. Upon seeing Ning Yi, whose eyes seemed to contain endless stars and whose demeanor and white clothes were superior to snow, everyone's shock had long outweighed their doubts. Young, too young. This is the 9th prince who swept everyone away at the 7-sect competition and gave the Imperial family a huge victory with his invincibility, His Majesty's enthroned heavenly policy Saint King. What a terrifying aura, obviously so young, but why do I feel pressure on his body? I actually feel that the Heavenly Policy King is going to be even more mature and stable than Lord City Lord. Is this an illusion? I didn't expect to see with my own eyes that the Heavenly Policy King is actually younger than imagined. This young is already a strong person of the Imperial realm. The achievement of the land immortals is just a matter of time. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty has the Heavenly Policy King. It is inevitable that there will be a successor. King Tianzi is going to be more powerful than imagined. I wonder if he will be able to solve those demons that are plaguing the dragon vein? Everyone present was shocked and appalled, unable to believe that Ning Yi, who looked so young, would have such an amazing aura and momentum. Even looking at it from afar, it could make them feel a huge pressure coming down on them. There were many elders among them, but the moment they saw Ning Yi, all of them had dry mouths and their hearts set off shocking waves. Seeing it with their own eyes, they were doubly shocked. Almost everyone was murmuring at this moment, and secretly kept sizing up Ning Yi, who had already stepped off the carriage. And at this point, Lord of Anling City, Su Haotian pays his respects to King Tianzi. Su Haotian stepped forward with great strides, respectfully paying his respects, and said with a smile on his face, Your Highness, I've already hosted a banquet at the City Lord's mansion, so please move with us to the City Lord's mansion and take a short rest. In the midst of all the stares, Ning Yi glanced at Su Haotian, shook his head, and said with a calm expression, Lord Su City's good intentions are appreciated by this king. There's no need to rest, let's get down to business first, take me to the land of the dragon vein. Su Haotian froze for a moment, completely not expecting Ning Yi to head directly to where the dragon vein was located. Yes. But he didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly nodded his head, leading the way in front. The others from the City Lord's mansion followed behind Ning Yi respectfully, feeling equally puzzled in their hearts. This 9th prince, who was also the current king of Tianzi, was really thunderous. When you arrive at Anling City, you have to travel to your destination. Such a style took them by surprise. City Lord Su, report on the situation. Ning Yi spoke softly as he walked. Su Haotian didn't dare to slack off, nodding his head. A few months ago, when His Majesty the Martial Emperor was in ill health, demons appeared one after another in the Great Used Dragon Vein. There weren't many demons in the beginning, and the City Lord's mansion was still able to take care of them on its own, but the further we went, the more demons appeared, and they became stronger and stronger, making it difficult to resist them at all. Nowadays, the dragon veins of Anling City have been blocked by demons in 3 places, in which the dragon crystals have been gnawed away, and even the people near the veins have been massacred, so much so that it has resulted in the current situation of people being on edge. Weird, this is all too weird. We must know that Anling City is close to the Imperial capital, and it's not a border place. There have never been demons before, and how could so many demons appear out of nowhere when His Majesty the Martial Emperor is weak? When he said this, Su Haotian wanted to stop talking. Seeing this, Ning Yi signaled, "There's no need to hide, keep talking." Su Haotian took a deep breath and continued, "Your Highness, according to my guess, I'm afraid that this is all related to the immortals. Because in the past few months, there have been immortals near the Dragon Vein of Anling City, and as for which Holy Land, the Forbidden Area's immortals, I don't know yet." Chapter 58, A Sword Chopped, all destroyed, that's the end? Your Majesty, these are the Dragon Veins of Anling City. Su Haotian sighed lightly after he voiced his inner speculation. The situation at hand didn't seem that easy to him to resolve. I'm afraid that His Majesty's appointment of the Ninth Prince as the Holy King of Heavenly Policy is to allow the Holy King of Heavenly Policy to ascertain the situation so that he can use it to block the mouths of the other princes and ministers of the court. When thinking about it, Su Haotian's expression became serious as he sullenly said, "Don't worry, Your Highness, in this matter, the City Lord's mansion will surely help with all its might." Got it. Ning Yi nodded, his face unperturbed since the beginning. But this scene. This. Falling in Su Haotian's eyes, it was setting off waves in his heart. The reaction of this king, so young that he was unreal, after learning the true situation, was so calm that it amazed him. He had wanted to speak before, but he was afraid that after mentioning those immortals, Tiansa King Ning Yi would be afraid. But who would have thought? This prince was calm and collected from the beginning, and even actually didn't react half-heartedly when he heard about the immortals. Precisely. Su Haotian felt a subdued confidence. Hiss. He inhaled darkly, his insides shaking more and more. Himself. It was actually impossible to see through this king of Tianza. As for the others in the city lord's mansion, they were all moved one by Ning Yi's performance. No one expects. Even after hearing about the appearance of the immortals, the Heavenly Policy King didn't react half-heartedly even if he didn't intend to think about it in the long run. This is just too unbelievable. However, Ning Yi noticed the gazes of Su Haotian and the others, and didn't pay much attention to them. Immortals? As far as he was concerned, there was no such thing as an immortal. In the eyes of the people of the divine dynasty, a land deity would already be the pinnacle of supremacy. Moving up to the celestial realm, one is an immortal. As for the realm above the celestial realm, no one knew, much less dared to imagine it. Those holy lands and forbidden zones had existences above the celestial realm. So much so that the world called the cultivators of those holy places and forbidden zones immortals. In fact, Ning Yi knew very well that those were just immortal cultivators. It's ridiculous to call yourself an immortal. Along the way, we learned a lot more about the Dragon Vein of Anling City. Here it is. Not long after, the group arrived at the first place where the Dragon Vein was broken. Today, Ning Yi, Su Haotian, and the others were standing on the edge of a cliff, and in front of them was the place where the Dragon Vein was situated. Look around. It was like a huge spine, fighting and twisting like a giant sleeping dragon, shining with a reddish-colored light, emitting supreme majesty and amazing breath fluctuations. Feeling slightly, one could clearly feel the majestic aura contained in the Dragon Vein. Even though he was not in the middle of the Dragon Vein, he could experience the vastness of it and the astonishing pressure that came over him. The Dragon Vein, on the other hand, is itself a spiritual vein. Dragon Glass, also a spirit stone. Only under the warmth of the royal family, or after reaching a coexistence with the royal family, gradually have a royal atmosphere, that is, the world's mouth of the dragon in majesty. Regardless of any divine dynasty, the existence of the Dragon Vein was crucial to both the royal family. But when Ning Yi and his party had penetrated deeper into the Dragon Vein, they were able to clearly see a monstrous demonic aura emanating from the blocked area, as well as a strong evil aura. As it moves forward, the gusts of wind and the strange cries were endless. And the crowd could also see that on top of the dragon veins linked to each other, there were demons greedily, crazily gnawing on the dragon crystals. The number is as large as the eye can see. It was due to the gnawing and devouring of these demons that the dragon veins that were connected to each other were truncated, and the dragon's energy could not be properly channeled to warm the great feather. The whole thing down. Even as Ning Yi went deeper and saw with his own eyes the large number of demons attached to the dragon vein constantly gnawing and devouring it, his expression still carried a calm demeanor. Only. Su Haotian looked at this one dragon vein that was blocked by demons and couldn't help but gnash his teeth. It's these damned demons, nowadays there are more and more of them, and their gnawing and devouring is getting faster and faster. The dragon vein is blocked, and even we can't do anything about it, and if we forcefully lay our hands on these demons, I'm afraid that it will only have an irreversible impact on the dragon vein. When these words came out, the many generals in the city lord's mansion sighed. The situation that has arisen now has caused them quite a headache. How can it be solved so easily? Su Haotian naturally understood this and looked at Ning Yi, inquiring, "Your Highness, would you like to follow me back to the city lord's mansion for a temporary rest first, and then come back to eradicate the demons here after discussing a good plan?" Ning Yi sniffed and swept a glance at Su Haotian. No need to go to all that trouble. He shook his head and took a step forward, saying softly, "I alone can handle the demons here, you guys just need to wait for a moment." Having said that, Ning Yi stepped on the void and stood above the mid-air, looking down on the demons that were occupying the dragon vein here. Clank! He simply raised his hand and the long sword in Qin Yao's hand suddenly came out of its sheath, holding it in his hand in the blink of an eye. Shasta! An incomparably terrifying sword intent rose to the heavens. Explosions emanated from the entire canopy. The huge mountain range roared and shook at the moment. The many bizarre, ugly, and hideous demons in the dragon vein were all startled, and they all raised their heads, with a bloodthirsty, morose gaze looking towards Ning Yi. Meanwhile, Ning Yi was looking at them all the same, a chill permeating his calm eyes. One sword, all are executed. He slowly raised the longsword in his hand, and under the watchful eyes of Su Haotian and the others and the demons that wanted to riot all over the place, he suddenly chopped down. Seeing this, Su Haotian and his group all stared wide-eyed, feeling creeped out all of a sudden. King Tiansu is directly removing the demons from this place. After all, they are young, the number of demons in this place is huge, and a large portion of them have already reached the Imperial realm. The king is afraid that if he acts impulsively like this, he will cause a great chaos. None of them had their faces changed drastically, and their hearts were pounding under their eyes. Su Haotian even opened his mouth wide and exclaimed in shock after returning to his senses, "Your Majesty!" But before his words of dissuasion could be uttered, buzz! An ear-piercing buzz resounded through the heavens and earth. Just see! The ground shook as the longsword in Ning Yi's hand chopped down. The wind and clouds changed, and wild winds swept through the 8 directions. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a terrifying sword chi that was enough to shake the heavens and tear through the void erupted, the sword aura piercing the sky. Bang bang bang! This sword seemed to be on top of the world, crowning everything. With unrivaled speed, it headed straight for the dragon vein below, destroying everything in its path, and some of the demons that wished to launch an attack on Ning Yi had already gone up in smoke in the midst of screams even before they could even get close to the boundless sword chi. And this sword chi that Ning Yi chopped out instantly descended upon the land of the dragon vein, and then it abruptly split apart. 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives, and 3 lives innumerable. Any sword chi is extremely violent, such as spiritual intelligence, directly on the dragon vein among the demon massacre. Instantly there are miserable screams continuous. Chapter 59 City Lord stunned, Yan Huang Holy Land spitting blood. Countless sword chi crazily wreaked havoc towards the demons in the dragon vein. Roar! What is that damn guy? What a terrifying sword Dao! Can't it be that he's from the Holy Land? This person is neither a martial emperor nor a famous person. How does he possess such terrifying strength? Didn't those damn guys say that no one could stop us? The miserable screams, wails, and roars of a demon kept coming out, and the heavens and earth trembled. The entire dragon vein, shaking. The heavens and earth were stirred under the sword, and the void in all directions became distorted under the filling of the berserk sword chi. It seems that a terrifying sword domain descended. All living things therein. All will be swept away. Just a moment. The demon's roars, growls, and even screams came to a screeching halt. All that was left was the violent sword chi fluctuations, and the thick dust that obscured the line of sight. Su Haotian and the people of the city lord's mansion had long since widened their eyes and were filled with shock when they saw this horrifying scene. That sword just now was too terrifying, even I wouldn't dare to touch it. How many levels of the Imperial realm is the king already? What a terrifying means, what a terrifying sword Dao talent. They were still in a daze, and the shock in their hearts had long been beyond measure. Because right now, they were not at all clear on what exactly was going on in the dragon vein in front of them. Just when everyone was uncertain. Let's go to the blocked second. Ning Yi returned with his longsword in hand and looked over at Su Haotian to command. Having heard what was said, Su Haotian was stunned, his face full of stagnation. This place has not yet been resolved, so we will go to the second place? It didn't work out? Ning Yi looked in the direction where the dust was rolling, and with a wave of his hand, said, "Aren't the demons here already killed?" There was a howling wind. Poor Koi. The dust is blown away. When Su Haotian and the others heard this, their pupils suddenly shrunk. Swish! Swish! With his heart full of shock, he and the others rushed with great speed in the direction of the dragon vein where the sword chi had raged before. Soon, they descended into the land of the blocked dragon vein. But as soon as they entered, the line of people all sucked in cool air and stared in incomparable shock. Only to see that the previously blocked dragon vein was already repairing itself with the naked eye. As for the surrounding, under Ning Yi's sword, this place has long been reduced to a sea of corpses and blood, a horrible inferno. Countless demonic corpses were all over the place, piled up into mountains, and there was no vitality present. All the demons died under one sword. Originally, this place was filled with demonic energy. But now it had long since regained its clarity, and there was no longer a trace of demonic aura. The blood dyed the ground red, and it was particularly dazzling against the dragon vein crystal light. When it was determined that no demons survived, and that not a trace of demonic energy remained, the hiss. Su Haotian and his group of subordinates sucked in their cool breaths, the waves of shock within their hearts reaching an unprecedented level. Looking at the scene, they only felt like they were dreaming. The previous sword. Kill all the demons here. Everyone's gazes fell on Ning Yi with shock. Just die out. So many demons, with a large number of Imperial realm existences among them, yet all of them died under the king's sword? How is this possible? Just how many heavens of the Imperial realm is His Majesty? Is it possible that he is already at the peak of the Imperial realm? Too terrifying. With just a single sword, the demons here are wiped out, even the demonic aura has been removed. Su Haotian and the crowd behind him had their scalps exploded and shivered as they looked at Ning Yi with more respect and fear in addition to shock. It was really because this young prince in front of them was too terrifying, far beyond their imagination. Just one sword. The demons were all put to death. The problem of the dragon vein being blocked was solved in a few moments, sister. Realize that. They had gone through a lot of trouble before, and had even lost a number of generals without being able to deal with the problem. And the result? The problem was solved straight away when the king of Tianza stepped in. It didn't even leave a semblance of an aftermath. Because those demons, all of them died here, not even having a chance to escape. In the face of the stares and gasps of, "Now that the problem here has been solved, take me to the second place." Not wanting to waste too much time here, Ning Yi spoke again. When Su Haotian heard this, his body trembled and his face was full of excitement. "Your Majesty, I will lead the way for you." Without the slightest bit of slowing down, he vibrantly led the way towards the second blocked dragon vein. As the Lord of Anling City, he was helpless and had a headache over the demonic invasion of the dragon vein. But no one expected. The ninth prince, who had just been enthroned by His Majesty as the Holy King of Heaven's policy, had actually overthrown all the demons with a single strike. This was a great joy. It's no wonder His Majesty enthroned the ninth prince, the Holy King of Tianza. Su Haotian's heartbeat accelerated, and there was even more shock within his heart. Previously, he was worried that Ning Yi wouldn't be able to solve the problem, but now it seemed that that was simply overanalyzing. "I'm afraid that all the problems that plagued me will be solved today." As soon as Su Haotian thought of this, the pace under his feet became faster and lighter. Which is it that the king doesn't know about the immortals? It's clear that he didn't take it to heart at all, and came here with absolute certainty. He peeked back at Ning Yi from time to time, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he felt. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Anling City, on a mountain range, two figures were looking away to the southeast. A man and a woman. The man had sword brows and starry eyes, and the woman had a pretty face with a cold and proud brow. The two of them had outstanding temperaments, and the costumes they wore were extremely gorgeous, with a phoenix totem embroidered on their chests. And they, from the Yen Huang Holy Land. Meanwhile, it was even a holy place that the Tsong Yuan demon cult colluded with. And the handiwork of the great feathered dragon vein appearing to be invaded by demons, gnawing and devouring the dragon vein came from them. It was to use this to destroy the great feathered dragon Shi, wanting to bring down the great feathered divine dynasty little by little. As for the two men, in addition to being from the Yen Huang Holy Land, he was a personal disciple of the Holy Land with a high status other than the Holy Sun, appearing here only to carry out the mission explained by the Holy Land. A few moments later. Second senior brother, it's so boring. Li Choyun yawned in boredom and complained, "Master is really making a big deal out of it. Why do you still want us to haul those demons to descend on the great feathered dragon vein as a means of destroying the great feathers dragon Chi? Is there a need to go through so much trouble? If you ask me, it would be better to just go out and exterminate great feather. That would save us the trouble instead. At the current rate of progress, we still don't know how long we'll have to stay in this hellhole before we can return to the Holy Land." As she said that, she pouted in a sulky way. Being the Holy Lord's own heirloom, he ended up being sent to do this kind of small thing that didn't accomplish much. It was just too boring. Chapter 60. The dragon vein was quickly restored. "Damn it, who is it?" Having heard what was said, Han Feng frowned and looked at Li Choyue beside him, reprimanding, "Junior sister, don't speak rashly. There must be a reason why the Holy Land is doing this, and since the Yanhuang Holy Land is a transcendent force in the southern Phoenix domain, how could it blatantly meddle in the affairs of the Divine Dynasty? If the strife of the forces underneath were to have the Holy Land intervene, then it would inevitably lead to chaos in the world. If the Holy Land has made a move, all of the southern Phoenix domain situation will be completely broken, and it will surely lead to the intervention of other Holy Lands, which is not only for us, but also not good for any of the Holy Lands. Being reprimanded to my face. Li Qiuyun pouted and could only nod in silence. However, when Han Feng saw his little sister's appearance, a smirk appeared on his serious face and said, "Don't be too anxious, the Great Feather Dragon vein has already been broken in 3 places, and just the one in Anling City alone has been broken in 3 places, so there are only 6 left. You and I will speed up some, and after all the 9 dragon veins of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty are taken care of, we can go back. According to today's progress, if there are no accidents, within half a month instantly." When Li Qiuyun heard these words, the sadness on her face dissipated a lot. However, as they were trying to leave, Han Feng's footsteps lurched, followed by a shocking change in his face as he lost his voice and said, "No." As soon as the words left his mouth, his body trembled, his face turned pale, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Under the continuous backward movement, his eyes widened and he panted heavily. Seeing this, Li Qiuyun exclaimed, "Second senior brother, what happened to you?" Han Feng reached out to stop his little sister's question and turned around with an open heart, staring dead center in the direction of Anling City. One of the dragon veins that we previously blocked with demons is being repaired, and all the demons in it have been killed, not a single one left. He closed his eyes before mouthing the words, snapped his eyes open, and spoke in a deep voice. In response, Li Qiuyun also couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. What? How is it possible? Without a martial emperor's hand, how can those mole crickets from Great Feather alone be resolved so quickly? She was obviously doubly surprised, not believing at all that anyone would be so quick to tackle a place that had been invaded by demons that they had pulled in a special way. But before she could think about it, "Put!" Han Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, more shock in his eyes, and growled hoarsely, "The demons in the second location have also been removed, and the blocked dragon vein is being repaired. Damn, there's talent against us, what's going on?" His body was trembling, his eyes became red, and his complexion was distorted. Since the array was set up with one's own soul and blood to perform the traction on the demon was removed and one's own self would suffer the repercussions. Li Qiuyun was just as incredulous, covering her mouth and losing her voice. Who the hell is it? Can it be that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty has discovered that we have dealings with the demon sect and contacted other Holy Lands in advance, and that some other Holy Lands have intervened? She gritted her teeth, anger in her eyes. It was so hard to complete 1/3 of the progress, and now in just a moment's time, the dragon vein here in Anling City was about to be fully restored. Unclear. Han Feng shook his head, his face ugly to the extreme, and hurriedly said, "Junior sister, quick, let's head to the 3rd broken dragon vein node as soon as possible. Since the demons in the 1st and 2nd places have been removed, they're definitely going to make a move on the 3rd place. Let's go and stop it as soon as possible, or else the last demon will be removed, and Anling City's dragon vein arrangement will be lost, and we'll have to rearrange the array again." Having said that, the two of them did not dare to have any delay, and immediately ran quickly towards the direction of the 3rd dragon vein that had been blocked in Anling City. At this point, the location of the 2nd broken dragon vein. Just as Han Feng and Li Qiuyun had thought, the current Ning Yi was standing in the middle of the void, looking down at the dragon vein below with a bland expression. Rumble. A shocking loud but reverberating sound echoed through the heavens and earth. The terrifying sword chi fluctuations stirred the clouds of the canopy. Dust rolled below, obscuring the view, making it impossible to see what was going on in it. Another sword. It directly wreaked havoc and slaughtered the demons in it. Ning Yi could feel that there were no more demons present in this 2nd place, and with the removal of the demons, the dragon vein began to repair itself, emitting majestic aura, and after reconnecting there was the appearance of the power of Qi. Are the so-called immortals so unsavory in their methods? He looked at the dragon vein below with slight disappointment, shook his head, and then said softly, "Lead the way to the 3rd place." But at this point, Su Haotian and the others were in the middle of the dragon vein, looking at the scene with stupefied faces, their hearts wildly shaken. Because at this point, as with the 1st place, the king had chopped down with another sword before, and all the demons in this place were wiped out. All that was left around were piles of corpses. The residual waves of sword chi left behind at the scene were enough to make their scalps numb. Now that the broken dragon vein had begun to repair itself, it wouldn't be long before it was as good as new. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at each other in horror. Another sword to remove the demon? Your Highness, what kind of strength is Your Highness? This is too damn outrageous. We racked our brains and couldn't solve the problem, but it turns out that the king has already cleared out the demons in 2 places in 2 strikes. Among them, even if a demon of the Emperor realm exists, yet under the king's sword there is no resistance at all, and they are obliterated like ants. They all couldn't stop exclaiming, filled with shock that couldn't be calmed. The group only felt that their mouths were dry, and that the situation today was hardly different from a dream. It was really because both of Ning Yi's strikes were too terrifying, and before they could react, so many demons had already been cleared out. After the shock, Su Haotian breathed heavily, his face filled with excitement as he swept straight towards Ning Yi. Your Highness, I'll take you to the 3rd place, with you at your disposal, it will be a handful. He was overjoyed, and with a heart full of shock, he couldn't stop marveling. Your Highness, you are the grace that heaven has sent down to the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would only be difficult to resolve the matter of Anling City's dragon vein being broken. With your strength, I'm afraid that not only the Anling City dragon vein, but also the remaining 2 broken dragon veins can be repaired and cleared of the invading demons. Su Haotian spoke incessantly, more shock in his heart. With the 2nd place cleared of demons, he would have never imagined that the 9th prince, who had just been enthroned as the Holy King of Tianzi, would be so terrifying and his strength would be so intimidating. According to the current progress, it wouldn't take half a day at all to be able to completely solve the problem of Anling City's dragon vein. The others also followed suit, looking at Ning Yi with increasing awe. Only. Next to the last place, those guys won't be sitting around waiting to die, I'm sure. Ning Yi didn't pay much attention to it, instead muttering in his mind. Chapter 61 Shocking Roar. Yan Huang Holy Land can't hide anymore? It didn't take long. Su Haotian and the others led Ning Yi, arriving at the 3rd location of the severed dragon vein. And here, surrounded by mountains. The dragon vein was situated in the middle of a mountain valley, huge and magnificent. Its vastness was not much different from the previous 2 places, but it was quite a bit denser than the dragon chi of the previous 2 places. Instead, the demonic aura was going to seem quite a bit lighter. Su Haotian looked at the dragon vein not far ahead and immediately explained towards Ning Yi, Your Highness, the dragon vein here was blocked by demons a few days ago, and in comparison, the demons in it are quite a bit weaker than the previous 2. To your majesty, removing it must be a trivial matter, a matter of striking out. He became more and more agitated as he spoke. It's no better here than it was in the first 2 places. While the king was able to solve so many demons with a single sword before, he will definitely be able to solve the demons here in an instant when he strikes later. The others were thrilled and revitalized as they turned their gazes towards Ning Yi. Please, your majesty, take action and remove the demons. They spoke in unison, their eyes revealing a strong color of anticipation among them. Ning Yi always looked at the dragon vein and nodded slightly. Buzz. Without speaking, he raised the long sword in his hand, and there was a sword chime. In a flash, everyone quieted down. The monstrous sword intent erupted once again, setting off a shocking storm, causing the canopy to shake violently and the void in all 8 directions to tremble. The terrifying sword power spread out over the sky, and the mighty pressure descended. After the sword, there will be no more demons in Anling City's dragon vein. When Su Haotian and the others saw this, their eyes erupted with intense vigor, excitedly looking at Ning Yi, whose body was filled with sword intent and resembled that of a sword immortal. Suddenly, stop! A roar came from the right. The sound was so loud that it was shocking. The ground was shaking in all directions, causing the mind to tremble. And just the sound coming from it made Su Haotian himself change his face greatly, and one by one, he couldn't bear to spit out blood, and his body fell to the ground one after another as if he had borne the force of 10,000 pounds. Even the sky darkened under that roar. Su Haotian was filled with horror and lost his voice in shock. Half demigod powerhouse. Having heard what was said, all the others present had their scalps explode and their faces instantly paled. The so-called demigods. It's a half-step land goddess powerhouse. As a terrifying pressure descended. Can't be wrong, it must be a demigod powerhouse. Su Haotian had more panic in his eyes, and he couldn't stop trembling, a strong sense of crisis spreading throughout his body. A mere angry shout directly caused them to be injured. This must have already reached demigod strength. Only. Ning Yi was not affected in the slightest, and under Su Haotian's even more shocked gaze, he looked to his right and indifferently said, Can't you hide anymore? As he spoke, he slashed his sword down towards the dragon vein filled with demons. In a few moments, the terrifying sword chi that contained the aura of extinction went straight towards the dragon vein, tearing through space and inducing the heavens and earth to erupt in a roar. Bang! 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 The sky grew darker and darker, as if it would crumble under the sword chi in the next instant. Wherever the sword's energy passes, a touching gully was raised. The monstrous sword intent suppressed, directly causing this heaven and earth to transform into a boundless sword domain. No! Damn it, I thought I said it wouldn't be dangerous? Who the hell is that guy? Ah! The demons amongst the dragon veins were all screaming in terror, and even the Emperor realm demons amongst them did not have any power to resist under Ning Yi's sword. Wherever the sword she passed, any demon had nowhere to hide and was directly obliterated. Less than 3 breaths. The screams came to an abrupt end. The whole ground was shaking violently. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, and a blood color rose from the dragon vein below, staining the sky red. Under Ning Yi's sword, the third dragon vein that was blocked by demons, all the demons died and none survived. A large amount of blood was thrown out like a torrential rain, which was also mixed with densely packed broken pieces of demons that were shocking to the eyes. No more demons to gnaw and devour. The blocked dragon vein began to repair itself, filling with rich dragon chi, flickering non-stop, seemingly breathing. Up to this point, in the 3 places where the dragon vein of Anling City was broken, the demons were all exterminated, and the dragon vein was being repaired and reconnected. Rumble. Loud roars continued to emanate from the place where the dragon vein spread, re-emitting the power of chi. The dragon vein is back to business as usual. It is also at this point that, above the canopy dozens of feet away, 2 figures stepped out of the void. It was Han Feng and Li Qiuyun. The moment the two appeared, heaven and earth twisted, and a terrifying aura rose up to the heavens, eyes dead set on the dragon vein strewn with demon corpses and bones below, and there was anger spewing out. Li Qiuyun couldn't accept it, screaming, "The demons in this place are all wiped out, damn it, the third dragon vein that took so much time to block with great difficulty is being restored. Second senior brother, all our efforts have been in vain, we have to set up again." After a burst of maniacal roar, she abruptly landed her gaze on Ning Yi. Before. This is the man who swung the sword. Even though she knew that the sword was not bad, she didn't put it in her mind, and a pervasive anger surfaced in her eyes. Li Qiuyun was frantic, his face was ugly as he said angrily, "Second senior brother, it's this person, kill him, kill him. This bastard has caused our arrangements here to go to waste, he must be allowed to die." Han Feng stared at Ning Yi with the same fury, gritting his teeth, "I told you to stop earlier, did you not hear me?" The voice was like thunder, exploding in heaven and earth. Su Haotian's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw Han Feng and Li Qiuyun appear and felt the demigod aura permeating the two of them, especially after seeing the phoenix tattoo on their chests. Boom! Not only him, but everyone present was roaring in their heads and trembling uncontrollably. The visitor. It was actually someone from the Holy Land. Su Haotian was drenched in cold sweat, shivering as he stood up and said in horror towards Ning Yi beside him, "Your Highness, those 2 men are immortals from the Yanhuang Holy Land. The one who asked the question is a demigod in cultivation, and the woman beside him is already at the peak of the Imperial realm. Surely it's related to the immortals, what can we do? Your Highness, leave quickly and quickly, we will delay for you for a while." He was so anxious that he immediately wanted Ning Yi to leave and lead his men to break the back. Even though Su Haotian knew deep down that it was impossible to be an immortal's opponent, they could never let Ning Yi, the king of heavenly strategies, have half an accident. After all, the king is so young, already have unfathomable horror strength, the future will certainly be able to make the great feather back to the peak, give up his life also cannot let it fall here. Only. Ning Yi ignored Su Haotian's dissuasion and was slowly rubbing the long sword in his hand before raising his head, his gaze calmly looking toward Han Feng and Li Qiuyun. "People from the Yanhuang Holy Land, it seems that the matter of the great feathered dragon vein was done by you." His eyes didn't have half a ripple, and his voice was calm, but revealed an irresistible majesty. Even though he was looking up at each other, it gave the impression that he was looking down. Chapter 62. Did I tell you to leave? Han Feng and Li Qiuyun looked at Ning Yi's gaze, and the feeling of being looked down upon as if they were being looked down upon made their bodies uncomfortable, their faces revealing shock. He? What is he? I seem to have heard those people call him a prince before, could it be, is he the 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, the one who was enthroned by the martial emperor as the Holy King of Tianzi, Ning Yi? The two recognized Ning Yi's identity, but they were still in a daze. They hadn't expected that someone would actually dare to speak to them with such a stance and tone. And vaguely, it seemed as if they were being judged. Han Feng took a deep breath, the anger inside him had long been monstrous, and he said furiously, "Ning Yi, right? Good, very good. Since your Great Feather Divine Dynasty seeks death, it's not our fault. Even if you saw it, you shouldn't have stepped in to stop it and interfered with what the Yanhuang Holy Land was trying to do, when the martial emperor wouldn't even be able to withstand the Holy Land's wrath." As the words fell, he held back his killing intent, intending to report this matter to the Holy Land before making a decision. After all, it's not their home turf here. Moreover, the blatant beheading of Ning Yi, who had just been enthroned by the martial emperor as the Holy King of Heavenly Policy, would surely have a bad effect on the Yanhuang Holy Land. So as not to disrupt the original plan, Han Feng could only suppress the anger in his heart and was about to leave with Li Qiuyun. See the situation. Su Haoyan and the crowd behind him changed their faces drastically, their eyes revealing endless panic. It's over, I didn't realize that it was really the immortals of the Holy Land who had moved against the Dragon Vein. The Yanhuang Holy Land has a strong foundation, far from being able to compete with the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. Your Highness, what can we do about this? If the immortals of the Holy Land intervene in this matter, it will definitely plunge the Great Feather Divine Dynasty into chaos. They looked at Han Feng and Li Qiuyun, who had turned around, their faces pale as they all looked at Ning Yi. Although they had guessed it before, when they actually confirmed it, they still restrained their panic, and now they were already at a loss. However, Ning Yi looked at the two who were about to leave and said nonchalantly, "Did I say that you guys could leave?" As the words fell, a shock of thunder appeared in the sky overhead. It was also Ning Yi's words that Directly, Su Haoyan and the crowd present in the city lord's mansion had their hearts and minds wildly shaken, their faces filled with shock and horror as they looked towards Ning Yi. None of them were in disbelief and broke out in a cold sweat unanimously. The king. The king is not giving the other side to leave? This. The king actually dares to talk to the immortals like this. What does he want? As a powerful general under the former command of Emperor Wu, Su Haoyan, who is now the lord of a city, has goosebumps all over his body, and feels like he is in an ice cave, constantly shivering. In addition to being shocked by what Ning Yi said, he was even more shocked by how calmly Ning Yi had behaved throughout. It's like those two immortals from the Yanhuang Holy Land were no different from ordinary people. Available at. That was literally a demigod and a peak of the Imperial realm. It was completely impossible for them to leave it behind, despite their numbers. Not to mention taking a shot at the immortals. This kind of thing is crazy. Once it's done, there's no way there's a chance of winning. Say what? Han Feng and Li Qiuyun, who had already turned around, instantly turned around to look at Ning Yi upon hearing the words, shock surfacing in their eyes as well, unable to believe what their ears were hearing. This ninth prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty was, to be precise, the Heavenly Policy Saint King. To actually stop them from leaving? And after the shock, Ning Yi. Han Feng couldn't help but sneer with a cold expression. You should be grateful and thankful that we didn't make a move. What? You still want to keep us? And disregarding your previous attitude, but now you are really so bold, a mortal mole cricket, daring to talk to an immortal like this? Having heard what was said, Ning Yi let out a rare snort of laughter. Looking at the two above him, he couldn't help but shake his head. Immortal? Just a bunch of ordinary immortal cultivators. Where do they get the face to also presume to call themselves immortals? With these words, rumble. Su Haoyan and the others only felt endless heavenly thunder exploding in their minds as they looked at Ning Yi with shocked faces and dull eyes. The king's remarks are simply astounding. In all of history, they had never heard such an amazing statement. The king is not young and unaware, completely did not take the high and mighty immortals seriously. Without waiting for Han Feng to speak, Ning Yi ignored Su Haoyan and the others, and once again inquired, all you need to do is to tell me whether or not the matter of the dragon vein being severed and the demon invasion was done by you? Han Feng couldn't help but laugh and said contemptuously, we did it, what can you do? He only thought that Ning Yi was arrogant and ignorant, and did not take him to heart in the slightest. However, after receiving the answer, Ning Yi looked toward Su Haoyan, who was still confused, and slowly said, City Lord Su, what should be done to those who break my great use dragon vein and lure demons into the country? At once, Su Haoyan trembled, scornfully glanced at Han Feng, then looked at Ning Yi, shivering, Your Majesty, according to the Great Yu Law, this is a great crime, and should be beheaded, and the 9 clans should be executed. When he finished speaking, he looked like he had lost his strength and his legs were shaking. Does the king still want to punish those two immortals for asking that? But suddenly, a great offense, and a beheading, and the execution of 9 clans? Li Qiuyun covered her mouth and lost her smile, as if she had heard a great joke, and snorted, Second senior brother, it's really been a long time since I've encountered such a stupid fellow. He actually wants to behead us, how ridiculous. Han Feng also laughed out loud and sneered, Ning Yi, if you're so stupid, how did the martial emperor enthrone you as the holy king of Tianza? Could it be that you're naive enough to think that the great feather laws are valid for immortals like us? But, in the face of all kinds of disdain from the two, Ning Yi did not have too many emotional fluctuations, but only slowly raised the long sword in his hand, causing a roar to emanate from the surrounding space. Since according to the Great Yu Law when beheaded, then you too today. And stay. His voice carried such a chill that the temperature dropped. As the words fell, he suddenly chopped out a sword towards Han Feng and Li Qiuyun. Moment. Chaos descends, forming a field that blocked off heaven and earth. Sword chi bloomed. The void exploded wherever it passed, containing a terrifying force that rushed out in a vast manner. The whole world. Under Ning Yi's influence, chaos filled the air, and the only thing that could be seen was the radiant sword aura rushing into the sky, reflecting everything. Click, click. Wherever the sword chi passed, the void crumbled by inches. Seeing that the sword chi was approaching with an overwhelmingly terrifying momentum, destroying and destroying. Something's not right with this guy. Han Feng felt Ning Yi's sword and suddenly contracted, clearly sensing an intense crisis. Even though he knew that Ning Yi's strength was not bad, he did not expect it to be this amazing. This sword. Extremely scary. Despite being at the demigod realm himself, he felt a strong threat in this sword chi. Chapter 63 This sword, chopping immortals. Han Feng looked at Ning Yi deadpan with an ugly expression as his demigod cultivation aura exploded. I was planning to stay out of the matters under the Holy Land and spare your life, but you're determined to seek death, so you can't blame me for that. He let out an explosive cry, and the space around him trembled. Without any hesitation, he boldly rushed out towards the sword chi that Ning Yi had chopped out, his right hand clenching his fist and blossoming with piercing fist light. The entire heaven and earth trembled at this moment. Under the constant roar of the Han Feng was already close to the sword chi that seemed to be able to destroy everything, and the fist momentum in his hand was at its peak at this moment. Ka-ching! He did not stay his hand because he smelled an aura of danger from this sword of Ning Yi's. At this moment, he blasted out a punch with all his might. He wanted to collapse this sword chi before blasting Ning Yi to death. Han Feng's punch seemed to contain the endless power of heaven and earth. The moment it was blasted out, it shook the sky. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and wherever it passed, space exploded. With strong confidence in his eyes, Han Feng sneered, "Even if a mortal is a bit strong, your mistake is that you shouldn't have gone against us immortals. Today is your time to die." As the words fell, his fist collided with the sword chi. Boom! The ground shook for hundreds of miles around. However, the cold smile on Han Feng's face turned into shock, which then turned into a piece of horror. How is that possible? His pupils suddenly contracted, and his body trembled violently. Under one punch, Ning Yi's sword chi did not collapse. Instead, the fist he had blasted out with all his might was directly crushed under the collision at the moment. Impossible, How could he have such strength? Han Feng was so creeped out that he didn't dare to slow down in any way and instantly retreated backwards as fast as he could. Despite successfully retreating, he still suffered a backlash and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After stopping his body, Han Feng suddenly looked up at Ning Yi, more shock in his eyes. Before he could speak, Ning Yi looked at Han Feng indifferently, his lips lightly opened, and he faintly said, "Execute." Just one word. The sword chi that had already been weakened a bit seemed to be instantly energized, and once again erupted with monstrous sword intent. The terror rose again. And the impact was even faster, heading straight for Han Feng. Second senior brother, be careful. Li Qiuyun's face changed in shock when she saw this. Now, she was just as highly shocked, completely not expecting Ning Yi to have such terrifying strength. This sword struck fear into her heart. Han Feng once again felt the intense crisis sweeping across the sky and snapped back to his senses, bursting into a rage. "Ning Yi, this is you seeking death." Without any hesitation, he completely and utterly exploded his full strength. His right hand once again clenched his fist to quickly build up his strength. In his hand, brilliant golden light bloomed. A far more terrifying fist power than before rose up to the sky, distorting the heavens and earth. Bang! Han Feng once again blasted out a punch, and a cracking sound came out. The void in front of him directly tore out an astonishing crack, and an enormous fist that covered the sky and touched the eye blasted towards Ning Yi with a destructive aura. The speed was so fast that in an instant, it collided with the sword chi that carried out heaven and earth. Ka! Click! Click! The space in front of the two kept distorting, as if it couldn't withstand the impact from the collision and was about to fully collapse. In this collision, Ning Yi's condensed sword chi stalled for a moment. See the situation. A cold smile spread across the corners of Han Feng's mouth once again, and his heart secretly sighed in relief. Ka-ching! But as a crisp sound rang out, his face turned pale in an instant, and a mouthful of blood was violently spat out from his mouth. He looked incredulously, only to see that the amazingly huge fist that had emerged from the crack was covered in dense cracks in the blink of an eye. Shock once again appeared in Han Feng's eyes, and a coolness went straight to the sky. "No, it can't be!" He screamed and spat blood again. At this point, the monstrous sword chi directly churned Han Feng's punch to smithereens and once again ravaged forward. Seeing this scene, Han Feng's soul trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. How did he have strength comparable to a demigod? Looking at Ning Yi, who always just chopped out a sword without any extra movements, he panicked, and goosebumps rose straight up all over his body. This youngest prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty actually had the cultivation of a demigod. And the youth is simply excessive. But Han Feng didn't dare to think about it anymore, only feeling a gust of tearing pain coming from his skin under the gust of wind kicked up by the sword chi. Bang! Bang! Ka-ching! Boom! He kept throwing out defensive magic treasures, not daring to slow down during this period, and frantically blasted out dozens of punches with all his might. But soon, there was more panic in Han Feng's eyes, and one piece of magic treasure and attack simply couldn't stop the boundless sword chi that was attacking and killing. At most, it could only make it pause. No! He roared in despair as the last of his magic treasures was shattered and his unreserved punch was disintegrated. Subsequently, the sword chi, which still had an amazing breath, landed directly on Han Feng's chest, splattering a stream of blood and tracing a beautiful arc in midair. Put! His body trembled and he kept coughing up blood from his mouth, his breath becoming weak in the blink of an eye. After enduring Ning Yi's sword, his body lost all its strength and fell towards the ground from the void. With a loud boom, the Han Feng ruthlessly smashed down on the ground dozens of feet away from Ning Yi, smashing out a huge deep pit as dust and smoke rolled out. But he spat out several large mouthfuls of blood in a row, and a golden light filled his chest, but the sound of objects shattering rang out. The life-preserving treasure that was worn on the body even directly shattered. Even so, he was still seriously injured. Han Feng got up in a state of shock, his clothes were torn and his hair was disheveled, and he no longer had the high and mighty stance he had before. How is it possible? How is it possible? He was in a sorry state, covered in wounds, and unable to believe it. He looked at Ning Yi and growled, You actually have a demigod cultivation? And, your cultivation is actually above me. Impossible, this is impossible. How could a demon like you appear in the fallen Great Feather Divine Dynasty? Having heard what was said, Ning Yi lightly shook his head, seemingly a bit disappointed. Is the so-called immortal this bad? After hearing that one sentence. Put! Strongly supporting himself, Han Feng stood up. Han Feng's eyes widened, and he once again spat out blood, his body shaking. This time, he was so pissed off that he was spitting blood, and his mind was blank. Ning Yi, actually not relying on magic treasures or the means of preservation given by the martial emperor, but really have the strength to completely crush their own second brother. Li Qiuyun screamed when she saw Han Feng, who had collapsed to the ground and snapped back from her shock. With a heart full of shock, she ran to the ground as fast as she could and helped Han Feng up. Her chest was heaving violently. Second brother is a demigod. As a result, he was unable to receive Ning Yi's sword, and even suffered serious injuries when his life-preserving supreme treasure had collapsed. Chapter 64, Direct Execution. Immortal dies on the spot. How? Li Qiuyun's face suddenly changed after checking Han Feng's condition. Not only had second senior brother been heavily injured by Ning Yi, even the meridians in his body had been crushed to bits and pieces, and if he couldn't be treated in time, he would be reduced to an invalid afterward. This time, Li Qiuyun looked at Ning Yi with unprecedented shock surfacing in her gaze, and waves of shock were set off within her heart. How could a mere Great Feather Divine Dynasty have such a terrifying demon? She immediately channeled a strand of essence to protect Han Feng's heart veins, her body trembling, still unable to believe the results at hand. Ning Yi was too terrifying. And being so young and not from a holy land, a forbidden area, he turned out to have reached the demigod realm. At such an age, it would already be heaven-defying to reach the Imperial realm. Even when placed in the holy lands and forbidden regions, Ning Yi was called a supreme demon. But the other party was completely more than just the Imperial realm. The terror of the sword that was chopped out earlier was actually far above that of the second senior brother. Han Feng had already lost his soul when he came back to his senses. Junior sister, that Ning Yi is simply not something that we can contend with. Perhaps he has already touched the threshold of a land immortal. His face was miserable as he anxiously transmitted his voice in secret. I'm not his opponent, I can't even take one of his swords. How could such a person appear in the middle of a divine dynasty? And the deadliest thing is that there was no half information about Ning Yi's true cultivation before. This time we can only admit defeat. Quick, take me away. Han Feng was so angry that he spat out blood again. At this moment, he had long since lost his will to fight and exploded with an unprecedented desire to survive. He was incomparably clear that if he continued to stay, he and his little sister would surely be unable to escape death. That Ning Yi, less than 20 years old but reached the demigod realm, this matter must be reported to the Holy Land as soon as possible. Damn Song Yuan Demon Clan, they didn't even tell us that this Ning Yi has such terrifying strength. When Li Qiuyun heard Han Feng's voice transmission, she couldn't stop cursing in her heart. And now, it was clear that she could no longer remain here. Even if the mission wasn't completed, he himself had to take his second senior brother and leave as soon as possible. Burn! Li Qiuyun gritted her teeth fiercely and took out a talisman that revealed an ancient aura, burning it up with a face full of flesh. Moment. An amazing power of teleportation descended. On the canopy, a huge vortex was presented. Immediately afterward, there was a light of attraction shining down, and the surrounding void actually appeared to be distorted. When the vision was seen to blossom. Ning Yi. Li Qiuyun suddenly roared in anger, growling with a face full of resentment, injuring my second senior brother and spoiling the great events of the Holy Land, you're dead. Even if you have a demigod cultivation and we're not your match, we'll soon return to the Yanhuan Holy Land. At that time, I will inform my master of this matter and have him kill you. You. However. Noisy. Ning Yi raised his sword brows and chopped out a sword directly towards Li Qiuyun. This sword was no less than the one that had previously struck Han Feng severely, directly triggering the descent of chaos. Among them, there was even a shocking sealing power blooming. The vortex that appeared on the canopy by Li Qiuyun's burning talisman gave a violent lurch, and in the next second it was actually dissipating rapidly. So much so that the light of attraction that was about to descend on Han Feng and Li Qiuyun, it all collapsed with a bang as well. Shasta disappeared without a trace. Bang bang bang. The heaven-destroying sword chi headed straight for Li Qiuyun, cutting through space and even isolating heaven and earth. Seeing that the light of attraction collapsed under the sword that Ning Yi chopped out once again, the vortex disappeared into thin air. No! The anger on Li Qiuyun's face turned into boundless panic as she screamed, her body trembling violently. The means that could directly teleport her and her second senior brother back to the Yanhuan Holy Land had actually been dismantled by Ning Yi. Even the heavens and the earth are occupied and isolated by chaos. A terrifying pressure enveloped the area. Han Feng's face was ashen when he saw this. The void-breaking talisman's reception can still be interrupted. He lost his voice and exclaimed in shock, his flesh and blood trembling as the fear inside him skyrocketed. What exactly was Ning Yi's strength? Could it be that it was already in the land of the immortals' realm? Otherwise. And how is it possible to make it this far? Han Feng was already dumbfounded, his eyes becoming hollow, unable to accept today's situation. And at this point. No, it shouldn't be. Li Qiuyun's face was bloodless, and she couldn't stop screaming under the trembling. Ning Yi, what exactly is your cultivation? Why were you able to interrupt the void-breaking talisman's reception? A strong life and death crisis rose in her heart and took over her mind, causing her to be horrified as she continuously threw out all sorts of magic treasures to set them off. Boom! 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 Under the trembling of the heavens and earth, one piece of magic treasure collapsed and was simply unable to withstand the sword that Ning Yi wielded once again. The sword chi that destroys everything is approaching. Li Qiuyun wanted to escape, but her body couldn't move at all, and she could only keep trembling under the extreme fear. No! No! She kept shaking her head, her mouth repeating words filled with fear. In the next instant, she only felt a great whiteness in front of her eyes and could see no more. Put! As the sword chi swept by, Li Qiuyun's entire head was thrown up high, bringing up a bright red column of blood. And her head. Eyes wide with resignation and horror. Knock, knock, knock. Li Qiuyun's headless corpse still maintained the action of assisting Han Feng, his wounds continuously splattering blood while his head landed on the ground and rolled out a dozen feet away. The lifeblood is broken. Bang! The body was no longer able to support itself and simply fell to the ground. At this moment, the pupils of Han Feng's empty eyes dilated. Little sister. He felt the rolling heat on his face, and in horror, he turned around to see Li Qiuyun's headless body on the ground, and roared up to the sky in extreme grief. Sister, just like that, she's dead. Died at the hands of Ning Yi. They came with a mission. I thought it could be done easily, big deal. However, Ning Yi's appearance broke their original plan. The dragon vein was restored, and all the demons in Anling City's dragon vein were put to death by Ning Yi. Previously, he had only felt that Ning Yi was only at the Imperial realm and could not pose any threat at all. No one would have expected that. Ning Yi actually had the terrifying strength to crush the demigod realm. Little sister. Little senior sister. No. Han Feng kept roaring in grief, his body trembled violently and he felt suffocated under his eyes. Since the beginning, he had never thought that he would fall into Ning Yi's hands. Even now, he couldn't believe it. Ning Yi really dared to kill them. Even from start to finish. It seemed that the other party didn't even take them seriously, and even moving out the Yanhuan Holy Land didn't help. Ning Yi, how dare you kill my little sister? You're looking for death. You're dragging the Great Feather Divine Dynasty along with you. Ah! Han Feng looked at Ning Yi with eyes full of resentment, completely losing his mind as he kept letting out heartbreaking roars. Chapter 65 The so-called immortal, but a sword to cut it down. Meanwhile, thump! Thump! Su Haotian and the others who had witnessed everything with their own eyes had long been shocked, looking at the Han Feng who was constantly roaring with a dull expression. Immediately after, they dropped their gaze on Li Qiuyun's corpse and couldn't stop trembling. Today's situation had greatly exceeded their expectations. The high and mighty immortal is dead. Your Majesty, you can kill an immortal. The peak of the Imperial realm, just like that, was killed by the king with a single sword? Even the demigod realm immortal was heavily injured by the king. Su Haotian and the others turned pale, their entire bodies shivering as they screamed like mad. The shock in his heart reached an unprecedented level. When they looked at Ning Yi, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Less than half a day. The king had brought them shock after shock, and now not only had he decapitated an immortal at the peak of the Imperial realm, but the demigod realm immortals among them had been seriously injured. Just as Su Haotian and the people present were shocked to the point of breathlessness, the Ning Yi's figure shifted and appeared directly in front of Han Feng, looking down at this heavenly pride from the Yan Huang Holy Land. Bang! When he saw the resentment in Han Feng's eyes, he expressionlessly stomped on Han Feng, who was about to struggle to get up. Dense cracks instantly spread towards the surroundings. At this point, ahem! Han Feng coughed violently and lifted his head with difficulty, staring at Ning Yi with a deadly stare. Only. Ning Yi ignored his gaze, but instead narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired in a cold voice, "Who gave you the guts to draw demons to break my great dragon vein?" Han Feng felt the pain coming from his chest and only felt a strange shame, his eyes filled with the color of madness as he growled with a face full of hideousness, "Ning Yi, the Yan Huang Holy Land will never let you go, for today's matter, the Holy Land will kill you. At that time, the great feathered divine dynasty will be buried with you." With nowhere to vent his anger in his heart, he hissed hoarsely, resentment in his eyes. Seeing this, Ning Yi shook his head and waved his hand violently. Instantly there was a cold light stirred up. Ah! Han Feng trembled, his face pained as he let out a mournful scream. One of his arms flew straight up. "Answer me!" Ning Yi was still looking at Han Feng with calm eyes as he opened his mouth again with only 3 simple words. But when it fell into Han Feng's ears, a violent crisis erupted inside. I said. He was suffering in his flesh or in his soul, and immediately cried out with difficulty. Ning Yi's eyes were too terrifying. If he didn't say anything, he would only die an incomparably miserable death. Not daring to hesitate for a second, Han Feng gasped for air and said in pain, It won't help even if you kill me. This matter is the arrangement of the Holy Land, and my little sister and I are just following orders." Put. Ning Yi shook his head, swung his sword again to remove Han Feng's other hand, and faintly said, "Continue." Han Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he once again let out a mournful scream, his lips whitening and his breath becoming more and more withered. In addition to, besides blocking the Great Feather Dragon Vein, the Yan Huang Holy Land also agreed to the request of the Tsong Yuan demon cult, deciding that when they attacked the Imperial capital, the Holy Land would send people to hold back the Martial Emperor, and the Tsong Yuan demon cult did this in order to force the Martial Emperor's hand and hasten his fall. That's all I know, that's really all I know, and now it's all been told to you, so kill me if you have to, and stop torturing me. But let me tell you, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty's destruction is imminent, there is no turning back on this matter. After he was beyond frantic and told everything he knew, he growled as if he were dead, his emotions having long since broken down. With both hands chopped off, he was in pain and didn't want to be humiliated, much less suffer inhuman torture before he died. The youngest sister had been killed by Ning Yi, so he definitely could not live alone, and only sought a quick death. Ning Yi got the answer he wanted and looked down at Han Feng, who was bent on death, and couldn't help but snicker. "Yan Huang Holy Land? Immortals? With you guys, you're also worthy of threatening the destruction of the Great Feather? Meddling in the affairs of DU, no matter if it's a holy land or a forbidden area, the only way is death." As the words fell, he lifted his foot again. At Han Feng's incredulous gaze. Boom! Ning Yi's foot fell and stepped on top of his head. In a moment, the ground trembled. Han Feng didn't even make half a sound as his head directly exploded in red and white. Without any chance of resistance, his vitality was instantly snuffed out, and his divine soul was directly shattered. There was a huge roar that made the heavens and earth shake. It was as if Ning Yi had stepped between heaven and earth. After the boom, the heavens and the earth are dead silent. This moment. Gulp. Su Haotian, a group of generals from the city lord's mansion swallowed hard, their faces turned pale, and they felt a sense of suffocation. Their gazes carried unmistakable shock as they witnessed the destruction of Han Feng's form and spirit, staring dully at Ning Yi. Everyone, already dumbfounded. I didn't read it wrong, right? 2 immortals from the Yan Huan Holy Land died at the hands of the king? Su Haotian kept shivering, his voice trembling as he asked the people beside him. He couldn't believe the images he was seeing. It was just too scary and unreal. Everyone else's scalps exploded at the words. Isn't it said that no matter whether it's the immortals of the Holy Land or the Forbidden Zone, they are not at all at the same level as us, even if their strengths are equal, but they can be suppressed and crushed at will, but they all died in the hands of the king. A peak emperor realm, a demigod realm, and they died just like that. The king. King is not just as simple as the Imperial realm. What exactly is his cultivation awe? I watched with my own eyes as the immortal was killed, and the whole time there wasn't even the slightest bit of resistance left. The king wouldn't be in the land immortal realm, would he? Such a young landlubber. They lost their voices and exclaimed, their inner shockwaves surpassing any time in their lives. Even today. One actually saw horrific images that one had never thought of in one's life. Immortals were killed. And 2 immortals from the Holy Land. Amidst gusts of alarm, Ning Yi remained in a calm demeanor, as if he had never taken this matter too seriously. Swish! He directly raised his hand toward the front and grabbed, and on Li Choyun and Han Feng's corpses, each of them had a storage ring that flew in. After erasing the branding on it, he checked it out. But soon. So poor? There was a change in Ning Yi's expression, and he frowned slightly. The so-called immortals of the Holy Land are so poor. Among the 2 storage rings, there were only some extremely high-grade spirit stones, pills, and the Yanhuang Holy Land techniques from the 2 people's cultivation, but there were also quite a few scattered ordinary jade slips. Beyond that, there is nothing else. As for the shadow of the magic treasure, you can't even see it. However, thinking of the magic treasures and various items that the 2 had continuously offered up in their previous resistance. Pity. Ning Yi muttered and directly put it away. I was expecting a windfall, but I didn't expect to be left with some unappealing rags. Chapter 66 The Great Feather's chi has run out? It's too early to say. After Ning Yi put the storage ring away, he turned to look at Su Haotian, who had already frozen down. The 3 places in Anling City that were cut off will be handled by you for the follow-up. As he said that, he pointed to the 2 corpses in front of him and continued to command, and the corpses of these 2, deal with them as soon as possible. The voice falls. Su Haotian remained stagnant, as if he hadn't heard. At its side. City Lord, the king is calling you. One of the generals shivered and rushed to warn. Su Haotian was shaken before he reacted, and at this moment, the eyes that looked at Ning Yi were not only shocked, but there was even more fervor and excitement. Don't worry, Your Highness, there is no need to trouble Your Highness with the next matter, I will handle it beautifully. He spoke solemnly, beating his chest vigorously, more fervor in his eyes. Truly what I have seen and heard today is too unbelievable. One must know that the king is the youngest of the 9 princes, yet he is already able to kill sacred ground immortals. Demon, this is the ing demon, those other guys who are hailed as demons are nothing in front of the king. Su Haotian originally hadn't wanted to take sides among the royals, but now he had an incomparably clear decision. The 9th prince, Tianzi King Ning Yi, was bound to be worth standing up for himself. After a heartfelt sigh of wonder. Your Majesty. Su Haotian hurriedly walked towards Ning Yi, having long since lost his mastery, and cautiously inquired, now that the 2 immortals of the Yanhuang Holy Land have been killed, will it bring trouble to you? The Holy Land, after all, was above the divine dynasty. Ning Yi glanced at the worried-looking Su Haotian, shook his head and lost his smile. Immortal? Where are the immortals? They're just one of so many cultivators in the multitude of beings. In this world, there is no such thing as an immortal. Having heard what was said, Su Haotian's eyes gradually widened, and even his mouth followed suit. The others were just as numb from hearing it. That kind of talk. It was the first time they had heard of it. Ning Yi looked at the expressions of the crowd and calmly continued, remember, in this world, there is no such thing as an immortal. The so-called Holy Lands, Forbidden Zones, are just a bit stronger than the divine dynasties in terms of strength. The presumptuous self-proclaimed immortal one is ridiculous. You are equal to the cultivation, do not slack off, grow the great feather, as long as everyone aspires to become stronger. One day, the great feather divine dynasty will surely also be able to be promoted to the ranks of the Holy Land, the forbidden area to go. At that time, what Holy Land, forbidden area is not enough to fear. The words. In the ears of the crowd, it was like thunder rolling from the sky, and they listened with stupefied faces. After they had witnessed Ning Yi easily kill 2 sacred land immortals, their perceptions had long since changed. Who? Everyone rushed up, their eyes invariably revealing fire and intense excitement. Looking towards Ning Yi once more, their gazes revealed intense yearning. And at this point, since the matter has been resolved, this king will return to the Imperial capital first. Ning Yi slowly opened his mouth, not intending to continue staying in Anling City. After all, through his previous questioning of Han Feng, the other party had said that the Yan Huang Holy Land had joined forces with the Tsong Yuan demon cult and that the demon cult would strike at the imperial capital. Su Haotian froze for a moment and immediately said, "Your Highness, it's hard for you to make a trip to Anling City, and since the matter of the dragon vein is all yours to solve, why don't you follow me back to the city lord's mansion for a temporary rest and set up a banquet to celebrate, so that the people can meet you is also good." Ning Yi's gaze fell in the direction of the imperial capital and shook his head. "No need. I've been away from the imperial capital for some time now, and I'm only afraid that the guys from the devil cult are going to be unable to hold back." Without waiting for Su Haotian to say something else, Ning Yi raised his hand. The sword sheath Xingyao was holding instantly came out of his hand, and after holding it in his hand, he explained, "Xingyao, you can just go back with the caravan." After saying that, he directly rose up in the air. To think that the Tsong Yuan demon cult could actually receive support from the Yan Huang Holy Land. "I've given you enough time to prepare, so don't let me down." The corner of Ning Yi's mouth lifted up as he took a step and his figure disappeared. "See the situation." Hiss. Su Haotian and his subordinate generals looked up at the place where Ning Yi had disappeared, all of them taking a deep breath with awe in their eyes. What they saw and heard this time still shocked them. Su Haotian couldn't help but get excited and marveled. "I really didn't think that the king was so young and already so terrifying that immortals could be easily killed. Not to mention how it will be afterward, just what we have seen. How do the rest of those royals compare to your highness? His Majesty the Martial Emperor first enthroned the 9th Prince as the Holy King of Heavenly Policy, so it's obvious that he's treating the king as his successor." After a few moments of marveling, amidst the excited gazes of the others, Su Haotian couldn't help but be overjoyed and said in an uplifting manner, "With His Majesty here, who dares to say that Great Yu is going to be overthrown? If your highness takes over the burden from His Majesty the Martial Emperor, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty will definitely be able to return to the peak under your highness's leadership, and even reach unprecedented splendor. The demon cult still wants to lay hands on the imperial capital, trying to force His Majesty the Martial Emperor to take action and lose his lifespan. They're simply ridiculous. With the king around, the sky of Great Yu can't collapse." Having heard what was said, the people present were all unprecedentedly energized, looking in the direction of the imperial capital, their eyes revealing intense anticipation. At this moment, they no longer had half a doubt about Ning Yi. Once the demon sect dared to make a move on the imperial capital and completely tear their faces off with Great Feather, then what awaited them would surely be their demise. Meanwhile, the Yen Phoenix Holy Land, when viewed from high above, its map looked like a huge divine phoenix perched on top of the earth, permeated with a shocking oppressive aura. Precisely. The entire Yan Huang Holy Land was a shocking field of fire. Inside the main peak hall today, the Holy Lord, the Great Feather's chi has been exhausted. We are only doing this in accordance with the will of heaven. As for the demon sect there, rather than supporting it, it's better to say that each one of us has their own needs, and it's only a matter of time before the Great Feather Divine Dynasty is overthrown, and we're only bringing it forward. 3 of DU's 9 dragon veins have already been broken, and I don't think the remaining 6 will last long. On the demon sect's side, the second elder has stepped in to help, and the land god immortal realm is enough to hold back an already dying martial emperor. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty's destiny is such that the Martial Emperor's days are numbered and he already has no way to return to the heavens, so what we're doing is just helping them come to the end of the line as soon as possible. The Great Elder of the Holy Land and the group of elders all spoke, and in their words, they had already pronounced the end of the Great Feather. After all, there's only one Great Feather Divine Dynasty. If it was at its peak, even if it was weak now, it was simply not enough to worry about, and it could be completely annihilated with a casual strike. The people each looked at each other and let out a loud laugh. The Yen Phoenix Holy Lord was wearing a large crimson robe, with a head of long fiery red hair that was exceptionally dazzling, and there was also a flame mark at the center of his eyebrows. Ha! His face changed violently, his deep eyes revealed surprise, and he rose abruptly. Chapter 67 Quickly. Let the second elder come back. Something's not right with the Great Feather. The people present were all surprised to see this. Holy Lord, what are you? Their laughter came to an abrupt halt as they saw that the smirk on Sacred Lord Yan Huang's face had disappeared. With the crowd watching, Yan Huang Holy Lord's body shook as the astonishment in his eyes turned into shock. No! The aura on his body became furious, and anger suddenly surfaced among his pupils. Next, in the midst of all the people in the room wondering, Who the hell did this? Yan Huang Holy Lord's eyes were crimson as he roared with rage. The entire hall roared and vibrated violently. This time, everyone's faces changed in shock, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. Holy Lord, what's wrong? They realized that something was wrong and asked in unison. The Holy Lord never showed his joy or sorrow for so many years. But now he was suddenly furious. There must be something strange in it. Yan Huang's Sacred Lord's face was incomparably gloomy, and the berserk aura from his body caused the space of the entire hall to distort. My senses with Xiao Yun girl and Fenger are broken, their soul blood dissipated, and they have died. He was breathing heavily, and boundless anger rose to the sky. Two of our Lord's own dead. How can it be? The Grand Elder and the elders present all changed their faces and instantly lost their voices in shock. Two of the Holy Lord's own. Li Qiuyun was already at the peak of the Imperial realm. And Han Feng is the second person among the disciples of the Holy Land, half-god cultivation, in the territory of the Great Feather, in addition to the martial emperor and who can kill them. Aside from the Tsong Yuan demon sect, which they had to deal with, the other six forces did not have the same relationship with the divine dynasty as in the past, and even if they learned that the dragon vein had been severed, they would by no means be able to come to their aid. The big words Yan Huang Holy Land alone were enough to make them not dare to intervene. And how could this be possible when the martial emperor had already not left the imperial capital for many years and rarely even left the imperial city? Suddenly, Yan Huang Holy Lord's face changed once again, his pupils contracted, and he said in a deep voice, "Oh no, could it be that the martial emperor has long known of the demon sect's intentions, and has already gotten the help of other holy lands? The fall of Qiao Yun and Fenger could never be an accident, it must have been prepared by Du. Damn, this is bad. If this is true, the second elder's life is in danger." In a flash, everyone's minds roared and their faces became grave. Yan Huang's Sacred Lord held back his inner rage and hurriedly said, "Quickly, hurry up and send a message to the second elder, telling him to stop aiding the demon sect and return as soon as possible no matter what. It's not appropriate to meddle in the matters between the demon sect and the Great Feather God dynasty." As he spoke, his face became more and more ugly. When the Grand Elder and the others heard this, there was even more gravity on their faces, and their hearts set off waves of shock. How? They were apprehensive in their hearts and their expressions kept changing. If it was really like what the Holy Lord had said, then this move by the Yan Huang Holy Land would definitely become a handle for the other party's Holy Land. The fall of two of the Sacred Lord's personal biographies was already a huge loss for the Holy Land. If the second elder, a land god, fell, then the Yan Huang Holy Land couldn't bear it. The following day, the empire was as usual, and there were no special circumstances. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. However, on top of a plain hundreds of miles north of the imperial capital, the demonic aura was thick and shocking. The millions of troops of the Tsong Yuan demon sect had already been assembled and were waiting for the moment. At the drop of a hat, they would then head straight for the imperial capital and launch an attack. In front of the army, Martial Emperor, Great Feather God Dynasty. Devil Yuanzi's face was hideous as he gritted his teeth and sneered, "This time, the devil cult will come out in full force, and will definitely make the Great Feather imperial capital bleed to death and raze the imperial palace to the ground." Thinking about what happened at the seven-sect competition earlier, anger danced in his eyes. This time, he had full assurance of what he wanted to do. At the fall of Demon Yuanzi's words, the Devil Sect's army, a group of elders are all revitalized and can't wait. Demon Yuanzi, after today, the Great Feather Divine Dynasty is overthrown. An old man dressed in blue cloth with a face full of surrounding nodded his head with a light smile and agreed. Devil Yuanzi looked at the old man and inquired, "Elder Luo, if the Martial Emperor makes a move and you block him, I'm sure there's no problem with this matter, right?" The person he inquired about was none other than the second elder of the Yan Huang Holy Land. A strong person of the land god immortal realm. Luo Atashia laughed out loud and said in disbelief, "Demon Yuanzi, are you that uneasy with old me? The Martial Emperor is just a land god with a short life expectancy, not to mention having injuries, and is now weak, so what's wrong with blocking him? You can rest assured in this matter." He waved his hand and gave a confident assurance, having once again received a definitive answer. "So very good." Devil Yuanzi laughed up to the sky, then looked at the army behind him and said hideously, "March to the imperial capital." With a command, the demon sect's army boiled over. Kill! 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 When the Great Feather is destroyed, tread down the Earth capital. After today, there will be no more Great Feather Divine Dynasty. A furious roar continued to emanate, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. The army formed by the Devil Sect disciples that covered the sky rose up into the sky, and at once, heaven and earth changed color as they marched towards the imperial capital. The deafening cries were incessant, and the whole sky and earth were shaken. Wherever they go, there is no light in heaven or earth. The demonic aura raged and covered everything. Meanwhile, the imperial capital. One by one, the people were still immersed in the joy of winning the seven-sect competition, and the bustle hadn't diminished in the slightest. Many topics were centered around Ning Yi. And Ning Yi's performance atop the 7-sect competition had even been spread by word of mouth by countless people. Yet an hour later, the rumble. Outside the Imperial capital, a deafening sound was heard. An endless cloud of gloom is sweeping towards the Imperial capital. For just a few moments, the entire Imperial capital was covered in cloudy skies, and the muffled thunder grew more and more alarming as it kept exploding. At this moment, it's like the end times are coming. But if you look closely, only to see the dark clouds that covered the sky, there was actually a figure that appeared, and the terrifying demonic aura crazily raged and spread between heaven and earth. Tread down the Imperial capital and destroy the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. After today there will be no more Great Feather Divine Dynasty, and the demon sect will unify the southern Phoenix domain. Kill! 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 And at that moment, deafening, hysterical cries resounded through heaven and earth. Moment! The Empire is in shock. Countless people, no matter what they were doing, all looked up at the same time and coincidentally saw a horrifying scene. That's the Zhang Yuan demon cult. What are they saying? Flattening the Imperial capital and destroying the Great Feather, the Zhang Yuan demon sect is trying to rebel. The Devil sect poured out, they finally couldn't wait. I didn't expect that the Devil sect would have this kind of strength. What a terrifying demonic sect army. His Majesty the Martial Emperor has not yet recovered from his serious injuries and was so weak before. Now that the Devil cult has completely revolted, won't the Imperial capital be in danger? King Tiansu is not in the Imperial capital again. What should we do now? The moment they saw the demon sect's army, everyone's faces changed drastically and they screamed in horror. Instantly, countless people panicked and fell into fear. The devil cult came too suddenly, caught off guard, leaving their minds blank for a moment and their heads covered in gloom. Chapter 68 Imperial Capital in Turmoil. Devil sect attacks land gods. While the whole Imperial capital is in a state of panic. Unbridled. Zhang Yuan demon sect, you seek death. How dare you? Deludedly claiming to overthrow Great Yu. Do you really think that Great Yu has no one? A bellowing cry with anger was continuously coming out from the Imperial capital. In a moment, one after another, figures rose up into the sky and stepped in the middle of the void. It was none other than the Grand Prince and the other 7 princes, as well as the civil and military officials, among which there was also Luluwali. The moment they appeared, they looked at each other and headed straight out of the city. Under the gaze of countless people, the group looked at the still approaching demon sect's army and confronted it, their faces boiling with killing intent. Damn Zhang Yuan demon sect, they really want to rebel. They're pouring out, aren't they? They're really looking for death. Bastards, taking advantage of His Majesty's weakness, they obviously can't hold back. The Grand Prince and the others were burning with rage, their faces were gloomy, and they looked at the heaven-shaking, heavenly demonic sect army in deathly fury. Among them, Luluwali was astonished in her heart. I didn't expect that I was really right by my husband. He left for just one day, and the demon cult came out in full force. It's clear that it's going to go on and on without stopping. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a cold aura flashed in her eyes. The devil cult had come out in full force and must have made all preparations. The Great Feather Divine Dynasty is afraid that it will be in dire straits. But when he thought of what Ning Yi had explained before, since I've already promised my husband, as an empress, I have to do what I promised. Luluwali originally didn't want to participate in the strife and only wanted to improve her cultivation and break the barriers of this world to leave. However, since she had previously ghostly promised Ning Yi that she would step in when needed, she secretly gritted her teeth and decided that she would not stand idly by and try her best to step in to meet the battle. If there's really no way out, it's none of your business. At this point, outside of the Imperial capital, the demon sect's army stopped. WNZ looked at the Imperial capital that was close at hand, especially at the crowd of Imperial sons and ministers, and laughed disdainfully. With you all, you also presume to resist my devil sect's army? After a loud, reckless laugh, he drew in a breath of immense satisfaction, feeling the fear that filled the air. It was fear from the people of the Great Feather Imperial capital. WNZ laughed maniacally once again, pointing towards the Imperial palace and bellowing, "You're not qualified enough to make the Martial Emperor roll out, or else he'll have no choice but to watch the Imperial capital fall. None of the people of the Imperial capital will be alive then." The words were like thunder, carrying through to all ears. The faces of the Grand Imperial Prince and the others were ugly to the extreme. In the middle of the Imperial capital, countless people are terrified and everyone is in danger. Suddenly, Demon Yuanzi, you are reckless. The Martial Emperor's roar with weakness exploded. Instant gale force winds. The voice was as if it possessed divine power, and it seemed as if a pair of large, invisible hands probed out from the depths of the Imperial palace, slapping away the gloomy clouds and demonic aura over the Imperial capital. Hearing voices. The spirit of the Grand Prince and the others, as well as the countless people, shook as light flashed in their eyes. Shortly after, terrifying pressure swept out from the depths of the palace across the sky. Rumble. The entire body of the people of the devil cult shook, and scorn involuntarily surfaced in their eyes. Devil Yuanzi even stopped smiling and his face became ugly. Under the gaze of all, the Wu Emperor's figure, which appeared to be getting thinner and thinner, vacated the air from the depths of the palace, and with just a single step, instantly appeared in front of the Grand Imperial Prince and the others. His face looked a little pale, but even with a weakened look, as the supreme human emperor of the great feather divine dynasty, and as a land god immortal realm powerhouse, the majesty that should be present surfaced on the martial emperor's face, his deep gaze taking in the hearts of the people, and the mere aura of his body made the heavens and the earth quake. Shasta. The heavens and the earth were dead silent, under the gaze of countless eyes. Demon Yuanzi. The martial emperor raised his eyes and looked towards the devil Yuanzi, who was starting to get alert. His brows contained anger, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you really want to lead the devil cult into rebellion and seek death?" It was just a simple sentence, but it caused thunder to roll from the sky. Seeing this, devil Yuanzi's eyes narrowed, and then he laughed coldly. "Martial emperor, nowadays, you have long since ceased to be at your peak, so what if you are a land god? If the demon sect wants to rebel with you alone, I'm afraid your heart is more than enough. I've waited for so many years, and I've finally waited for this moment. After today, the demon sect will become the new hegemon of the southern Phoenix region." When Emperor Wu heard this, his eyes narrowed and he hummed coldly, "It's just a demonic sect, I can destroy it even if I don't return to my peak." Martial Emperor, if I didn't have complete certainty, how would I be so blatant? Devil Yuanzi laughed coldly once again, his words carrying confidence. Emperor Wu revealed his astonishment. "See the situation." Devil Yuanzi laughed recklessly and continued, "If it's only the devil cult, I really don't dare to rebel now. But in order to topple the great feather divine dynasty, and in order to deal with you, I've spent a great deal of money to invite a noble guest. Elder Locke, come out." As he said that, he smiled even more when he saw the surprise on the martial emperor's face. When the words fall, boom! Behind him, Luo Atashu, who appeared to be just an ordinary old man, took one step out, and a terrifyingly vast aura immediately erupted from his body. The mighty pressure of the land deities directly suppressed towards the imperial capital city. The sky and the earth exploded with a roar. The space in all directions trembled under this pressure, seemingly unable to withstand the collapse at any time. A terrifying aura filled the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire imperial capital. The people passed out bursts of shock, and the imperial capital was in chaos. When the crowd of princes and ministers saw Luo Ataxia walk out and the pressure erupting from his body, they suddenly changed their colors drastically. Land God Immortal Realm. This is an elder of the Yen Huang Holy Land? What's the situation? The demon sect actually invited an immortal from the Yen Huang Holy Land. Damn it, the Yen Huang Holy Land is actually going to meddle in the matter between the Great Feather God Dynasty and the demon sect? How can this be? Is this the Yen Huang Holy Land helping the demon sect to rebel? Everyone gasped under the terrifying pressure, feeling unprecedented shock and rising scorn in their hearts. The other side is from the Holy Land. And a land god at that. This time, whoever it was, their hearts sank to the bottom, and their apprehension and uneasiness were immense. The people of the imperial capital, in particular, were even more horrified, and all sorts of cries of alarm came out. Ignoring the movement and gazes around him, Luo Atashu looked straight at the hard-faced martial emperor and smiled. "Martial emperor, long time no see. Now you are really old. What is the condition of your body? I'm afraid you can't stand it anymore. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Why don't we stop fighting and find a place to sit down and catch up? How it ends is up to God's will. After all, in your current state, there's really no need to intervene in this matter. Even though you are the unbeatable martial emperor, you have to learn to recognize reality now." He had a smile on his face, but every word revealed sarcasm. The weakness in the martial emperor's body was especially clear and did not seem to be faked, which made him even more convinced that the martial emperor's great limit was approaching and half of his body had already entered the earth. Chapter 69, Wu Ti stops pretending. "I'll show my cards." The martial emperor's eyes gradually chilled, coldly confronting him. "I didn't expect the Yen Huang Holy Land to collude with the demon sect." He didn't respond to Luo Atashu, but instead looked at Demon Yuanzi and said in a deep voice, "But you're the only ones who want to overthrow Great Feather?" Luo Atashu's face became ugly. Devil Yuanzi frowned and looked at the martial emperor, who seemed to be carrying an angry look, then he sneered, "What? Surprised, right? Will be enough. With Elder Locke here, you won't be able to stop the demon sect from flattening the imperial capital." Speaking of this, his gaze revealed excitement and he couldn't help but laugh. "Just." The martial emperor simply sneered after receiving the confirmation, not bothering to speak again, and slowly closed his eyes. A little too early. He muttered with his mouth as the aura on his body began to change, and his original weak aura was disappearing little by little. When he opened his eyes again, his deep eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. See the situation. Luo Atashu's brows furrowed in confusion. What's too early? He noticed the change in the aura of the martial emperor's body, and his brows furrowed even tighter. Just playing God. Devil Yuanzi snorted coldly and said, Elder Locke, there is no need to talk nonsense with him. When the devil cult attacks later, you will just hold the martial emperor at bay. Locke Atheo nodded. The martial emperor looked at Luo Atashu, the demon Yuanzi, with eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. It does seem that it's only the devil cult with the unexpected Locke attainment cultivation. He muttered in his mind inside. He was not very happy with the situation at hand. He had previously declared to the public that he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries and was approaching the end of his days, and that he had always shown himself to be weak on all occasions. The purpose was to fish out all the unsubmissive forces and eradicate them altogether, leaving Du with a favorable environment in which he could develop peacefully. But now, it was not to be. With the sudden showdown of the devil's cult, there was no chance to keep up the pretense himself. Once exposed, there are only so many people who can be killed. Pity, pity. The martial emperor sighed again in his heart. Kill. Then it is undoubtedly a loss for him. After pretending for so long, that's all you can kill in the end, and once you do, you can't keep pretending. If you don't kill. Today's imperial capital is simply unable to stop the devil cult that has poured out its nest, and one could watch the imperial capital being destroyed by the devil cult, not to mention the fact that there are so many DU's people in the city. It's just. Emperor Wu's eyes flickered as he inwardly sighed softly. The time is also destiny. Now that the situation was already like this, then he didn't need to continue pretending. Since the demon sect had shown their cards, then he would also show his cards on this. It's true that you don't have much time to spare, but not now. Who says it's true that he was seriously injured? The world thought that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty was faltering and unable to return to the heavens, and that the demon cult had colluded with the Yanhuang Holy Land to choose to pour out their nests? Ridiculous to the core. Today, one is going to kill the whole thing and kill the whole thing. It's not just the devil's cult. Even if there are immortals from the Holy Land involved, they will still be killed. Boom! The martial emperor's pair of eyes grew deeper and deeper, and an aura that was even more terrifying than Luo Atashu's rose to the heavens. His somewhat stooped body suddenly became straight, his dry, thin and weak appearance disappeared, and in its place, his essence reached a peak state that was inspiring. The heavens and the earth roared in unison, and the thunder continued. The martial emperor's eyes were like torches, and a terrifying pressure rumbled down. In him, the light shines brightly. Especially in his body's breath more and more monstrous, vaguely already 8 directions of the void appeared signs of distortion. In the eyes of countless people. Today's martial emperor was like a dazzling and radiant scorching sun. In particular, the terrifying fluctuations in his body caused heaven and earth to change color. What the hell? When Devil Yuanzi and Luo Atashu saw this scene, they were both shocked as if they were facing a great enemy. Truly, the current martial emperor made their scalps numb just by looking at him. Luo Atashu even widened his eyes and exclaimed, Martial Emperor, you. Unable to speak for a long time, he could only point at the martial emperor in shock, his body shaking. The current martial emperor was simply terrifying. The scent of his body made his own cells scream. An intense crisis was even more enveloping. However, before Luo Atashu could regain his senses from the shock, the sound transmission stone within his storage ring suddenly vibrated violently. A Holy Land summons? His face changed once again and he couldn't help but be alarmed. Because it was the most direct way for him to connect with the Holy Land. Just took out the transmitting stone. Luo Atashu, withdraw, quickly withdraw. Something is not right with the Great Feather God Dynasty. If you have already traveled to the Imperial capital with the demon cult, no matter what, leave as fast as you can and hurry to return to the Holy Land. A growl filled with anxiety came out. Luo Atashu's scalp went numb as he listened to the voice, which kept exploding in his ears. What? He nearly lost his soul, and a violent shiver ran through his body. At this moment, Luo Atashu breathed in sharply, his eyes looking towards the sun like martial emperor, and then hurriedly looked around. The Great Feather God Dynasty is not right? What exactly is wrong? Who's wrong? His mouth was dry and his insides had long been making waves. Because what came from the sound transmission stone was the voice of the Grand Elder. Had it not been for a sign from the Holy Lord, the Grand Elder would never say that. What was the situation that could make even the Holy Land decide to withdraw as soon as possible and stop meddling in the matter between the demon sect and the Great Feather God Dynasty? Luo Atashu really couldn't find anything wrong, but he was also well aware of the seriousness of the matter. This place should not be stayed for long. He didn't even care about the long dumbfounded demon Yuenzi, and had a decision in his mind. With hardly any hesitation, he was about to vanish. But the next, Luo Atashu's face changed drastically, and he instantly sensed a terrifying killing chance enveloping his entire body, isolating heaven and earth. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air and his scalp exploded. Meanwhile, immortal? Die! An extremely cold voice rang out from the back of the demon sect's army. Luo Ataxiu, demon Yuenzi, and the other people of the demon sect all had their faces changed and their hearts shook. However, when the martial emperor, the grand prince and the others heard the voice, their faces changed, but they felt inexplicably familiar in their hearts. Ning Yi. Luo Li's eyes widened violently. The sound comes before the person arrives. While the voice was still echoing in heaven and earth. Buzz! A sword sound rang out abruptly. With it, there was even an incomparably terrifying monstrous sword intent. Only in the rear of the devilish army, the sword on shot up into the sky and pierced through the canopy. Immediately following, a long sword bursting with bright streams of light broke through the void at extreme speed and swept towards Luo Atashu. Wherever it passed, space exploded. The heaven-destroying sword intent even shook the heavenly dome, triggering a deafening roar. Upon seeing this sword, countless people were moved and shuddered. The coldness that pervades them. It made any person feel a violent crisis, and under the loss of color in heaven and earth, the only thing left in sight was the bright and dazzling long sword, and there was no room for anything else. Chapter 70, The Sword points at the land immortals. Have you thought about how to die? The sudden appearance of a long sword that, to everyone's surprise, with everyone in shock and still in shock. This long sword that contained a destructive aura and terrifying sword intent went straight towards Luo Atashu. Wherever they go, splattered with a lot of blood. Only to see that each and every demon sect disciple in the demon sect's army didn't have the slightest chance to react, and was directly pierced through the body by the long sword. But their vitality was instantly plundered, and without exception, all of them died under the sword. Along with this terrifying long sword causing killings, the entire army formation was in chaos, with cries of alarm and screams of misery. A large number of devil sect disciples' vitality was severed, and their corpses kept falling to the ground like raindrops. At this point, seeing the long sword coming straight at him, Luo Atashu's face changed wildly and he exclaimed, "Who's pretending to be a god?" He sensed an intense crisis and didn't dare to slow down at all. The cultivation of a land god immortal blossomed, and he wanted to use his full strength to parry the sword. Because, there's nowhere to hide. That sword had locked itself. In a flash, the long sword collided with Luo Atashu's full strength strike. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled and erupted with extreme light. The terrifying impact directly caused the demon sect's army to suffer heavy deaths and injuries. Even the demon Yuenzi stifled a grunt and retreated backward in shock. Another land god. His scalp tingled as he violently looked behind him at a spatial avenue that had been killed by the long sword that ran through the army, his face ugly to the extreme. And after the boom, everyone had long been dumbfounded, their eyes filled with stupefaction. No one knows why this is happening. Even the martial emperors who were about to showdown looked towards the back of the demon sect's army, their hearts in shock. 9 children? He took a breath as he uncertainly made a dark guess. That sword earlier made him feel oppressed. The man who struck out must be a land god. But at this point, everyone had already opened their eyes and looked at the location where Luo Atashu had collided with the long sword earlier, but they all stared in disbelief. Because at this point, there was no one there for a long time. Luo Atashu was nowhere to be found. Devil Yuenzi, with hindsight, exclaimed in shock, "Elder Luo? Elder Luo?" He looked left and right and froze, unable to see anyone. Just as demon Yuenzi was about to cry out again. Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughing came from below. Devil Yuenzi and the others all looked down and their hearts trembled. Just see. Luo Atashu had crashed into the ground at some point, smashing out a huge deep pit, and was currently struggling to climb out in a cloak of incomparable woe. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a land god powerhouse, and the corners of his mouth still had blood on them. When we're out of the pit. Luo Atashu's face was hideous, his body couldn't stop trembling, and he didn't pay any attention to demon Yuenzi at all, but instead looked in the direction where the longsword had killed him before. Who the hell is that? He let out a hard, hoarse growl, unable to hide the anger in his eyes. Even though he was angry, he still felt fear. That previous sword almost brought him to his doom. The other party clearly had no intention of letting himself leave, and the previous summons from the Holy Land was bound to be related to this person. At the roar of Luo Atashu's "Kill your people!" a calm voice rang out. Whether it was the people of the Imperial capital or the demon sect, they all looked aghast at the words. Looking around, I still couldn't see anyone. And soon, Lock Attainment's show hole suddenly contracted. Because in his line of sight, a figure was striding through the void. It was a young man with long hair that moved with the movement and a white coat with an extraordinary temperament. Especially that handsome face that one would never forget after one look. A pair of deep eyes seemed to have thousands of stars shining, and at times it was like the existence of an endless abyss. Seeing the youth. It's you! Luo Atashio's chest rose and fell violently as he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "How could it be you?" Earlier, the Grand Elder said that there was about to be a change in the matter of the Devil Cult's rebellion, and that change turned out to be you, Ning Yi. His mind was now wildly shocked and he couldn't believe his eyes. Regarding Ning Yi, he had heard of him long ago and had seen the portrait. But I didn't realize that what has emerged today is the youngest of the 9 princes of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, the 9th prince. The Holy King of Tianzi who was enthroned by Emperor Wu. Ning Yi. Boom! Luo Atashio's words caused Demon Yuanzi's sweaty hairs to stand on end, and with a horrified face, he looked in the direction Luo Atashio was looking, and then his whole body shook. Ning Yi. His mouth dropped open and his whole body couldn't stop shaking. And on the walls of the Imperial capital. What? Ning Yi. 9th brother? That sword from before was a strike from the Heavenly Policy King. What's going on? The royal crowd likewise turned their gazes towards them, their mouths letting out gales of shock, the shock on their faces no longer being able to be compounded. Of a group of people. Ning Yi. Husband. Husband. Lu Luoli's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Even martial emperors were overwhelmed with astonishment. It's really Jior after all. He was full of consternation, completely surprised that when he was about to show down, Lao Jiao actually came back. And in such a scary way. Although he himself, as a martial emperor, had read countless people and experienced countless lives, deaths, and great scenes, he was still no different from anyone else in being deeply shocked right now. Old 9 really isn't simple. He took a deep breath, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him anymore, he silently collected his aura, and his body hunched over once again. The sharp edge of his eyes disappeared, and he returned to his frail appearance, looking with all of them at the direction from which the voice had come. At a time when countless people were shocked and all looked sideways. Ning Yi was dressed in white clothes that were snowy, his face was calm, and his eyes were soul-stirring as he was stepping into the void, and every step he took caused ripples to form. Dang! Dang! Knock! Everyone stopped breathing in unison, but their hearts couldn't help but beat faster. It was as if every step landed on top of their hearts. While Ning Yi was in the limelight, he walked past the demon sect's army as if no one else was watching, and eventually landed beside the martial emperor. Even now, his face was still only calm, only that there was an icy coldness in his eyes as he swept a glance at the people of the demon sect outside. Under this gaze of Ning Yi, any of the demon cultists shivered. Even the demon Yuanzi was like that. As if Ning Yi was the one that the world usually admired and didn't dare to disrespect, the immortal who stood tall. The heavens and the earth became dead silent. Countless people's breathing slowed down and they didn't dare to breathe. Just because of this scene. It was too sudden, too weird. However, Ning Yi ignored the demon sex people and gently raised his hand. Swish! The long sword that was previously inserted next to the deep pit and sparkling with cold light emitted a buzzing sound and directly rose up into the sky, transforming into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Ning Yi's hands. Once again, this was a shock to everyone. But Ning Yi held his sword in his hand, his calm gaze fell on Luo Atashio who had retaken to the air, and calmly said, "I've given you enough time, have you thought about how to die?" Chapter 71 Emperor Wu people are numb into my arrangement? Ning Yi's words were like shocking thunder. Boom! Whoever heard his words had a dumbfounded look on their face and couldn't stop shivering. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Ning Yi's words were very calm, but when they fell into his ears, they were enough to make everyone's heart swell with huge waves. The words. Amazing. Incredibly blown up. Realize that Luo Atashio was a member of the Yanhuang Holy Land. That's an immortal. Moreover, the other party was still a true land god realm. But Ning Yi. And yet, he put it so blandly that he didn't even change his expression for a second. How can anyone not be shocked by this? Gulp. Countless people sucked in a breath of cool air, their scalps tingling as they looked at Ning Yi, swallowing their saliva with difficulty. At the moment, their gazes were as if they had seen a ghost. Luo Atashio is a land god. May. Instead, Ning Yi threatened to kill the immortal and asked if the immortal had thought about how to die yet? How dare this? Bang bang bang. Anyone who couldn't believe what they were hearing, their complexion became frozen down, and their ears kept exploding. Ning Yi was really shocking in his words, and just hearing it made them shocked. Especially on the city walls, a group of imperial princes, the ministers of the court, were most horrified, each and every one of them looking at Ning Yi, who had already returned with their scalps tingling. Ninth prince, not. The Tianzi king has returned so quickly, and also said that he wants to kill immortals, kill an immortal who has already reached the level of a land god? Although Anling City is not too far away from the imperial capital, but one day's time, the ninth brother went ahead to deal with the dragon vein, and also had to clean up those demons. How could he come back so fast? That elder lock of the Yanhuan Holy Land who was traumatized earlier was actually a strike by the Heavenly Policy King? To be able to make a land god suffer and be injured, how is this? This possible? That sword is in ninth brother's hand, it's obviously him who made the move, but isn't ninth brother in the imperial realm? Or is his cultivation more than the imperial realm? Wait, just how strong is ninth brother? To strike out and be able to injure a land god immortal, King Tiansu is merely 18 years old. Crazy, this is too damn crazy. Could it be that King Tiansu has already reached the realm of the land gods? Hiss. No matter who, even the princes who were not on good terms with Ning Yi, and the ministers who were not optimistic about Ning Yi before, were all exclaiming in disbelief, horrifiedly sizing up Ning Yi standing beside the martial emperor, and getting goosebumps all over their bodies. No one thought that it would be Ning Yi who had made the move before, and even more so, no one thought that Ning Yi would be able to injure a land god. They couldn't stop guessing in their shock, but couldn't come up with a single answer. However, Ning Yi's return, coupled with his previous move to cause Luo Atashu's woes, caused the people present to be shocked and rise in joy and excitement. The martial emperor was also glancing sideways at Ning Yi, unable to stop murmuring in his heart, "What kind of heavenly fortune has this kid gotten? This is too damn exaggerated." But this brat came back quickly. The matter of Anling City's dragon vein must have been resolved. Huge waves rippled within him, still unable to see through Ning Yi, only feeling a wave of helplessness. But seeing Ning Yi's calmness. This pussy for him. The corners of Emperor Wu's mouth twitched, and there was always a feeling that the old man was inferior to his son. Think of the year, they seem to be not so demonic. 18 years old and the 7 sex of the big competition swept everyone, casually out of the hand can kill the emperor realm, and not long ago when a sword can be injured to the land gods. The further he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. But in the midst of an exclamatory murmur, not waiting for the people present to ask Ning Yi anything. Outside, Demon Yuanzi looked at Ning Yi with terror in his eyes, unable to believe it, and couldn't stop himself from losing his voice. "Ning Yi? How is it that you've returned? Shouldn't you still be in Anling City dealing with the matter of the dragon vein? How can you come back so quickly? Is it hard to believe that the immortals did not make a move?" One must know that he had already communicated with Elder Luo before, knowing that there were 2 personal disciples of the Yanhuan Holy Lord in Anling City. A peak emperor realm and a demigod realm. As long as Ning Yi struck out at the demon of the dragon vein in an attempt to restore the dragon vein connection, then he would surely be decapitated by 2 of the Yanhuan Holy Lord's protégés. I thought Ning Yi was destined to die in Anling City. But I didn't realize. Not only did this kid come back unharmed, he was even able to take on the land gods. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi looked over at the disbelieving Devil Yuanzi and asked slyly in return, "You're thinking that you can stop me with those 2 losers?" Devil Yuanzi was shocked in his heart. But wait till he speaks. It's a pity that they can't cultivate enough to be worthy of being called immortals. Ning Yi shook his head, a touch of disappointment surfacing. But this statement of his. However, it made Demon Yuanzi shocked again. His pupils suddenly dilated, incredibly exclaimed, You killed them." Ning Yi didn't reply. But the words and actions since the beginning have confirmed everything. Devil Yuanzi's scalp tingled. How can this be? How can this be? A peak imperial realm, a demigod realm, 2 immortals were actually killed by Ning Yi. He immediately felt the sky spinning and had stumbled unsteadily on his feet. It was all too appalling. Something that wasn't even likely to happen had appeared on Ning Yi. Luo Atashu, who originally had an ugly face, was incomparably heartbroken, shaking his head in disbelief. The transmission the Grand Elder gave me earlier was about Ning Yi. He was unable to calm himself inwardly as he looked at Ning Yi in horror, secretly exclaiming in shock. Even though Ning Yi's previous strike had caused him to suffer some injuries, he couldn't accept that this was true for a moment. Upon seeing Ning Yi's cold gaze, Surely it's you." Luo Atashu gradually trembled, his eyes became heavy, scorn flashed in them, and he couldn't stop clenching his teeth. "The variable this time, it's actually you. Not only did you kill 2 of the Holy Lord's personal disciples, you even managed to make a move to injure me. I didn't expect it. Ning Yi, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply and fool everyone." Where are you not practicing? You have clearly reached a point that is out of reach for the world. I never thought that a supreme demon like you would actually appear in the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, obviously so young, but your strength is so terrifying. After a few moments of marveling, the Luo Atashu's chest rose and fell violently, anger blossoming in his eyes as he looked towards the martial emperor in fury. Good, very good. Unable to restrain his inner rage, he mouthed off, "Damn martial emperor, your damn hand of underhandedness is still hidden quite deeply. So it turns out that Ning Yi is what you're relying on. Before, you pretended to burn your lifespan in exchange for the illusion of returning to your peak, but you were just trying to stall for time until Ning Yi's return. You son of a, the previous rumor that Ning Yi never cultivated was also something you had people release, right? I didn't think that a hallowed martial emperor would be so despicable." Chapter 72, Have you finished your last words? Then die. Bah! Luo Atashu spat with contempt in his anger. Now, he already knew that the reason why the Holy Land had told him to withdraw and return to the Holy Land as soon as possible came from Ning Yi. If the martial emperor hadn't hidden Ning Yi so deeply, it was bound to be impossible for the sacred ground to be involved in the devil cult's rebellion. But now, it's too late to leave. And listening to a burst of anger from Lakathio, the martial emperor slowly widened his eyes, staring in dismay at the enraged Luo Atashu. What the does that have to do with me? But before he could say anything, behind them, a group of imperial princes, ministers, and even the people behind the city wall all revealed a look of dawning realization, their eyes glowing and bursting with intense admiration. I really didn't realize that your majesty had already anticipated today's events. My god, it's still his majesty, all this has already been arranged by his majesty. Worthy of being a father, for so long, even we have not known that the strength of the ninth brother has reached such a heavenly point. Father has really made a big chess game, unfathomable. Ah! Shocked, they all exclaimed, with more admiration in their eyes. But when Emperor Wu heard these words, his face darkened and he was so angry that he wanted to curse. No, are you all so capable of brainstorming? He was simply helpless. At a time like this, he really wanted to tell everyone that this time it had nothing to do with him at all. Lao Jiao actually has such a terrifying strength, this is something that he is just as uninformed and kept in the dark. Ah! Damn, what kind of demon is old Nine? The martial emperor wondered in his heart, and his face twitched as his afterglow glanced at Ning Yi beside him. This kid is just scary. And from the beginning to the end, he hadn't wanted to pin his hopes on Lao Jiao's body, but as a result, he had caused himself to be scolded by that asshole Luo Isho right now. Even everyone thought the old Nine was their chassis and layout. But when it counts, one's own card and reliance is itself, it has nothing to do with Lao Jiao. Noticing the gazes of the crowd behind them as well as Lakathio, who was still ranting and raving. What else does old Nine have that I don't know about? What is he going to do? Has his strength really reached the land god immortal realm? The martial emperor was speechless to the extreme, knowing that no one would believe him even if he explained, and could only look at Ning Yi at the moment, a single question rising in his mind. Since there had been a change of heart, he might as well see how things would play out again. And at this point, Ning Yi looked at Luo Atashu, who had finally stopped his tirade against the martial emperor, his eyes indifferent, as if he were looking at a dead person. Your last words, finished? These words once again shocked everyone. It's almost as if the words are not enough. At this time, Ning Yi had already stepped out. See the situation. Luo Atashu took a deep breath, staring dead on at Ning Yi, who stepped out step by step, monstrous killing intent erupting in his eyes. Boom click. Without any hesitation, he suddenly swept out towards Ning Yi. In a flash, he was already approaching Ning Yi. It's so fast that you can't react. Luo Atashu revealed a cold smile and said grimly, Ning Yi, even though you're a heavenly prodigy, and no one in tens of thousands of years has been able to reach your current heights, today you will surely die. Before you made me injured, but it was just a sneak attack, even if you have some secret technique that can be comparable to a land god immortal, but after all, you are not a true land god immortal and don't know the terror of a land god immortal. Die. After the final outburst of Luo Atashu slapped out a palm fiercely. This palm contains all of his cultivation power, is the full force of a blow. The appalling breath fluctuations directly let the world color change. There were booms coming out from all directions, and the world seemed to be distorted at this moment. This palm. No one can live under the land gods. At this point, Luo Atashu's face was even more hideous, and he was already laughing recklessly. After careful thought, he didn't believe that Ning Yi would be a land deity, didn't believe that there would be such a young land deity. So he struck with the determination to kill before he struck. Seeing this scene. Ninth brother, be careful. Husband. Damn, that old thing doesn't talk about martial arts. The Grand Prince, Luluwali, and the left Prime Minister were the first to react and shouted in shock. Their hearts were in their throats. Luo Atashu's palm was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Because the opponent was one of the few land god realm powerhouses in the world. Even in the various holy lands and forbidden zones, it was an extremely rare existence. When the martial emperor saw Luo Atashu strike, his eyes also widened and his face became serious. Old 9. He murmured softly, anticipation and worry in his eyes. But no matter what, he was ready to strike at any moment. With countless people watching. Do people from the Yanfeng Holy Land all like to talk nonsense before they die so much? Compared to everyone's shock and various emotions, Ning Yi was incomparably calm as he looked at Luo Atashu, who was already approaching, and shook his head with a light smile. Now that you're done with your nonsense, then die. The words fell. An aura of cultivation that was no less than Luo Atashu's exploded out. Even the aura on Ning Yi's body was monstrous, becoming more and more terrifying, and had even surpassed Luo Atashu. Sacrificing a sword with a land god seems not bad. He didn't bother to look at Luo Atashu, instead he looked at the long sword in his hand and seemed to be talking to himself. But when he finished speaking, a supreme sword intent that made heaven and earth click blossomed. Pervasive. It set off a terrifying turbulence that made space tremble. In the mere blink of an eye, the heavens and earth were eclipsed and the 8 directions were distorted. There seems to be an invisible force that directly isolates the space where Luo Atashu is, and the terrifying breath and unparalleled sword intent crazily wreak havoc in the surrounding area. Regardless of whether it was the royal family or the people of the devil sect such as the devil Yuanzi, all of them were pale and their bodies could not stop shivering. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the Ning Yi moved, directly swung his sword, and chopped the most amazing sword since revealing his cultivation. Ka-ching! His sword cut through the void as if it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. The bright sword awnings reflected everything. The berserk sword chi met Luo Atashu's full strength palm. Under this sword, the canopy shook. Luo Atashu's face changed wildly, looking at Ning Yi's chopped sword with horror, clearly feeling his own palm power collapsing by inches. No! He let out a cry of shock as his pupils were occupied by the sword aura, while the palm that he slapped out was unable to block the sword chi that Ning Yi chopped out by the slightest bit. Even before there was a collision, he was creeped out to see the sword chi break through everything and press straight into his face. A crisis of unprecedented intensity is looming over us. Luo Atashu's eyes wanted to crack, and he stifled a grunt, striking out madly without any reservations. Boom! 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 An explosive sound that seemed to crack the sky and the earth came out, and only then did the sword chi gradually dissipate a lot. However, there was more shock in Luo Atashu's eyes, even revealing a hint of panic, and jealously frantically backed away. How can he hardly really have the land god immortal realm? His mind was wildly shaken, not expecting to be in such a sorry state the first time he fought with Ning Yi. Chapter 73, this time, beheading the land gods. You. Luo Yashio looked at Ning Yi with a face full of shock, shivering uncontrollably. Because of this young man, he felt a shocking sense of crisis. But the next second, Ning Yi was still calmly looking at Luo Atashu, facing a land deity and fighting with him for the first time, without showing too much emotion. Buzz! He swung his sword again, and the sound of the sword echoed. The sword awnings were monstrous. Another terrifying sword chi that far exceeded the previous one swept out. It's not over yet. Another sword. Several swords were swung out in a row, and the heavens and earth shook. Countless people watched with their scalps tingling, their inner horror surpassing any time. Luo Atashu watched as a sword chi raged forth, his sweaty hair stood on end, and a sense of crisis completely erupted. Impossible, how could you really be in the land god immortal realm? He growled like a madman, with a strong look of horror in his eyes. Such a young land goddess made him despair. Moreover, each sword chi contained a destructive aura, emitting fluctuations that bred fear within him. Bang! Once again, he endured a sword chi chopped out by Ning Yi. Luo Atashu's body fell back once again, coughing up blood from his mouth as he raised his head to reveal eyes full of madness. Asshole, you're going against the Yanfeng Holy Land. His face was twisted as he stared blankly, his body unable to stop trembling. But another sword chi arrived, and he could only roar angrily to fend it off. Period. It wasn't that Luo Atashu hadn't thought of counterattacking, but no matter what, he couldn't avoid the sword chi that Ning Yi chopped out. He could only keep resisting one after another increasingly terrifying sword chi. The injuries on his body were getting more and more, and his breath was becoming even weaker. Until now, he had a delusion. That would be facing a terrifying powerhouse of the celestial realm. But the celestial realm. Even the Holy Land, there weren't many among the forbidden areas. How could the great feather god dynasty? Not to mention the fact that Ning Yi was still so young, reaching the land god immortal realm was already incomparably heaven-defying. After fending off several sword chi. Who? Luo Atishu panted heavily, his body having long since become drenched in blood. His cloaked appearance looked incomparably wretched, and it could even be said that he had rarely been injured since he had reached the land immortal. Preferences. Today, he ended up like this in the hands of Ning Yi. Luo Atishu went mad, his face full of hideous distortions. Ning Yi. His eyes revealed endless anger, and his voice rasped hoarsely as he roared, "Are you disregarding the great feathered divine dynasty and wanting it to be destroyed? If you act like this, you will surely die. The Yanhuang Holy Land will definitely let you go up in smoke, and the great feathered divine dynasty won't be able to escape either." Speaking. Luo Atishu could no longer care about anything else, his entire body trembled violently as a terrifying aura exploded. "You can't kill me." His eyes were crimson as he frantically pushed his cultivation, instantly causing the heavens and earth to roar. The entire land trembled violently. The canopy shook. The space around them had begun to distort. Luo Atishu did not speak again as he looked at Ning Yi with endless killing intent blossoming in his eyes. The earth is the sheath, the sky is the sword, chop. He didn't have any reservations and launched the strongest strike of his life with even the strongest cultivation. Shasta. The entire Imperial capital was shaking violently. An even more terrifying aura rose to the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily. It converged into a stunning great sword that covered the sky in the countless gazes. Revealing the terrifying sword intent at this moment caused everyone in the royal family to change their faces. This is a land god. They looked at Luo Atishu, who was clearly already wretched and weak, and their hearts shook wildly. A powerhouse in such a realm would have long since surpassed the mundane in his abilities. Yet just as the great sword that seized the creation of heaven and earth chopped down, Ning Yi raised his head, his eyes calmly glancing at it as he faintly said, "Is this your last resort? It seems that I really shouldn't have expected too much from you." Seemingly shaking his head in disappointment, he once again dropped his gaze on Luo Atishu. And this sentence? What is he talking about? However, it caused a strong uneasiness to rise in Luo Atishu's heart. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth are in chaos. Ning Yi became as if he were imaginary, being in chaos and allowing chaos to descend. Scatter! He slowly raised his hand and pointed out a finger towards the large sword that chopped down. Suddenly, a terrifying force of prohibition exploded out of the sky. The void roared. In the midst of the endless chaos, a large hand appeared from the top of Ning Yi's head, grabbing towards the greatsword. Wherever it passed, inches exploded. In the midst of Lakathio's horrified gaze, the chaotic great hand directly held the chopping down great sword, making it unable to fall any further. Spinning. A hard pinch. Ka-ching. Porkoi. A crisp sound came out. The entire heaven and earth exploded. The terrifying great sword that had originally cut down the sky and destroyed the earth even directly began to crumble, turning into bits of crystal light that dissipated. Put! Luo Atishu's pupils suddenly shrunk and he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Under the shocking backlash, his entire body's flesh and blood was writhing, and the aura on his body was weak to the extreme. Even if one's loss of longevity is the cost of reaching the most peak state, the strongest strike performed. However, it was easily diffused by Ning Yi. And the process. Only the blink of an eye. Luo Atishu furtively stared in disbelief as the great sword was crushed to pieces by the chaotic hand, spitting out blood once again and staggering. You. His complexion came down in utter despair as he looked at Ning Yi in horror, but he couldn't say anything. This youngest prince of the great feather divine dynasty, today's Tian's a sacred king, was actually really above himself in terms of strength. The entire time, he had no chance to resist. All kinds of resistance are futile. Don't kill me, you can't kill me, I'm the second elder of the Yanhuang Holy Land. If you kill me, the great feather divine dynasty will suffer extinction. Luo Atishu no longer had any thoughts of resistance, and at that moment wailed incomparably weakly, let me go, let me go. Ning Yi, spare me, and the Yanhuang Holy Land can stop meddling in the matters between the demon sect and Great Feather. Even though he was a land god, he could only keep begging for mercy now. Because, he could no longer see half a chance of winning. From start to finish. Before Ning Yi had even shown his true strength, he had already been able to cause himself to suffer such a heavy blow, and no longer had the ability to strike again. If the other party wanted to kill, he himself would surely die. Ning Yi's face did not change as he listened to Luo Atishu's constant pleas for mercy, always remaining eerily calm. Do immortals get scared and beg for mercy too? He spoke faintly, then shook his head and said, when you meddled in the affairs of the divine dynasty, you were already taking your death, so why bother with this? The words fell. Ning Yi didn't bother to speak anymore, raising his hand and dropping his sword. Buzz! This time, the sword reflected heaven and earth. The surrounding chaos became distorted, and berserk breath tumbled. A boundless sword chi containing destruction and chaos carried out heaven and earth as it suddenly chopped out. At this moment, all is silent. Heaven and earth. Only this one remained to obscure the line of sight and become the only terrifying sword chi. Chapter 74. Heaven and earth are quiet, and the land goddesses are dead. The heavens and the earth are dead silent. Luo Atishu only felt that everything around him disappeared, and he could no longer see anything else, only the monstrous sword chi that was tearing through the void and rapidly coming. No! No! The cells in his body screamed as he watched the sword. God's soul trembles. This sword. The moment that made his heart grow beyond all the fear he had ever felt in his life. This sword. The land gods are also unstoppable. Ning Yi wants to kill himself. Luo Atashu's soul was scattered, and he wanted to flee, but his divine sense and perception were all closed. No way, how is this possible? He kept shaking his head, more despair on his face as he watched the sword chi approach. For so long, he had never thought that Ning Yi could kill himself. But it's just the way it is. Not only could Ning Yi kill, but it was still a breeze. In the midst of ubiquitous chaos, Luo Atashu's body trembled, his soul was being torn apart, and he kept emitting agonizing screams from his mouth. Swish! Without giving him any chance, the sword chi ran through the ground below. A shocking gully spreads toward the distance. The canopy shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Luo Atashu's trembling body froze violently, his pupils began to dilate, and the miserable screams from his mouth came to an abrupt end. Put! For only a moment, his head was thrown high in the air with fear in his eyes as his vitality rapidly faded. Shocking blood kept splashing out from the neck wound. A land god. Death. The blood of Luo Atishu was even spilling onto the earth like rain at this moment. The blood of the land gods. The land seemed to be nourished when it was tainted. The empty ground was surprisingly revitalized with green shoots sprouting. And at this point, Luo Atashu's headless, lifeless body fell towards the ground, smashing into the ground, triggering a deafening thud. As his head, filled with despair and fear, fell like a. Ning Yi raised his hand and directly took it in his hand, shaking his head. Land immortals are nothing more than that. Are the so-called immortals of the Holy Land only so? And at the moment, those who were already shocked by Ning Yi's decapitation of Luo Ataxa stared in horror upon hearing these words. Even anyone in greater shock was momentarily taken back. Hang this man's head above the gates of the Imperial capital. Ning Yi held up Luo Atashu's head, which was still dripping blood, and then he whirled around to look at the generals in the Imperial capital's guards below and directly threw them out. The guard was still in shock when he saw the flying head. Pop! After he caught it, he shivered and opened his mouth wide but couldn't speak. Now he didn't know how to express his emotions. Because it never occurred to him that he would have the chance to hold the head of a land god in his life. And to hang it above the gates. Countless gazes were directed at the unmoved guard, and bursts of sharp breathing came out. Thump! Thump! Their hearts raced and their insides were filled with panic. No one expected that Lakathia would die. Still less did anyone think that Ning Yi was able to kill the land gods. Regardless of whether it was Du or the people of the demon sect, their complexion was now dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with horror. It seemed like Ning Yi and Luo Atishu had exchanged quite a few rounds, but in reality, it was only a matter of moments. Just for a moment. It's over. A land god immortal had died just like that, and directly under their noses. Something so astounding that it just happens. How can this not be deeply shocking? In a flash. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes looked towards Ning Yi, revealing fear, horror. Land god, dead. Dead? Elder Locke died just like that? He was killed by Ning Yi? Land gods are so easily killed? At the same time, a trembling voice rang out. It was none other than Demon Yuanzi who was in front of the demon army. Today, Devil Yuanzi only felt like he was dreaming, trembling uncontrollably as he stared dully at Luo Atashu's headless corpse. Elder Locke is a land deity powerhouse who has long since transcended the mundane. How could he die? He kept shaking his head, breathing heavily. Today's result was something he just never dreamed would happen. Luo Atishu was the person sent by the Yin Huang Holy Land to cooperate with the demon sect, and as a result, before the Imperial capital had even begun to be attacked, Elder Luo, who was able to hold the martial emperor at bay, had died at the hands of Ning Yi. Devil Yuanzi trembled, his eyes blank and unable to accept it. How can it be? He had never met anything so outrageous in his life, and yet it happened at the most important time. The devil cult had come out in full force this time to have a complete showdown with the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. As a result, the Imperial capital was safe and sound, and the backhand of the demon cult that was able to hold the martial emperor in check was just gone. For a split second, WNZ turned around openly and looked towards Ning Yi, his entire body trembling violently once again. Ning Yi. He actually managed to kill a land god. His voice trembled, and a coldness shot up to the sky. Looking at Ning Yi, who seemed as if he had only done a small thing, without a look that didn't change much, and who had always been calm and collected, he was completely dumbfounded, and felt a great oppression. How could this youngest prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty have such terrifying strength? The demon cult had clearly reached an agreement with the Yin Huang Holy Land, and could clearly have subverted the Great Feather Divine Dynasty today, but as a result, such a huge variable as Ning Yi had appeared. So young yet so terrifyingly strong, unprecedented in the ancient world. Even the death of Elder Locke. Ning Yi didn't seem to have used his full strength yet. In the meantime, cough cough cough. A violent coughing sound came from the walls of the Imperial capital. No one else. It's none other than Emperor Wu. When the vast majority of people were still in shock and hadn't regained their senses, the martial emperor could no longer be as calm as he was before, as waves of shock rippled within his heart, and his shocked-to-death gaze fell upon Ning Yi. This. Lao Jiu. Lao Jiu killed a land god immortal? He was almost about to blurt it out, shivering as his heart shook wildly. Now he was stunned. Originally, when the devil cult arrived and brought Luo Atishu with them, he himself was no longer going to continue pretending and decided to show his cards. And since the showdown is over, it's only natural for him to go on a killing spree and purge everything. But how could I have ever imagined that? Lao Jiu is back. Not only had the matter of Anling City's dragon vein been resolved, but he had also just easily executed the land gods. This damn, even I can't do it so breezily. The shock within the martial emperor reached an unprecedented level as he looked at Ning Yi in a daze, his heart and mind wildly shaken. This kid, after all, is even more powerful than himself, his old man. So for a moment, just kill the land god realm that the world looked up to and countless cultivators aspired to. The Woody could not help but be shocked, even now that what had happened and what he had seen had surpassed any great event in his life. Lao Jiu, this kid is really scary. And even loaded my ratio. His mouth went dry as he exclaimed in his mind. However, when he thought that these things should have been done by himself, but was preempted by Ning Yi, he could not help but have the corners of his mouth twitch up. Chapter 75 next, it's your turn. After the shock. It seems like Lao Jiu can solve today's matter. I don't need to show my cards and continue to pretend, only what Lao Jiu did today. I'm afraid it will only make it difficult for the fish to hook again. Emperor Wu muttered a dark sentence in his heart, happy and sad. After all, things were moving a little beyond what he had envisioned. Well, cough cough. However, the martial emperor soon didn't bother to think about it anymore, and shouted with a big smile, resulting in a violent cough, yet he still laughed out loud and said, Jiuer, you've done a great job. Meddling in the affairs of the divine dynasty, even an immortal from the Holy Land is not immune to sin. Well killed. Instead, his voice became the thunderbolt that awakened the others. Boom! Everyone present, all of them came back from their shock. Countless gazes with incredulous shock looked toward Ning Yi above the void, and the sound of backward cool breaths continued to rise and fall. King Tian's strength is more than just the Imperial realm, he was actually able to kill a land god immortal. This event shocked them beyond all others. As for the other emperors, each of them couldn't stop shivering as they looked at Ning Yi. This Nima. Lao Jiu can even kill the land gods? Lao Jiu is going to be the crown prince. We're afraid that we can't even compare to a hair on the side of his ass, such a horrible demon. What else can we compete with him? In addition to being shocked, a strong sense of powerlessness rose in their hearts at the moment. Among the crowd, Luluwali's entire body had already gone numb, her eyes were somewhat dull as she looked at Ning Yi, and she couldn't help but marvel, his strength is already a land god? This is too strong, how could there be such a demonic monster? I was thinking of defeating him before and going to compete with him, how does this make a comparison? Thinking about what happened before made her want to cry. When Emperor Wu saw the crowd of imperial princes, ministers were all in shock, he immediately looked at the imperial capital guard below, and instantly commanded, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry to follow Jiu's command to hang the head in your hand on the city gate? It's just right for the world to see what happens when you offend the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, for the world to see that it's feared that the immortals of the Holy Land are just as likely to be executed, and that even though the Great Feather is in decline, it's not yet at the point where it's at the mercy of others. Hurry, if you dawdle again, I'll dismiss you. Just as he finished his sentence, he burst into another violent coughing fit, his appearance looking extremely weak. It's like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. The guard sniffed and shivered violently. Not daring to slow down in front of countless people, he tremblingly hung Luo Atashio's head above the city gate. Upon seeing this scene, Your Majesty must take care of your dragon's body. If the 9th prince can have such strength, you won't have to worry so much afterward. What the left prime minister said is true. With the 9th prince around, Great Feather will surely thrive, and after that it's only a matter of time before it returns to the top. I really didn't expect the 9th prince to have such strength. There is hope of the future rejuvenation of Great Feather. The ministers looked at the weak-looking Emperor Wu and opened their mouths in succession, their words filled with worry but no less complimentary. Emperor Wu listened to the words of a group of ministers, and immediately the dragon's face was greatly pleased. My heart is very happy, reward, you and others are rewarded, ha ha ha. He immediately beamed with joy and couldn't stop laughing, his face turning a little flushed. Only soon, he was coughing violently again. In response, Ning Yi had been keeping an eye on the martial emperor, and when he saw his cheap old man pretending with gusto, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This bad old man is afraid that he is not addicted to acting, but at such a time he is still pretending. What is he pretending? There was a hint of dislike in his eyes, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The old man looked like no one else could tell he was about to GA, but I have to say, the pretense was quite impressive. Meanwhile, Emperor Wu noticed Ning Yi's gaze, and immediately his eyes glared as he secretly gritted his teeth. Is the brat despising me? Ha! He was a little speechless, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, how can we get a clean bill of health if we don't keep acting? Although it was true that Lao Jiu had decapitated the land immortals, which would make many of the strengths that had dissenting thoughts before this shunned, there were bound to be people who jumped out of the woodwork as a result. But Ning Yi didn't pay much attention to the blank stares that the martial emperor threw at him, choosing to directly turn around and look at the demon sex crowd that had long since frozen, their faces filled with fear. Next, it's your turn. He spoke in a calm tone. Having heard what was said, boom! Anyone from the devil cult's body was trembling, with a strong look of horror in their eyes. Ning Yi had beheaded a land goddess. Now, going to take a shot at them. Even the demon Yuanzi was filled with horror, fear breeding in his heart with restraint. Even Elder Locke was killed by him. It's impossible for the devil cult to continue posing a threat to the Imperial capital even if they come out in force. His heart was beating wildly, and he couldn't hide the horror in his eyes. As for the martial emperor, when he heard Ning Yi's words, he immediately burst out laughing, looking over at Demon Yuanzi and sneering, Demon Yuanzi, after all, your demon cult can't defeat Great Feather. In the past, you couldn't defeat me, and now even if you pulled on the Yanhuang Holy Land, so what, but you still can't defeat my son Ning Yi. If I were you, I might as well find a rock and bang my head on it. He smiled broadly, relief revealed in his words. For Ning Yi, his youngest son, he was more appreciative than shocked. To be able to reach such a high level without moving and without anyone knowing, and the key is still so young, he, as a father, felt honored and in a good mood. As Devil Yuanzi listened to the martial emperor's words, he was unable to refute them despite hearing the mockery in them. He was silent, speechless. Inwardly terrified and unwilling, he looked at the martial emperor and then at Ning Yi. Devil Yuanzi laughed miserably and didn't deny it, but nodded his head. Not bad, this time, the devil sect did lose again, and indeed didn't manage to fight Big Feather. But don't get complacent too early. One day, I will come back with a vengeance once again and put an end to the grudge between the demon sect and Great Feather. Soon, his face turned grim and he left behind a scathing remark. Even if the plan was broken by Ning Yi this time, and the demon cult was unable to continue attacking the Imperial capital, but Ning Yi had killed Elder Locke, the Yanhuang Holy Land was bound to not take it lying down. So the devil cult still has a chance. Devil Yuanzi snorted coldly and shouted angrily, retreat. He directly waved his big hand under his violent shout. Moment. A purple strange rune shot straight up into the sky, revealing a strong teleportation aura. Devil Yuanzi knew that he would not be able to retreat in his entire body in front of the martial emperor in Ning Yi, and when he saw the runes flashing and the power of teleportation covering the devil cult's army, he immediately laughed maliciously. This rune is a treasure left over from the ancient times. I didn't expect it to be used here. What a pity! He exclaimed, then looked at Ning Yi and said coldly, I didn't even expect you to be a land immortal, and to be able to decapitate Elder Locke, which was indeed outside of my expectations, and you've managed to break my plan as well. But even if you are young and have amazing cultivation, you can't stop us. The rune has already been used, even the land gods can't stop it. When we come back next time, we will surely make the Great Feather overthrow. Chapter 76, The Martial Emperor is numb. What have I acted? Having heard what was said, the Great Feather crowd all had their faces changed and their brows furrowed. Damn, Demon Yuanzi actually has this kind of treasure? No wonder he didn't flee with the demon sex people before, so he left a backhand. Damn it, this is a great opportunity to overthrow the demon sect, just let them escape? All of them had their faces turned ugly and a gnashing of teeth. The martial emperor didn't speak, didn't even bother to glance at demon Yuanzi, and always looked at Ning Yi. But Ning Yi shook his head after listening to demon Yuanzi's words and said indifferently, "You're right about one thing, the grudge between Du and the demon sect is to be brought to a close. But not later, but today. Because you can't walk away." After saying that, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed his sword at the sky. The sound of the sword suddenly rose. Everyone was quiet. On the other hand, Devil Yuanzi and the other people of the devil cult were the ones who heard Ning Yi's words and showed uneasiness on their faces. Under a single gaze. Immortal execution sword technique. Ning Yi spoke softly. It was clearly the sword skill that the fourth prince had sent earlier, which had been perfected by the system and was automatically practiced. Moment. The canopy shook violently and endless heavenly thunder appeared at first. A terrifying wave of aura descended with a bang. It directly enveloped heaven and earth. Countless people were creeped out, even their souls screamed under the aura. Buzz. The sword sounded. The void in the canopy began to distort, and under the furious bombardment of endless heavenly thunder, a long sword containing lightning light coalesced. The moment this long sword appeared, the heavenly Tao's aura filled the air, and the destructive fluctuations set off a shocking storm. Immediately following. Buzz. 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 An endless stream of sword calls rang out from all directions. The naked eye. The heavens and the earth twisted. With Ning Yi at the center, the surrounding void trembled violently as a long sword continued to converge from the terrifying vortex of heavenly thunder overhead. The aura emanating from each sword was extremely terrifying, as if each sword had taken over the creation of heaven and earth. Streams of light glistened, and the sword's intent rushed to the sky. Just the blink of an eye. Just about 80 immortal execution swords containing the power of the heavenly Tao coalesced out, constantly contending with each other, their shining sword awnings making the sun appear to be eclipsed. Rumble. A total of 85 immortal punishing swords coalesced, permeated with the dense power of the heavenly Tao, suppressing everything. See the situation. Only 85 handfuls? Unity, your hanging practice still needs to be improved. Ning Yi couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. After all, cultivating this immortal execution sword technique to its great completion could condense 99 immortal execution swords. Host, you're standing around talking. The system's voice full of grudges rang in his head. Having heard what was said. But that's enough. Ning Yi didn't bother snickering anymore and muttered in his heart. Immediately, he pointed his sword in the direction of Demon Yuanzi and the Demon Sect's army. In a moment, 85 immortal execution swords with monstrous light, terrifying sword intent and each containing the power of the heavenly Tao swept out as streams of light. In the blink of an eye, the demon cult crowd was surrounded. Vaguely able to see that it was as if these amazing swords formed a supreme sword formation, cutting off the demon sect's path of retreat. Punish. Without any nonsense, Ning Yi spoke in a cold voice. As the word goes, so goes the law. The 85 immortal execution swords were all erupting with amazing heavenly Tao power, and the heaven and earth changed in color, as if they were destroying the world. Ka-ching. Just a breath. The ancient runes used by Devil Yuanzi directly showed cracks and didn't last long, showing signs of collapse. In a flash. The people from the devil cult's face changed greatly when they saw the cracks that appeared in the runes. Devil Yuanzi was even more horrified, his body was covered in goosebumps and trembled violently. How? Is that possible? This rune can't even be destroyed by a land god. He was like being in an ice cave, feeling an infinite chill coming over him, his eyes looking towards Ning Yi as he lost his voice. Just what means did you use? No way, no way. As soon as the Devil Yuanzi's words fell, the bang. The rune that had originally shone with purple light and had triggered the heaven and earth anomalies and was about to open the teleportation exploded and vanished. With the breath of teleportation dissipating, the curtain of sheltering light that appeared due to the runes likewise completely disappeared into the heavens and earth. In this way, it was as if the people of the devil cult had been stripped naked and completely exposed. Every devil sect disciple had endless fear in their eyes. Sect leader, what do we do? It's over, why is Ning Yi so terrifying? He alone can wipe us all out. A burst of shocked cries continued to emanate as they saw the terrifying sword formation that directly blocked off all paths of retreat. Especially at the moment the sword formation was generated, a fluctuation that made even their souls tremble descended. That's the power of the heavenly way. But before they could be too shocked, boom! The sword formation erupted. A single immortal execution sword containing the power of the heavenly Tao directly locked onto the devil sex cultivators in the formation, bursting out a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying absolute sword chi. Poof. Put. But. These sword chi were incomparably furious, directly launching a blood-colored killing. It contained the power of the heavenly Tao, and anyone who was a member of the demon sect would not be able to fend it off. Moreover, in the middle of the formation they were suppressed to a great extent, their demonic aura could not rise, and even their cultivation was less than half of their peak. A streak of blood kept splattering up as the sword chi swept through the body of the demon sex man. The entire devil cult army was in disarray in the blink of an eye. Endless fear rose in their hearts, and in the face of Ning Yi's methods, they simply did not have the courage to resist. Because everyone in the middle of the sword formation, as long as they were locked by the sword chi, all of them were taken away in an instant, and they didn't even have a chance to react. No. Why is this happening? Heart-rending screams continued to emanate, echoing the heavens and earth in a chilling manner. The entire canopy of the sky turned into the color of blood almost instantly. Pungent blood filled the air. Perish! Ning Yi calmly watched the scene and spoke again. The words fell. The 85 immortal execution swords that formed the immortal execution sword formation began to tremble, emitting sword sounds and emitting the power of the heavenly Tao as dance. In a moment, a dazzling golden aura emerged from the canopy, and countless golden thunderbolts poured in towards the people of the demon sect and began to bombard them crazily. Like the wrath of God, it is purging the world of filth. Accompanied by the terrifying thunderous bombardment that was just like a robbery thunder, together with the extermination sword chi of the immortal execution sword formation, the miserable screams were endless. A large number of demonic sect disciples were simply unable to resist, their vitality was severed, and their corpses continued to fall towards the ground like rain. Bang bang bang. Until their deaths, they did not understand that Ning Yi alone made the demon sect's outpouring a joke this time, and that one person was enough to slaughter the demon sect's side. The killing continues. Directly outside of the Imperial capital, it rained blood from the sky. It's regal and shocking. Regardless of the devil elders or disciples, no matter how hard they want to change the chance of life, but cannot step out of the immortal execution sword formation, all can only be in despair in the death of the coming. Chapter 77. My son, Ning Yi, has the appearance of a great emperor. Inside the immortal execution sword formation, everyone in the demon sect had long since fallen into boundless despair, and could only watch as their fellow disciples around them were killed one after another by the sword chi. Among them, the devil cult's grand elder was still thinking of shaking the formation by blowing himself up to gain a ray of life for the others. Boom! And yet, after the deafening sound, the immortal execution sword formation did not move. Instead, the raging sword chi was even more violent due to the self-explosion of the demon sect's grand elder. The thunder that kept bombarding the sky above the formation also became more and more violent. No! Devil Yuanzi's body trembled as he let out a roar when he saw the elders of the devil sect, the disciples, constantly dying. The situation today is irreversible. He didn't have any methods to cope with it. Being in the immortal execution sword formation was no different from other people, and he was being suppressed to death just the same. And at this point, a large amount of heavenly thunder converged, and the power of the heavenly Tao even coalesced together. In the blink of an eye, it then formed a terrifying robbing thunder that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, directly blasting down towards the still surviving demon Yuanzi. Why did it turn out like this? When Devil Yuanzi saw this, the despair in his eyes was unmatched and he growled unwillingly. The thunder fell directly on his head, and the sound came to an abrupt end. A violent roar echoed through the heavens and earth. A bright and blinding light bloomed, making everyone unable to see anything else. Just for a moment. The roar had stopped. The light disperses. Devil Yuanzi's aura completely disappeared into the heavens and earth, traces directly erased. Shape and soul. As for the other disciples of the demonic sect, none of the elders survived. The bodies that belonged to them. It was falling towards the ground like rain. Up to this point, all the people of the demon cult in the immortal execution sword formation, not a single one of them was left behind, all of them were exterminated. Blood rains down on the sky. Fishy wind gusts. The entire canopy had long since turned the color of blood, and it looked exceptionally oozy. Having witnessed this with my own eyes, the demon sect is overthrown. Whether it was the royal family crowd on the city walls, or the countless people in the Imperial city, all of them had their heads roaring. They witnessed the destruction of the demon sect and the death of a land god. And to do all that, just Ning Yi alone. In a flash. Thump. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, their faces were filled with shock, and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Their gazes at Ning Yi were tinged with horror, dripping with disbelief, unable to believe that this was actually real. And it's too crazy. The level of insanity is such that nothing like this has ever happened in all of history. But they witnessed it with their own eyes. Ninth Prince, exactly what realm land gods can be chopped even if, and a person overthrew the nest of the demonic religion. In addition to shock, countless people's hearts were filled with intense curiosity towards Ning Yi. What happened today was horrible. Ning Yi's fearsomeness surpassed their perceptions. At this moment, any and all gazes landed on Ning Yi's body, and all sorts of comments came out. As for the 100 officials and ministers on the city walls, their mouths were so wide open that they were able to stuff a fist. Truly a martial emperor. They looked at Ning Yi with a pair of dead eyes, almost unanimously letting out exclamations of shock. Soon they felt something was wrong. It should be said that today's ninth prince was even more terrifying than the martial emperors of yesteryear, doing one thing more than another against the heavens. No matter who it was, at this moment, the gaze that looked at Ning Yi was not only shocked, but also had a strong sense of awe. The martial emperor came back from his shock and took in everyone's reactions, and immediately couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. Ha ha ha. His face was filled with excitement, and his eyes were intensely glowing as he exclaimed aloud in admiration, "My son, Ning Yi, has the demeanor of a great emperor." What happened today was something he had never expected in his life. Lao Jiu alone destroyed the demon cult and even killed a land god. This nigga. It simply made him giggle and his worldview collapsed. This youngest son of his own has just turned 18 this year, At this point, however, that's not a good thing to say. The corner of Ning Yi's mouth twitched and he turned around to see the two-eyed martial emperor. And among the crowd of princes. How is that possible? The fourth prince looked at Ning Yi with a pair of dead eyes and couldn't stop shivering, his scalp tingling. At this moment, in his eyes, a strong color of shock was revealed. There's even incredulity. Lao Jiu, the book used by Lao Jiu to overthrow the demon sect before was the immortal execution sword technique that I gave him before? The fourth prince finally remembered, and at that moment, he was inwardly horrified. He cultivated that technique I gave him? Isn't there something wrong with that merit law? Not only is he able to cultivate it, but casting it out is going to be even more terrifying than what I gave him. Originally, he could only coalesce a single immortal punishing sword, but just now, he coalesced a full 85 immortal punishing swords. How is this possible? The fourth prince only felt that the person was about to crack. Not only had old Nine cultivated the technique he had given away, but also casting it out was going to be even more terrifying than the complete one. Suddenly, the fourth prince noticed Ning Yi's gaze glancing at himself, and immediately his heart thumped, his bones were creeped out, and even his soul was trembling. Ning Yi's gaze gave him the feeling of being in an ice cave. Lao Jiu must have found out that the gongfu he sent had problems, but he still practiced it, and he used it in the overthrow of the devil religion. While the fourth prince was panicking. Yan Huang Holy Land? The Tsong Yuan demon cult? The martial emperor looked at the sea of corpses and blood everywhere outside of the imperial capital and couldn't help but laugh. They're all fools, all of them are some trash, Zhou alone can make them have no return. Quickly. But as he spoke, he faked a cough. In a few moments, Emperor Wu looked behind him, his pale face full of smiles, and immediately announced aloud, "Left Prime Minister, immediately proclaim today's event in the imperial capital, to raise the might of my great feather in the name of my 9 children. I accept the decree." When the left Prime Minister heard this, he immediately bowed and opened his mouth, rising up in the air with incomparable excitement and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the visions above the canopy disappeared, and clarity was once again restored. Heaven and earth. It was no longer possible to sense half of the demonic aura. The visions come and go quickly. In the imperial capital, the vast majority of the people are incredibly puzzled, but the heart's uneasiness and apprehension is still the same. What's going on? Didn't they say that the demon cult was going to launch an attack on the imperial capital? The demon cult has withdrawn. It said that the demon cult also has someone from the Holy Land to help them. It seems to be an elder of the land divine immortal realm. They shouldn't have withdrawn before they even attacked, right? What the hell is going on out there, huh? Is it just over? Whoever it is, they are all talking with worry at the moment. They simply couldn't see what was really happening outside, and for the moment they could only wait uneasily. Chapter 78 Scalp Tingling. This Ning Yi is so terrifying? The vast majority of people in the imperial capital were waiting under the apprehensive. Boom! A booming sound suddenly emanated from the firmament above the center of the imperial capital. Moment! Plenty of eyes to look at. The figure of the left prime minister presented itself from the void, the excitement on his face unable to be concealed. The Tsong Yuan demon cult has brought people from the Yan Huang Holy Land to commit an offense. This is a great taboo and an unforgivable crime. However, Dayu was fortunate enough to have the ninth prince return from dealing with the broken dragon vein in Antling City, and was so powerful that he personally killed the second elder of the Yin Huang Holy Land, and overthrew the Tsong Yuan demon cult, which was pouring out of the nest, with his own strength. The world says that the Holy Land's cultivation is immortal, but what about the immortals? The ninth prince will still kill them. Those who violate the Great Feather, even though they are far away, will be executed. The Tsong Yuan demon cult has been destroyed by the ninth prince, and from now on, there will be no more Tsong Yuan demon cult in the southern Phoenix domain. You do not need to worry about this matter anymore. With the ninth prince, the Great Feather won the rise. The majesty of the Great Feather cannot be provoked by others. One sentence with excitement, like a great bell, constantly echoed out between heaven and earth. Moment. The entire imperial capital became dead silent. Wait for the next second. Countless people in the imperial capital were completely seething, their hearts and minds shaking wildly, having trouble believing the news brought by the left prime minister. The Holy Land's land goddess was killed by the ninth prince, and the Tsong Yuan demon sect was also destroyed by the ninth prince. The ninth prince alone beheaded the land gods and destroyed the demon sect. This is true. The youngest of the 9 emperors, the ninth prince, the heavenly policy saint king of this dynasty, is already able to kill land gods. Am I not dreaming? All of these things were done by the ninth prince alone? His Majesty didn't even do anything? Ha ha ha. Heaven blesses Great Yu. At a time when His Majesty is weak and Great Yu is in decline, there is a demon like the ninth prince who came out of nowhere. The first thing everyone felt was disbelief and just felt like they were dreaming. Upon coming back to their senses, everyone was revitalized like never before and shouted with excitement. The entire imperial capital was plunged into a cheer, the gloom on anyone's head disappeared, and the worry in their heart was turned into a heart full of joy. However, the crisis was lifted by Ning Yi alone, and such a thing brought an indelible shock to countless people, and the topic about Ning Yi was directly endless. Inside and in room. At this moment, aside from Pei Jiangnan and his granddaughter Pei Junwan, opposite the two of them were standing a few of the several elders newly sent by the Qingfeng Holy Land. Several people looked at each other, all in silence. In the end. Third Peak Master, you'd better not delay any longer. The overthrow of the Great Feather is imminent. If we can intervene in time to hasten the Great Feather's demise, we might still be able to reap some benefits. An elder with a pockmarked face took the lead in breaking the silence in the room and said with a solemn expression, the Yanhuan Holy Land has secretly made a deal with the Tsong Yuan demon cult. If we wait any longer, the benefits won't be our turn. And that's what the Holy Lord wants. With these words, the several elders beside him all nodded in agreement. In them, all of them exuded extremely terrifying aura fluctuations. Pei Jiangnan sniffed and snorted coldly, saying, it's true that we can gain a lot of benefits from the Great Feather's destruction, but things aren't that simple. I have already calculated that the Great Feather's destiny has changed, and even though the Tsong Yuan demon sect has come out in full force this time, and has also received assistance from the Yin Huang Holy Land, it is still unknown whether or not they will be able to take the imperial capital. I advise you to wait a little longer, or you'll draw fire. The elder who spoke before frowned and said disdainfully, Third Peak Master, although you are good at divination and deduction, it is inevitable that there are times when you miscalculate. This time, Great Feather will surely die. The Yin Huang Holy Land has sent out Luo Attainment Cultivator, and with the demon sect pouring out their nests, as long as the martial emperor is held back, Great Feather doesn't have any chance of winning. Having heard what was said, Pei Jiangnan's face sank. Pei Junwan's face revealed dissatisfaction and grunted, Grandpa wouldn't miscalculate, the appearance of variables, things will never be that simple, you guys. But before she could finish her sentence, the left prime minister's voice rang out unexpectedly. Those who violate the Great Feather will be executed even though they are far away. Cheers for the ninth prince, cheers for Great Feather. A voice was like thunder, so that it could be heard clearly in the imperial capital or outside the imperial capital. A detailed explanation of the killing of the second elder of the Yin Huan Holy Land, Luo Ataxiu, and the destruction of the Tsong Yuan demon cult. And all of these things were done by one person. Ning Yi. Moment. What? Several elders from the Qingfeng Holy Land exclaimed in shock as they heard the content of the left prime minister's proclamation, their faces changing in surprise. Soon, their eyes became dull. A land god is dead. The demonic cult was overthrown? It's all Ning Yi's doing. The pockmarked elder's scalp exploded as he exclaimed in disbelief, how is it possible? Isn't Ning Yi only at the imperial realm cultivation level? How did he kill the land immortal and destroy the demon sect with his own power? Pei Jiangnan was also all shocked to hear this, and lost his voice in horror. Ning Yi is actually so terrifying that he can put down a land god immortal. He was dumbfounded, his sweaty hair standing on end. Pei Junwan's bright eyes widened as she couldn't stop exclaiming, Ning Yi is so powerful. Inside the room, everyone was in shock and bewilderment. It was hard for them to believe for a moment what they had heard. But the sensations and boisterousness that filled the city proved that the news was true. While the few elders of the Qingfeng Holy Land were still in shock, the Pei Jiangnan snorted coldly and looked at them and drank. What did I say before? I said that Dayu's destiny has changed, that things can never be that simple, and that they can't be rushed, and now you believe it? If Fang had chosen to intervene, then something big would have happened, and whether or not we would still be able to leave the Great Feather Imperial capital peacefully would have become a problem. Having heard what was said, the pockmarked elder's eyes were filled with shock, and his voice was trembling, but he couldn't say anything. Seeing him in this state, Pei Jiangnan sucked in a breath and couldn't help but shiver. It's a good thing I didn't say yes, or something would have happened. He said in his heart, then looked outside the inn, his heart palpitating. I really didn't expect that the variable that he had counted out before was actually Ning Yi, the youngest prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. This son is capable of beheading the land immortals and destroying the demon sect with his own power. The future of the Great Feather will definitely change its course under his influence, and because of his appearance, everything has changed. This time, the several elders of the Qingfeng Holy Land no longer retorted as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. This ing also that can be too sick? They were stunned, not even expecting things to get this far out of hand. The death of a land god. It's extremely bombastic no matter what time of year it's placed. But it's just the way it is. The fact that this land god immortal was still killed by Ning Yi was truly shocking and made people feel too unreal. Presently, Pei Jiangnan shivered and said with a grave expression on his face, after that, you should leave the Imperial capital as soon as possible. Remember to keep a low profile, don't do anything that offends Great Feather, and just wait and see what happens. After all, today is too big. Chapter 79 Yan Huang Holy Land's Rage, Crusade against Great Feather. What's happening in the Great Feather Imperial capital? Like a violent wind and rain, it swept through the entire great domain. All of the major powers were aware of the news at the first time, and they were all horrified. Especially the Yan Huang Holy Land. Inside the sanctuary of the main peak, the atmosphere is depressing. The sacred Lord Yan Huang and the group of elders from the Holy Land all remain silent, anxiously waiting for news. Big deal. Not long after, an elder who had gone out to check for information rushed into the great hall with a face full of panic, shouting under his breath, Holy Lord, something big has happened. The second elder and the demon cult failed. They were originally following their previous plan as usual, but due to Ning Yi's return, it all changed. The ninth prince of the Great Feather God Dynasty, Ning Yi, suddenly possessed incomparably terrifying strength for some unknown reason, and the second elder wanted to return to the sect and no longer participate in the matters between the demon sect and the Great Feather God Dynasty, but he was decapitated by Ning Yi. And not only did Ning Yi kill the second elder, he also overthrew the nesting demon sect with his own strength. On top of that, Han Feng and Xiao Yun's deaths are also related to Ning Yi. This elder's mouth was dry as he reported on the intelligence he had gathered outside. Getting the news he brought back. What? Yan Huang Holy Lord and the elders present all had their faces changed drastically, their minds roaring and exploding. The second elder is dead? The devil's cult was destroyed? Even the deaths of two of the previous Holy Lord's personal biographies? All by Ning Yi. The scene suddenly became dead silent, without a single sound. Everyone was as if they were frozen, motionless, with only their eyes revealing a strong color of shock. A few moments later, a terrifying aura exploded from the Yan Huang Holy Lord, causing the entire hall to shake violently and the void to explode. Dayu! Ning Yi! His eyes became crimson, pulsing with monstrous fury as he roared madly, killing my sacred ground elder, and then killing my own heirloom. How on earth did this damned Ning Yi dare? Asshole, how dare he? Ah! A roar. Everyone present changed color and their faces became ugly. Yan Huang Holy Lord was furious, his entire body trembling as endless killing intent filled his eyes. Originally, he had thought that it was some other Holy Land that had intervened, but he hadn't realized that it had been Great Feather from the beginning to the end, and that it had been Ning Yi who had done the deed. The many elders were shocked and angry, their faces had long since turned gloomy. Isn't Ning Yi the youngest prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty? How could he kill the second elder? Ning Yi is looking for death. Not only did he kill two of the patriarch's own heirs, he also killed the second elder. This is simply a strange shame for the Yan Huang Holy Land. They are looking for death. How did things turn out like this? What makes Ning Yi capable of having the strength to kill a land god immortal? How on earth did he, a little guy whose hair hasn't even grown out, do it? What kind of a thing is he, daring to kill someone from our Holy Land? They roared angrily one after another, but they couldn't suppress the shock within them. Ning Yi was able to kill the second elder who had reached the land god immortal realm and destroy the demon sect all by himself. This sort of thing terrorized them. Despite the shock, their anger reached unprecedented levels. The Holy Land had always been high above the rest, a transcendent existence among the countless forces. A great feathered divine dynasty was nothing more than a larger mole cricket to them. But it's just. This mole is costing them a lot of money. Anger erupted in the Grand Elder's eyes as he roared, "This matter must not be brought to light. Ning Yi dared to kill an immortal. This is a great disrespect to the Yin Phoenix Holy Land. The great feather must be crushed and made to pay the price. In the name of the Holy Land, we will crusade against the great feathered divine dynasty, so that the world will know that immortals should not be messed with." Another elder followed with an angry roar. Almost the vast majority of people were expressing their approval, itching to be able to immediately raise the great feather god dynasty to the ground. There are different voices among them. No, this matter is too risky. If the Holy Land directly strikes at the divine dynasty, it would be a violation of the rules. After all, the Holy Land, the Forbidden Zone are all transcendent forces that don't allow killers to things of the divine dynasty below them. Sending the second elder to assist the demon cult before would be the maximum. Not bad. Once we cross the border and break the consensus, someone from the rest of the Holy Lands or Forbidden Zones will definitely come forward to stop us, or even use this opportunity to suppress the Yin Huang Holy Land. I disagree. Several of the more senior elders spoke up to stop them with grim faces. But Yin Huang Holy Lord's anger increased as he said in an icy tone, "I'll see who dares. Ning Yi killed 2 of my protégés and killed the second elder. This matter is already equivalent to Great Feather declaring war with the Yin Huang Holy Land. If others dare to intervene, the big deal is to go to war with them. This incident is an unprecedented disgrace for the Yin Huang Holy Land. Without destroying the Great Feather, where is the majesty of the Holy Land?" At these words, the scene was once again silent. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Yin Huang Holy Lord tried his best to restrain the monstrous fury within him, slapping the table and commanding, "Great Elder, prepare my decree to notify the world that the Great Feather Divine Dynasty has provoked the majesty of the Holy Land, and that its crime should be put to death. Sacred lands cannot be insulted, immortals cannot be insulted. If the Great Feather God Dynasty dares to do something so treasonous, the Yin Huang Sacred Land can exterminate it." Seeing the Yin Huang Holy Lord being so dictatorial, the face of the elder who had previously dissuaded him was grave. This revenge must be avenged. Kill. The Grand Elder and the others then spoke aloud, icy killing intent permeating their eyes. Meanwhile, northwest of the southern Phoenix domain, a wintry plain where heaven and earth intersected. Endless ice and snow covered the sky and earth. The 8 directions were filled with the coldest breath, enough to extinguish all life. Deep in the plains, countless ice and snow palaces stood, looking like a huge kingdom situated in the middle of an ethereal fairyland. In particular, the numerous palaces clustered together, with the center going straight into the sky and shining with 7-colored light were the most dazzling, and one look at them could make one lose one's mind. This place. It is the forbidden area of Tianyin. In terms of strength, not weaker than the Yin Huang Holy Land, with the same strong heritage, one of the transcendent forces of the southern Phoenix domain. In the midst of the 7-colored palace, on the frozen throne, a middle-aged man with icy blue skin seemed to be meditating. He was dressed in a black robe, unable to see his face, the space around his body distorted, and just sitting there, he exuded a great sense of oppression. Suddenly, Green Lord. A dark shadow instantly appeared in the great hall, kneeling on one knee and respectfully saying, "The matter that caused the sensation in the outside world has been clearly investigated. The Yin Phoenix Holy Land sent people to try to hasten the demise of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, and wanted to lend assistance to the Tsong Yuan demon cult, but they ended up with heavy losses, and it said that an elder of the land Divine Immortals was killed, and 2 of the Yin Phoenix Holy Lord's personal disciples were killed, and as for that Tsong Yuan demon cult, it's already been overthrown. And with the Yin Phoenix Holy Land and the Tsong Yuan demon sect joining forces, the fallen Great Feather Divine Dynasty didn't have much to lose instead. As for killing the second elder of the Yin Huang Holy Land, killing 2 of the Yin Huang Holy Lord's own heirs, and destroying the Tsong Yuan demon cult, all for one person named Ning Yi, the 9th prince of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, who was enthroned by the martial emperor as the heavenly celebration sacred king a short while ago. Chapter 80. The penalty box is high, giving Ning Yi a chance. Oh. When the Green Lord heard the Shadow Guard's report, he sat up straight and couldn't help but lose his voice and laugh. It seemed that he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Even so, everyone present remained silent, but their expressions revealed eccentricity. A few moments later, the Green Lord slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of ice-blue eyes under his black robe, full of playful mockery. "I didn't expect that after so many years, the Yin Huang Holy Land would still only bully the weak after all. It's really as bad as ever. Trying to hasten the demise of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty, and in turn losing a lot of money himself, how could there be such a stupid guy?" With a bit of mockery, The many powerhouses from the heavenly and prohibited area under the Great Hall all revealed their contempt, their faces filled with disdain. But suddenly, Lord Qing painted a different picture and inquired, "Earlier, you said that the martial emperor of the Great Feather Divine Dynasty didn't put up a fight, but rather, Great Feather's ninth prince Ning Yi decapitated the second elder of the Inferno Phoenix Sacred Lands, Lokataxio. A single prince is already capable of killing a land god immortal? This son is afraid that he doesn't possess a heaven-defying chance, right? How old is he?" The Shadow Guard replied respectfully, "Less than 20. To be so young?" When the Green Lords heard this, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of air as well, their tones filled with astonishment. And those present were instantly in an uproar. Such a demon exists in the world? A look of shock and disbelief appeared on each face. It was really Ning Yi's age and what he had done that greatly exceeded their imagination. Can you kill a land god in less than 20? The icy blue eyes of the Green Lord flashed with shock, and then a strong color of curiosity surfaced, and he lightly laughed. To reach such a heaven-defying level at such a young age, and to be able to kill a land god immortal, this son is extraordinary, and he must be burdened with great chi fortune. Such a demon is qualified to become a person of the heavenly and prohibited area. Dustless, you personally make a trip to the Great Feather Imperial capital and summon Ning Yi to come, so that I may give him the supreme honor of becoming a pro-disciple. Becoming my personal disciple will be the greatest creation of his life, and he has no reason to refuse. Go on. Commanding directly, he smiled again. Honor the law. Shadow Guard Commander Dustless nodded solemnly and immediately took orders. But then, the Grand Venerable among the 8 venerables of the heavily and prohibited area said with suspicion, "Ning Yi killed a land deity of the Yin Huang Holy Land, killed 2 of the Yin Huang Holy Lord's own disciples, and destroyed the demon sect, and since he's a Great Feather Emperor's son, I'm afraid that the Yin Huang Holy Land won't be kind enough to let it go. Since Lord Qing is going to bestow Ning Yi with the honor of being a personal disciple, then does the heavily and prohibited area care or not?" Having heard what was said, the Green Lord shook his head, his voice indifferent, "A mere mole cricket, there's no need to pay attention to it. I can accept Ning Yi as a protege, this is already a great gift to Great Yu. As for the Yin Huang Holy Land, if it really doesn't care to make a move, Great Yu will die if it dies, no harm done." The Grand Venerable nodded and stopped talking. Nowadays, the entire southern Phoenix domain was in an uproar, and all the forces were shocked by the news that caught them off guard, unable to believe that the fallen Great Feather Divine Dynasty was actually able to decapitate the sacred ground immortals and overthrow the demon sect. And the people who did it. It was actually the 9th prince of the Great Feather God Dynasty. Nothing to do with Emperor Wu. But no one was more shocked than within the Great Feather Divine Dynasty. For the first time, Ning Yi's name and reputation had surpassed that of the martial emperor, giving countless people a deep fear. The demon sect has actually been destroyed. How did Ning Yi hide so deeply? He was actually able to kill a land goddess. The 6 forces that had previously joined forces with the demon sect to target the Imperial family at the 7-sect competition were completely enveloped in fear, all of them trembling and terrified. And at this point, the Great Feather Imperial capital. The party that caused all of this had now returned to the Green Cloud Palace. In the Moonwatch Pavilion, Ning Yi was leisurely sipping tea and fishing at the same time, incomparably leisurely. It was as if what had happened before had nothing to do with him. Beside, damn. Luluwali gritted her teeth and was staring at Ning Yi in a furious manner, as if she wanted to see through this man in front of her inside and out. Ning Yi sensed something and twisted his head, helplessly saying, "Why are you always staring at me like that?" Since returning, this Lady Empress just kept staring at herself without blinking. Luluwali narrowed her eyes and didn't answer, then a moment later suddenly inquired, "Husband, have you awakened the memories of your past life? Was your past life a terrifying powerhouse who could overthrow a side of the universe with the lift of a hand, or who ruled over multiple realms?" Ning Yi froze for a moment when he heard this, and then it was like he was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Luluwali. See the situation. Luluwali clenched her teeth, and asked again without dying, then, "Husband, did you get the initiation of some terrifying powerhouse, or some sword fairy, some human emperor, or some other supreme inheritance?" Ning Yi still didn't say anything, but his gaze was already really looking at the little cutie. The same, and even a hint of worry was revealed between his brows. Luluwali was anxious, immediately said, "I am not stupid, I am just curious to ask." But in her heart she had already made huge waves. "This is neither a rebirth nor have you gotten the inheritance of any great power, how can you be so excellent and so stunning?" One's own rebirth as a female emperor originally felt that no one can match, but the result. A good reason for the limelight all by you to steal, not to mention their own a female empress reborn actually than a native of the locals? Moment. Luluwali wanted to cry without tears, and her eyes were filled with resentment as she looked at Ning Yi. Ning Yi looked at her, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Madam is quite curious. He muttered in his heart, naturally not going to talk about the system. Just as Lu Luoli wanted to say something. By the Emperor of Heaven's mandate, it is said by Imperial decree. Your Ninth Highness, His Majesty has summoned us, please move with us. The figure of the Grand Master Chief descended and read out Emperor Wu's decree with a respectful face. Seeing the arrival of the Grand Master, Ning Yi rose to receive the decree, his heart somewhat helpless. What does the bad old man want with me? He muttered darkly but didn't bother to think much about it. Instead he patted Luluoli's head and laughed softly. Ma'am, work hard on your cultivation. Sooner or later you'll surpass me one day. After saying that, he followed the Grand Master as he stepped away. Upon seeing Ning Yi's figure disappear, Luluoli was so angry that she stomped her feet, a burst of frantic, darn, I'm obviously the script for the rebirth of the Empress, no matter how I say it should be the protagonist, how can I compare to my husband? Nothing can compare to it. And sooner or later it will surpass you, hell I don't know how much more you guys are really hiding. When she thought of what Ning Yi had said before he left, she felt powerless and couldn't stop herself from spitting. After all, he had watched the whole thing himself before. If that day ever comes, when will it be? Luluoli scratched her head in a frantic manner, her heart in agony. Chapter 81. Who is the Emperor? Emperor Wu was numb. Emperor Wu's chambers. The grand hall was brilliant, brightly lit, luxurious and opulent, showing off the royal style. The Grand Master General respectfully led Ning Yi to arrive and politely said, "Please wait a moment, Your Ninth Highness, His Majesty will be over in a moment." No harm done. Ning Yi shook his head, and without the slightest restraint, he found a place to sit down, brewed tea, and drank it. He had a leisurely look on his face, as if this was the palace of the green clouds. It didn't take long. Ahem. Violent coughing came from outside the great hall. Immediately following, the martial emperor's face was slightly pale, and he walked into the palace with extremely weak steps, his eyes cloudy and looking like he was about to die. "Jor, you're here." He saw Ning Yi, who was drinking tea and talking out of breath. After sitting down with great difficulty, he let out another big breath, and then he immediately waved his hand to signal the Grand Master to retreat. Ning Yi didn't say anything, only quietly looking at the martial emperor, his eyes revealing eccentricity. See the situation. Emperor Wu first froze, then reacted and laughed slightly awkwardly. "Oh, I had forgotten that I had already been shown up by your kid. Since you already know, I won't pretend in front of you." As he said that, his expression became majestic. In a flash, the martial emperor, who originally still looked incredibly weak and looked as if he would collapse at any time, suddenly revealed a terrifying aura all over his body. His eyes were deep and profound, where there was still half a bit of weakness. But despite this, there was still a faint trace of death on his body. Obviously, it's not a lie that Emperor Wu was approaching the end of his days. But right now, he couldn't see any weakness. The martial emperor recovered as usual, his gaze sharply looking at Ning Yi. He couldn't help but inquire, "Jor, how did you see that I was pretending before?" "From the time father gave my son in marriage." Ning Yi glanced at the martial emperor and replied calmly. Emperor Wu was shocked in his heart and felt ashamed, urgently said, "Then, does it mean that from the beginning to the end, you, this kid, have been looking at me like a monkey for so long?" "Aha!" Ning Yi subconsciously nodded. Emperor Wu. He looked at Ning Yi and gritted his teeth in anger, itching to whip this brat. It's still a shame that he was seen from the beginning. Only. Emperor Wu sighed in his heart, "Now I'm afraid I can't even beat my youngest son." After all, this kid had killed a land goddess not too long ago, and it didn't even take much effort. That's just it, I'm not going to dwell on it, that's fine. Emperor Wu shook his head and sighed, but soon smiled in relief. "I am very pleased that you are able to stand alone. In that case, Great Feather will have a successor in the future." Ning Yi sniffed, sensing that something was wrong and sensing the deathly aura emanating from the martial emperor. But without waiting for him to speak, the martial emperor's pleased expression became solemn as he said gruffly, "Today's matter is just the beginning. Today's Great Feather can be said to have offended the Manhwa Holy Land. It's no longer as simple as just talking about it, let alone killing one of the other party's land immortals. With my understanding of the Yin Huang Holy Land, they will definitely use this as an excuse to take revenge on Great Yu, and it will definitely be a bloody storm, so you have to be prepared." Speaking of this, there was more gravity on his face, and his words all revealed caution. Only. Ning Yi, however, smiled, shook his head, and looked at the martial emperor as he calmly said, "Father, there's no harm in this matter, I shall be invincible, and as for the Yin Huang Holy Land, they can do as they please." That understatement. At once, he made the martial emperor's eyes widen violently, unable to maintain his composure, and couldn't help but inquire, "Jor, I didn't want to ask you too much, but now, I want to ask you what realm you're in. Is it really the land immortal realm?" Ning Yi pushed a cup of tea in front of Emperor Wu and said with a smirk, "Father, it seems that I haven't admitted that I'm a land god, right?" With these words, boom! Emperor Wu's hand, which had just picked up the teacup, shook violently as he suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Yi with eyes full of shock. His mind was roaring and he put down his teacup, his chest heaving. Until this time, he was completely shocked by Ning Yi. "Jor, you." Emperor Wu shivered and breathed heavily, opening his mouth but unable to speak. Nowadays, there was endless heavenly thunder rushing through his mind. There was no limit to the shock waves inside. Upon seeing Ning Yi nod his head, hiss. Emperor Wu sucked in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling. Jor could manage to easily decapitate a land god immortal without being a land god immortal. So wouldn't there be only one possibility? This kid had already taken that step and reached the celestial realm. No wonder, no wonder. The martial emperor's face was full of emotion and his mouth kept murmuring. It was no wonder that he had pretended before but could be easily seen, and it was no wonder that he couldn't see through Jor at all. Unexpectedly. This little guy is already in the celestial realm. A celestial realm that didn't belong to the Holy Land, didn't belong amongst such transcendent forces as the Forbidden Zone. The shock in Emperor Wu's eyes could no longer be concealed and his eyes revealed a trance. Well, ha ha ha. Under the great shock, he snapped out of it and couldn't stop himself from letting out a loud laugh. The Jor in front of him was actually already in the celestial realm, which gave him the feeling of a dream. But it also made him feel a lot more relieved, because he really did have a successor and didn't need to worry about it again. But at this point, Ning Yi had already gotten up and glanced at the cheerful Emperor Wu, reminding, "Father, the tea is getting cold. Great Feather Divine Dynasty things, you do not need to worry, regardless of the Holy Land or Forbidden Land, as long as I am in the Great Feather one day, then. Immortals also cannot touch the Great Feather half a point." He said calmly, but he had already turned around and left towards the outside of the palace. The martial emperor was stunned, and there was more shock in his eyes. But before he could speak, "Sacred land, forbidden area, it's not enough to get into my eyes. If the Yen Huang Holy Land really wants to lay hands on Great Feather, I don't mind stripping it of its Holy Land destiny and letting it be overthrown, and afterward letting the Great Feather Divine Dynasty be promoted to a transcendent power." Outside the Great Hall, Ning Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen, but his voice came lazily. In 2 simple sentences. The tone was extraordinarily calm and breezy. Emperor Wu had long been shocked to the point that his eyes were wide open, staring blankly outside the Great Hall, unable to speak for a long time. At this moment in his mind, huge waves were in the air. He could never have imagined that his youngest son would be so contrary and have so much self-confidence. What's a holy place or a forbidden zone? The Yen Huang Holy Land wouldn't mind destroying Great Yu if they made a move against it? Half a day later. This brat. Emperor Wu couldn't help but laugh bitterly, picking up the tea and drinking it in one gulp, shaking his head helplessly. Until now, he figured it out. Lao Jiu, that brat, this is a good hand to pretend in front of himself. Chapter 82, Acting Lonely? Then wouldn't my concerns be a joke? The martial emperor shook his head helplessly as he thought about what Ning Yi had said earlier. Until now, he hadn't been able to figure out why his youngest son was so perverted. Where is this the style of his own youth? It has clearly surpassed it. And after Ning Yi left, "Your Majesty." The Grand Master re-entered, his face full of respect, but he couldn't hide the shock. Obviously, he had heard Ning Yi's words before. "Your Ninth Highness. It's too scary. Sit." Emperor Wu was in a good mood when he saw this. After all, at least it wasn't himself who was rocked by the kid. After the Grand Master sat down, he finally couldn't suppress his inner shock and lost his voice. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Ninth's strength is unfathomable. So young yet he has already reached the transcendent realm. It's the fortune of the Great Feather, the fortune of the royal family." Emperor Wu glanced at the awe-filled Grandmaster, nodded proudly, and said, "If you don't look at whose seed that is, how can my seed be any worse?" Soon, though, he was depressed. Because an awkward question was right in front of him. "I've been acting for so long, won't it be in vain?" "Not right, Jor is already so powerful, then I seem to be in the end still wanna continue to act?" The Woody people were numb, kinetic, and suddenly confused and helpless. It was the first time in my life that I had encountered a situation where everything was unexpected. Emperor Wu was thinking of fishing, but as a result, the fish were all slaughtered and scared away by the boy Laojiu. Nothing seems to bother him, it's all taken care of. If this keeps up, what the hell can I catch? This. The Grand Master General sniffed, as dumbfounded as he was, and looked outside the Great Hall blankly. "Your Ninth Highness is that terrifyingly strong. Your Majesty, you do seem to be acting out this play for nothing." In response, Emperor Wu thought deeply and scratched his head, only to feel incredibly embarrassed. "It's sad. All he could do in the end was spit out a depressing comment and simply stop trying to dwell on it. Old Nine was able to say those astonishing words before, so he must have already had plans. So he's gone from acting the role of a layout to being a spectator, which seems fine. Nightfall. The moonlight spills over. Ning Yi returned to the Qingyun Hall and saw a mountainous pile of various items as well as many exquisite gift boxes at the entrance. And at this point, Xingya was standing in front of the main door with a depressed face, constantly counting. Ning Yi walked over and inquired, "These things?" "Your Highness, you're back." Before the words were spoken, Xingya came forward with a joyful smile and arrogantly said, "Your Highness, these are gifts sent to you by all the major powers of Great Feather as well as the ministers and princes, saying that your Highness' decapitation of the land immortals and overthrowing of the demon sect is an unparalleled achievement, and specially sent to congratulate you. Especially the patriarchs of the 6 major powers, the deans have all arrived in person, saying that what you have done has shocked the world, and that they have sent special gifts to show their sincerity, and they have also asked me to pass on the message that you would like to set up a banquet and feast for your Highness to attend it." Hearing Qingyao's words, Ning Yi was dumbfounded and shook his head. "It's just that they're afraid. What with the banquet and the congratulations, it's just for show." Having said that, there is a real amount of stuff. Ning Yi casually flipped through the pages, in which there were all sorts of divine medicines, secret manuals, heavenly ranked techniques, heavenly ranked artifacts, and so on, which were countless and numerous. Should have said no, the stuff is pretty good. However, Ning Yi's main attention fell on the gift sent by the 4th prince, and when looking through it, his eyes could not help but show surprise. Underworld Flame Xian Gong. True Elemental Breathing Method. The Dry Sky Body Tempering Method. He kept flipping through it, more amazement in his eyes. Seeing this, Xingya covered her mouth and laughed softly as she explained, "Your Highness, these are all personally sent over by the 4th prince. Among them, apart from some pills and jewelry, the most is still the gongfa. And the 4th prince also specifically instructed that these techniques range from the smallest to the largest of the various sects, to the many great clans and powers, and that there are many of them that have long been lost. The 4th prince also said that he knows you like gongfu, so he sent them all to you at once." Having heard what was said, Ning Yi nodded. Indeed, he could also see what the 4th prince had in mind. This guy had indeed sent all sorts of feats, both good and bad, as well as crippled ones. And also extremely attentive to each of the feats specifically marked the existence of problems. I can see that. The 4th prince was clearly frightened. To act in such a manner was obviously to apologize for the previous matter of giving away the merit law. Got it. Ning Yi couldn't help but smile, all able to brainstorm the apprehension and panic in the heart of the 4th prince when he sent these things. He didn't care too much about the previous heavenly ranked technique. Only the 4th prince was different. "But soon. I asked you to look for those who fit the criteria before, did you find any?" Ning Yi didn't think much about it and looked towards Xingya to inquire. Due to the functions that existed in the system, one of them was a storm return ability, but it required the person investing to have upwards of 90 qi. So, Ning Yi had instructed Xingya before, ordering people to look for the existence of these people. As for how to find it, it's just people who have a sky crash opening, withdrawing from a marriage, dying in a big way but having an extra ring, being suppressed from time to time, having the last name of Yi, Lin, Xiao, and so on. With all these characteristics, the information is presented to oneself in its entirety. After all, there was only one empress, and the fear of the other being his wife was still too little, and more investable characters were needed to achieve a better lay. So Ning Yi left this matter in Xingyao's hands. Upon hearing the inquiry, Xingya slapped her head and immediately said, "Your Highness, if you don't say it, I almost forgot about this matter. Before this, there are indeed a few people who meet your requirements, only they are all quite a distance away from the Imperial capital, but the information of those people is mapped out. I will organize it and hand it over to you later on." Ning Yi nodded, but in his heart, he let out a sigh. People with great qi are ultimately too few. He was a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do about it. Strike that, too. At least there was a reborn empress beside her, and she was her own lady. In that case, then it's good to pull more wool over the lady's eyes. Ning Yi didn't put all of his mind on this matter, and immediately instructed, "Xingyao, have someone send all of these feats, pills, and all those other gifts over to Madam." Xingyao, stunned wide-eyed, shocked, inquired, "Your Highness, all of them are given to Wang Fei, you don't keep a little? Send it all, I don't need it." Without any half-hearted hesitation, Ning Yi spoke again. In a flash. "Your Highness, you're also too good to the Crown Princess. If I were the Crown Princess, I would definitely be touched to the core," Xingyao said with a face full of envy, and then immediately got a number of guards to start carrying them. And looking at this scene, with so many things being given away at once, I don't think the rebate will be less for me, right? The corners of Ning Yi's mouth rose as a flash of curiosity flashed across his eyes. Chapter 83, Taicho Breathing Method, Straight to the Peak of Celestials. On the other side, Luluwali was in the middle of her purification and was blissfully unaware of Ning Yi's idea of wool gathering. And she also decided that she needed to raise her strength as soon as possible, not to be too inferior to Ning Yi, or else the Empress's prestige would be buried. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Willow Lori froze for a moment and then got up to open the door. Xingyao, this is? When she saw the dozen or so guards outside carrying large boxes and small boxes, she immediately inquired towards Xingyao, who was directing the people to be moved into the room. Having heard what was said, with envy on her face, Xingyao smiled and said, "Your Highness, it's Master Wang who asked me to bring someone to send it over to you." All for me? Willow Lori froze again and could only step aside, watching as things were carried into the room one by one. Xingyao nodded repeatedly. When reconfirmed, "So much stuff, all for me?" Luluoli couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, truly startled by the scene before her. There are really too many of these. At a cursory glance, all kinds of techniques, pills, jewelry, and so on. Xingyao nodded with a smile, incomparably envious. "Yes, Your Highness, this is what His Highness instructed, to send you all the things those people sent without leaving a single one." When the things were all moved into the place where Luluoli was purifying herself. "Your Highness, we'll take our leave first." Xingyao respectfully saluted and immediately led the people away. But Luluoli, however, froze dumbly in place, her heart filled with shock. So many treasures, all of them given to me, and the husband didn't want anything? Her heart raced and her face instantly burned. When she thought of the fact that Ning Yi was already at least a land god, she couldn't help but think that this was perhaps something that her husband, Ning Yi, had sent to her for use in raising her cultivation. "I didn't realize that this husband of mine is quite good, to actually think of me so much." Luluoli felt warmth in her heart as she was shocked. Since marrying into the royal family, she had suffered nothing and had asked for everything. The husband has never treated himself poorly. A few moments later, a sweet smile surfaced on Luluoli's slightly cool face as she looked in the direction of the moon viewing pavilion, pouting and humming. As the saying goes, a husband and wife for one day is kind for 100 days. Since you can treat me like this, when I recover my peak in the future and become a brilliant heavenly empress again, I'll appoint you as a brilliant heavenly emperor. With a clap of her hands, she simply felt like a real genius. And after thinking so, that's it. Luluoli had more smiles on her face. The previous depression of being always pushed head over heels by Ning Yi dissipated, and her mood instantly became much better. Especially when she thought that she would be able to see Ning Yi's unseen appearance afterward, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Meanwhile, under the Moonwatch Pavilion, Ning Yi looked in the same direction of the side hall, a thick smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Ding! Investment Blitz Rebate, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taicho Breathing Method. Ding! Investment Blitz Rebate, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Nirvana Immortality Pill. Ding! Investment Blitz Rebate, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 Extreme Dragon Crystals. Ding! Investment Blitz Rebate, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Celestial Origin. Because at this time, the system's voice was ringing out in a steady stream. The corners of Ning Yi's mouth smiled even more, and his eyes glowed with divine light. Looks like wool gathering was the right thing to do, this time it's a big profit. He looked at the side hall where Luluoli was and muttered with a light smile. But it was really because there were too many things that Xingyao was asked to send this time. It causes the system to sound as if it can't stop anymore. Ning Yi was already starting to feel a bit noisy as he listened, and immediately communicated, "System, hurry up and turn off the beat, it's noisy." At once, the system's voice disappeared. But the Blitz Rebate stuff still kept materializing in the storage space. Ning Yi viewed the storage space clattering with things constantly materializing, and was quite satisfied in his heart, directly choosing one of the beginning breathing methods. The Breath of the Beginning, a quasi-immortal level cultivation method, a supreme cultivation method from the ancient Heavenly Palace, drawing the breath of the Heavenly Tao to descend upon one's body, allowing it to warm one's body, blood, and soul, and ascending to the Supreme Tao, which can be used to harness the Heavenly Tao upon its great completion. He looked at the introduction about the Taicho breathing method and his sword brows raised in surprise. So strong? A quasi-immortal level cultivation method was something that no one in this world was afraid to possess. In the event of a leak, it is bound to cause chaos in the world. System, hang on to cultivate the Taichu breathing method. Without any half-hearted hesitation, Ning Yi directly allowed it to replace the Imperial cultivation method that he had previously practiced. As the hanging cultivation began, his whole body trembled. There was a humming sound in the firmament. Ning Yi's entire body had a terrifying aura, and the Moonwatch Pavilion began to vibrate, even gradually becoming distorted as a wisp of the heavenly Tao descended. Cultivate and nourish yourself with the breath of heaven. When he thought of the subtlety and terrifying nature of the Taicho breathing method, a look of anticipation rose among him. Such a cultivation method could not be described as overbearing. Once one cultivated to great completion, then one would only be able to easily break the barriers of this world. A few days later. Moonwatch Pavilion. At this moment, the entire pavilion had a fairy atmosphere and mist lingering around it, looking like an isolated fairyland. In the middle of the pavilion, Ning Yi, who had been hanging out cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! There was divine light flowing in his eyes, which seemed to contain countless stars, and his eyes seemed to be alternating between yin and yang, taking in the hearts of the people. Especially in his body, a shocking heavenly Tao aura rose up, shaking the heavenly dome. In an instant. Boom click. The canopy trembled, and a roaring sound continued to emanate. A huge vortex formed, and endless thunder swam and shone within it. The space in the 8 directions gradually distorted, as if some great terror was born. The lotus pond bubbled and boiled. The fog is rising. The water surface even began to reflect the image of the lotus in full bloom, the divine light reflected. The entire moon pavilion is already a real wonderland. Wisps of terrifying aura spread out from Ning Yi's body, and space became more and more distorted, as if this side of heaven and earth would disappear at any moment. Beyond that, there was even an aura of extinction contained within, with densely packed thunder roaming around Ning Yi's body, revealing a terrifying and overwhelming supreme aura. The current him was like a lord who ruled the heavens, slightly revealing his breath, yet it was enough to tear through space. Bang bang bang. A loud banging sound kept coming out. Ning Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath even as he felt the enhancement brought about by having practiced the Tai Chu breathing method. The quasi-immortal level cultivation method is just different. It was actually able to raise my strength so much in just a few days. Ning Yi revealed a satisfied smile and muttered something. In just a few days, he had already reached the peak level of the celestial realm. One step further. It is the holy realm. Without any hesitation, Ning Yi raised his hand and grabbed towards the dome of the sky. Ka-ching! Under his strike, the canopy above was directly torn open with a crack, and a chaotic aura spread. Aside from that, there was even more aura of the heavenly Tao rising from his body.